Chapter 1. The Eliza Shaw Incident. Rong Chunxue, the vice president of a publicly listed company, is also the esteemed young lady of the Morong family and its heir apparent. Yet, emotionally scarred by a past betrayal during her master's studies, she has since shunned the prospect of love. However, upon encountering the retired Special Forces operative, Nanpai Shisan, she finds herself irrevocably enraptured. As I, Nanpai Shisan, emerge from the Yinjing South Station, burdened by a heavy military backpack filled with countless stories of my past, I gazed upward. My eyes were met with towering skyscrapers and a vibrant tapestry of neon lights illuminating the bustling metropolis, Tiomi, freshly initiated into the world beyond academia. This scene appeared both foreign and bewildering. With a heavy heart, I wandered aimlessly along the auxiliary road of the South Third Ring. The streets were lined with a dazzling array of shops, teeming with life, yet this vivacity felt utterly detached from my own reality, as my thoughts drifted back to the tumultuous 6 years that had shaped my existence. In this city both familiar and alien, I had plunged into perilous battles time and again, sacrificing my life and blood for my country, enduring numerous trials of life and death. Each fierce confrontation, each breathtaking moment, was indelibly etched into my memory. Yet, I had never anticipated that I would face the day when Captain Wang Yanwang of the Special Forces Unit would demand my covert retirement. Reflecting on the overseas mission we undertook 2 weeks prior, a wave of complex emotions surged within me. Although the operation had been executed with remarkable proficiency, upon our return to Yanjing, the rescued royal lady, Eliza Shaw, had enthusiastically invited me to join her for drinks at a bar. Perhaps it was this seemingly innocuous invitation that became the catalyst for my forced retirement. The bar street of Sanlitun in Yanjing had driven countless lonely souls into a frenzy, as many yearned for serendipitous encounters with movie stars, dignitaries, wealthy heiresses, and extravagant socialites. Some sought the thrill of fleeting romances and indulgent escapades. Among these establishments, the Night Rose Bar stood as the most influential. However, for Eliza Shaw, freshly liberated from captivity, such worldly distractions were completely unknown to my life, dedicated to rigorous training and mission execution, rendered me oblivious to the rumors that circulated beyond my sphere. Eliza Shaw, a 21 or 22-year-old foreign noblewoman, sought to liberate herself from the shackles of her fears, hoping the lively ambience of the bar would dispel the lingering shadows of her past. As the leader of the Special Forces team responsible for her rescue and safe escort, I assumed the role of her temporary bodyguard. Upon our arrival at the entrance of the Night Rose Bar, we were met with a throng of people, and stepping inside revealed a cacophony of revelry. The air was thick with languorous melodies, the kind that seemed to transport one's soul into a realm of ethereal reverie. That on stage, a mediocre female singer was pouring her heart out in a song that seemed to be nothing more than a lament without cause. Yet her voice captivated a throng of young men and women below, rendering them utterly entranced. They swayed to the rhythm, each one appearing as if injected with a stimulant, lost in a fervor of excitement. After much effort, Eliza Shaw and I finally squeezed our way to the bar. Upon catching sight of Eliza Shaw's breathtaking beauty, the bartender's eyes lit up with unmistakable eagerness, his gaze fixated upon her. With a clumsy grasp of English, he stammered as he attempted to engage Eliza Shaw, who possessed mesmerizing blue eyes and flowing hair. Observing this, I shot him a fierce glare and curtly commanded, "Enough chatter, just bring us 2 coconut juices." At that moment, however, Eliza Shaw smiled and, in fluent Mandarin, requested the bartender, "Please prepare a depth charge for me, and a heart for you for him." At that time, I had no idea what a depth charge entailed, so I paid it no mind. Little did we know, during the drink preparation, the bartender harbored ill intentions and clandestinely slipped a potent aphrodisiac into Eliza Shaw's glass. Unaware of the brewing crisis, we were about to face an unforeseen predicament. After the bartender served the drinks, Eliza Shaw picked up the depth charge, and we made our way to a booth where we began to savor our beverages and engage in conversation. Half an hour later, her complexion flushed, and her gaze grew increasingly dazed. Suddenly sensing something amiss, I was about to inquire when Eliza Shaw leaned softly against me, at which point I realized the drink was compromised. Anger surged within me as I steadied her and stormed back to the bar, seizing the bartender and demanding answers. Trembling with fear, He confessed to drugging her, motivated by revenge against me and an insatiable desire for Eliza Shaw's beauty. Though I yearned to reprimand him severely, I reconsidered. Given our public surroundings and Eliza Shaw's vulnerable state, I pulled out my phone and captured several images of him, plotting to address this matter later. For precaution, I hurriedly assisted Eliza Shaw out of the bar and checked into a nearby home inn, seeking to calm her while summoning a military doctor from the Special Operations Brigade for urgent care. At this point, the effects of the drug had fully taken hold of Eliza Shaw. Her body burned with fever, her face as red as a ripe apple, and she mumbled incoherent words. Intermittently, so hot, so uncomfortable. Eliza Shaw writhed, her hands desperately tugging at her clothing. Panic surged within me, and I quickly turned my gaze away, unable to bear the sight of her distress. Please, don't move. The doctor will be here soon, I stammered, my voice tinged with anxiety. Yet Eliza Shaw could scarcely register my words. The drug had completely seized her consciousness, making her perceive me as a pillar of reliability and warmth. Suddenly, she sat upright and threw herself into my embrace, her arms tightly wrapping around my neck. Do not leave me. Eliza Shaw's voice trembled with a hint of tears, her soft form pressing tightly against me, causing my heart to race uncontrollably. My face flushed crimson, and I attempted to push her away, yet her strength proved unexpectedly formidable, rendering me unable to break free. Please, calm down. I have no intention of leaving you, but this is not right, I managed to utter with great difficulty. Eliza Shaw lifted her gaze, her azure eyes filled with a haze of longing and desire. Her lips quivered slightly as she leaned closer to my face. Did I like you? She murmured, and before I could fully comprehend her words, she gently pressed her lips against mine. A deafening buzz echoed in my mind, leaving me utterly bewildered. I had never encountered such experience and was at a loss for how to respond, and my hands hovered awkwardly in midair, uncertain whether to push Eliza Shaw away or to act in an entirely different manner. At that moment, the phone in the room rang abruptly, and I seized it like a lifeline, abruptly breaking free from Eliza Shaw's embrace and rushing to answer the call. Chapter 2. International Criminal Organizations. Hello? My voice trembled slightly. Is it you? I am a military doctor, Shaoli. I have arrived at the hotel lobby. Which room are you in? The voice on the other end belonged to Dr. Shaoli. I'm in room 808. Hurry up and come, I replied hastily before hanging up. I turned around to see Yilisha sitting on the bed, her gaze still dazed, murmuring incoherent words. I took a deep breath, striving to compose myself. Before long, there was a knock at the door. I rushed to open it, and Dr. Shaoli entered, carrying a medical kit. Upon seeing Yilisha on the bed, his expression grew serious. What happened? He inquired. I briefly recounted the events that had transpired, and Dr. Shaoli nodded in understanding. It appears she has been administered a potent aphrodisiac. I will first inject her with a sedative to help her calm down, he stated, opening his medical kit and retrieving a syringe. I stood by, watching as Dr. Shaoli administered the sedative to Yilisha. She seemed to feel the sting of the needle, letting out a soft whimper and trembling slightly. All done. She should calm down shortly. However, the effects of a drug may take some time to fully dissipate, Dr. Shaoli informed me. I nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Shaoli. You're welcome. It is my duty. By the way, how do you plan to handle this situation? Dr. Shaoli asked. I furrowed my brow, uncertain. I don't know. We'll see what happens when she wakes up. But that bartender will not escape my wrath. Doctor. Shaoli shukladligli. Do not act impulsively. Such matters require careful handling. I must be on my way now. Call me if you need anything. Take care on your way back, I replied. Once Dr. Shaoli departed, I was left alone with Yilisha in the room. I sat by the bed, gazing at her peaceful face, my emotions a tumultuous mix. After a while, Yilisha's breathing steadied, and the flush on her cheeks began to fade. As I looked at her serene countenance, an inexplicable feeling surged within me. At that moment, Yilisha's phone suddenly rang. I picked it up to see an unfamiliar number. Hesitating briefly, I decided to answer. Hello, I said. Who are you? Where is Yilisha? A man's voice, tinged with urgency, came through the line. I'm a Special Forces soldier who rescued Yilisha. She's fine now, just feeling a bit unwell and resting, I responded. You are the one who saved Yilisha? The The man's voice expressed surprise. Yes. May I ask who you are? I inquired. I'm Yilisha's brother, Etienne. Thank you for saving my sister. I am currently in Yinjing and would like to see her, Etienne replied. Oh, I see. Well, we are at the home and hotel, room 808 in Shaoyang district. Please come over, I said. After hanging up the phone, I sat on the edge of the bed, awaiting the arrival of Elaine. Before long, a knock echoed through the room. I opened the door to find a tall, imposing man before me. Hello, I am Elaine, he stated, extending his hand. Greetings. I'm a special forces soldier who rescued your sister, I replied, shaking his hand in return. Elaine entered the room and, upon seeing his sister, Ilishasha, lying on the bed, his expression darkened. What has transpired? He inquired. I recounted the events in detail, and a glimmer of anger flashed in Elaine's eyes. That bartender deserves punishment. I shall not let him escape unscathed, he declared through gritted teeth. I nodded in agreement. I too shall seek retribution. But our foremost priority is to ensure Ilishasha recovers swiftly. Elaine gazed at me, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you. Had it not been for you, I shudder to think of what my sister might have endured. No need for thanks. It is my duty, I replied. Just then, Ilishasha stirred, her eyes fluttering open to find her brother and me present. A hint of embarrassment crossed her features. Brother, what brings you here? She asked. I heard of your misfortune and rushed over. How do you feel? Elaine asked with concern. I am fine now, just a bit of a headache, Ilishasha responded. She looked at me, her eyes brimming with appreciation. Thank you, Sure-san. Without you, I truly would not know what to do. I smiled. It was nothing. Take your time to rest. Once you are fully recovered, we can discuss how to deal with that bartender. Ilishasha nodded. All right, I shall sleep a bit more. My head still feels foggy. Not long after, she drifted back into slumber while Elaine and I watched the television news for a while. As 2 hours passed, Ilishasha awoke and informed us that she had completely recovered. Elaine took out his phone and called a certain embassy, requesting a vehicle and a team of bodyguards to escort them. We chatted for a little while longer, and after 20 minutes, the car and bodyguard arrived. Elaine looked at me with gratitude. Nanpai Shisan, you should refrain from further involvement in this matter. It may adversely affect your unit. Please tell me the name of that bar and the bartender. I revealed. The bar is called Night Rose, but I do not know the bartender's name. I do, however, have photos of him on my phone. I took a few snapshots during the critical moment when Ilishasha was in danger. Elaine added me on WeChat, and I promptly forwarded the photos to him. Perhaps you should return to your unit for now. Ilishasha is safe here, and after we see her to the embassy, we will take care of that scoundrel. Very well, but please ensure your safety. I will take a taxi back, I replied. Yet, as I stepped out of the hotel, an unsettling feeling lingered within me. Suddenly, I recalled an odd detail about the bartender's photograph. He appeared to bear distinctive tattoo markings on his arm, resembling the insignia of some perilous organization. I was deeply concerned that Elaine and his companions might find themselves in even greater peril, prompting me to hastily turn back and run. At that moment, the Elaine siblings and their bodyguards had just boarded their vehicle, preparing to depart. I knocked on the window and voiced my apprehensions. Elaine furrowed his brow, initially believing that the threat merely stemmed from a common road bartender, unaware that more sinister elements might be involved. However, he did not wish to implicate me further and urged me to leave quickly. Yet, how could I simply turn a blind eye? I proposed to discreetly follow them, assuring him that I could assist should danger arise. After a brief moment of contemplation, Elaine acquiesced. The convoy set off towards the Night Rose Bar, while I trailed at a distance. Shortly after they entered the establishment, sounds of a scuffle erupted from within. I rushed in and discovered that they were indeed under attack by a group of highly trained assailants. I joined the fray, leveraging my special forces training to turn the tide of the battle, ultimately capturing the bartender. To my astonishment, this bartender was revealed to be an informant for an international crime syndicate, specifically targeting women for nefarious purposes. Subsequently, Elaine handed over the bartender to the Yanqing Police Bureau under the auspices of a certain embassy for further action. Chapter 3. The commander's discussion having resolved the situation. Alicia and Elaine prepared to return home. Alicia felt a pang of reluctance to depart, gazing at me, the familiar yet enigmatic Special Forces operative, her emotions a complex tapestry. During that week, it felt as though she had lived an entire lifetime, traveling to a foreign land, only to be abducted by a band of kidnappers. Her father subsequently reached out to our embassy in Thailand, beseeching our assistance in rescuing his precious Alicia. Just when we thought we had navigated the harrowing experience of bringing her back safely, a new ordeal arose with the bartender's drugging incident. At the entrance of their embassy, I found myself enveloped in her embrace, yet we had to part ways. Upon returning to the Special Forces Battalion, I pondered the implications of my encounter with Commander Wang Yanwang. Surely, after 6 years of service, I would be considered for a promotion to officer status. However, a week later, Commander Wang summoned me to his office, greeting me with a warm smile and offering me tea as we sat down to converse. Nanpai Shisan, he mused, I've been reflecting on your future in the office. You mentioned you might not wish to continue as a Special Forces operative. What else do you envision doing? Upon hearing this, I sprang to my feet, bewildered. Commander, what do you mean? Such a high-ranking leader cannot jest in this manner. This is no jest, he replied earnestly. Do you know that Alicia, upon returning home, confessed to her royal parents that she has fallen for you, the Special Forces soldier? I stared at him, my eyes wide with disbelief. Fallen for me? Commander, how can this be? We have only spent a few days together. With a sigh, Commander Wang replied, Princess Alicia does not share your sentiments of disbelief. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that her royal parents are quite displeased, suspecting that you have bewitched their beloved daughter, and if this matter is not addressed, it could tarnish the reputation of their royal family. Regarding the matter of going to the bar, your handling was rather inappropriate. It was already distressing enough for Eliza to be kidnapped. When she suggested going to the bar, you should not have succumbed to her plea. Had you refused, the incident with the bartender drugging her would not have occurred. Consequently, they exerted pressure on our embassy, prompting the ambassador to approach our brigade commander, suggesting that you opt for a discreet retirement to sever Eliza's attachment to you. Upon hearing Captain Wang Yanwang's words, my heart brimmed with anger and resentment. Captain, this is unjust. I was merely executing my mission to rescue her. Captain Wang placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. I understand, but we must consider the diplomatic pressure. However, rest assured, the brigade will not treat you unfairly. I shook my head with a bitter smile. I do not seek special treatment. I only wish to continue my service as a Special Forces soldier. Yet, I was acutely aware that this decision would be difficult to overturn. Upon returning to the dormitory, my comrades gathered around to inquire about the situation. I briefly recounted the events, and they were all indignant. Days later, just as I was preparing to leave the Special Operations Brigade, I received unexpected news. Eliza had secretly traveled to China to find me. With unwavering determination, she declared, I do not care about my parents' opposition. I want to be with you. I was both moved and helpless. She should not have come, as it would only exacerbate the situation. At that moment, the brigade commander arrived and observed us, stating, in fact, the higher-ups have reconsidered the matter. Given that both of you are sincere and in light of your previous commendable service, we intend to offer you an opportunity. As long as you pass certain trials, you may be together without reservations. Upon hearing this, Eliza and I exchanged smiles. However, just as we believe this to be fortuitous, Political Commissar Zhang Juni received a call from Ambassador Li Haiba at our embassy in a certain country, demanding that the Special Operations Brigade ensure Princess Eliza's return. King Alifapu was extremely displeased to learn that his precious daughter had eloped to find me and insisted on my expulsion from the military. The situation became exceedingly complicated. I clenched my fists while Eliza displayed a resolute demeanor. The brigade commander furrowed his brow and turned to me, saying, South, perhaps we should arrange for your discreet retirement. While we will send Princess Eliza back home, please understand the difficulties faced by our unit, as well as myself and the political commissar. If we do not act accordingly, it could lead to a significant diplomatic incident between our two nations. Observing the brigade commander and the political commissar, I felt a tumult of emotions within me. The gravity of the situation forced me to relent. What had begun as a rescue mission had spiraled into this unforeseen predicament. Eliza had not anticipated such vehement opposition from her parents, nor their extreme measures against me. I grasped her hand, and the brigade commander chuckled, suggesting, You two take some time to reminisce. With tear-filled eyes, Eliza gazed at me. Are we truly going to give up? I gently wiped her tears away, saying, You are truly a foolish girl. Instead of being a proper princess, you foolishly chose to fall for a simple soldier like me. How audacious of you to sneak away. If anything were to happen to you, I would be unable to find peace even if I returned to my hometown. Upon hearing my words, the princess couldn't help but let out a delightful giggle, as melodious as silver bells. Haha, I truly believed you to be a humorless wooden man. Yet it seems you are capable of concern for me. I gazed deeply into her oceanic blue eyes and the cascading waterfall of her silky hair draping over her shoulders. My heart swelling with boundless affection. Softly, I proposed, Sasha, how about we make a pact? You return home and behave like a good little darling for a while. Meanwhile, I cannot bear to put my superiors in a difficult position, so I plan to apply for retirement and strive to establish my career in Yenjing. One day, when I have truly become formidable, I shall arrive in grand style, much like the mighty sun Wukong, to claim you as my own, shall we? Sasha gently bit her rosy lip, contemplatively silent for a moment before slowly nodding. With a playful pout, she responded, All right, I shall trust you this once, but do remember, you must not keep me waiting for too long. At that moment, the brigade commander and political commissar returned, and upon seeing our mutual understanding, their previously taut expressions finally relaxed, and they collectively exhaled in relief. Subsequently, I proceeded to finalize my retirement as planned. On the day of my departure from the military, the brigade commander, political commissar, and company commander hosted a special banquet in my honor. The brigade commander generously produced a bottle of aged Mount High liquor, the rich aroma instantly enveloping the room. To this day, the vivid memories of that occasion linger. I drank to the point of intoxication, my form collapsing like a puddle of mud. Chapter 4. The accident of Rong Chunxue. As my thoughts surged back to this pivotal moment, my gaze was suddenly drawn to the intersection ahead, where an enormous truck sped forth without warning, its massive, heavy frame charged like a runaway stallion, racing forward with reckless abandon. Simultaneously, at the turning point, a sleek and elegantly designed Porsche Panamera was gracefully navigating the bend. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. I widened my eyes in terror, helplessly witnessing the impending drama unfold as the out-of-control truck hurtled toward the turning Porsche Panamera. In a moment of crisis, I acted without hesitation, swiftly removing the military pack strapped to my back. Drawing from years of experience and keen intuition, I gauged the distance between the two vehicles and made a split-second decision. With a swift motion, I hurled the military pack with all my might. In a flash, the pack arched gracefully through the air, akin to a precisely guided missile, perfectly wedging itself between the two vehicles. In almost the same instant, the truck driver became aware of the imminent danger. He desperately pressed the brake pedal, but the immense inertia rendered the vehicle incapable of halting immediately. Accompanied by the piercing screech of brakes and the thunderous sound of metal colliding, despite his utmost efforts, the truck inevitably collided with the Porsche Panamera. However, fortuitously, it was my decisive act of throwing out the military bag that successfully provided a degree of cushioning, significantly mitigating the impact the truck had on the smaller car. An incident that could have resulted in severe consequences was somewhat alleviated in that moment. Nevertheless, the Porsche Panamera was still overturned, lying sideways. Without a moment's hesitation, I dashed toward the car. Upon reaching it, I discovered a stunningly beautiful woman unconscious, her head injured from the shattered windshield, blood streaming down. I quickly reached for her carotid artery and, relieved to find a pulse, carefully opened the car door and extricated her. By this time, a crowd had gathered, yet they merely observed from a distance. Glancing around, I gritted my teeth and hurriedly made my way toward the nearest hospital, carrying her in my arms. My footsteps were swift, akin to the final sprint of a fully equipped 10-kilometer cross-country race. I soon burst into the emergency room, where doctors and nurses sprang into action. Wheeling her into the resuscitation area, I stood outside, anxiously awaiting news, silently praying for her safety. After an indeterminate period, the emergency room door swung open, and a doctor emerged to inform me that she was out of danger, though still in a state of unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss. I exhaled a sigh of relief. When she eventually awakened, her her gaze filled with confusion as she looked at me. I briefly recounted the events that had transpired. Upon understanding, she smiled gratefully and jested that it was unexpected for a stranger like me to have saved her in such a critical moment. Subsequently, she graciously extended her hand for an introduction. By the way, after all this conversation, I realize I don't know your name. I am Rong Chunxue, the vice president of a publicly listed company, and, of course, the eldest daughter of the Murong family. I chuckled softly, slightly incredulous. Could it be that I saved a heiress from an ancient clan? Is the character Murong Fu from the Eight Dragons your cousin? She laughed, so, you're a Jin Yong fan too. I do have a cousin, but his name is Murong Yanhai. How poetic. Chunxue and Yanhai. What profound imagery. Is not devoid of poetic charm, perfectly complementing my Southern School S13 styles. Rong Chunxue laughed heartily at my words. Southern School S13 styles? What a unique name. I scratched my head, feeling somewhat bashful. At that moment, her phone rang, and upon finishing the call, her expression shifted slightly. The company has an urgent matter that requires my attention. Thank you for everything today, she said as she prepared to rise. I quickly interjected, you Haven tea fully recovered. Is it wise for you to leave like this? She waved her hand dismissively. It's fine, I must go. However, we shall certainly meet again. With that, she hurriedly departed. When I arrived at the scene of the accident, the traffic police were already addressing the situation. My military backpack lay quietly as I prepared to pick it up when a traffic police officer approached me, exclaiming, you are the heroic savior, aren't you? By the way, how is the driver? What is the extent of her injuries? I replied to the officer, she is fine now. She woke up and was eager to return to the company to handle matters. The officer nodded appreciatively. It is truly thanks to you, otherwise. The consequences of this accident would have been unimaginable. I picked up my backpack and brushed off the dust that had settled upon it. A few days later, during my routine training, I received a text message from an unfamiliar number. Nanpai Shisan, do you remember me? I am Rong Chunxue. Thank you for saving my life last time. Are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together. I gladly accepted the invitation. That evening, I arrived at a high-end restaurant according to the address provided, where Rong Chunxue had been waiting for quite some time. During our meal, she proposed hiring me as her personal bodyguard, revealing that the recent emergency at her company was due to someone secretly threatening her safety. After a moment of contemplation, I responded, Miss, may I take 2 days to consider? I am currently looking for a job, having just retired and not yet decided what to pursue. Rong Chunxue gazed at me with her large eyes and suggested, how about you work in my real estate company and sell villas? This way, you will meet many people and quickly adapt to the complexities of society. I thought this was quite a good idea. Selling villas, is it lucrative? I inquired. Absolutely. Many of our female sales agents earn several million a year with ease. Of course, they put in a lot of effort, possessing excellent communication skills and impressive appearances. She then looked at me earnestly. I believe you can succeed. Your writing is commendable. Your demeanor is handsome, and especially since you are a former Special Forces soldier. You will surely adapt swiftly. All right then, please arrange it for me. I need to start working in a couple of days. Otherwise, I won't even be able to afford a hotel, I said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. A few days later, I received an invitation to a business banquet hosted by the Murong family. Though I initially hesitated to attend such an event, thoughts of Rong Chunxue compelled me to go. Upon entering the grand hall, I immediately spotted her, adorned in an exquisite gown, resembling a celestial being. Her eyes lit up upon seeing me, and she approached with delight. It is wonderful that you could come. I have arranged everything for you. Soon, our sales director, Qin Mingyue, will arrive, and I will introduce you. Chapter 5. First encounter with Qin Mingyue. The business banquet was in full swing as I sat at an unoccupied table, holding a glass of wine. To be honest, I was not particularly adept at these so-called business gatherings. They often consisted of idle boasts and trivial chatter, lacking any substantial meaning. Just then, an incredibly alluring woman sat beside me. She casually tossed her hair back and turned to look at me, her gaze curious. You don't seem like someone who frequently attends such gatherings, she remarked, her voice melodious like a nightingale. I shrugged, admitting, indeed, I feel somewhat out of place here. She chuckled softly, extending her hand. I am Lin Ruan, a friend of Rong Chunxue. I politely shook her hand. At this moment, Rong Chunxue approached us accompanied by a woman of striking poise and an equally alluring figure, her prominent assets drawing attention. This was Qin Mingwei, the sales director of the Southern School 13. Qin Mingwei assessed me with a glance and nodded slightly, welcoming me to our team. Just as our conversation commenced, the lights flickered abruptly and the music ceased. A gasp rippled through the crowd as a group of men in black surged forward, each wielding weapons. The leader shouted, "Rong Chunxue, today marks your demise." The atmosphere instantly thickened with tension. Instinctively, I shielded Rong Chunxue behind me and whispered to Qin Mingwei and Lin Ruowan to find a chance to hide. I then focused intently on the group of assailants, my muscles taut and ready for combat. After all, my past as a special forces soldier had instilled in me an unyielding courage against such rabble. Recognizing the intruders, Rong Chunxue disdainfully remarked that they were the notorious lackeys of the infamous Wang Batian from Yanjing City. "Huang Ergu, this is my family's banquet. Leave at once, or I shall make you regret it," she declared, her confidence unwavering. Huang Ergu let out a hearty laugh. "While others may fear your Murong family, Wang Batian has made it clear. If you do not withdraw your bid for the Chuyang Dongbao Villa project, I shall ruin your banquet." My gaze burned with intensity as I glared at Huang Ergu. "You insolent cur, causing a disturbance at someone else's gathering is beneath us. If you have the guts, let's settle this outside. Do you dare?" To my surprise, Huang Ergu, lacking any semblance of sense, believed that his entourage granted him invincibility. "You little brat, what do I have to fear? Just keep an eye on these three beauties beside you. I intend to have them singing my praises beneath me." Upon hearing this, I stepped towards the banquet's entrance, mentally revisiting the ancient techniques of the 10 great acupuncture points imparted by my grandfather. Cautiously, I clutched 5 or 6 silver needles, awaiting the opportune moment. Huang Ergu followed me into the open space outside, gesturing for his men to encircle me. I smirked, "Come on, Lil Huang." Enraged, Huang Ergu charged at me. I deftly sidestepped his assault and swiftly plunged a silver needle into his pressure point, causing his arm to go numb and his attack to falter. "You deceived me," he bellowed. "Against scum like you, there is no need for rules." As I spoke, I darted among his subordinates, the silver needles dancing through the air. With each needle that struck, a foe collapsed. Seeing the tide turn, Rong Chunxue and the others found their courage and began to confront the remaining intruders who had breached the hall. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Huang Ergu attempted to flee. I would not grant him such an opportunity. More needles flew, and he fell to his knees. "Return to Wang Batian and inform him that should he dare provoke the Murong family again, the consequences will be dire," I commanded. Huang Ergu scrambled away in a panic. Back inside, Rong Chunxue regarded me with gratitude. "Thank you." Qin Mingwei and Lin Ruowan cast admiring glances in my direction. After this crisis had passed, the business soiree resumed its course. I have officially become a member of the Murong family team. Yet through this incident, everyone has come to realize that I, seemingly ordinary, possess extraordinary skills that should not be underestimated. After the dinner, Rong Chunxue, Qin Mingwei, and Lin Ruowan noticed my somewhat bored demeanor. Qin Mingwei chuckled, her ample bosom swaying like a pair of delicate lanterns, captivating my attention and stirring my emotions. Observing my unabashed admiration, Rong Chunxue laughed, saying, 13. Could you refrain from gazing so openly at her? Be careful, or she might give you a hard time at work tomorrow. Impossible. How could I resist such a graceful lady? Who wouldn't seize the chance to admire such beauty? I replied, rather boastfully. Lin Ruowan, slightly irked, sought to tease me, saying, South 13, is it only the stunning director Qin Mingwei that captivates your gaze? What about us? The assets of both me and Miss Rong Chunxue are not to be underestimated. As she spoke, she deliberately accentuated her own voluptuous figure. I thought to myself, this could spell trouble. These 3 ladies are certainly not to be trifled with. Ladies, please, spare me your jests. By the way, have you all eaten? If not, why don't you invite me out for barbecue? After all that exertion, I'm quite famished. Rong Chunxue burst into hearty laughter, her mirth as grand as the waves. I thought you were satisfied from gazing at beauties. Isn't it said that exquisite ladies are a feast for the eyes? Indeed, But when has a beauty ever treated someone to a meal? Isn't it always the handsome gentleman like you who pay? Qin Mingwei responded with a giggle. I rubbed my forehead. Oh dear. I just retired from the special forces, and my pockets are emptier than my face. How about this, the lovely director Qin? Why not advance me some funds? I promise to repay it from my salary later. With her arms crossed and an amused expression, Qin Mingwei retorted, Dream on. Wanting an advance before even starting work? Lin Ruan stifled a laugh beside her, while Rong Chunxue waved her hand. All right, since I'm in a good mood today, I shall treat you all. We arrived at a bustling barbecue stall, indulging in our meal, when suddenly the temperature dropped sharply. Alert! I stood up and noticed a mist enveloping the surroundings. From the fog emerged several individuals dressed in peculiar attire, one of whom coldly declared, South 13. Today you have offended someone you ought not to have. Wang Batian has formidable backing. A chill ran down my spine, but I maintained my composure, thinking, no matter who it is, South 13 fears no one. The individuals exchanged glances and charged at us. I swiftly drew several silver needles in response, while Rong Chunxue and the others, although frightened, did not retreat. In the midst of the skirmish, I discerned a unique aura of spiritual energy emanating from them. It seemed the matter was far more complex than mere commercial rivalry. However, I refused to back down, employing the ancient martial arts techniques my grandfather taught me, and soon found myself evenly matched against them. Suddenly, seizing the opportune moment, I unleashed a flurry of silver needles, which accurately struck their vital acupoints. Several individuals collapsed in response, and, as the smoke dissipated, it seemed as though nothing had ever transpired. Rong Chunxue let out a long sigh, remarking that trouble was surely in store for us in the future. I looked at her resolutely and assured her, Fear not, for while I am here, I shall take care of you all. The girls rushed towards me, playfully scratching at me, their antics making it quite unbearable. Chapter 6. The contest in the villa. The three of them were a whirlwind of laughter and merriment, their playful banter creating an atmosphere of sheer joy. However, poor me found myself utterly overwhelmed. It must be noted that from their presence emanated an enchanting fragrance, an intoxicating blend of natural body scent mingled with the exquisite aroma of high-end Dior perfume. These two scents intertwined like an invisible web, ensnaring my heart in a tight embrace. In an instant, I felt as though some part of my being had been ignited, leading to an uncontrollable reaction. Oh dear, such a sensation was undeniably embarrassing. I hastily clasped my hands together, arching my back high like a shrimp, my face awash with pleading expressions. Dear ladies, I implored, I acknowledge my transgressions. I beseech you, spare me this time. Shall we return to our revelry with drinks and games? Whoever loses must dutifully down a refreshing mug of beer. Upon hearing my desperate pleas, Rong Chunxue and her companions finally ceased their playful assault. I observed a sly smile creeping onto Rong Chunxue's lips as she replied sweetly, Very well. Since you have spoken thus, my sisters, and I shall ensure that you become thoroughly intoxicated tonight. However, considering the circumstances, it is rather inconvenient here. What if we all indulge a bit too much and are unable to drive home? How about we simply take the festivities back to my villa? We can revel to our heart's content there. What do you think? Although a hint of hesitation lingered in my heart at her suggestion, I found it difficult to refuse and thus nodded in agreement. Subsequently, we summoned the waiter and ordered a delightful array of delectable dishes, such as fragrant roasted lamb, tender juicy beef, and chewy beef tendons. Meanwhile, I made my way to the side, straining to lift an entire case of Yenjing beer and carefully placed it in the trunk of the remarkably stylish Porsche Panamera. With all preparations complete, we joyously set off towards Rong Chunxue's luxurious villa. Upon arriving at her standalone residence, I was astounded by the wealth of this young lady. The villa was adorned in an antique style, embellished with dragon and phoenix carvings, exuding the grandeur of an imperial court. The interior decor was nothing short of resplendent, radiating brilliance. As I placed the case of Yenjing beer beneath the coffee table in the living room, Rong Chunxue, Qin Mingwei, and Lin Ruan entered, carrying an assortment of skewers and delicacies. Rong Chunxue then cleared the tea set from the table, and we arranged the food on the spacious surface, gathering together in a convivial circle. Beautiful Mu, please fetch 4 cups from your kitchen, for I am about to unleash my prowess. With a grand flourish of my hand, I prepared to engage in a fierce showdown. Rong Chunxue, akin to a majestic swan, gracefully glided to the kitchen and returned with 4 crystal goblets, carrying them with the elegance of a princess from a royal court, evoking both admiration and envy. With a swift motion, I clinked the caps of 2 beer bottles together, and they popped open effortlessly. "Ah, it seems you indulged during your Special Forces days," I remarked, impressed by the nonchalance of the act, eliciting a smile from Qin Mingwei. I handed 1 bottle to Lin Ruowan, who poured it into her crystal glass. I filled my own and Rong Chunxue's goblets as well. "Ladies, are you familiar with the game of rock, paper, scissors?" Both Lin Ruowan and Rong Chunxue shook their heads, yet Qin Mingwei rolled up her sleeves, declaring, "Let us commence. I am well accustomed to drinking with officials from the government and construction committee." "Very well, I shall not hold back," I proclaimed. "To sisterhood and prosperity. May fortune smile upon us." The first round commenced, and Qin Mingwei lost. This spirited woman, indeed a sales director, raised her beer glass and downed it in one go. Lin Ruowan and Rong Chunxue exchanged glances. "Let us play a guessing game, the Hong Kong style. 10, 15, 20. Do you know how?" "Absolutely. Let us continue." To my surprise, she proved to be quite the adept player, and I found myself defeated once again. Mimicking Qin Mingwei, I downed my drink in one gulp. When it was Rong Chunxue's turn, I anticipated her to falter, yet she surprised me by downing 2 beers effortlessly, leaving me feeling overwhelmed. "Miss, where's your restroom? I need to relieve myself before returning. I refuse to be bested by the 3 of you," I awkwardly inquired. She pointed delicately. "That way, it's the guest bathroom." As I walked away, I could hear their laughter. "This guy is formidable in combat, but not in drinking," Lin Ruowan teased. "Not that he cannot, but perhaps his constitution is lacking." I could hear their banter as I pondered, determined to prevail this evening, lest I bring shame upon my Special Forces reputation. Upon emerging from the restroom, I silently steadied my breath, akin to a soldier preparing for battle. Resuming my place at the table, my gaze was resolute. Let us continue. In the following rounds, bolstered by the formidable will instilled in me through my training, I gradually turned the tide. Qin Mingwei and Lin Ruowan began to show signs of inebriation. Observing the precarious situation, Rong Chunxue exchanged a knowing glance with them. Suddenly, they leaned in, each linking an arm with mine, playfully imploring, "Brother, let us abandon the competition and engage in something else." I was momentarily taken aback by their boldness. At that precise moment, the doorbell rang. Rong Chunxue went to answer it, revealing her butler delivering some hangover soup. Seizing the opportunity, I extricated myself from their hold, inwardly relieved. After consuming the hangover remedy, the atmosphere grew somewhat delicate. However, my sole desire was to triumph in this drinking contest, so I proposed another round. This time, I performed exceptionally well, ultimately leading all 3 girls to surrender. Observing their inebriated states, I couldn't help but smile proudly, having preserved my dignity as a Special Forces soldier. As night deepened, the gathering gradually drew to a close amidst laughter and cheer. Rong Chunxue instructed me to assist each of them to their respective rooms. Ultimately, I was guided to the innermost chamber. I reclined on the bed, reflecting on the events of the day, and soon drifted into a hazy slumber. However, around midnight, I was roused by the pressing need to relieve myself. With bleary eyes, I made my way to the bathroom. Upon pushing open the door, I was enveloped by a thick fog, and there before me appeared the exquisite form of Qin Mingwei, her ample bosom radiating vitality. Chapter 7. An ambiguous night caught between urgency and the intoxicating scene. I found it increasingly difficult to contain myself. Just as I turned to exit the bathroom, Qin Mingwei's voice rang out, "Stop." Her languid tone rendered me momentarily frozen, and I stammered, "Mingwei, I didn't mean to intrude. I simply need to use the restroom after drinking quite a bit of beer tonight." She let out a soft hum, having already seen me, yet still feigning modesty. My face flushed crimson, leaving me at a loss for words. At that moment, she wrapped herself in a towel and slowly approached, each step resonating with the rhythm of my heartbeat. "In truth, from the very first glance, I sense you were different," she whispered close to my ear. My mind went blank, and just as I was about to respond, a sudden commotion erupted outside. It turned out that Lin Ruowan had awakened in search of water and inadvertently collided with some furniture. This unexpected noise shattered the intimate atmosphere. Qin Mingwen nudged me, urging, "Quickly go see what is happening." I bolted from the bathroom, relieved to escape, and rushed to check on Lin Ruowan. I found her sprawled on the living room sofa, clad in a gossamer nightgown, her long legs causing a rush of warmth to flood my senses. Grabbing a tissue from the sofa, I wiped my nose, only to have a stream of blood flow forth. Hastily, I pinched my nose to staunch the bleeding and assisted Lin Ruowan to her room, tucking her under the covers before quietly retreating. I then prepared to return to the bathroom to finally relieve myself, but Qin Mingwei was still awaiting my return. Mingwei, why are you still here? Perhaps you could step out for a moment. I am quite uncomfortable." She chuckled softly, a charming smile gracing her lips, and then stepped aside, inviting me in. I nodded in gratitude and quickly slipped into the room, securely shutting the door behind me. As I entered, I rushed toward the toilet, as if pursued by a legion. The long-suppressed urge surged forth like a torrent breaking free from a dam, an overwhelming and tumultuous release that brought me immense relief and joy. After satisfying my physiological needs, I stepped out of the restroom with a light-hearted gait, a smile of undeniable pleasure gracing my face. Returning to my room, I dashed to the bedside, leaping like an agile monkey into the warm embrace of my cozy bedding. However, just as I settled down to relish this fleeting moment of tranquility, an unusual sensation surged within me. I felt two soft, elastic forms pressing against my back, and at the same time, a pair of delicate, porcelain-like hands began to tenderly caress my broad and sturdy chest. Qin Mingwei leaned closer to my ear, her voice a soft whisper, "Don't make a sound, little man. Be good and let your sister take care of you. Tell me, have you ever been with another woman?" At her words, my body tensed abruptly, my heart racing with a sudden surge of anxiety. I stammered, "Mingwei, this doesn't seem right." Qin Mingwei, noticing my discomfort, let out a gentle laugh, her voice ringing like the delicate chime of wind bells on a spring day, stirring something deep within me. Just as I found myself at a loss for how to respond, she effortlessly rolled over, pinning me beneath her, and without hesitation, pressed her lips against mine. Her luscious, cherry-like mouth, reminiscent of a ripe fruit, exuded an enticing fragrance that easily pried open my lips, advancing boldly. "No, Mingwei, I have to sell the villa under your supervision tomorrow. You wouldn't make things difficult for me, would you?" I thought frantically, attempting to divert her forthcoming actions. "Hush, don't make a sound. If you don't let me enjoy myself, I'll make things hard for you," she replied, continuing her tender kisses. Her teasing ignited a fervor within me, leaving me in a state of unbearable heat. I thought, since there was no escaping this, I might as well savor the bold and seductive beauty of my supervisor. It reminded me of a joke once told by Captain Wang Yin from the Special Forces, about a man who, after meeting his blind date at her home, suddenly declared that things were progressing too quickly and that he didn't want to continue. The woman, infuriated, retorted, "You're really not a man," before storming off. Chuckling at the thought, I certainly did not wish to be that man. Qin Mingwei, hearing my laughter, continued her caresses. "Silly boy, what are you laughing at?" I quickly recounted the anecdote, and she laughed in return, "My little man, so what will you choose next?" Gazing at her enticing lips and voluptuous figure, I flipped her over, declaring, "I will become the greatest king of Yanjing and the most beautiful lover in the world." Our passions ignited like dry, tinder meeting a flame, and we were swept away in a tempest of desire. I lost track of time until the storm finally subsided. Qin Mingwei playfully bit my shoulder. "You're such a rogue. Don't you know how to be gentle?" This is my first time, reflecting on my earlier wild actions. I embraced her and softly whispered, "My dear, I sincerely apologize. This is my first time, and I was unaware of how to navigate this situation. I promise to be more gentle next time, if that is agreeable." That was more like it, yet the experience was undeniably delightful, leaving me feeling as though I had ascended to celestial heights. As we exchanged sweet nothings, Qin Mingwei turned over to don her attire. "Darling, this young lady intends to indulge in a little more rest. Please ensure that Rong Chunxue and Lin Ruowan remain oblivious, or we may find ourselves in a precarious position." I planted a kiss upon her, exclaiming, This is hardly the bold persona you exhibited earlier at Rong Chunxue's villa. Enough of that. I have noticed that both of those young ladies seem to harbor feelings for you, and I would prefer to secure you for myself before they have the chance," she declared, waving her hand as she sauntered out of the room, her waist swaying enticingly. Once she departed, I noticed that the place where she had lain was adorned with a few rose petals, an image that thrilled me immensely. It became evident that this was indeed her first experience. I had assumed that her bold and carefree demeanor indicated she was seasoned in matters of the heart. With that realization, I hastily rose from the bed and placed the sheets in the washing machine in the bathroom. It was imperative that Rong Chunxue remained unaware of our escapade. Otherwise, even with 9 lives, I would undoubtedly face her wrath. Once everything was in order, I hung the sheets in the area designated for drying clothes. Returning to my room, I found that the events of the night had completely dispelled my drowsiness, leaving me wide awake until dawn. The following morning, Rong Chunxue arranged for the driver to take us home. In the car, I stole glances at Qin Mingyue, who seemed unfazed, gazing out the window as if last night had merely been a fleeting dream. Yet, the scene was indelibly etched in my mind, and I understood that the nature of our relationship had subtly transformed. Chapter 8. The first day at work, however, just as we neared the home in where I resided, Qin Mingyue instructed the driver to head to the marketing center of Yutsue Manor. Upon our arrival, 2 tall and striking security personnel rushed to open the car door and greeted Qin Mingyue. "Good morning, President Qin." She offered no acknowledgement, maintaining her usual air of aloofness. "Zhang Kai, please inform sales manager Wu Yume that I require a meeting at once. I have important matters to announce." "Understood, President Qin. I will notify her immediately." He dashed into the marketing center. I reached out to take her hand, but she gently brushed it away, casting me a sharp glance. The unspoken message was clear. In such a public space, it was prudent to maintain distance, as the presence of others could lead to unintended revelations reaching Rong Chunxue's ears, which would spell trouble for us. I returned her gaze with an understanding nod and followed her to the second floor, entering her sales director's office, where her secretary appeared to be a recent university graduate. "Su Feifei, could you please prepare us 2 cups of coffee? I did not rest well last night, and am feeling somewhat fatigued." "Certainly, President Mingyue. Still no sugar, I presume?" "Indeed. Nanjing-style coffee. Do you require sugar?" Qin Mingyue glanced at me and replied, "No, sweetened coffee lacks vigor." After Su Feifei departed, she flashed me a playful smile, indicating our shared affinity, even in our taste for coffee. "Indeed, soon I would be serving under you as a salesperson, aiming to emulate my beautiful leader. By the way, during the upcoming meeting, I shall announce your onboarding, and I will assign sales manager Wu Yume as your mentor. She is the top salesperson in this company, earning over 200,000 in commission each month. You should learn diligently from her." Heavens, is sales truly this lucrative? It's far superior to the salaries of civil servants. I was utterly astonished. Qin Mingyue continued to smile gently, asserting that skilled marketers are akin to blue-collar workers, albeit under significant pressure. One must learn to analyze and comprehend customer psychology, persuading them to willingly part with their money for your luxurious villas. I possess several marketing books specifically focused on high-end villa sales. You should peruse them later. By the way, are you still residing at a budget hotel? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I admitted that I had only recently retired and was still staying at the budget hotel. After pondering for a moment, Qin Mingyue suggested, "After work tonight, I'll take you to the 3-bedroom apartment I previously occupied. I now live in a villa with my parents, and the other rooms have remained vacant. It will be convenient for you to stay there while commuting to work. There's a bus that goes directly here." "That sounds wonderful, President Qin. You are truly my guardian angel." My exuberance made her chuckle softly. "You always have a quick wit, but remember, you must not bring any unsavory characters to my place, especially women. If I find out." She gestured playfully, mimicking a slicing motion. Instinctively, I clamped my legs together, prompting her to burst into laughter. "Last night, you seemed quite bold. Why the sudden timidity now?" "Oh, you're one to talk. After you left last night, I washed the sheets, worried that Rong Chunxue might notice. There was quite the impression left from our first night." Her face flushed crimson, her eyes wide with shock. Realizing my thoughtfulness, she conceded, "Consider yourself fortunate. This young lady will remember this gesture." Meanwhile, Su Feifei, who had gone to fetch us coffee, had been waiting outside and had clearly overheard our conversation, her face now a deep shade of red. Sensing the shift in topic, she knocked on the door, and upon hearing Qin Mingyue invite her in, she entered carrying a tray with 2 steaming cups of coffee. Her shy gaze avoided mine, leading me to believe she had indeed caught wind of our discussion. I reasoned that since Su Feifei was Qin Mingyue's secretary, they were likely in cahoots, and thus I dismissed any concern. As we sipped our coffee, Qin Mingyue introduced me to several senior executives from the marketing center. After some exchanges, Su Feifei noted that it was nearly time for the meeting. President Mingyue, shall we proceed to the conference room? Zhang Kai mentioned you have important announcements to make. The 3 of us made our way to a spacious conference room that could accommodate 40 to 50 people, finding it already filled with attendees. I observed with great caution that only 14 individuals were adorned with sales badges, 4 of whom were men and 10 women, each seemingly imbued with a captivating beauty. The remainder, I surmised, were colleagues from various departments within the marketing center or support staff. Qin Mingyue took her place at the head of the table and introduced me to everyone, mentioning the dashing gentleman beside me, Nanpai Shisan, a retired Special Forces soldier personally recommended by the esteemed Miss Rong Chunxue. Henceforth, he would officially join our ranks. And Manager Wu Yume, I entrust you with his training, guiding him meticulously on the path to becoming a distinguished and exceptional sales professional. Turning her gaze toward me, she encouraged, please introduce yourself and greet your colleagues. Clearing my throat, I confidently presented myself, expressing my delight at the prospect of sharing this journey with everyone. I am Nanpai Shisan, a veteran of 6 years in a Special Forces battalion in a certain Special Operations Brigade in Yenjing. Due to a covert mission abroad, I was compelled to retire discreetly. Now, I return as a novice in the professional realm, and I sincerely hope for the support and guidance of all my brothers and sisters present as we strive to elevate our sales endeavors to greater heights. Having said all that was in my heart, I felt an immense weight lift from my chest and a sense of ease washed over me. I exhaled a long breath, my body relaxing in tandem. Su Feifei, seated nearby, had been watching me intently, and, upon witnessing my newfound relief, a subtle smile graced her lips, a smile rich with deep meaning and allure, capturing my gaze entirely. At that moment, Qin Mingyue initiated a round of applause, which was soon echoed by others, filling the conference room with a warm and resounding ovation. With a face beaming with approval, Qin Mingyue remarked, "Well done, Nanpai Shisan. You often humbly claim to be inarticulate, yet today's succinct expression has allowed us all to grasp the core of the matter profoundly. I believe that, given time to hone your skills, you will undoubtedly emerge as an outstanding sales elite." Feeling somewhat bashful from the enthusiastic praise, I waved my hand in modesty and quickly clarified, "Oh no, please do not flatter me so." I rehearsed this speech in my mind several times before daring to voice it. My words elicited hearty laughter from everyone present, transforming the previously serious and tense atmosphere of the meeting into one of lighthearted joy. Subsequently, Qin Mingyue discussed various management matters concerning the marketing center before announcing the adjournment of the meeting. As I was the last to leave, Manager Wu Yume turned to me and instructed, "Shisan, please accompany me to my office. I have matters to discuss with you." Chapter 9. Wu Yume's office with a sense of trepidation. I closely followed my mentor, Wu Yume, as I entered her office. Upon stepping inside, I was immediately enveloped by a distinctive atmosphere, one that starkly contrasted with that of Qin Mingyue's office. Though the design featured an inner and outer chamber, the ambience felt entirely different. Wu Yume's office radiated vitality and a relaxed aura. The walls were painted in vibrant colors, adorned with imaginative artworks and lush greenery, creating an inviting and lively sanctuary. I watched as Wu Yume gracefully approached her expansive desk, slightly bending forward to retrieve 2 substantial volumes from a drawer. With a warm smile, she presented them to me. I focused my gaze and realized they were 2 professional texts on high-end villa sales techniques and marketing psychology. "Please hold on for a moment," she said. "I accompanied a client for a late-night meal last evening, and perhaps the food was less than sanitary, as I'm feeling a bit unwell." As she spoke, she gently rubbed her abdomen and then turned towards the inner restroom. Shortly after the door closed, the less than ideal soundproofing of the suite allowed the sound of running water to reach my ears. My thoughts inevitably drifted back to Wu Yume's attire. The perfectly tailored short skirt paired with those enigmatic black stockings stirred a ripple of emotions within me, igniting a flutter of intrigue. Despite having indulged in an intimate encounter with Qin Mingwei the previous night, leaving me thoroughly satisfied, I found myself experiencing an inexplicable response to the sound of this unfamiliar woman in the restroom. As I indulged in these wandering thoughts, a sudden, melodious ringtone shattered the awkward silence. I jolted back to reality and hastily retrieved my phone from my pocket. The screen illuminated with the name Rong Chunxue, causing my heart to race, and I promptly answered. 13. How was your first day at Yutsue Manor? Are you adjusting well? Rong Chunxue's cheerful voice resonated. I chuckled lightly. It's wonderful. We just had a unique welcome gathering. President Qin Mingwei introduced me to manager Wu Yume, who will personally guide me in becoming an exceptional sales elite. Rong Chunxue laughed joyfully on the other end. That's great to hear. Make sure to learn well from Yume. She has been our Group S sales champion for 5 consecutive years. Her understanding of client relations and application of psychological principles is exceptional. I hope you grow quickly and become a source of pride for me. Rest assured, Rong, I won't let you down. Focus on your work. There's no need to worry about me, I replied. Make sure to drink plenty of water. I notice your lips appear a bit parched. You should invest in some quality lip balm to remedy that. I observed her concern, likely stemming from her frequent late nights and insufficient hydration, leaving her lips somewhat chapped. Rong Chunxue chuckled on the other end of the phone, suggesting, how about you buy it from me when you secure your first deal? Oh no. As a novice in sales, I have no idea when I might achieve results. Perhaps I could reimburse you in advance. Consider it a gift from me to you. We can't wait until then. I'm concerned about your lips cracking. Autumn is fast approaching, and the air in Yinjing is quite dry. If you don't moisturize soon, it pains me to see you like this. In light of your genuine concern for me, I'll heed your advice. All right then, you focus on your work. I too have other matters to attend to. As she spoke, Rong Chunxue touched her somewhat chapped lips, smiling blissfully. Listening to the silence on Wu Yume's end, I said, all right, Miss Rong, I shall hang up now. Just as I ended the call, an urgent and slightly pained voice from the washroom pierced through the air. 13. Come help me. Oh no, I accidentally fell. My heart tightened at her words, a wave of panic washing over me. What the predicamen? This is her office. If anyone were to walk in and witness us in the washroom like this, it would be incredibly embarrassing. However, I could not afford to dwell on such thoughts, for Wu Yume's tone suggested an emergency. Without further hesitation, I dashed forward and forcefully pushed open the washroom door. The sight that met my eyes left me momentarily stunned. Wu Yume lay half on the ground, her clothes in disarray, revealing large swathes of her fair, smooth skin that glimmered enticingly. More striking was the sight of her pink panties, which had yet to be pulled up properly, dangling loosely between her thighs, evoking an air of irresistible allure. Master, what on earth happened? Regaining my senses, I hurriedly approached her, avoiding direct eye contact with her breathtaking form. I quickly turned my head away and extended my arms for a solid embrace, carefully lifting Wu Yume from the floor. In that instant, her ample bosom pressed against my chest, a strange sensation coursing through me, causing my face to flush a deep crimson, akin to a ripened apple. Simultaneously, Wu Yume's cheeks were already flushed, resembling a luscious, blushing apple, her embarrassment evident. Perhaps due to her injury, she could only balance on one foot, appearing precarious and invoking a sense of concern. Standing upright, her soft hands hastily adjusted her panties and smoothed her short skirt. 13. I think I twisted my right ankle. Please carry me to the sofa. All right. Are you ready? She nodded on my shoulder, and with a gentle lift, I cradled her carefully. I cradled her gently and brought her to the outer office, carefully placing her onto the sofa. I knelt beside her, preparing to remove her stockings to examine her sprained right foot. What are you up to? She exclaimed playfully, a hint of shyness flickering in her gaze. Master, have you forgotten? During the meeting earlier, I was a special forces operative, and my grandfather imparted to me ancient and mysterious medical techniques, including the long-lost 10-needle methods. This sprain is trivial. Chapter 10. Treating dysmenorrhea. Wu Yume regarded me with a mixture of skepticism and anticipation, questioning whether my claims held any truth. I hope you don't make it worse, she murmured. With a reassuring grin, I replied, "Rest assured, Master, my skills are hereditary and will not fail you. The needle techniques my grandfather taught me possess miraculous effects, such as the 13 ghost needles, 9 needles of returning yang, the Chinka needle, and the Tai divine needle, each with its unique purpose and efficacy." As I delicately removed her black stockings, her fair and slender right foot was revealed. I noticed her ankle was slightly swollen, displaying a faint bruise that resembled a dark blossom unfurling upon her skin. I extended my fingers, gently pressing around her ankle while observing her reactions. Wu Yumei furrowed her brow and exhaled softly in discomfort. I nodded, my expression turning serious. "Master, you have strained your tendons, but it is not severe. I will first massage your foot to relax the muscles in preparation for the upcoming acupuncture treatment." With that, I began to skillfully massage her calf and ankle, my fingers dancing like graceful performers upon her skin. In no time, her expression softened considerably. "Surprisingly, that feels quite pleasant," she confessed, a look of contentment gracing her features. "Indeed, my grandfather taught me these techniques from a young age. While massaging, I employ special methods to enhance blood circulation and alleviate pain," I replied with a smile. "However, Master, I noticed some stagnation in your vital energy." Curiosity sparkled in Wu Yumei's eyes as she questioned, "What does that mean?" I explained, "It signifies that your blood circulation may not be optimal, possibly due to your lifestyle habits, such as frequent late nights and prolonged sitting. Master, I sense your menstrual cycle is also irregular, accompanied by dysmenorrhea." My concern was evident in my gaze. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she stammered, "How did you even discern that?" I chuckled lightly, "Master, my ancient medical knowledge is not in vain. By massaging your acupoints and observing your physical condition, I can identify various issues. Fear not, for having discovered this, I shall assist you in healing. I will apply my grandfather's needle techniques to restore your well-being and liberate you from these afflictions." Wu Yumei gazed at me with a touch of emotion, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of light. 13. I never expected you to be so attentive. However, I have been suffering from dysmenorrhea for many years, and despite consulting numerous doctors and taking countless medications, I have found little relief. Master, allow me to assist you. I will first attempt acupuncture to see if it can alleviate your discomfort. I will employ some techniques from the 13 ghostly needles to harmonize your qi and blood, as well as to open your meridians. Additionally, the 9 needles of returning yang can help warm and dispel cold, which should be beneficial for your pain, I declared confidently, my gaze resolute. Acupuncture? I'm a bit apprehensive, as I've heard it can be quite painful, Wu Yumei admitted nervously, her body trembling slightly. Do not fear, Master. I will be exceedingly careful. Acupuncture is remarkably effective for treating dysmenorrhea. I will first locate the acupoints, then gently insert fine silver needles, ensuring it won't hurt excessively. I will also utilize the Tai divine needle to assist in the treatment, which possesses a miraculous ability to warm and open the meridians, I reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. With that, I retrieved a set of silver needles from my pocket, a cherished heirloom passed down from my grandfather, which I always kept close. The silver needles glimmered under the light, seemingly imbued with an infinite, mysterious power. After sterilizing the needles over an alcohol lamp, I began to search for acupoints on Wu Yumei's body. Master, I'm about to commence the acupuncture. It may sting a little. Please bear with it. I will strive to be gentle, I announced, my eyes filled with concentration. Wu Yumei nodded, tightly closing her eyes, her hands gripping the armrests of the sofa as her body tensed slightly. I carefully inserted the silver needles into her acupoints, my technique both skilled and precise, akin to performing a beautiful melody. Before long, Wu Yumei was adorned with needles, resembling a silver hedgehog. Master, how do you feel? Is it very painful? I inquired, concern evident in my gaze. Wu Yumei slowly opened her eyes, a hint of surprise on her face. Well, it feels a bit numb, but I can endure it. It's not as painful as I imagined. That's good to hear. It indicates that the acupuncture is beginning to take effect. Please lie still for a while. I will leave the needles in for 20 minutes. During this time, do your best to relax and not to tense up, I instructed, gently covering her with a light blanket. As we waited, I engaged Wu Yumei in conversation. Master, with your busy work schedule, you must take care of your health. You cannot always burn the midnight oil. It's essential to rest. Health is the foundation of all endeavors. If your body falters, how can you work? I expressed, a note of concern in my eyes. Wu Yumei let out a wry smile. There is little choice. In sales, the pressure is immense. Clients' demands can arise at any moment, necessitating late nights and overtime. Sometimes, to secure a client, I must accompany them for drinks and meals, leading to a rather irregular lifestyle. Then you must learn to adjust your life rhythm. Engaging in activities such as yoga or running could be beneficial, I suggested. Exercise can enhance blood circulation and improve physical well-being. I can also teach you some simple wellness techniques to help you regulate your body. I mentioned that the wellness practices my grandfather taught me are quite beneficial. I hardly have time, Wu Yumei exclaimed, a hint of exasperation on her face. After a long day at work, I'm utterly exhausted, and I'm not particularly fond of exercise. Master, that won't do, I replied. You can begin with some simple exercises, such as performing a few gentle stretches each morning or taking a 10-minute walk after returning home from work. These uncomplicated activities won't consume much of your time, yet they will greatly benefit your health. I firmly believe that if you persevere, you will undoubtedly see results. My gaze conveyed encouragement. Wu Yumei smiled at me. Look at you, my little disciple, taking care of your master. Since you are so concerned, I shall heed your advice and try to carve out some time for exercise. 20 minutes swiftly passed, and I cautiously removed the silver needles from Wu Yumei's body. Master, how do you feel? Is your ankle still aching? Is your stomach any better? I inquired, my eyes brimming with anticipation. Wu Yumei moved her body slightly, her face lighting up with surprise. Oh, it seems I feel considerably more at ease. The pain in my ankle has diminished, and my stomach feels warm. That bloating sensation has vanished. 13. You truly possess remarkable skills. I never expected your acupuncture to be so effective. That's wonderful, I responded. However, acupuncture treatment cannot remedy everything in just one session. You will need several treatments. You should also pay attention to your diet and lifestyle habits. Try to avoid cold foods and consume more warming foods, such as red dates and longan. I will assist you in formulating a detailed wellness plan, encompassing diet, exercise, and acupuncture treatments. I am confident that if you adhere to the plan, your health will progressively improve. Wu Yumei nodded. All right, Master, I will follow your guidance. I never imagined that my new disciple would be so adept in medicine and possess such extensive wellness knowledge. I shall learn about health from you henceforth. Master, all this knowledge comes from my grandfather. He is quite an exceptional person, well-versed in many subjects, and I consider myself fortunate to learn from him, I declared proudly, a beaming smile illuminating my face. By the way, Master, how did you end up falling in the washroom? I suddenly recalled, curiosity glimmering in my eyes. Wu Yumei's face flushed again, a flicker of embarrassment in her gaze. It was simply because my stomach was uncomfortable and I was in a rush to use the restroom. I inadvertently twisted my ankle upon exiting. It's entirely my own fault for being careless. I chuckled. Master, you mustn't be so hasty in the future. Safety comes first. If you're feeling unwell, make sure to rest promptly instead of pushing yourself. If you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out to me. I know. You're so nagging. Nevertheless, I must thank you. 13. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known what to do today, Wu Yumei said, playfully rolling her eyes at me. Yet her gaze was filled with gratitude. At that moment, the office door was unexpectedly knocked upon, startling both Wu Yumei and me. We exchanged a glance, our eyes betraying a hint of tension. Who is it? Wu Yumei inquired, her voice trembling slightly. Manager Wu, it's me, Shaoli. I have a document that requires your signature, came a man's voice from outside. Oh, just a moment, Wu Yumei replied, glancing at me. Sure, San. You should hide in the back room. Don't let anyone see you. If anyone discovers you in my office, assisting me with treatment, it could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. I nodded and hurriedly retreated to the inner room. Shortly thereafter, Wu Yumei opened the door to let Shaoli in. Manager Wu, here is the document. Please take a look, Shaoli said, handing the file to Wu Yumei. She took the document, reviewed it, and then affixed her signature. All right, you may take it now, Wu Yumei said, striving to maintain her composure. Okay, Manager Wu. By the way, are you all right? I thought I heard you call out just now, Xiaoli asked, concern evident in his eyes. Oh, it's nothing. I accidentally bumped into the table. It's not a big deal, Wu Yumei responded, forcing a calm demeanor. That's good to hear. I'll take my leave now. With that, Xiaoli turned to exit the office. I emerged from the back room, saying, Master, fortunately, I wasn't discovered. If anyone had seen me, I truly wouldn't know how to explain it. Chapter 11. The Villa Monarch. As the clock's hands approached 10, Wu Yumei was acutely aware that this was the peak hour for prospective buyers at the marketing center. Let us go, my apprentice. I shall take you to meet some clients. You must pay close attention and learn how I engage with them. Wu Yumei cheerfully beckoned. I instinctively glanced at her elegant high heels and said with concern, Master, do take care when walking. Don't rush. Perhaps you should switch to flats? After all, wearing high heels could lead to an unfortunate sprain. All right then, wait for me a moment. I'll change my shoes and we'll head downstairs immediately. Wu Yumei replied with a smile. Before long, Wu Yumei emerged from the inner room, now wearing a pair of comfortable sneakers. However, paired with her black stockings and ultra-short skirt, she exuded a unique charm. Oh my master, you are naturally beautiful. You look divine in anything, I exclaimed sincerely. Stop with the flattery and let us get going. If we dawdle any longer, those beautiful saleswomen downstairs will surely steal all the clients. Wu Yumei playfully chided, her face radiant with a flower-like smile, still captivating and enchanting. Sure, San, from now on, you shouldn't call me master, just call me sister. It makes me feel old. We should be of similar age. I'm only 25. As I was about to finish my words, Wu Yumei raised her petite pink fist and glared at me. I hastily fell silent and made my escape, only to hear her exclaim behind me, You little rascal, are you itching for trouble, trying to take advantage of your sister? Soon, I gently assisted her to the sales hall of the marketing center on the first floor. There were several groups of clients engaged in conversation when I noticed a beautiful young woman in her 30s being escorted into the marketing center by a security guard. I quickly composed myself, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor as I approached her, gazing sincerely into her enchanting eyes. Dear lady, your presence graces Yue manner with the beauty of facing the sea in springtime, I declared. Xia Yufei chuckled softly. You're not a sales agent, are you? Such poetic words are not typically spoken by salespeople. Dear lady, your eyes possess exquisite taste. To use a contemporary phrase, you are truly captivating before you. All falsehoods seem so pale. She continued, with such eloquence in your aura, you must be from a military background. My husband possesses a similar disposition. He is an officer in a special forces brigade. Oh my, I can no longer address you as dear lady, but must now call you sister-in-law, I replied, still gazing sincerely at Xia Yufei. Why address me as sister-in-law? Are you attempting to persuade me to purchase your villa by getting close to me? Upon hearing her skepticism, I retrieved my discharge certificate from the inner pocket of my suit. Sister-in-law, am I deceiving you? I too serve as a non-commissioned officer in a special forces brigade for 6 years, having just discreetly retired a week ago. Xia Yufei widened her eyes, covering her mouth with a laugh. What a coincidence. No wonder you are different from the rest. In that case, please summon your superior and present me with the finest and most expensive standalone villa. Consider it your sister-in-law's support. Please, sister-in-law, you ought to take a closer look first, to understand the project, the layout, and so forth. I cannot emotionally coerce you into a decision. I continued, if you truly have an interest, we can always consider purchasing later, right? Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Nanpai Shisan from Bijia, Guizhou, and I am 24 years old. At that moment, my mentor, Wu Yumei, approached us. Esteemed guest, what 13 said is correct. I am his mentor and the manager of the sales department, Wu Yumei. Today is his first day at work, and if he has said anything amiss, I hope you can overlook it. Not at all. I find a wonderful rapport with Nanpai Shisan. His communication gives me a familial feeling. How about this? Manager Wu, lead me directly to the model unit. If it meets my expectations, I shall reserve the top unit here and pay in full with a single transaction. Wu Yumei was immediately elated, quickly guiding Xia Yufei toward the model unit. I followed closely behind, sharing insights about the landscape design concepts along the way. Upon reaching the model unit, Xia Yufei surveyed her surroundings, her eyes brimming with satisfaction. She opened the window, inhaling the fresh air and admiring the beautiful scenery, then turned to Wu Yumei and said, "This house is truly remarkable. The environment is splendid, and I am quite fond of it." Wu Yumei responded with a smile, elaborating on the layout and decorative details of the room. At that moment, a man in a suit hurriedly approached, spotting Xia Yufei and exclaiming, "My dear, so this is where you are. I just tidied up the assorted items in the car and turned around to find you missing." It was then that we learned he was Xia Yufei's husband. Xia Yufei briefly explained the situation, and her husband patted me on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, thank you for looking after my little you." Subsequently, I offered him a formal military salute, to which he waved his hand, indicating that such formalities were unnecessary in casual attire. Xia Yufei linked her arm with his and introduced him. "Darling, this is Nanpai Shisan. By the way, 13. You should call him Su Kai, or Brother Su." Su Kai pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Nanpai Shisan, you are the one who undertook special missions abroad and had to retire in secrecy." Upon hearing this, I realized he was indeed aware of my background. I stepped forward, extending my hands to clasp with his. "Commander, you are also aware of this matter." He appeared somewhat excited and burst into hearty laughter. 13. Do you know? Since your retirement, even the division commander and the general have taken pride in you. And the princess of a certain kingdom, Yilishasha, she is the dream of countless people. He continued, "By the way, 13, do you still keep in touch with Princess Ili? We are all quite eager for the day you bring her back and treat us to a wedding feast. Your drinking capacity is truly astonishing." I replied, "Brother Su, to be honest, our statuses are different. Although I promised her I would convince her to return to the country and continue her development in Yanjing, I actually wish to spare our brigade commander and political commissar any embarrassment and prevent a diplomatic incident." He encouraged me, "Brother, do not lose heart. You have already endured such difficult times. Always have dreams and aspirations, even if the outcome is not as desired. At least we can hold our heads high for our youth. Wouldn't you agree?" Xia Yufei and Wu Yumei exchanged astonished glances, questioning the mystery of the king and the princess. We shared a knowing smile. "This is a secret. It cannot be spoken of. Come on, 13. Let us proceed with the paperwork." Su Kai and Xia Yufei promptly signed the contract and made the full payment. Over 80 million. It was only at the moment of payment that I learned Xia Yufei was the eldest daughter of the Xia family in Yanjing. As we bid them farewell, they insisted on adding me on WeChat. After scanning each other's QR codes, Xia Yufei promised to bring her close friends to view the property in the future. They then drove off, beaming with joy. Wu Yumei was ecstatic, exclaiming, "Little 13, you have made a significant contribution today. You have pioneered a new path for our company, selling the villa on your very first day." I remember it took me half a month to make my first sale. I touched my forehead and chuckled foolishly. It was merely a stroke of luck. If it weren't for this connection, making a sale would indeed be quite challenging. Chapter 12. An unexpected turn of events following this. Wu Yumei added me to the WeChat sales group for Yutsue Manor. The direct manager, Director Qin Mingyue, was also present in the group. The moment everyone saw Wu Yumei announce the news, the group erupted in excitement. Warmest congratulations to Nanpai Shisan, who on his first day of work successfully sold an 80 million villa with the full amount received at once. We all erupted into applause, cheering for the handsome gentleman and wishing for the continued success of our Yutsue Manor project. The group chat was instantly flooded with various emojis, and many colleagues sent voice messages expressing their astonishment and congratulations. At this moment, Qin Mingyue spoke up. "Nanpai Shisan has indeed demonstrated remarkable performance. But I hope this is not merely a stroke of luck. We should all strive to emulate his spirit of perseverance. Tonight, the company is hosting a dinner, both to celebrate Nanpai Shisan's accomplishments and to uplift the team spirit." Everyone responded enthusiastically. When the evening's gathering commenced, Miss Rong Chunxue also arrived. Having heard from Qin Mingyue about the sale of the villa, she was both delighted and surprised by the news. The atmosphere at the party was vibrant, and after a few rounds of drinks, someone urged me to share my sales experiences. I stood up, cleared my throat, and said, "There are no particularly special methods. I simply engage sincerely with my clients. Our U2A manner is inherently advantageous. We just need to identify our target customers and showcase our strengths. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, Qin Mingyue quietly leaned over and whispered to me, "I heard that the buyer's identity is shrouded in mystery. Do you happen to know anything?" I smiled in silence, thinking it wise to keep the underlying secrets to myself for now, as it entailed far too many intricate relationships. Rong Chunxue was also curious, but as the vice president of the group, she could not broach such a topic in front of these sales elites. Instead, she stole a few glances my way. Since her graduation with a master's degree and her breakup with her boyfriend, her heart has remained untroubled, despite numerous introductions from family. She has declined every potential suitor. The emotional turmoil inflicted by Feng Jiansheng was far too great. They had reached the stage of discussing marriage when he was caught engaging in illicit activities at a high-end business club, resulting in his immediate arrest. To make matters worse, Feng Jiansheng insisted that his parents not retrieve him from the police station, instead informing the authorities that Rong Chunxue was his girlfriend and compelling her to pay a 5,000 yuan fine to secure his release. Not long after, this incident was exposed by well-meaning individuals, thrusting the Murong family into the public eye. Upon learning of the events, her parents and grandfather were infuriated, leading them to sever ties between her and Feng Jiansheng, ensuring they would no longer have any contact. Consequently, 6 years have passed, and Rong Chunxue has shown little interest in men, fearing the possibility of encountering someone like Feng Jiansheng again. Her heart cannot endure another wound. Although I had saved her life during a car accident last week, an act that perhaps stemmed from gratitude, I am fully aware that individuals from elite families like Rong Chunxue, as well as royal figures such as Yilishasha, are beyond the reach of someone like me. Even the intimate encounter with Qin Mingyue last night was, in my view, merely a fleeting whim. It is evident that although she serves as the sales director of a real estate project under the Murong family, her demeanor and conversation suggest that her lineage is far from ordinary. I must not allow myself to become complacent. Deep within my heart, I aspire not only to be her royal consort, but, as Su Kai aptly stated, I too must strive to establish a remarkable presence and not squander this vibrant youth. At that moment, another female colleague from sales approached me with a drink to congratulate me, exclaiming, "Congratulations, South! You closed such a significant deal on your very first day, earning over 200,000 in commission." Her words stunned me, as the money seemed to flow in so swiftly. No wonder these handsome and beautiful individuals are drawn to sales. I chuckled, attributing my success to good fortune, largely thanks to manager Wu Yumei's assistance in communication, which ultimately led to the client joyfully purchasing the property outright. The female colleague's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Manager Wu is impressive, but you are quite remarkable as well." Just then, Wu Yumei approached, playfully remarking, "You two shouldn't just praise me. We are all here to help one another." The conversation soon shifted to other properties. Suddenly, the hotel door swung open, and a group of sharply dressed individuals with unfriendly expressions entered. The leader scanned the room, locking eyes with me. "Are you South?" I stood up in confusion. "Yes, that's me." "May I ask who you are?" The man sneered. "The building you sold to someone else was initially of interest to our boss. You've disrupted our plans. How do you intend to settle this?" Everyone gasped, surprised that trouble had arisen just as we were celebrating. I regained my composure, asserting, "Business is based on first come, first served. My client paid first, so the property rightfully belongs to them." The man took a step closer. "Do you even know who our boss is? I advise you to hand over the property, or you'll regret it." Qin Mingyue stood up, declaring, "No matter who your boss is, causing a scene here is unseemly." The atmosphere grew tense, with all eyes on me, awaiting my response. "How about this?" I proposed. "I recall there is another property adjacent to the one you mentioned, quite similar. If your boss is interested, you may come to the marketing center tomorrow, and I will take you to see it. What do you say?" The man seemed uncertain, and right before us, he called his boss. After a brief conversation, he hung up and his expression softened slightly. "Fine, we'll proceed as you suggested. But I advise you not to pull any tricks." With that, he left with his companions, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, resuming their drinks and chatter. Rong Chunxue observed me closely, her admiration for me growing. After the gathering concluded, Qin Mingyue drove me to her residence in the East Third Ring. We ascended to the 9th floor via the elevator, as she cautiously retrieved her keys from her handbag to unlock the door. Wow, your home is so beautifully decorated. It feels warm and inviting, truly splendid, I exclaimed, leaning in to kiss her cheek. She giggled. Stop it, close the door first. I have something to discuss with you. I turned and pushed the door shut behind me. She led me to the sofa and sat down. 13. We must be cautious tomorrow. When that group's boss arrives, notify me, and I will personally accompany you to oversee the situation. I can't shake the feeling that they are not here to purchase a villa, but have ulterior motives. It's fine. Regardless of their intentions, I will not allow their schemes to succeed. It's prudent for us to remain vigilant. By the way, do you have anything left at the home inn? We should retrieve it now. Nothing much, just a military backpack I brought back when I retired. A few days ago, it was almost crushed by a large truck while I was rescuing Rong Chunxue. Then let's go fetch it. From now on, you should stay at my home. After saying this, she took my hand and exited the room, while I casually closed the door behind us. Chapter 13. Good night. My great hero in less than 5 minutes drive. We arrived at the home inn on Dewang Road. I picked up the backpack and checked out, then returned to Qin Mingyue's home. Upon entering, she took me to her bedroom, which she occasionally uses. 13. How do you like my woman's bedroom? Does it appeal to you? When you sleep tonight, you will still sense my fragrance. She gazed at me with a tender look. I embraced her and chuckled. Remove that. I am indeed quite fond of it. With your scent by my side, I shall not feel lonely at night. Qin Mingyue turned and kissed my lips. You didn't sleep well last night. Perhaps you should retire early. We have significant matters to attend to tomorrow. It's all right. My constitution is robust. I often undertook missions that lasted 3 to 4 days without rest. My dear, I find myself yearning for you again. Not now. I'm still sore from last night. You were so vigorous. Can we wait a few days? I noticed her slightly bashful demeanor. Feeling somewhat guilty, I suggested, all right then, is your villa far from here? Shall I accompany you? It's not far. My home is at Ziyu Mountain Villa on the 5th Ring Road. It only takes about 10 minutes by car. 13. How about this? I will simply gift you my Porsche Cayenne, and I will purchase a new Porsche Panamera for myself. What do you think? Upon hearing this, I hurriedly waved my hands in refusal. Oh no, please don't. If I accept your luxury car, others might think I am your kept man. Besides, once I receive my salary and commission, I can buy a modest car for myself. Moreover, if I drove your Porsche Cayenne to the company, everyone would know it was originally yours, and our relationship would be exposed. Qin Mingyue chuckled softly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. My little man is quite clever. However, it is indeed inconvenient for you to commute without a car. Riding the bus daily must be quite arduous. How about we finish work early tomorrow, and I'll take you to explore 4S dealerships to choose a Wrangler? That type of vehicle is perfect for someone like you, a former Special Forces soldier, rugged and stylish, exuding undeniable charisma. I nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, it's worth considering. During my time in the military, I had the opportunity to drive a Wrangler, and it truly excels. Not only does it possess formidable performance and ample horsepower, but its rugged appearance is undeniably striking. If we decide to embark on an adventure together in it, it would surely be exhilarating. That sounds wonderful. Traveling is one of my greatest passions. I excel at climbing mountains and fording rivers. I remember once, I reached the summit of Mount Tai in just 2 hours. Impressive? Isn't it? Impressive indeed. Shall we indulge in another affectionate moment now? Are you up for it? I laughed heartily. You truly are a lecherous rogue. It's simply not feasible. Let's hold off for a few days. She teased playfully. You little minx. How did you manage before you had any women in your life? She jested, a sly smile playing on her lips. Back then it was all about training and missions, utterly exhausting. There was hardly any energy left to think of women. Besides, it was just a bunch of rough men around. Seeing women was quite the rarity. Being a Special Forces soldier is no easy feat, true enough. By the way, last night you washed our bed linens. Do you think Rong Chunxue will notice anything? And what about the rose petals? Are they cleaned? Of course they're spotless. I reasoned that she wanted to discover anything. Doesn't she have a butler and a housekeeper? I doubt Rong Chunxue pays much attention to household chores aside from her own lingerie. That makes sense. At home, I hardly need to lift a finger. Even this apartment is maintained by the housekeeper who occasionally comes over to tidy up, Qin Mingyue remarked seriously. At that moment, I recall my analysis during dinner, feeling an urge to probe into her family situation. Oh my, is your family part of the elite? Could it be that you are a young lady of high status? Qin Mingyue giggled. You've guessed correctly, but you mustn't breathe a word to anyone. Since you are now my little man, I shall confide in you. Eventually, you would come to know anyway. My father is the current mayor, and my grandfather is even more distinguished, she said, gesturing upward, indicating those at the pinnacle of society. I gaped in astonishment, my mouth agape, as if one could fit an egg inside. Qin Mingyue burst into laughter. You aren't frightened, are you? Your expression is quite dramatic. Indeed, I am taken aback. I always thought your family was just an ordinary wealthy one. Never did I imagine your background was so formidable. Why then, are you merely a project director? With your family's influence, shouldn't you hold a government position or something similar? After returning from my master's studies abroad, I didn't want to be ensnared in their predetermined paths. You've noticed my carefree nature. I'm a typical Beijing girl who relishes challenges. My studies were in marketing, so when Rong Chunxue invited me to become the sales director, I readily accepted. Rong Chunxue's family is not only formidable in business. Her grandfather is also a prominent figure, a general minister in the military, if I recall correctly. Once again, I was astounded, and to alleviate my shock, I feigned wiping sweat from my forehead. Are you startled again? Look at your current demeanor. Where has your former bravado vanished to? It seems you only exhibit such confidence when you're bullying me. Moreover, I find myself somewhat perplexed. Aren't we all in the same boat? There seems to be no elevated superiority among us. I gazed at her and gently remarked, indeed, on the surface, it may appear so, yet in numerous aspects. You still possess considerable advantages, such as in career advancement, wealth accumulation, education for your children, and employment opportunities. Even mundane tasks can be remarkably effortless for you. Qin Mingyue contemplated for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. I must concede that point. Well, it's getting late. I must return home. Make sure to sleep early tonight. Very well, my esteemed Miss Qin. Drive carefully and pay attention to your safety. Call me when you arrive home, or a WeChat message will suffice. Afterward, I escorted her to the parking lot, watching as she drove away in her Porsche Cayenne before I turned to ascend the building. Once back in my abode, I washed up briefly in the bathroom and then nestled into the cozy warmth of my bed, inhaling the lingering scent she had left behind. For a moment, sleep eluded me. Shortly thereafter, Qin Mingyue sent me a WeChat message, informing me she had arrived home safely. I replied, I'm already lying on your bed, inhaling your fragrance, and thinking about your enticing lips and your alluring curves. Don't dwell on it. The more you think, the more restless you become. It's best to rest early, my dear little man. All right, my revered supervisor. After responding, I attempted to settle in for the night. However, just then, a call from Rong Chunxue interrupted me. I feared she might have discovered the issue with the bathroom linens, causing a flutter of anxiety within me. Upon answering, she exclaimed, 13, you truly are remarkable. You landed such a significant deal on your first day. Hearing this eased my anxious heart somewhat. I couldn't report it to you at dinner. Today, I encountered Xia Yufei, the daughter of the Xia family. Do you know her? Could it be that she purchased the penthouse? Oh my, her husband seems to be from the Special Operations Brigade. Indeed, Su Kai, brother Su, is not from our Special Operations Brigade, but rather from another unit. However, he is quite familiar with our Captain Wang Yan. Rong Chunxue burst into laughter. What a coincidence. 13. When will you accompany me to purchase some lipstick? Now that you've secured a deal, you'll have a substantial commission by the end of the month. Miss, you still haven't bought your lipstick? Let us plan for the day after tomorrow, as it's the weekend and I'll have a day off. Excellent. I want the high-end Dior version. Consider it done. It poses no challenge at all. Once I earn a fortune, I shall treat you to an extravagant meal. What do you say? Keep striving. Good night, my great hero. Chapter 14. Adding a flourish the following morning. I rose early and purchased a pancake and a bag of milk from the supermarket downstairs. indulging in my breakfast as I made my way to the bus stop for Route 401. Upon arrival at the station, I checked my navigation. It was over 20 stops away. It would take at least an hour to reach the Yutsue Manor Marketing Center. The bus was packed as it was rush hour, with people standing shoulder to shoulder, gripping the handrails. After a laborious journey marked by stops and starts, I finally managed to find a seat 3 stops away from my destination, allowing me to deeply appreciate the vibrancy of Yinjing City and the challenges of its traffic congestion. At last, I arrived at a point 500 meters from Yutsue Manor, disembarked from the bus, and lit a cigarette, contemplating how to confront the individuals from the previous night. I received a call from Qin Minghua. 13. Have you reached the marketing center yet? I just got off the bus and am heading towards the sales office. All right, let us inform the security team in advance, in case those individuals are intent on causing trouble. After ending the call, I smoked while making my way there. Upon reaching the entrance of the marketing center, I spotted Zhang Kai and several security personnel being briefed by Master Wu Yumei. I chuckled, brothers. Soon it will be your turn to shine. If things go awry, stay close to me and let those troublemakers understand our strength. They dare to create a ruckus at our marketing center. They truly underestimate us. Zhang Kai and the security team laughed in response. Before long, 3 luxury cars indeed arrived. The boss of the group from yesterday had come, accompanied by several individuals resembling bodyguards. Qin Minghua and I approached with professional smiles. Boss, this way please. The boss, donning sunglasses that obscured his expression, merely grunted and followed. After touring the property, the boss suddenly erupted in laughter. Not bad. This house is even better than the previous one. I secretly sighed with relief. Boss, your taste is impeccable. You're neighbors with Miss Xia Yufei from the Xia family. She bought the adjacent property in cash yesterday. The boss removed his sunglasses, appearing to be in his early 30s, and laughed heartily again. His mirth struck me as that of a nouveau riche. Are you certain she made the purchase? Certainly. There is no need for deceit here. If you wish, I can provide you with her WeChat to confirm. The boss promptly retrieved his phone and called Xia Yufei. Hey, did you purchase the penthouse at Yutsue Manor? Upon hearing this, I thought to myself how small the circle of the wealthy in Yinjing City truly is. It's as if everyone is interconnected. The one who sold you the house was my brother-in-law from the Special Operations Brigade, Nanpai Shisan. Good heavens, it appears we truly stirred the hornet's nest. Brother, I'm eyeing the villa next to yours, he said. All right, since you've spoken, I will definitely assist this brother. He hung up the call and turned to me, his face now adorned with a broad smile, as if he had transformed into a different person. Brother, I am Xia Zaheo, the cousin of Xia Yufei. Had I known we were family, this would have been much simpler. I apologize on behalf of the brothers from last night. He patted my shoulder firmly. I quickly responded with a smile, internally marveling at the unpredictability of life. At that moment, he gestured to one of his bodyguards, who immediately presented me with a file folder. Brother, this contains materials for some collaborative projects. I believe with your capabilities, you will excel. We seem to have a connection, so let us look out for one another. He declared generously. I accepted the folder and opened it to find it filled with valuable major projects. Qin Minghua, standing beside me, wore an expression of delight, her eyes sparkling. Thank you, big brother. You have truly come to my aid, not only by purchasing my property, but also by presenting me with opportunities for significant project collaboration. I expressed my heartfelt gratitude. Subsequently, Xia Zahou and I exchanged a few casual words regarding home renovations. He instructed another bodyguard to proceed with signing the contract and making the payment. I noticed both Qin Minghua and my master, Wu Yumei, were present. Master, President Qin, how about this? Since my elder brother is Xia Jie's cousin, I kindly ask for a favor from you both to grant my elder brother a discount. We will be collaborating on other projects in the future. Qin Minghua, seeing my diplomatic approach, chuckled and said, very well. Big brother Xia, regarding the 80 million property of your sister Xia Yufei, given that the areas are identical, I shall personally authorize a discount of 500,000, bringing it to 79,500,000. Does that sound agreeable? Xia Zahou laughed heartily. Absolutely. Thank you. Little sister, let us proceed with the paperwork for payment. By the way, you can thoroughly examine the materials I provided. I have a good rapport with my 13th brother, and together we shall prosper. Indeed, big brother, when you and Su Kai return next time, I would be honored to treat you both to a drink. Ever since returning from the Special Forces Brigade, I Haven T had the pleasure of enjoying a proper meal and drink. I sincerely addressed Xia Ziho. Sounds great. I absolutely love drinking. He replied, Yes, it's clear to see that you are a man of character, genuine, generous, and loyal. Before long, the bodyguard had signed the contract and completed the payment. Xia Ziho shook my hand and said, Brother, I have many matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. All right, big brother Xia, please drive safely, and do call ahead next time you visit. I will make sure to receive you properly. As I watched the luxury car convoy depart, I took a deep breath, realizing that today's turmoil had unexpectedly transformed into an opportunity. Upon returning to the marketing center, I hurried to Qin Mingyue's office, only to find her secretary, Su Feifei, absent. Mingyue, do you have any good cigarettes? I would like to share some with Zhang Kai and his crew as a token of gratitude for their support today. Qin Mingyue retrieved a pack of premium Zhonghua cigarettes from her drawer and handed it to me. Just this one, share it with them. I accepted the cigarettes with a smile. Very generous of you. Carrying the cigarettes, I approached the security team and tossed the pack to Zhang Kai and the others. Thanks to all of you today, please enjoy these. The group expressed their gratitude in unison. As we chatted, my phone rang. It was Su Kai from the Special Forces Brigade. 13. I heard you encountered Xia Yufei's cousin, Xia Ziho, today? Indeed, I was quite fortunate. What I initially thought would be a hassle turned out to be quite beneficial. The guy has extensive connections. You must seize this opportunity to cultivate relations. After ending the call, my heart brimmed with anticipation. Later that evening, as I walked home alone, a black sedan suddenly halted before me. The window rolled down, revealing a familiar face. It was Xia Yufei. Get in, 13. I was taken aback for a moment, then opened the door and entered. Sister Xia, what a surprise to see you here. I happened to be passing by, and upon hearing my cousin mention you, I found you intriguing. The car was infused with a subtle scent of perfume, and I pondered the true reason behind Xia Yufei's visit. Chapter 15. The Starlet's Close Friend. Luo Xuejiao, we then drove to a 5-star hotel located near the Guamao area. As we alighted from the vehicle, a strikingly alluring woman approached us. Her figure curvaceous and captivating, instantly evoking thoughts of a certain island's renowned star. What struck me most was her voice, melodious and sultry, reminiscent of that of a celebrity. Before my eyes, the two stunning women embraced, leaving me utterly mesmerized. Summer Yufei, observing my flustered demeanor, chuckled softly, teasingly questioning whether I had ever witnessed such a display of beauty before. Embarrassed, I scratched my head and inquired, Sister Xia, who is she? With a smile, Summer Yufei introduced her. This is my dear friend Luo Xuejiao, a luminary in the fashion world and indeed a superstar. Luo Xuejiao appraised me with a playful glance before exclaiming, So you are the infamous 13. I've heard much about you from Yufei. Upon entering the hotel suite, we were greeted by a lavish spread of gourmet delicacies. During our meal, Luo Xuejiao playfully teased both Summer Yufei and me, creating an atmosphere thick with intrigue. Suddenly, Summer Yufei's expression turned serious as she addressed me. 13. The reason I called you today is to discuss a potential collaboration. Confusion washed over me. Collaboration? I echoed. Summer Yufei nodded, explaining that she and her friend wished to invest in a premier security consulting firm, and given my commendable skills and experience in special operations, particularly from my time in the Special Forces, they were eager to recruit me. A sense of exhilaration surged through me. This was a tremendous opportunity. However, I cautiously probed, Sister Xia, why have you chosen me? Did Su Kai perhaps mention something? I added, and Brother Xia Zihua has also presented me with several promising projects. Our company is deliberating on potential partnerships. Summer Yufei took a delicate sip of her drink. Su did not divulge anything specific. He merely expressed that you are a reliable and trustworthy individual. My instincts tell me the same. After pondering for a moment, I resolutely replied, Sister Xia, I am honored by your faith in me, and I am willing to give it a try. However, I must manage my time wisely, as I am currently engaged in selling villas at Yutsue Manor. Summer Yufei and Luo Xuejiao exchanged knowing smiles. That is easily arranged. We are recruiting only the finest Special Forces veterans. During your weekends off, you can participate in training sessions. Tasks will be scheduled around your availability, ensuring you have the freedom to manage your commitments. Does that sound agreeable, dear 13? Elated by their consideration, I rose to toast them, proclaiming, Sister Xia, Miss Luo, your kindness shall not go unreciprocated. I will give it my all. Luo Xuejiao covered her mouth with a laugh, seeing your enthusiasm. I hope you won't disappoint Yufei and me in the future. After our meal, we delved into discussions regarding the logistics of the security firm, such as the selection of training venues and the channels for initial recruitment, just as we passionately debated various plans and ideas. The closed door of our private room was suddenly thrust open with a force that took us by surprise. Accompanied by a cacophony of heavy footsteps, a group of imposing men clad in black suits surged into the room. Leading this formidable entourage was a towering, intimidating bald man, exuding an air of authority. He wore a pair of oversized black sunglasses that obscured the true gaze hidden behind the lenses. Yet the tension in his tightened lips and slightly raised chin betrayed a demeanor filled with arrogance and disdain. A cold, mocking snort escaped him, reminiscent of biting frost. Xia Yufei, it must be said, your methods of snatching others' businesses are indeed formidable. Alas, it seems you shall find it impossible to commence this major project with the security company. Seated in her chair, Xia Yufei's complexion turned ashen upon hearing his words. She sprang to her feet, indignantly pointing at the bald man and rebuking Zhao Xiong. What do you mean by this? We are all engaged in fair competition within the marketplace, yet you resort to such despicable and shameless tactics against me. Do you not fear retribution? In response to Xia Yufei's accusations, Zhao Xiong exhibited no trace of remorse. Instead, he threw back his head and laughed boisterously. His laughter was so intense that he gasped for breath before finally regaining his composure, sneering, "Ha ha! Xia Yufei, do not be so naive. In this city, I, Zhao Xiong, hold the reins. If I desire something, no one shall contest me. I advise you to heed my warning and abandon this security company project before you invite unnecessary troubles upon yourself." As the tension in the room escalated, I, who had remained silent, gradually stepped forward, resolutely placing myself in front of the two women behind me. Straightening my back, I fixed my unwavering gaze upon Zhao Xiong's arrogant face and declared with righteous conviction, "No matter who you are, if you dare to act recklessly here today and harm even a single hair on their heads, you must first pass through me." Zhao Xiong clearly dismissed me, casting a disdainful glance in my direction as he mockingly retorted, Well, young man, I didn't realize you possess some courage. In that case, why don't you let me see just how much weight you carry and what abilities you truly possess?" The atmosphere in the private room tightened like a drawn bowstring, poised to snap. I chuckled lightly and suggested, "After all, this is a 5-star hotel. Fighting would be beneath my dignity. How about we move to the plaza downstairs? All of you, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, come at me together." As I spoke, I recalled the ancient silver needles passed down from my grandfather, along with the long-lost 10 mysterious techniques. I discreetly concealed them within my sleeves for future use, prepared to respond should they resort to weapons. Zhao Xiong sneered and led his subordinates down the stairs toward the plaza. Sensing the charged atmosphere, bystanders hastily cleared the way. Upon reaching the plaza, I loosened my limbs and assumed a combat stance. Zhao Xiong waved his hand, signaling his men to encircle me. I swiftly darted toward the nearest adversary, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. As he doubled over, I struck with my knee, sending him sprawling to the ground, unconscious. As I deftly sidestepped another's attack, I seized his arm and twisted it forcefully, eliciting a cry of agony from him. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Xiong bellowed in fury and drew a dagger to strike. I nimbly evaded, darting to his right side, where I grasped his substantial arm and applied a hidden force, dislocating it with a sudden jolt. He howled in pain, falling to his knees, exclaiming, "My dear uncle, I was wrong. Please help me reset my arm. It hurts terribly." Chapter 16. Qin Mingyue's investment. The 3 bodyguards nearby hesitated, having witnessed their companions fall in mere 3 moves. Seeing their boss reduced to such a state, they sensed the shift in momentum. Exchanging glances, they all knelt, pleading for mercy. Xia Yufei and Luo Xuejiao chuckled, remarking, "Zhao Xiong, do you recall your earlier bravado upstairs? Look at you now. With skills like yours, who would hire you for a bodyguard company?" Zhao Xiong's face flushed with embarrassment and anger, yet he dared not retaliate. I stepped forward and swiftly reset his dislocated arm, issuing a warning. If you dare trouble Sister Xia again, the consequences will be far graver. Zhao Xiong repeatedly acknowledged my words and, in shame, retreated with his subordinates. Xia Yufei gazed at me gratefully and said, 13, I owe you my thanks. I waved off her gratitude, replying, it was a trivial matter. However, Sister Xia, Zhao Xiong seems unlikely to let this go easily. We must prepare ourselves. Xia Yufei nodded in agreement. You're right. We need to expedite the establishment of our security company and bolster our protective measures. That evening, as I lay in bed, Qin Mingyue called me. My little 13, what are you up to? Have you missed me? Indeed, your blanket smells delightful. I responded. By the way, dear, I have something to share. This afternoon, on her way home, Sister Xia Yufei invited me to dine with her friend, the renowned star Luo Xuejiao. They are considering starting a top-tier bodyguard company staffed by retired special forces and want me to join. But you know my situation. I lack the necessary funds. Should I accept their offer or decline? I've just sold my villa and am seeing some progress. If I join them, I would frequently need to request leave for missions. Qin Mingyue listened quietly until I finished my thoughts. Then she spoke with serene composure. 13, I must clarify 3 points. First, they merely wish for you to lead and manage training, offering you a share of the equity. Second, if you were to invest, what amount would be required from you? Lastly, and most importantly, I want to invest as well. We should each hold 49 of the shares, and I will cover the necessary amount. This way, we both become shareholders, and as the company expands, we will have a voice in its direction. Do you understand? My little man? A surge of joy coursed through me. I had not anticipated Qin Mingyue's unwavering support. Mingyue, you are truly wonderful. But might this venture be too risky? Qin Mingyue chuckled softly. Little 13, do not underestimate my discernment. Xia Yufei and Luo Xuejiao are both exceptionally capable individuals. Furthermore, the high-end security market holds immense potential. And with you involved, I feel reassured. The following day, I shared Qin Mingyue's proposal with Xia Yufei and Luo Xuejiao. The 2 women were utterly delighted and promptly expressed their welcome to Qin Mingyue as a shareholder. In the following days, we diligently commenced preparations for the company. However, events unfolded as I had feared. The treacherous Zhao Xiong began to covertly employ underhanded tactics. This despicable individual, relying on the extensive network of connections he had cultivated over the years, attempted to impede our security company's registration and approval process, creating numerous obstacles for us. Yet, in the face of such adversity, we refused to submit easily. The astute and courageous Xia Yufei sprang into action, leveraging her vast commercial resources to negotiate tirelessly on our behalf. The enchanting and influential Luo Xuejiao skillfully utilized her celebrity status to ardently promote the advanced concepts and unique service models of our future security company. As for myself, I was equally determined, immersing myself wholeheartedly in the development of training programs for the incoming retired Special Forces personnel, striving to forge an elite team. Meanwhile, the gentle yet formidable Qin Mingyue quietly exerted her influence from behind the scenes, employing her family's considerable power to discreetly resolve one hidden obstacle and crisis after another. Thus, under the collective effort and unwavering spirit of collaboration, our preparations for the security company, though steeped in a tense yet hopeful atmosphere, continued to advance steadily and methodically. Over the next half-month, my life became exceptionally hectic. During the weekdays, I was stationed at the Yuchui Manor, dedicating myself to marketing the luxurious villas there. On weekends and during any leisure time, I tirelessly immersed myself in the myriad preparations for the security company. Indeed, diligence bore fruit. As news of the Yanjing Blue Shield Security Company spread, An increasing number of retired Special Forces personnel expressed their desire to join our vibrant and promising team. Gradually, our operations began to take shape and expand. With our highly professional team members and the renowned quality of our services, we successfully secured several significant contracts, which undoubtedly invigorated the entire team and bolstered our confidence. On a bright and sunny day, with a gentle breeze rustling through the leaves, Luo Xuejiao appeared, clad in a flowing white dress, resembling a celestial being descending to earth, accompanied by 3 second-tier stars as they gracefully entered the Yuchui Manor. Upon their arrival, my heart leapt into my throat, fearing I might inadvertently fail to attend to these esteemed guests. Anxiously scanning my surroundings, I noticed my mentor, Wu Yumei, was busily engaged, warmly welcoming other important clients. In my desperation, I quickly took out my phone and dialed Qin Mingwei. Shortly, she descended the stairs from the second floor with hurried steps, her face radiant with a warm smile, joining in our reception efforts. During the welcoming process, I meticulously introduced them to the various features and advantages of the manor. When it comes to Sister Xia Yufei, I enthusiastically informed them that she possesses remarkable discernment. She acquired the prestigious villa in our vicinity, and her cousin, Xia Zaheo, followed suit, purchasing the adjacent property. Upon hearing this, Luo Xuejiao's gaze was drawn to a villa across the lake, her eyes sparkling with affection. To our delight, the other 3 young stars also seemed enamored with the 3 lakeside villas, resulting in all 4 properties finding their cherished owners, closely nestled together like 4 radiant pearls adorning the lakeside. How astonishing! For villas, each priced at 45 million. That totals an astounding 180 million. Even more remarkable, they all opted for a lump sum payment. This revelation detonated like a bombshell within the sales group, igniting a fervor of discussions, a blend of excitement and astonishment. The 7 or 8 beautiful saleswomen in the group could hardly contain themselves, jokingly remarking, "Oh, handsome from Southern faction, in just half a month. You've achieved what we could in 6 months. How can we, the lovely ladies, compete?" Feeling a bit awkward, I interjected in the group chat that these clients were acquaintances and did not solely reflect my ability. Of course, I must express my gratitude to our stunningly beautiful director, for it was her assistance that enabled me to secure this substantial deal. Chapter 17. Testing the Wrangler in the afternoon. Qin Mingwei inquired of Su Feifei whether she had any tasks left for the day. "Director, there's nothing scheduled for the afternoon. Do you have any special arrangements?" She reflected on the fact that she had been preoccupied with matters concerning the Yanjing Blue Shield bodyguard service and had yet to fulfill her promise of purchasing a Wrangler for me. "How about this, Feifei? Please summon Nanpai Shisan. I need to speak with him." "Certainly. Director, I shall go find him downstairs right away." With that, she gently closed the office door and stepped outside. Su Feifei, chuckling, approached me, saying, "Champion of sales, our stunning director requests your presence. I suspect she has something intimate to share with you." "How could that be? The beautiful Qin, usually so composed and aloof, seeking me out? Please don't tease," I replied, feeling a bit flustered. I sensed that on the day, she served coffee to me and Qin Mingwei. She had overheard our discussion about the previous night's escapades. Su Feifei glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then leaned closer and whispered, just as I imagined, "Oh my, your little brother was quite the spectacle last night." Upon hearing this, I realized it echoed what Qin Mingwei had said to me earlier. What could it mean? Why was I unable to fully comprehend? Although Su, the beautiful secretary, outwardly denied it, internally she was a tempest of emotions. "Hee, don't pretend to be oblivious. I don't wish to expose your delightful affair, but you must promise me one thing, and I shall forget what transpired during your conversation in the director's office that day." "What condition?" "I'll agree to anything within my means, but I have no intention of engaging in anything illegal or unethical." As Su Feifei saw my reluctance dissipate, she took a step back, clearly intending for me to temporarily assume the role of her boyfriend to fend off the matrimonial pursuits of my parents. Gazing into her enchanting eyes, I chuckled. "So, that's the plan. Just don't ask for anything more. I agree to this arrangement." At that moment, she gently tapped my shoulder and smiled. "Deal? Just be ready for my call when the time comes." She urged me to hurry, mentioning that the stunningly beautiful director was looking for me regarding an important matter. I nodded appreciatively. Thank you so much. However, you must never mention this to anyone else. This is crucial. Do you understand? She laughed playfully, gesturing cheekily before skipping towards the marketing center's entrance. Yet, as she turned away, an odd thought crossed her mind. She secretly pondered how formidable my little brother might truly be. As I watched her silhouette fade from view, I steadied myself and proceeded to the office of Qin Mingyue on the second floor. Upon pushing the door open, I found her elegantly seated at her desk, savoring a steaming cup of coffee. She set her cup down and greeted me with a radiant smile akin to the blossoms of spring, her affectionate gaze piercing through to my very core. "Milo, man, let us go together to select a new car for you. With all the busyness surrounding our security company lately, I just realized how much you've been longing for that Wrangler. Haven to you?" Her tender words filled me with warmth, and I replied, "Indeed. After experiencing the hustle and bustle of Yanjing, I've come to realize how inconvenient it is to navigate without a personal vehicle." Rising gracefully, Qin Mingyue took her coat, then let us set off. I followed her out of the office. Just as we reached the elevator, Master Wu Yumei hurried towards us. "Director, did you call for me?" Qin Mingyue glanced at her. "Nothing urgent. We can discuss it tomorrow. I'm taking him to buy a car." Wu Yumei looked at me with mild surprise, but nodded respectfully. Upon arriving at the car dealership, the sales staff welcomed us warmly, and I excitedly circled the Wrangler a few times. Qin Mingyue directly informed the salesperson, "We'll take this one. Expedite the paperwork." Just as the formalities were being handled, a group of men clad in black burst in, led by a man wearing sunglasses. "Qin Mingyue, long time no see." Qin Mingyue's expression shifted. "Oh, it's you. What brings you here?" The man sneered, "You've stolen my business, and now you're leisurely buying a car? I'm here to settle the score." I positioned myself before Qin Mingyue, ready to confront any challenge that lay ahead. The man scoffed disdainfully, and a fierce battle was imminent. With a swift motion, he summoned the dark-clad figures behind him, who surged forward like a swarm. Taking a deep breath, I channeled the energy within me and unleashed a powerful punch, sending the foremost assailant staggering back several steps. Qin Mingyue, equally resolute, deftly maneuvered and dispatched a few of the approaching foes with remarkable speed. However, the sheer number of adversaries began to overwhelm us. Meanwhile, some staff members from the car dealership cowered in a corner, trembling in fear. Suddenly, my gaze fell upon a steel pipe nearby. Seizing it as a weapon, I let out a fierce shout and charged into the fray, disrupting their formation. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Mingyue executed a masterful technique, striking the arm of the man in sunglasses. He let out a piercing scream, his face flushing crimson with anger and humiliation as he glared furiously, swiftly drawing a gleaming dagger from his waist and lunging at her without hesitation. The sharp blade glinted ominously under the lights. Witnessing this, panic surged within me. Without a moment to spare, I summoned all my strength and hurled the steel pipe with all my might. There was a dull thud as it struck his wrist with precision, causing him to drop the dagger, which clattered to the ground. Seizing the moment of their disarray, I dashed forward, grasping Qin Mingyue's hand tightly, and we sprinted toward the exit of the dealership. The dark figures pursued us like madmen, their footsteps and shouts intertwining in a cacophony that sent chills down my spine. As they closed in, my heart raced, and beads of sweat formed on my forehead. Just then, a group of uniformed police officers burst onto the scene from the street, prompted by a concerned citizen who had called for help. The once menacing assailants, upon seeing the police, scattered in fear. We halted, panting heavily, and exchanged a glance that broke into smiles of relief. The overwhelming joy of having escaped danger washed over us like a tidal wave, bringing a sense of profound ease and exhilaration. Qin Mingyue looked at me with gratitude, her hands clasping mine tightly, her voice trembling slightly as she said, "I cannot thank you enough for today. Had it not been for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Feeling a bit bashful, I scratched my head and replied with a grin, "Protecting you is simply my duty. After all, you are my woman." With that, we shared a knowing smile, and a sweet atmosphere enveloped us. After a brief respite to collect ourselves, we returned to the dealership to finalize the car purchase. After a flurry of activity, We finally secured a temporary license plate. With excitement coursing through me, I settled into the driver's seat of my newly acquired Wrangler, started the engine, and slowly exited the parking space. Following closely behind Qin Mingyue's sleek Porsche Cayenne, we departed from the dealership. As we approached the 5th Ring Road, my phone suddenly chimed with a delightful ringtone. As I focused intently on driving, I reached for the phone resting on the passenger seat and pressed the answer button. On the other end, Qin Mingyue's melodious voice greeted me. "Little man, how about we take a trip together on the Beijing-Chengdu Expressway? It would be a splendid opportunity to test the performance of your Wrangler." Chapter 18. Anticipating an impressive display, absolutely. Let us race and see if I can outpace your Porsche Cayenne, dear. However, do ensure your safety. We mustn't drive recklessly, I replied with a chuckle. Not to worry, my driving skills are exceptional. I'm eager to witness how you, the Special Forces King, handle the wheel, she responded before we hung up. Upon entering the toll booth, I saw her Porsche Cayenne leap forward like a leopard, showcasing its remarkable performance. A slight smile graced my lips as I started my vehicle, following closely behind. Though my Wrangler may not boast the luxury of her Porsche, its capabilities should not be underestimated. I skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, seizing the opportune moments to shift gears and accelerate, swiftly closing the distance between us. The wind howled past the windows, and the scenery alongside the road blurred into a swift retreat. Ahead lay a stretch of winding roads, a domain where I excelled. Drawing upon the exceptional adaptability honed through years of Special Forces training, I adeptly overtook her in the curves. Each entry and exit from the bends was impeccably timed, my vehicle gliding through like a fish in water. She appeared somewhat anxious, and as she approached a curve too quickly, her tires screeched in a sharp protest. My heart raced, and I promptly eased off the accelerator to draw nearer to her car. Fortunately, she managed to steady her vehicle just in time, and I arrived at our agreed-upon service area ahead of her. As she stepped out of her car, her eyes widened with surprise and admiration. "Oh my, I never imagined you could arrive here faster than I did. Your driving skills are truly remarkable." Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but throw my head back in laughter. My chest puffed with pride, and a confident grin spreading across my face. Of course, how else could I claim to be your man? Not only in driving, but even in bed, I am brimming with confidence. No sooner had I spoken than she playfully retorted, "Humph, you rogue, back to your unruly ways. However, we should indulge in some intimacy tonight. After all, it has been a full half-month, and I have fully recovered." With that, Qin Mingyue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she shyly lowered her gaze, though her eyes occasionally darted toward me. My heart raced with excitement at her words, and I eagerly replied, "Hee, that sounds absolutely wonderful. It's been far too long since I've tended to my weapon. Tonight, it shall have the pleasure it deserves." As we spoke, we clasped hands and entered the convenience store within the service area, selecting 2 chilled cans of Red Bull. Exiting the store, we excitedly popped open our cans and took generous gulps, savoring the invigorating chill. Satisfied, we turned to our respective vehicles. "My dear, why don't we wait until the next exit to turn the car around and head back? Oh, just the thought of being with you tonight sends my heart racing like a startled fawn. I can hardly contain my eagerness to see you." Qin Mingyue gazed at me with eyes brimming with affection, revealing a hint of longing. At that moment, she playfully glanced down at my lower half and chuckled softly. "Sure, I too look forward to witnessing its splendid performance," she said with a mischievous grin. With that, we exchanged smiles and hurried into the car, starting the engine and speeding towards home on the East 3rd Ring Road. As soon as we opened the door, Qin Mingyue dashed to the bathroom for a shower. Watching her in such a flurry made me laugh heartily from behind. "Hurry up, you should wash up too. We must pay attention to hygiene," I called out. "Understood, my beautiful lady. I shall prepare the pajamas," I replied as I made my way to her wardrobe. Upon opening it, I was taken aback to find an array of alluring lingerie in various exquisite styles, truly enchanting. Before long, her melodic voice echoed from the bathroom, "Darling, could you please fetch me a set of lingerie? I adore that black lace petal design." I meticulously rummaged through the corner of the wardrobe until I finally unearthed the desired set. Its intricate patterns and delicate fabric seemed to exude a mysterious allure. With anticipation, I tiptoed to the bathroom door and gently knocked. The door creaked open, revealing a slender, porcelain arm that extended through the narrow gap. With a graceful flick of her fingers, she swiftly pulled the lingerie from my grasp. Moments later, the bathroom door swung open once more. Enveloped in a cloud of white steam, there she stood, wrapped snugly in a pristine white towel, though it could not conceal her enchanting curves. Her damp hair cascaded over her shoulders like a silken waterfall, with playful strands teasingly resting on her cheek, adding to her irresistible charm. Water droplets glistened as they trickled from her hair, landing on her exposed skin, sparkling with a translucent brilliance. Witnessing this scene caused my throat to involuntarily constrict, and I swallowed hard. To mask my inner turmoil, I quickly grabbed my own set of lingerie and, like a nimble eel, slipped into the bathroom. Upon entering, I was immediately enveloped by a rich fragrance, the lingering scent of the shower gel and shampoo she had just used, intoxicatingly fragrant. I inhaled deeply, savoring this captivating aroma, and swiftly shed my clothing, standing completely bare beneath the shower head. The warm water cascaded over my body as I squeezed out some shampoo, working it into a rich lather, gently massaging my scalp. Next, I took the shower gel, applying it all over, relishing the silky sensation of the bubbles against my skin, accompanied by the cheerful melodies. I meticulously cleansed every inch of my skin, feeling rejuvenated. After my bath, I swiftly donned fresh undergarments and lightly returned to the bedroom. At that moment, Qin Mingyue was already nestled in the warm embrace of the blankets, quietly awaiting my arrival. Upon entering the room, my gaze was immediately drawn to her enchanting visage, particularly her sensuous, crimson lips, reminiscent of ripe cherries, evoking an irresistible desire to taste them. Unable to restrain my impulses any longer, I lunged towards her like a famished wolf, exclaiming, "My dear, your husband has arrived." Chapter 19. As radiant as peach blossoms, this sudden action took her by surprise. She momentarily froze before erupting into a fit of delightful laughter. Her laughter was melodious and clear, akin to the sound of a mountain spring cascading over stones, or silver bells gently swaying in the breeze, resonating throughout the room, intoxicating my senses. Soon after, a blush graced her cheeks, rendering her as captivating as a blooming peach blossom. She slowly opened her arms, akin to a delicate butterfly unfurling its wings, eagerly approaching me. Just as we were about to embrace, she suddenly parted her lips, tenderly kissing my cheek with warmth and affection. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. My world was enveloped in her warm embrace and fervent lips. As for me, I resembled a ravenous wolf, my eyes darting around restlessly, filled with desire, yet reluctant to devour such exquisite beauty before me. Meanwhile, she appeared like a bashful fawn, clutching the hem of her garment, gradually and gently shedding her clothing. As each layer fell away, her snow-white skin was unveiled, especially her graceful curves, standing tall like majestic peaks, shimmering alluringly under the soft glow of light, playfully dancing before my eyes. "My dear husband, please don't gaze at me so. I might become frightened," she playfully chided, her voice soft as a whisper, yet melodious like a songbird serenade, her coy demeanor evoking deep affection. Hearing her words, I swallowed hard, striving to suppress my inner urges. I reached out, gently taking her hand, attempting to offer reassurance. "Fear not, my beloved. I shall never harm you." Upon hearing my words, she lifted her gaze, her large, glistening eyes filled with trust and love. "Help me, there's a big, hungry wolf staring at me." I chuckled softly, kissing her enticing cherry lips, my hands exploring gently. The sound of her soft moans reached my ears, igniting a stirring within me. She clung tightly to me, whispering, "Oh, big wolf, be gentle. Don't hurt me like last time." My excitement mirrored that of Sun Wukong as he battled the white-boned spirit. I could only hear her delightful laughter as she swayed her alluring form. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when we were both utterly fatigued, we embraced each other, lying on the bed and conversing. She tenderly wiped the sweat from my forehead with her delicate hand before gently nestling into my arms. This sensation was truly blissful, akin to a romantic union of celestial beings. By the way, my dear, I inquired, how do you envision the expansion of our Blue Shield security company? Although we have secured a few contracts recently, our clientele still feels limited and rather unstable, lacking longevity. Indeed, I have pondered the same, she replied. We must allocate some time tomorrow to discuss our next steps with Xia Yufei and Luo Xuejiao. I held her closely as I spoke earnestly. After a brief respite, my hands wandered to her voluptuous form, igniting a desire within me. With a swift motion, I turned, pinning her beneath me. You rogue, always taking advantage of me, she teased as I initiated another round of passionate engagement. The morning sun peeked through the curtains like a mischievous child, casting its warm glow upon the bed. Qin Mingwell lazily turned over, reaching out to find a warm body beside her, only to discover the space empty. Darling, where are you? She called out, her voice still thick with sleep. Just then, the clattering of pots and pans emerged from the kitchen, followed by my voice. Sweetheart, I'm preparing a heartfelt breakfast for you. Sleep a little longer. It will be ready soon. Upon hearing this, a smile graced her lips, and she stretched languidly before rising from the bed, donning a loose-fitting nightgown, and shuffling toward the kitchen. Upon entering, she beheld me clad in an adorable apron, busy at the stove. Eggs sizzled in the pan while the toaster chimed, releasing 2 golden, crispy slices of bread. Wow, it smells delightful, Qin Mingyue exclaimed, wrapping her arms around my waist from behind and resting her head against my back, playfully declaring, Darling, you are wonderful. I love you so much. I chuckled, turning to plant a kiss on her cheek. Silly girl, it's nothing extraordinary. As long as you're happy, I'll cook for you every day. She released her embrace and took a seat at the dining table, gazing eagerly as I set the breakfast before her. The spread consisted of fried eggs, toast, milk, and a small dish of fresh fruit, simple yet filled with warmth. Let us eat, she exclaimed, eagerly picking up her knife and fork, devouring the meal while giving me a thumbs up, mumbling, It's delicious, darling. Your culinary skills rival that of a 5-star chef. I laughed, sitting across from her, teasing, of course. Just look at who I am. Your husband can conquer the battlefield and dominate the kitchen, truly unparalleled. Just as we were enjoying our meal, her phone suddenly rang. She furrowed her brows, picked up her phone, and her expression instantly darkened. What's wrong, dear? I inquired, sensing her unease. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Mingyue answered the call. A man's voice came through, and though I could not discern his words, Qin Mingyue's demeanor and tone suggested that the situation was rather dire. I understand. I will handle it promptly, she said before hanging up, letting out a deep sigh. What has transpired? I set down my utensils, gazing at her intently. Qin Mingyue replied with a bitter smile. It concerns the project company. Our firm has been negotiating with a major client for collaboration. We were nearing an agreement, but suddenly, they have reconsidered their stance on the partnership. This could significantly affect our company's performance for the coming year, and I must return to the office to address this. I nodded, offering her reassurance. Do not worry. You can focus on your work. I have faith that you will resolve this. Gratefully, Qin Mingyue looked at me and said, Thank you, darling. I will change my clothes now. You should rest after breakfast. With that, she hurriedly retreated to her room to change. Watching her busy figure, I felt a twinge of concern, yet I knew she was a determined individual in her professional life. All I could do was silently support her from the sidelines. Before long, Qin Mingyue emerged from her room, dressed in a sharp business outfit. With high heels and a briefcase in hand, she appeared vibrant and energetic, a stark contrast to the languid woman from earlier. I'm off, my dear. Behave while I'm gone, she said, approaching me to plant a gentle kiss on my forehead. I smiled, ruffling her hair. Rest assured, I will take care of myself. Drive safely, and if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to call me. Qin Mingyue nodded, turned, and exited through the door. I stood at the entrance, watching her retreating figure until she vanished at the elevator, then closed the door behind me. Returning to the dining table, I resumed my breakfast, yet my mind was preoccupied with thoughts on how to assist Qin Mingyue with her company's dilemma. Though I lacked expertise in business matters, I believed that with my intellect and connections, I could devise a solution. After finishing my meal, I tidied up the utensils and placed them in the dishwasher. I then settled onto the sofa, turned on the television to catch the news and unwind. However, boredom soon engulfed me, my thoughts consumed by Qin Mingyue's predicament. Suddenly, an idea struck me. My good friend Wang Hu from the Special Operations Brigade, who had taken over his family business after retiring and was reportedly thriving in the business world, surrounded by influential figures. Perhaps he could lend a hand. I promptly grabbed my phone and dialed Wang Hu's number. After a few rings, his hearty laughter echoed through the receiver. Haha, what a surprise. Why are you calling me? Missing me already? I chuckled in return. Brother Hu, I've missed you terribly. I've run into a bit of trouble and could use your assistance. What sort of trouble? He inquired. Feel free to speak. I assure you that I will not waver in my capabilities, Wang Hu declared, thumping his chest. With that, I recounted the situation regarding Qin Mingyue's company in great detail. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Hu responded, this matter is somewhat intricate, yet not insurmountable. Allow me to reach out to an executive at that major client company. Perhaps I can mediate the situation. Upon hearing this, I was overwhelmed with joy and quickly expressed my gratitude. Thank you so much, Brother Hu. If you can resolve this issue, I shall treat you to a splendid meal. There's no need for such formalities between us. We're brothers. Just await my news. I will respond as swiftly as I can. Wang Hu concluded before ending the call. I set my phone down, feeling a bit more at ease. Though uncertain of Wang Hu's success, a glimmer of hope had emerged. Time flew, and soon it was noon. After a light lunch, I returned to the sofa, anxiously awaiting news from Wang Hu. However, as time passed with no call, my impatience grew. At last, my phone rang. It was Wang Hu. I answered eagerly, Brother Hu. How'd it go? Wang Hu's voice carried a hint of fatigue. Brother, I've spoken with that executive. He mentioned that the other company has suddenly changed their stance due to internal disagreements. Some believe our proposal lacks thoroughness and presents too much risk, prompting them to reconsider. Nevertheless, I have spoken highly of our collaboration, and he has agreed to facilitate a meeting for both parties to discuss further. My heart swelled with gratitude and joy upon hearing this. Thank you immensely, Brother Hu. You have truly been a tremendous help. When will we reconvene? The specific time has yet to be determined, but he assured me he would respond promptly. In the meantime, have your girlfriend prepare a more detailed proposal to ensure we seize this opportunity, Wang Hu advised. Understood, Brother Hu. Once this matter is resolved, I will make sure to express my gratitude properly, I affirmed. Enough of the pleasantries. Hurry and share this good news with your girlfriend, Wang Hu urged before disconnecting the call. Elated, I leaped from the sofa, eager to share this delightful news with Qin Mingyue. I dialed her number, but it went unanswered. Assuming she was preoccupied with work, I sent her a text detailing the developments. After sending the message, I found myself restless at home and decided to venture out to buy a few things, intending to surprise Qin Mingyue upon her return. After changing my clothes, I headed to a nearby shopping mall. I wandered through the stores, purchasing a bouquet of her favorite roses and some snacks she adored. Subsequently, I visited a jewelry store, selecting a delicate necklace for her. It was truly beautiful. I imagined how delighted she would be to wear it. With my arms laden with bags, I returned home, only to hear my phone ring as I stepped through the door. Upon answering the phone, I realized it was Qin Mingyue calling. Darling, have you seen the message I sent you? Her voice resonated with excitement. Yes, my dear, I saw it. You are simply marvelous. How did you manage that? I adore you, I replied with a smile. It was my good brother who assisted, as he is acquainted with a senior executive from the other company. However, this is merely the first step. You must swiftly prepare a more detailed collaboration proposal to persuade them in the next negotiation. Understood. I've already instructed my team to prepare it. It will be just fine. Darling, wait for my return, as I want to express my gratitude properly, Qin Mingyue cooed. All right, I shall await your return. Just don't overexert yourself. Make sure to rest, I said gently. Got it. I must hang up now. There are many matters to attend to. With that, Qin Mingyue ended the call. I set my phone down, arranged the roses in a vase, placed the snacks and necklace on the coffee table, then ventured into the kitchen to begin preparing dinner, intending to create a romantic evening for Qin Mingyue. In the kitchen, I busied myself with fervor, washing vegetables, chopping, and then sought, ing. Before long, the air was filled with an enticing aroma. Just as I placed the last dish on the table, the doorbell rang. Knowing it was Qin Mingyue returning, I hurried to open the door. As the door swung open, Qin Mingyue fluttered into my arms like a joyful little bird. Darling, I've missed you so much. I embraced her tightly, smiling. I've missed you too, sweetheart. Cool, man. See the surprise I prepared for you. Releasing me, she spotted the roses, snacks, and the necklace nestled in its box on the coffee table. Her eyes sparkling with delight. Wow, such beautiful flowers and my favorite snacks. This necklace is exquisite. Darling, you are so wonderful. I love it. But where did you get the money? Your commission is only settled at the end of the month. Feeling slightly bashful, I replied, I still have some retirement funds. And since you bought me the Wrangler yesterday, I thought to get you a necklace. After saying this, Qin Mingyue picked up the necklace, adorned herself, and twirled before the mirror, excitedly asking, how do I look? I approached her from behind, embracing her and gazing into the mirror. You look splendid. You would look beautiful in anything. My darling is the most beautiful woman in the world. Qin Mingyue turned to me, pressed a gentle kiss on my lips, and said, you are so charming. By the way, I've been busy at the office all day and feel famished. What deliciousness have you prepared? Everything is to your liking. Wash your hands. Let us dine, I urged, taking her hand and leading her to the dining room. The table was adorned with a lavish spread, featuring sweet and sour ribs, kung pao chicken, mapo tofu, and the corn and rib soup that Qin Mingyue loves the most. Wow, so much delicious food. I'm ready to feast, she exclaimed, picking up her chopsticks and savoring a piece of rib. This is so delectable. Darling, your culinary skills are becoming increasingly impressive, she remarked with satisfaction. I smiled as I served her a bowl of soup. Do eat more. You've lost some weight with all your recent work. As we enjoyed our meal, we engaged in delightful conversation. Qin Mingyue shared her work progress at the company with me, and I detailed my communication with Wang Hu from today. Your brother has been a tremendous help. Once this matter is resolved, we must express our gratitude to him, Qin Mingyue remarked. Absolutely. By the way, how is the collaboration proposal you were preparing? I inquired. It's nearly complete. Tomorrow, I'll have the team discuss it to refine the details. I'm confident we will secure this partnership, she replied, exuding confidence. I believe in you, darling. You are so intelligent and diligent. There is no doubt you will succeed, I encouraged. After dinner, we tidied the table together and settled on the sofa to watch television. Qin Mingyue nestled in my embrace like a gentle kitten and soon drifted off to sleep. As I gazed at her peaceful face, I planted a soft kiss on her forehead, then carefully carried her to the bedroom, laying her on the bed and covering her with a blanket. I sat at the bedside, quietly watching her, my heart brimming with happiness and contentment. This woman is the love of my life. I would do anything for her happiness. As I watched her, my eyelids grew heavy and I unknowingly dozed off beside her. Early the next morning, Qin Mingyue rose and gently roused me, saying, Darling, I need to go to the office. You can sleep a bit longer. Groggily, I opened my eyes and asked, So early? You should have some breakfast. No, I don't have time. You can eat on your own. I must leave now, she replied, kissing my cheek before hurriedly exiting. Watching her retreating figure, I sighed, thinking, having a workaholic girlfriend is quite challenging, but for her career, I will continue to support her silently. Chapter 21. Persuading the responsible party after getting up, washing up, and having a light breakfast, I began to contemplate my plans for the day. Suddenly, I recalled Wang Hu mentioning yesterday that he would arrange to discuss the collaboration with the other company. Curious if there were any updates, I picked up my phone and called him. Once connected, Wang Hu said, Brother, I was just about to call you. The other company has agreed to meet with us tomorrow afternoon to discuss the collaboration, and the location will be their conference room. Make sure your girlfriend is prepared with the proposal and attends on time. Upon hearing this, I quickly responded, Okay, Hugo, I understand. Thank you so much. Without your assistance, this matter could have been delayed indefinitely. No need to be so polite. We are brothers. By the way, I will also be there tomorrow. Together, we will find a way to persuade them, Wang Hu assured. That's wonderful. With you there, my confidence grows. See you tomorrow afternoon, I exclaimed joyfully. After hanging up, I promptly sent Qin Mingyue a text to share this good news. Before long, she replied, confirming she was already aware and assuring me that she would be thoroughly prepared. The following day, I remained industrious at home, assisting Qin Mingyue in reviewing the collaborative proposal, contributing some of my own insights and suggestions. Although my grasp of business was limited, my unique perspectives and modes of thinking provided Qin Mingyue with considerable inspiration. At last, by the afternoon of the next day, Qin Mingyue and I arrived early at the entrance of the opposing company, where we met Wang Hu. Upon seeing us, Wang Hu approached with a smile and greeted us, saying, "Well, 13, your girlfriend is truly beautiful. By the way, how prepared are you?" Qin Mingyue confidently replied, "We are fully prepared, Brother Hu. We owe much to your assistance this time." Wang Hu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for such words. We are all striving to ensure the success of this endeavor. Let us head upstairs." The three of us entered the elevator and ascended to the meeting room of the opposing company, where their representatives awaited our arrival. As we stepped in, they all rose to greet us. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, we delved into the main topic. Qin Mingyue opened her laptop and began to meticulously present our collaborative plan. Her explanation was coherent and rich in content, and her thorough preparation led the representatives from the opposing company to nod in agreement frequently. During her presentation, they raised several questions and concerns, all of which Qin Mingyue addressed with patience and detail. Wang Hu and I supplemented her arguments with timely insights and suggestions to help persuade the other party. After an intense discussion and exchange of ideas, the representatives finally displayed smiles of satisfaction. They acknowledged that our proposal had become significantly more refined and that risks had been effectively mitigated. They expressed their willingness to proceed with the collaboration. Upon hearing this delightful news, Qin Mingyue nearly leapt for joy. She clasped the hand of the opposing representative tightly, exclaiming, "Thank you so much. I believe our collaboration will be immensely enjoyable." Wang Hu and I shared in her joy, enveloped in the euphoria of our success. Following the successful negotiation, Qin Mingyue invited the representatives to join us for a celebratory meal. They readily accepted, and at the dining table, we relished exquisite dishes while engaging in amiable conversation, creating a wonderfully harmonious atmosphere. After the meal, we bid farewell to the representatives and departed from the restaurant. Qin Mingyue, brimming with excitement, grasped my hand and said, "Darling, today has been absolutely wonderful. Thanks to you and Brother Hu, I genuinely didn't know what I would have done without your help." I smiled and replied, "Silly. This is all the result of your hard work. Brother Hu and I merely provided a bit of assistance." Wang Hu chimed in, "Indeed, Qin Mingyue, you are truly a formidable woman. Should you ever need help in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Qin Mingyue expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Hu. I am sure I will trouble you in the future. I truly appreciate your support today. Let me treat you both to a karaoke session to unwind." Both Wang Hu and I readily agreed. Thus, the three of us proceeded to a nearby establishment, where we reserved a private room. Qin Mingyue selected several of her favorite songs and, microphone in hand, began to sing. Her melodious voice was enchanting, akin to that of a nightingale, captivating all who listened. Myself and Wang Hu, unwilling to be outdone, eagerly seized the microphones and joined Qin Mingyue in a harmonious chorus. The three of us sang and danced in the private room, reveling in joy and casting aside all our worries into the ethereal heights. We continued our merriment until past 11 in the evening, marking the end of our exuberant celebration. Although Qin Mingyue appeared somewhat fatigued, her face radiated with a blissful smile. Nestled against my embrace, she said, "Darling, today has been the happiest day of my life. Thank you for your unwavering companionship." I gently caressed her hair, replying, "My dear, as long as you are happy, everything I do is worthwhile. No matter the challenges we encounter in the future, we shall face them together, shall we?" Qin Mingyue nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, we shall face them together." Upon waking the next morning, I drove her to the marketing center in our two vehicles. Su Feifei, upon spotting my new Jeep Wrangler, circled it several times before finally coming to a halt. "Sales champion, I see the beautiful director has accompanied you to purchase a new car. No wonder we haven't seen you at the marketing center these past few days." I was aware that this vehicle was a gift from Qin Mingyue, and I glanced at her with a hint of bashfulness. In such a vast city like Beijing, not having my own car made commuting rather inconvenient. Su Feifei chuckled, "That's true, but your Wrangler seems even more striking than my Cadillac 5. That's different. The Cadillac is an urban SUV, while mine embodies the authentic rugged masculinity," I explained. As we conversed, my mentor, Wu Yumei, arrived in her vehicle. After parking her Tesla, she approached us. 13th disciple, is this your new purchase? Quite impressive. Master, to be honest, I drove this model when I was in the Special Operations Brigade, and it indeed feels exceptional, though it consumes quite a bit of fuel. What is there to fear? In a few days, with your salary, you'll be earning over $1 million. Su Feifei exclaimed in envy. I was taken aback. Really? Is it that much? I thought it was only a few $100,000, comparable to the price of this Wrangler. Oh dear, your salary, bonuses, and commissions combined would be enough to buy 4 of these. You silly boy, Wu Yume said, taking my hand. By the way, good disciple, come to my office. I have something to discuss with you. After we departed, Su Feifei felt a twinge of displeasure, thinking, that 13th disciple. It seems his soul has once again been captivated by Wu Yume, but they share a mentor-disciple bond. What can I do about it? Chapter 22. Wu Yume's admirer, she chuckled mischievously. How about I enlist my mother to stage a good play? You promised to help me pretend to be your boyfriend for a blind date, right? So, let us turn this charade into something real. Unbeknownst to me, I followed my mentor, Wu Yume, into her office. She glanced at her Longines watch, noting it was only 8:30, with half an hour left before the workday commenced. 13th. My period hasn't arrived these past few days. Could it be that my busy schedule has affected its arrival? She said, blushing slightly as she looked at me. Very well, then you should lie down in the bedroom, and I'll apply the ancient acupuncture techniques passed down by my grandfather to examine the situation. It's been nearly a month since I last attended to you, hasn't it? Indeed, after watching, I felt a profound sense of comfort. However, according to the usual cycle, it should have arrived a few days ago. As she spoke, she locked her office door, concerned that someone might inadvertently interrupt our treatment, which would create a rather awkward situation. She then turned and proceeded to the bedroom. I retrieved the ancient silver needle I had been carrying, briefly heating it with a lighter to sterilize it. Upon entering the bedroom, I found Master Wu Yume already lying on the bed, her exquisite form covered by a blanket. I approached and gently uncovered the part of the blanket covering her feet, just as I was about to begin the treatment, when suddenly a commotion erupted outside. It sounded like Su Feifei and another person were engaged in a heated argument. No, you cannot go in. Manager Wu is dealing with something important. Su Feifei shouted. I don't care about your important matters. I must confront her today. An unfamiliar woman angrily retorted. I furrowed my brow and glanced at my master. Master Wu Yume shook her head helplessly, indicating her lack of understanding of the situation. I set down the silver needle and stood up, intending to investigate. Just as I reached the door, it was forcefully flung open by an aggressive woman who stormed in, pointing at Master Wu Yume and shouting, Wu Yume, you've stolen my man. If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't let this go. I was utterly bewildered, having no clue what was unfolding. Master Wu Yume quickly sat up to clarify. You've misunderstood. I have no idea what you're talking about. The scene was chaotic, and I instinctively positioned myself in front of Master Wu Yume to prevent the deranged woman from acting impulsively. Stop pretending to be the good person. Didn't you recommend my husband, Tan Songyu, to buy your villa? That despicable man is now seeking a divorce from me. The woman looked at me, towering and imposing, though I sensed her underlying fear. Madam, your actions here are completely unreasonable. We are a sales office in a villa district. Your husband, Tan Songyu, came to view properties, and as sales personnel, we merely recommended projects to him. Might I ask what wrong we have committed? Her response revealed her uncertainty, and I realized the issue stemmed from her. Madam, I believe that matters between you and your husband should be discussed thoroughly. The root of the problem lies within your relationship, or perhaps there are third-party influences unknown to you. Purchasing a villa is inherently a positive endeavor, indicative of your family's wealth and good economic standing. Wouldn't you agree? I gradually prompted her thought process. But why is my husband seeking a divorce? That, madam, is a question I cannot answer. However, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. When one seeks to confront others, one should possess evidence. With nothing in hand, how can you expect anyone to believe you? Even if the police arrive, they cannot resolve your personal issues. Perhaps it would be best if you return home to engage in a profound conversation with your husband to ascertain the root of the issue. This is, after all, the most effective means of resolution. Upon hearing my words, The woman displayed a look of hesitation, and after a brief silence, she replied slowly, "Perhaps you were right. I should not have acted so impulsively." Just as everyone believed the matter was coming to a close, the woman's eyes suddenly sparkled, as though she had grasped a crucial insight. "No, even if buying a house is normal, I discovered that he frequently communicates with Wu Yumei, and their conversations are rather ambiguous." Upon hearing this, Master Wu Yumei hurriedly interjected, "That was merely for the purpose of discussing the details of the property purchase. Perhaps the wording was unfortunate, leading to misunderstandings." I pondered for a moment before addressing the woman. "Madam, to conclude that someone is intruding upon your marriage based solely on a few seemingly ambiguous remarks is rather hasty. If you doubt this, you may retrieve the call logs or chat records for a thorough investigation, though this should be done through proper channels, as privately accessing such information is inappropriate. Furthermore, you might consider reviewing your husband's WeChat messages to determine whether our manager Wu Yumei is indeed enticing your husband, which might unveil the true reason behind his desire for divorce." The woman clenched her teeth and ultimately sighed. "It seems I have acted impulsively. I apologize for disturbing everyone." With that, she left in a dejected manner, and both Master Wu Yumei and Su Feifei exhaled in relief. Impressive. South Faction 13. I never anticipated your persuasive skills were so remarkable. Su Feifei gave me a thumbs up. Master Wu Yumei looked at me with gratitude, and I smiled. Let us continue our discussion on the topics yet to be addressed. Secretary Su, thank you for safeguarding my master's well-being. Oh, you all carry on. I shall seek Director Qin. With that, she turned and headed to Qin Mingyue's office. I closed and locked the door to Master Wu Yumei's office and asked, "Master, are you certain you haven't discussed other matters with her husband?" Master Wu Yumei shot me a look. "You rascal, are you suspecting me now? I am wholly devoted to my work. I have no interest in entangling myself with a married man." I scratched my head. "Master, I am merely being cautious. After all, should this matter leak, your reputation could suffer." Master Wu Yumei nodded and reclined back onto the bed. Just as I picked up the silver needles, ready to proceed with the acupuncture, her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the screen, and her expression grew somewhat peculiar. "What is it?" I inquired. Master Wu Yumei handed me her phone, revealing a text message from Tan Songyu. "Xiaomei, did my wife trouble you just now? I apologize. I have been pursuing you all along, and the matters regarding the house were merely an excuse to see you." My eyes widened. The situation had just become more complicated. Master Wu Yumei furrowed her brow and replied, "Mr. Tan, please conduct yourself with dignity. I regard you as merely a regular client. Do not send such messages again, or I will be compelled to involve the authorities." After sending the message, Master Wu Yumei turned to me and said, 13, let this matter rest. Do not mention it again." I nodded in agreement, yet a lingering feeling in my heart suggested that this issue would not conclude so easily. Chapter 23. A return visit. I once again picked up the silver needle, adopting a serious demeanor as I addressed my master. "Master, I am about to showcase the exquisite techniques passed down from my grandfather. Rest assured, I shall surely remedy your irregular menstrual condition." Master Wu Yumei lay there, casting a sidelong glance at me. "You boast so much, just get on with it." I am eager to return to normalcy. I carefully heated the ancient silver needle with a lighter while muttering, "This needle has been sterilized. It is absolutely safe and hygienic. You can trust me to administer it." Master Wu Yumei chuckled at my antics. All right. Do I really doubt you?" With preparations complete, I adjusted the blanket covering Master Wu Yumei, locating the acupoint before swiftly inserting the needle. Upon the first prick, she involuntarily hissed. "Does it hurt, Master?" I inquired. She gritted her teeth and replied, "You little rascal. You are rather forceful." I chuckled. "Master, this is a case of short pain being better than long pain. It will be over soon." After several needles, I began to scrutinize her complexion and tongue coating. Upon examination, I realized that her delayed menstruation was primarily due to a deficiency of qi and blood, compounded by coldness in the uterus. When I shared my diagnosis with her, she was taken aback. Is it really possible to discern such things just by looking? I proudly shook my head. Of course, my grandfather's medical skills are unparalleled. Though I have only scratched the surface, I can still identify these minor ailments. Next, I commenced the application of the 13 ghost needles and the 9 needles of returning yang. Each needle in the 13 ghost needles has its significance. And as I inserted them, I recited their incantations. First needle, Ghost Palace. Second needle, Ghost Trust. Master Wuyume, hearing my recitations, could not help but tease. Are you casting spells? I replied earnestly, Master, you may not understand, but these are the mnemonics for the needle techniques. Reciting them while needling enhances the efficacy. During the procedure, Master Wuyume's phone rang once more. She glanced at it, and her expression darkened immediately. Curious, I asked, What is it, Master? Is it that Tan Songyu again? Master Wuyume nodded and handed me her phone, revealing a lengthy string of messages from Tan Songyu, filled with apologies and declarations of love. He claimed to have confronted his wife and was resolute in pursuing her. I frowned. Why is Tan Songyu so persistent? Master, you must not show any weakness. With a sigh, she replied, How could I possibly relent? I detest men who are married yet engage in such indiscretions. As she prepared to respond to Tan Songyu, intending to dissuade him completely, I seized the opportunity to propose an idea. Master, what if I devise a plan to thoroughly extinguish his aspirations? Her eyes brightened with interest. What clever notion do you have? I spoke mysteriously. Let's turn the tables. I shall pretend to be your legitimate boyfriend and display our affection before him. Let us see if he dares to pursue you further. Master Wuyume couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. You rascal, you certainly have a plethora of clever ideas. However, this suggestion does sound rather intriguing. Very well, let us proceed as you propose. Just as we were deliberating over the implementation of our plan, a commotion erupted outside. It seemed that Su Feifei was embroiled in yet another argument with someone. Wu Yumei and I exchanged glances, both sensing an ominous premonition. I set down my silver needles and hastened to the door. Upon opening it, to my astonishment, there stood Tan Songyu's wife, accompanied by several individuals who appeared to be her relatives, advancing towards us with an aggressive demeanor. Wu Yumei, you must provide me with an explanation today. My husband is on the verge of divorcing me, and it is undoubtedly your meddling that has brought us to this point. Tan Songyu's wife exclaimed loudly. I quickly positioned myself in front of Master Wuyume. Why are you here again? Did we not clarify matters earlier? Your husband's issues should be addressed with him, not by troubling us. The woman disregarded my words entirely, attempting to barge in. Su Feifei, flustered, stomped her feet. How can you behave this way? This is a workplace, and you cannot cause a ruckus here. At that moment, Qin Mingyue, the general manager, arrived, her brow furrowed in concern. If you continue this unreasonable disturbance, I will be forced to call the authorities. Upon hearing this, Tan Songyu's wife slightly tempered her fervor but remained relentless. I demand an explanation today, Wu Yumei. If you do not return my husband to me, our dealings are far from over. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, I knew we had to devise a solution. An idea struck me, and I addressed the woman, Let us not act in haste. Let us sit down and have a proper discussion. Wu Yumei and I are, in fact, in a romantic relationship. Your husband has been pursuing her, and she has not acquiesced. The woman regarded me with skepticism. You claim to be in a relationship. But what proof do you have? I was momentarily taken aback, as I had not anticipated the need for evidence. At that moment, Wu Yumei suddenly grasped my hand, smiling as she declared, The evidence is our evident affection for one another. As she leaned closer to me, I felt a rush of anxiety, fearing retribution from Qin Mingyue later that evening. Nevertheless, I reasoned that this charade was necessary for Master Wu Yumei's liberation from this predicament, and thus I played along. Look, our bond is so profound. How could we ever wish to disrupt your family? Your husband's troubles are truly unrelated to us, I asserted earnestly. The woman studied us, a hint of hesitation crossing her features. At that juncture, one of her relatives interjected, I find this young man's argument quite reasonable. Perhaps your husband's issues are indeed his own doing. Upon hearing this, Tan Songyu's wife fell silent for a moment before bursting into tears. What should I do? I do not wish for a divorce. Noticing her emotional state softening, I seized the opportunity to suggest, return home and communicate with your husband, clarify the situation. If he truly values this family, he will surely reconsider his stance. I swiftly took Wu Yumei's phone and displayed our WeChat conversation to them. Do you see? My girlfriend, being compassionate, chose not to report him to the authorities. It is your husband, with his relentless persistence, who has been clinging to her under the pretext of purchasing a house, even going so far as to profess his feelings for her. I must warn you, should he continue to harass my girlfriend, I will not hesitate to confront him. This is utterly intolerable. The woman wiped her tears and nodded, conceding, all right. I will speak to him and urge him to cease his pursuit of your girlfriend. Let us refrain from involving the police. After all, we are still married. Growing increasingly irate, I gazed at her and remarked, are you not concerned that I might retaliate after your disturbance at our marketing center? With that, I brandished my Special Forces discharge certificate from my pocket before them. I have been a retired Special Forces soldier for a month now, and I have yet to engage in a brawl. The woman's demeanor shifted as she observed my fierce expression, hastily pulling her relatives away. Once they departed, both my mentor, Wu Yumei, and I exhaled in relief. Su Feifei, standing nearby, chuckled, you performed quite convincingly. I almost believed you. Qin Mingyue approached, laughing at me, with a hint of mischief in her eyes, as if to say, you've taken on the role of Wu Yumei's boyfriend, just wait until tonight when I settle the score. However, she turned her attention back to Wu Yumei, advising, let us leave today's events as they are, but do remain vigilant in the future to prevent such matters from affecting our work. In the office, I closed the door and said to Wu Yumei, I hope his wife can persuade him. Otherwise, who knows what further complications may arise. Wu Yumei sighed. Indeed, I regret not recognizing his intentions earlier, being solely focused on my sales duties. I reassured her, this is not your fault. Who could have anticipated his true nature? But fear not with me by your side. I shall assist you in resolving this predicament. With that, I resumed my acupuncture treatment for my mentor, and this time, the process proceeded smoothly without interruptions. Once I finished, Wu Yumei expressed her relief, saying, thank you, 13. Without you today, I cannot fathom how chaotic things might have become. I smiled and waved my hand dismissively. Do not mention it, master. We are bound as mentor and disciple. Helping each other is only natural. As we conversed, my phone unexpectedly rang. I picked it up to discover an unfamiliar number. Could it be a call from Tan Songyu? Upon answering, before I could utter a word, a familiar voice from the other end, belonging to Alicia, whom I had not heard from in quite some time, greeted me. You scoundrel, 13. Have you found work in Yinjing? It has been nearly a month since you last contacted me. Chapter 24. Elisha's call. Only upon connecting the call did I realize that a grand princess, residing in a distant land, had been quietly concerned about me. My heart swelled with emotion, recalling the time I had rescued her in Thailand from a kidnapping ordeal, as well as the harrowing experience at the Night Rose Bar in Sanliton when I was drugged by the bartender, which ultimately led to my secret discharge from service. I have indeed found a position, managing a villa project for a publicly listed company. I have been working for over 20 days now. By the way, Alicia, how are you faring within the royal family? Upon hearing my words, Eliza Shah was particularly delighted, a smile gracing her lips. Well then, why didn't you tell me? Do you have a lovely girlfriend who has made you forget about me, your little darling? Not at all. I spend my days at the sales center selling villas for the company. In fact, Eliza Shah, I have sold several grand villas this month. By the end of the month, my salary and bonuses will exceed $1 million. I hope to lift her spirits over the phone. Wow, my great hero, that's impressive. Your little darling is so happy for you. Knowing that you have stabilized your life brings me joy. When my parents visit your country soon, I will come to see you. Let you take me around Beijing, visiting the Forbidden City, the Great Wall at Badaling, and the Summer Palace. Climbing fragrant hills to see the autumn leaves. Would that be all right? Absolutely. When you come, I will treat you to authentic Beijing roast duck and various delightful snacks. How does that sound? Listening to her cheerful tone filled me with warmth. Then it's settled. Great hero. Anticipate my arrival, for your little darling misses you dearly. I miss you too, with your ocean blue eyes and flowing hair. Now, be a good boy and focus on your work. My brother, Itai, has come to visit me. All right, please send my regards to him and tell him that Nanpai Shisan is thinking of him in Beijing. With that, Eliza Shah ended the long-distance call. Master Wu Yumei gazed at me intently, her eyes widening. Disciple, could she be the royal princess you mentioned before? Indeed, Eliza Shah is upset with me. She said I haven't messaged or called her in ages, and she plans to visit us in Beijing soon to accompany her parents on an official visit. Goodness, shouldn't you be overjoyed? To have such an exotic princess in your life is a remarkable fortune. I looked at Master Wu Yumei, sighing. You don't understand the depth of my feelings for her. If you were in my shoes, would you think it possible? What is so impossible about it? If two people love each other, that should be enough. You're dodging the issue. She is a princess from a foreign royal family, living in a realm far above mine, while I am merely a sales representative selling villas, a person of humble standing. Moreover, her parents would not approve of our relationship. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been secretly retired from special forces. Master Wu Yumei patted my shoulder. Disciple, don't lose heart. Perhaps there is still a chance. Look at your impressive performance now. You might carve out a successful career. Her parents may come to see you in a new light. I forced a smile and shook my head. It's not that simple. Royalty places great importance on lineage. Now, let us hurry downstairs. Lunch is approaching. Master Wu Yumei regarded me with a complex expression, as if she wished to say something but held back. You may go first. I need to get dressed. I chuckled. Go ahead. I've seen all of you already. What is there to be shy about? Enough. That was when you were a patient. This is different. Now, it's a woman and a man. You, lad, are you seeking excitement just because you received a call from a beautiful princess? Must I really go? Upon finishing my words, I swiftly slipped out of Master Wu Yumei's office like a rabbit. Upon reaching the lobby on the first floor, I noticed the absence of clients. As it was nearly noon and few were interested in viewing properties, I exited the marketing center and stepped outside the gate, casually retrieving an expensive cigarette, igniting it, and indulging in its smoke leisurely. Su Feifei approached from behind and tapped my shoulder. Hey, what are you pondering? I thought you'd remain ensconced in your master's office indefinitely. By the way, what did you discuss all morning? I hadn't seen you for ages. Sighing, I mentioned, isn't the company planning to develop the second phase of Yutsue Manor? They say the layouts and areas will be grander, more upscale than the current phase. And they need me to take on a role as a team leader. I fabricated this excuse. The truth was, Qin Mingwei had informed me of this matter a few days prior, and the notion of a promotion was entirely a figment of my imagination. Oh, I see. But surely it wouldn't require so much time. You must be concealing something, Su Feifei remarked, her curiosity piqued. I took a deliberate deep drag from my cigarette, intending to tease her, and when she least expected it, I blew the smoke towards her before darting away. Coughing, she exclaimed, "You rascal, come back." I loathed the smell of smoke. Just then, I received a call from the long-unheard Miss Rong Chunxue, Vice President. What prompted you to call me? I jested. Have you yet to procure that lip balm? Oh, you cheeky hero. How dare you bring that up? Autumn has arrived. The golden flowers have wilted, and only now do you remember to buy me lip balm? It's been half a month. Is the marketing center busy of late? I've been preoccupied with servicing those 4 celebrity clients from last week, so it slipped my mind. Tomorrow is the weekend. I shall certainly accompany you to purchase it. All right, at least you possess a shred of conscience. Great hero. Payroll and bonuses are due this coming Monday. I inquired with Director Qin Mingwei. It's over 130,000. Goodness, that exceeds my earnings as a vice president. It's merely a stroke of luck. I doubt such performance will persist. So, must I add a condition? You owe me dinner tomorrow night. Sound good? Absolutely, a feast will suffice. I recall you mentioning Dior lip balm, correct? If not, I could also procure a bottle of Dior perfume. On the other end, Rong Chunxue giggled. All right. Such generosity. In that case, I shall authorize an additional 100,000. And during the monthly meeting at your marketing center this afternoon, I will announce it as your special reward for the month. Upon hearing this, I couldn't contain my delight. Thank you for your kindness, Vice President. I shall strive even harder. After ending the call, Su Feifei leaned closer, her expression rife with suspicion. Who was that? Another enchanting confidant. I shot her a look of exasperation. It was Vice President Morong, discussing work and the arrangement for tomorrow's lip balm purchase. Su Feifei pouted. Humph, you seem to be surrounded by admirers. For heaven's sake, do refrain from making wild claims. After all, she is your superior. Do ensure that when we convene for the monthly sales meeting this afternoon, you don't divulge my words to her. In the vibrant atmosphere of the cafeteria, I found myself at odds with Su Feifei, who threatened to expose my connection with Director Qin Mingwei. Her warning elicited laughter from me. Given a reminder, I decided to disregard the matchmaking efforts of my parents. Such a major affair. I mused, you might as well seek assistance elsewhere. I shall now indulge in a meal at the dining hall. Su Feifei, incensed, stomped her foot and hurled insults at me, calling me Stinky 13 and Foolish 13. Chapter 25. Monthly summary meeting. As I gently pushed open the slightly antiquated yet dignified door of the cafeteria, a rich aroma of food enveloped me. My attention was irresistibly drawn to three enchanting figures gathered around a nearby table. Three exquisite ladies, with graceful figures and charming faces, sat together, relishing an array of sumptuous dishes. Sunlight poured through the window, casting a golden hue upon them, enhancing their already radiant beauty. The company's employee cafeteria was truly commendable. The variety of food was unparalleled, with over 20 different meat and vegetable dishes presented in a dazzling display. The self-service format allowed everyone to select according to their preferences, taking whatever they desired, with the sole admonition to avoid food wastage. With a smile, I approached the trio of beauties, deliberately adopting an exaggerated tone as I addressed Rong Chunxue. Ah, the vice president graces us with her presence. How delightful! Now our general manager Qin and the newly appointed marketing director Li Wanru, who is also a woman of exquisite taste, have company. It is worth noting that these two were often preoccupied, frequently relying on assistant Su to bring their meals to the office, consumed in relentless busyness. Upon hearing my words, Rong Chunxue lifted her gaze, a hint of amusement flickering in her beautiful eyes as she watched me approach. With a playful smile, she said, Nanpai 13. What are you lingering there for? Hurry and fetch us some food. Today, I am in a good mood and shall grant you the opportunity to dine with us three lovely ladies. Perhaps I should pass, I replied. I am but a rough fellow. I might become so entranced by your beauty that I forget to eat. At that moment, Director Qin Minghua also looked my way. Nanpai 13, if you wish to secure that special 10,000 yuan bonus for Rong, you better fetch the food promptly. Otherwise, I might inform the vice president that someone is refusing to comply with leadership directives. Consider the ramifications of such insubordination. Upon hearing this, I straightened my demeanor. Director Qin, please don't scare me. I will go right away. After swiftly gathering my meal, I sat beside them. Rong Chunxue regarded me with a knowing smile. 13. You were smoking outside, weren't you? You reek of smoke. Embarrassed, I scratched my head. Vice President, it's just the pressures of life. One occasionally needs a smoke to unwind. Qin Minghua let out a soft hum, advising herself against making excuses. At that moment, Master Wu Yumei entered, her gaze flickering with surprise as she noticed us seated together. Silently, she prepared the meal and approached us. Rong Chunxue greeted her warmly. Ms. Wu, please join us. The atmosphere at the dining table was somewhat delicate. I focused on my food, striving to minimize my presence. Suddenly, Rong Chunxue set down her chopsticks and earnestly addressed me. 13. You must be aware that many eyes in the company are upon you. Your achievements are too dazzling, and it is inevitable that some may harbor jealousy. You must tread carefully in your endeavors. A chill ran through me, and I expressed my gratitude to the vice president for her reminder. I understood her concern. After the meal, we dispersed, and I silently resolved that, for both my own sake and the uncertain future with Eliza Shaw, I must solidify my position. At 2 in the afternoon, the monthly summary meeting commenced, presided over by Sales Director Qin Minghua and Marketing Director Li Wanru, with Rong Chunxue also on the podium. Midway through the meeting, as Qin Minghua was reporting the sales figures for the month, the door to the conference room was abruptly flung open. A group of men clad in black suits stormed in, and the leader, a man wearing sunglasses, intoned in a deep voice, "Where's Nanpai Shisan?" All eyes turned to me. Rong Chunxue stood up, her voice rising in protest. "Who are you? This is an internal company meeting. You cannot barge in." The man sneered, waving a piece of paper. "He is implicated in a case of commercial confidentiality breach. We need to take him in for questioning." Shocked, I stood up. "I did not. This is slander." Qin Minghua interjected. "There must be some mistake. Shisan has been diligently working this month." However, the group of men advanced towards me without hesitation. Just as they were about to reach me, Master Wu Yumei unexpectedly stepped in front, wielding a lengthy baseball bat that she had somehow acquired. She coldly declared, "If you wish to take him, you must first pass through me." The atmosphere in the conference room turned tense. The man in sunglasses furrowed his brow, seemingly unprepared for such resistance. He spoke into a walkie-talkie, and soon more men surged into the room, escalating the situation further. The newcomers hesitated momentarily upon seeing the baseball bat in Wu Yumei's hands, but soon pressed forward. At that moment, Rong Chunxue stepped forward as well, stating, "If you attempt to take him by force, I will call the police," brandishing her phone. The man in sunglasses scoffed, "Calling the police will be futile. We are conducting a legitimate investigation." Just as both sides stood at an impasse, Li Wanru, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "What evidence do you have to prove that he leaked confidential information? If you have no substantial proof, barging in here to apprehend someone gives us grounds to sue you for disrupting corporate order." The man hesitated, then threw the paper in his hand towards me, declaring, "This is evidence. He has had frequent contact with a project company associated with our competitor." I picked up the paper and, filled with indignation, retorted, "This is forged. I have never been in contact with that project company." At that moment, the large screen in the conference room suddenly illuminated, revealing a segment of surveillance footage that clearly recorded an individual stealthily infiltrating the sales department's office and tampering with my computer. It turned out to be Zhang Kai, the head of the company's security department, who, upon noticing the anomaly, promptly retrieved the footage. As the truth unraveled, the man's expression shifted dramatically, and he left in a hasty retreat with his subordinates, leaving the conference room filled with murmurs of astonishment. I let out a sigh of relief, secretly grateful to have narrowly escaped a calamity. The meeting continued, and in the end, Rong Chunxue delivered a concluding speech, announcing on the spot that I would receive a special bonus of 100,000 yuan for this month, instructing me to collect it directly from the finance department after the meeting. After the meeting concluded, my heart brimmed with joy. As the afternoon workday came to a close, I invited everyone to celebrate with a feast. All personnel eagerly agreed, and Rong Chunxue, along with Qin Mingyue, Li Wanru, and Master Wu Yumei, cast approving glances my way. Chapter 26. Joyful times. As the end of the workday approached, I knocked on the door to Qin Mingyue's office, seeking assistance from the esteemed Secretary Su Feifei to reserve a restaurant. Upon entering her office, I was greeted by the presence of Rong Chunxue, Li Wanru, and Su Feifei. Seeing me, Qin Mingyue chuckled, teasing, "The sales champion has come to my office. Could it be that you miss our esteemed President Moro?" My cheeks flushed, and I quickly waved my hand, saying, "Qin, please don't tease me. I merely seek Secretary Su's help to book a restaurant for tonight's celebration." Su Feifei chimed in with a smile, "Don't worry, it's already been arranged." Rong Chunxue turned to me, saying, "Sure, San, after today's incident, you must remain vigilant. Those who conspire against you will not relent." I nodded, understanding the gravity of her words. "I comprehend, Vice President." After work, our group of colleagues enthusiastically entered a uniquely charming restaurant. The establishment was exquisitely decorated, with soft lighting that filled the air with the delightful aroma of cuisine and the cheerful sound of laughter. Once the dishes and drinks were served, everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks and raised their glasses. As the fine wine flowed, the already lively atmosphere became even more spirited. We indulged in delectable dishes while sharing amusing stories from work and snippets of our lives. However, amidst the jubilant ambience, my phone suddenly vibrated. I pulled it out to see an anonymous text message displayed on the screen. "Today is just the beginning. You cannot escape." The ominous and cryptic message instantly furrowed my brow, though a sense of unease crept into my heart. I did not wish to mar the festive mood with this unexpected message, so I discreetly tucked my phone back into my pocket. Unbeknownst to me, Li Wanru, sitting nearby, keenly noticed my unusual behavior. She inquired with concern, "Sure, San, what's the matter? You look a bit off. Have you encountered some trouble?" Faced with her question, I hesitated for a moment, not wanting to dampen the spirits of the gathering. Ultimately, however, I resolved to no longer conceal the truth. I slowly retrieved my phone and displayed the menacing message for everyone to see. In an instant, the previously boisterous dining table was enveloped in a profound silence, the atmosphere abruptly turning solemn. Every individual fixated upon the text message, their expressions grave, seemingly contemplating the deeper implications it might harbor. At that moment, my ever-attentive mentor, Master Wu Yumei, gently patted my shoulder and offered words of comfort. Do not worry, Shisan. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall build a dam. There is nothing to fear. As long as we remain calm, we shall find a solution to this predicament. Hearing her soothing words, I felt a slight sense of reassurance. Soon after, the resolute Rong Chunxue spoke up. Shisan, rest assured that the company will spare no effort in supporting you to unearth the shadowy figure behind these messages. I believe that as long as we unite our strengths, we will unveil the truth. Her steadfast gaze illuminated my somewhat dimmed spirit like a beacon of hope. Feeling the warmth of their concern and support, a comforting wave surged through me. I took a deep breath, then raised my glass high, exclaiming, "Thank you all, regardless of the circumstances. Let us momentarily set aside our worries and revel in this rare moment of togetherness." As my words lingered in the air, others responded in kind, raising their glasses to clink together, and soon enough, the earlier disquiet was forgotten as we immersed ourselves in the joyous and harmonious atmosphere of the gathering. After the meal, satisfied and content, I proposed that we indulge in some karaoke. Everyone readily agreed, and I made my way to a nearby establishment, reserving 2 spacious private rooms, where we dispersed, joyfully selecting songs. In one room, I was joined by Rong Chunxue, Qin Mingyue, Li Wanru, Master Wu Yume, Su Feifei, and others, while the majority occupied the other. At that moment, Su Feifei grasped my hand, urging me to sing a duet with her, Heart Rain. Stealing a glance at Qin Mingyue, I worried she might feel envious, yet she was engrossed in a whispered conversation with Rong Chunxue. As the music began, Su Feifei and I commenced our heartfelt duet. However, midway through, the lights in the room flickered, followed by a jarring noise from the speakers, leaving everyone bewildered by this sudden turn of events. At that instant, the large screen on the wall illuminated, revealing a shadowy figure adorned with a mask. Shisan, I told you, you cannot escape. The voice was cold and sinister, unmistakably belonging to the sender of the message. The atmosphere in the room thickened with tension as Rong Chunxue stood up, demanding, "Who are you? What is your purpose?" The mysterious figure chuckled menacingly. "You do not need to know who I am. Shisan has taken something that does not belong to him, and he must face the consequences." Clenching my fists, I retorted, "What have I taken? Speak plainly. There is no need for such despicable tactics." Before the figure could respond, the door burst open, and a cadre of men in black surged into the room. I was the first to strike, engaging in combat with the intruders, while Qin Mingyue, Rong Chunxue, Master Wu Yume, and Li Wanru quickly joined the fray. Yet these assailants proved to be remarkably skilled. Just as the situation was on the verge of spiraling out of control, the blaring sirens from outside pierced the air. It turned out that Qin Mingyue had discreetly called the police amid the flickering lights. The figures in black, upon realizing this, swiftly retreated, momentarily alleviating the crisis. Yet, I was acutely aware that the true peril was only just beginning, and the conspiracy lurking behind it was undoubtedly complex. To preserve the joyous atmosphere, a rarity indeed, Su Feifei and I resumed singing the song Heart Rain. As the music began anew, the large screen displayed romantic and heartwarming imagery. When Su Feifei's angelic voice resonated, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. As it came time for the male vocal segment, my deep, magnetic baritone stirred the crowd into a frenzy, with exclamations of admiration erupting. "Wow, your voice is exquisite, so full of emotion." Rong Chunxue rose to her feet, taking the microphone from Su Feifei. "My longing is an intangible net. My yearning is no longer a raging sea. Why is it that on those rainy days, I find myself thinking of you so deeply? My heart is like the June rain, softly falling with heartache, thinking of you, thinking of you, thinking of you, thinking of you, one last time. For tomorrow I shall become another's bride. Let me think of you just once more. My longing is an intangible net. My yearning is no longer a raging sea. Why is it that on those rainy days, I find myself thinking of you so deeply?" As she passionately interpreted the lyrics, the audience was swept away by the mature depth of her music. I watched her, and together we harmonized on the chorus. The sensation was akin to that of longtime lovers, rich with sentiment. Qin Mingyue, Li Wanru, and Wu Yume cheered for an encore, and Rong Chunxue glanced at me, seeking my approval. I nodded in affirmation. She signaled Su Feifei to change the screen to a vibrant image of a green meadow. A 15 moon rises in the sky. Why are there no clouds nearby? I await the beautiful maiden. Why do you not come to me? If there were no rain from the heavens, the begonia flowers would not bloom on their own. As long as I patiently wait, the one I cherish will come to me. A 15 moon rises in the sky. Why are there no clouds nearby? I await the beautiful maiden. Why do you not come to me? Rong Chunxue approached, taking my hand. Sure, San. Shall we sing a duet? Of course, I replied. Just as we concluded our Bao reunion, the atmosphere grew lively once more. Qin Mingwei observed Rong Chunxue and me, remarking, "You two were so romantically poetic just now, perfectly in sync, truly a match made in heaven." Nonsense. It was primarily Sure San's wonderful baritone, Rong Chunxue shyly retorted. However, at that moment, Li Wanru, who had been quietly seated on the couch, suddenly rose like a graceful butterfly. She swayed her waist slightly, a captivating smile gracing her face, and playfully asked, "Sure, San, handsome, would you do me the honor of dancing with me?" That visage was truly captivating, almost enchanting enough to steal one's very soul. It was both amusing and endearingly charming. Upon hearing this, I was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, "Ah, to be favored by our esteemed leader is indeed a privilege. However, I must confess, my dancing skills are rather modest, quite ordinary, in fact." Despite my humble admission, I could not decline such an invitation from a beauty, and thus steeled myself to embrace the challenge ahead. At that moment, the vibrant and dynamic tune of Let's Dance by Kelly Chin burst forth, filling the air with an exhilarating rhythm. In the midst of that stirring melody, Li Wanru and I became like two meteors ignited, instantly immersing ourselves in a lively modern dance. Li Wanru's graceful figure was mesmerizing, every movement seemingly imbued with magic, captivating all who beheld her. Her supple arms traced elegant arcs through the air, while her long legs fluidly shifted in time with the music, transforming her into a resplendent flower blooming in the night sky, truly breathtaking. I closely followed her lead, striving to synchronize with her tempo, at times drawing near, and at others maintaining a respectful distance, together performing this exuberant piece. Our dazzling display swiftly captured the attention of everyone present. Glasses were set aside as onlookers eagerly joined the dance floor, diving into the revelry. Laughter and joyous footsteps filled the space, creating an atmosphere of sheer delight. Particularly striking was the entrance of Qin Mingwei, who illuminated the scene. Clad in a form-fitting dress that accentuated her exquisite curves, she began to perform the iconic breakdance of the 1990s, moving with a blend of strength and grace. Her execution was crisp and fluid, embodying the power of a male dancer while retaining the unique femininity of her form. The mesmerizing dance techniques and her sultry figure left the audience utterly entranced, causing us to momentarily cease our own movements and become spellbound by her performance. As I admired Qin Mingyue's figure, memories of our intimate moments together caused an involuntary smile to grace my lips. "Ah, dear lady, how delightful it would be for your husband to attend to you this evening." Just as the atmosphere brimmed with joy, my phone vibrated once more, revealing another anonymous message. "The police station is not the end. The game continues." My heart sank at the sight of the message, prompting Rong Chunxue to lean in and read its contents. Furrowing her brow, she noted the audacity of the sender, yet we resolved not to remain passive. "Indeed, I must proactively draw him out at the marketing center tomorrow morning, and afterward, I shall accompany you to purchase lipstick and perfume," I stated. Rong Chunxue smiled playfully. "Very well, but do ensure your safety. Call me if anything arises." As the revelry continued until 1:30, I made my way to the cashier to settle the bill. A lively throng of nearly 30 individuals had gathered, while the other sales personnel and colleagues departed by taxi. Only Rong Chunxue, Qin Mingwei, Master Wu Yume, and I drove ourselves. Ultimately, we all summoned designated drivers to escort us home. Upon my arrival at the residential complex, I spotted Qin Mingwei leaning against her Porsche Cayenne, awaiting my return. After disembarking, I received the car keys from the designated driver. Once I compensated him for his service, I retrieved a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from my pocket, offering one to him while indulging in one myself. He expressed his gratitude before departing on his electric bike. I staggered towards Qin Mingwei, exhaling a smoke ring towards her face, chuckling as I did. "My dear, It seems we share a telepathic connection. When you were dancing the breakdance earlier, I was contemplating a delightful evening. Well, you do appear rather dashing while smoking, she remarked, waving away the lingering scent of smoke. Isn't my husband equally charming in that regard? At this, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She shot me a playful glare and said, "You little rogue, my intentions tonight do not revolve around you. I was considering discussing the future development of the Blue Shield Security Company with Xia Yufei and Luo Xuejiao tomorrow morning. However, I must accompany Rong Chunxue to the mall in the afternoon to purchase lip balm and perfume. We also need to collaborate in luring out that mysterious figure behind the scenes. Otherwise, it could become an endless ordeal. Very well, let us ascend quickly, for I am beginning to feel weary. The sensation of being held by you is truly delightful." She giggled as we proceeded upstairs and entered the room. Shortly after sitting down, my phone chimed again with an anonymous message. "I am aware of your plans. Do not waste your efforts." I scoffed and replied, "You cowardly rodent. If you possess any courage, confront us directly." Qin Minghua leaned in to read the message, her expression resolute. It appears this individual has been monitoring our every move. Regardless, we shall proceed according to our plan tomorrow. I then retreated to the bathroom for a shower, and soon after, Qin Minghua blushed as she joined me. We engaged in playful banter before lying on the bed, my hand caressing her ample bosom, my thoughts drifting to her captivating breakdance performance. "My dear, I never expected your breakdancing skills to astonish us all." "Indeed, I have studied dance," she replied. "Please, refrain from that. It tickles." Just as I was preparing for our intimate encounter, she gently reminded me, "Husband, you must wear protection. This is my dangerous period." I rolled over to fetch a condom from the nightstand, amused by her clumsiness. "Take your time. Patience is key." Once everything was in order, I turned to embrace her, and she began to moan with delight. At last, the storm had passed, and I held her close, whispering, "Minghua, do you think we will always share this kind of affection?" "What has prompted such a question?" she inquired, her surprise evident. "I'm simply worried that your parents and grandfather might disapprove of my background and family, given the vast disparity between our families." I gazed deeply into her eyes, a hint of melancholy in my voice. Qin Minghua smiled softly and said, "Little gentleman, are we not still young? There is no rush to marry. And with the gradual development of our careers, I believe that when we do propose in a few years, you will be quite different from who you are now. Wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed," I replied, "but we must seize the moment and expand our endeavors swiftly. I have another thought that I cannot balance, you know. When I was young, my grandfather imparted to me the ancient and mysterious art of medicine along with the long-lost 10-needle techniques, each possessing remarkable effects, such as the Ghost Gate 13 needles, the returning Yang 9 needles, and the Qingquan needle, among others. Each technique has its unique purpose and efficacy. Just a few days ago, I treated Master Wu Yumei for her dysmenorrhea and menstrual irregularities. Qin Minghua looked at me as if I were a peculiar creature. "Is that true? You cannot be jesting about ancient medical arts and needle techniques. Do you doubt me? Have you not been experiencing insomnia lately, coupled with occasional shortness of breath?" Qin Minghua's eyes widened in surprise. "How do you know?" I smiled gently, placing my finger delicately upon her wrist. After a moment, I said, "Your pulse appears somewhat weak, and your qi and blood are not flowing smoothly. If I employ the techniques I have learned, you shall be well again in no more than 3 treatments." Qin Minghua appeared skeptical but intrigued. "Very well, once you finish your tasks in the next few days, examine me so that I may enjoy robust health." "Certainly. Once I attend to the matters at hand, I shall treat you." Alas, this diversion has led me astray from my original intention. I wish to propose that we establish a high-end clinic, specializing in those perplexing ailments that larger hospitals cannot resolve. But there is a significant hurdle. We lack the requisite traditional Chinese medicine practitioner qualifications. I shall ponder this further and see if there is a way to obtain one for you. The primary concern is that you must possess the capability to treat such complex conditions. Qin Minghua expressed her apprehensions. "Rest assured, I am as capable as a celestial being, able to restore life to the lifeless." "Very well. I hope my little man is not merely boasting." The following morning, Qin Minghua and I appeared at the marketing center, feigning nonchalance as we surveyed our surroundings for any suspicious individuals. Suddenly, A man wearing a baseball cap hurried past, seemingly indifferent yet casting furtive glances in our direction. To draw out the mysterious figure behind this, the company deliberately assigned Qin Mingyue to a business trip to avoid suspicion. Along the way, I sensed that someone was following me. I purposely wandered into a secluded alley, preparing to confront my pursuer. Suddenly, a familiar figure materialized before me. It was Xiao Lu, a seemingly inconspicuous salesman from the company. He removed his mask, revealing a smug smile. Nanpai Shisan, did not expect this, did you? You have stolen my promotion opportunity, the position that rightfully belonged to me, and taken away the clients that were originally ours. I realized then that he had been scheming in the shadows. Did you truly believe you could succeed with such underhanded tactics? With that, I engaged him in combat, and, after several exchanges, he began to falter. At this moment, my colleagues arrived, revealing that they had anticipated the situation. Little Lu was subdued, and the incident finally reached a conclusion. Chapter 28. Purchasing lipstick with Rong Chunxue. Having dealt with the mastermind behind the scenes, I felt as if I had been liberated from an immense weight, exhaling deeply, and my entire being felt remarkably light. Even my steps seemed more buoyant. Glancing at the time, I realized it was already afternoon, so I hurriedly took out my phone and called Rong Chunxue. Oh, beautiful CEO, where shall we go shopping this afternoon for Dior perfume and lipstick? And where do we plan to dine tonight? I inquired cheerfully, my tone brimming with anticipation as my mind began to envision our shopping escapade together. On the other end of the line, Rong Chunxue's melodious laughter resonated, akin to a clear spring bubbling through the mountains. I knew you wouldn't forget. Let us head to the World Trade Square at Donggajio. There are numerous brands and a plethora of choices. As for dinner, how about we try the boiled fish nearby at Guamao? I know a place called Boiling Fish Town that serves particularly authentic dishes. That sounds perfect. I'm on my way. See you shortly. After hanging up, I hummed a cheerful tune, striding toward the company parking lot with a spring in my step. I pondered to myself that I must perform splendidly today, ensuring that the beautiful CEO would not be disappointed. Upon arriving at the World Trade Square, I immediately spotted Rong Chunxue standing at the entrance. Today, she was adorned in a simple yet elegant white dress, complemented by a pair of exquisite high heels. Her long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, resembling a blooming lily. Fresh, transcendent, and captivating, she was particularly radiant amidst the crowd. President Rong, you are becoming more stunning by the day. I scarcely recognize you. I approached her with a smile. Playfully teasing, my eyes filled with genuine admiration. Rong Chunxue shot me a glance, her eyes holding a playful reproach yet exuding undeniable charm. You do know how to flatter. Now, let us go and pick out some lipstick and perfume. We entered a Dior boutique, where an array of cosmetic products dazzled the senses. Rong Chunxue made her way directly to the lipstick counter, selecting one after another, meticulously testing colors and seeking my opinion. How about this one, 13? She inquired, holding up a vibrant red lipstick, gently applying it to her lips and then pursing them before the mirror, her movement strikingly graceful. After observing for a moment, I earnestly replied, this shade accentuates your elegance beautifully. It's particularly suited to you. Once applied, it empowers your presence, akin to a queen in the workplace, unmatched by anyone. Rong Chunxue nodded in satisfaction, a charming smile gracing her lips. Then it settled. Now, please help me choose a fragrance. I desire something fresh and subtle. We proceeded to the perfume section, where a sales assistant enthusiastically introduced us to several new offerings. I picked up a bottle, lightly spraying a bit onto my wrist and inhaling deeply before presenting it to Rong Chunxue. Give this one a try. It has a delicate floral and fruity aroma, refreshing and should align with your preferences, reminiscent of a vibrant spring garden. Rong Chunxue accepted it, inhaling the scent, and a smile brightened her face. Indeed, it's delightful. This will be the one. Having completed our shopping, I settled the bill, and we exited the boutique as twilight gradually enveloped the sky. The evening glow on the horizon resembled a spilled palette of paint, vibrant and resplendent. Rong Chunxue proposed we dine, and thus we drove to the Boiling Fish Township near Guamao. Upon our arrival at the restaurant, we were escorted by a waiter to a table by the window. Outside, the city's lights began to illuminate, resembling a vast ocean of luminescence. After placing our orders, Rong Chunxue and I engaged in conversation while awaiting our meal. Thank you so much for your help this time. Without you, the company would have faced considerable turmoil. Rong Chunxue remarked suddenly, her eyes brimming with gratitude, which warmed my heart. I quickly waved my hand, feeling somewhat bashful. Please, don't say that. It was a collective effort. I merely did what I was supposed to do. Without the support of you and General Qin, I could not have navigated this so smoothly. Rong Chunxue smiled. A hint of admiration in her expression. There is no need for modesty. Your talents are evident to all. By the way, didn't you mention to Qin Mingyue your desire to establish a high-end clinic? How are those plans progressing? I sighed, revealing a trace of helplessness on my face. The idea is present, but numerous challenges persist, the foremost being the Chinese medicine practitioner qualification. Without this certification, launching the clinic is simply unfeasible. Rong Chunxue furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment, her serious demeanor quite endearing. I can assist you in brainstorming some solutions. Perhaps through special channels we might resolve this. However, do you genuinely possess the confidence to treat those intricate ailments? With conviction, I patted my chest, my gaze resolute. Rest assured, President Rong. The medical skills imparted to me by my grandfather are no mere boast. I am proficient in the 13 ghost needles and the 9 needles of returning yang. As long as a patient draws breath, I will find a way to save them. Rong Chunxue regarded me, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. I didn't realize you possess such abilities. It appears I have underestimated you. Once we navigate this busy period, we shall thoroughly discuss this matter. Just as we were speaking, our dishes arrived, a steaming bowl of boiled fish placed before us, the enticing aroma of spicy, fragrant flavors wafting through the air, tantalizing our appetites. Wow, it looks delectable. Let us dig in. I eagerly picked up my chopsticks, placing a piece of fish into my mouth. The tender flesh melted on my tongue, the spicy flavors igniting my taste buds. Indeed, this is quite exquisite. The taste is remarkably authentic. Rong Chunxue echoed my sentiments, her face radiating satisfaction. As we indulged in our meal, a familiar laughter erupted from the adjacent room, prompting me to glance over. To my astonishment, I spotted Luo Xuejiao accompanied by several prominent celebrities in the next private room. President Rong, look over there. Isn't that Luo Xuejiao? I exclaimed, my expression one of surprise. Rong Chunxue followed my gaze, her own face mirroring my astonishment. Indeed, it is her. What a surprise to encounter her here. Shall we go over and say hello? I nodded, and together with Rong Chunxue, we approached the entrance of Luo Xuejiao's room. Upon noticing us, Luo Xuejiao beamed with delight and quickly rose to welcome us. 13. President Rong, what a surprise to see you here. Please, come in and join us. Luo Xuejiao greeted us with great enthusiasm, her warmth reminiscent of an old friend reunited after a long separation. As we entered the private room, we exchanged pleasantries with several prominent stars, gathering around the table to enjoy our meal and engage in delightful conversation. The atmosphere remarkably harmonious. Miss Luo, are you celebrating something? I inquired with curiosity gleaming in my eyes. Luo Xuejiao chuckled softly. Oh, it's nothing special, just a gathering of friends. What about you? I briefly recounted the events that had transpired, and upon hearing my story, Luo Xuejiao couldn't help but give me a thumbs up. 13. You're truly impressive. No wonder you are a member of our Blue Shield security company. Speaking of which, I was just thinking about discussing the company's future development with you. Rong Chunxue looked at me, her eyes filled with a hint of confusion. 13. When did you establish the Yinjing Blue Shield security company? I haven't heard you mention it before. It's been about half a month, I explained. Miss Xia Yufei and Miss Luo Xuejiao wanted to start a company and sought my assistance in managing it. After all, my background is in special operations. However, I lacked the funds, as you are aware. That day, I encountered General Qin Mingyue, who expressed interest in investing, so the four of us founded this security company. Business has been somewhat slow recently. To prevent any misunderstandings, I recounted the entire process to her while observing her expression. Subsequently, Luo Xuejiao began to articulate her vision and plans for the company's future with great enthusiasm. Her thoughts were clear and her insights profound, earning the quiet admiration of both Rong Chunxue and myself. I believe we can broaden our business scope beyond mere security services and venture into high-end bespoke services as well. For instance, providing affluent clients with exclusive security consultancy and personal concierge services. This approach would not only enhance the company's visibility, but also increase our revenue. Luo Xuejiao remarked animatedly, her eyes sparkling with aspiration. I was invigorated by her idea, and various service scenarios began to manifest in my mind. This is a splendid notion, but its implementation may pose some challenges, as high-end services demand a high caliber of personnel. We must cultivate a team of professionals, I noted. Rong Chunxue nodded in agreement, seriously adding, indeed, and we must conduct thorough market research to understand our clients' needs in order to devise more targeted service plans. Our conversation flowed seamlessly, with each contributing their thoughts passionately. Unbeknownst to us, we had spent over 2 hours dining together. Eventually, we reached a consensus to begin preparations for the relevant matters upon our return. At that moment, I inadvertently mentioned my aspiration to open a high-end clinic catering to those with complex ailments. Luo Xuejiao's face displayed surprise, tinged with disbelief. You can treat the living dead and those with bones like flesh? Do not boast, she teased, her eyes reflecting a hint of skepticism. I smiled gently and said nonchalantly, Miss Luo, I assure you I am not boasting. How about this? Let me demonstrate my abilities on the beautiful stars beside you, Lan Xinmei, Zuyenran, and Feng Jiejia. Then you shall see for yourself whether I possess the necessary skills. Luo Xuejiao glanced at the 3 lovely stars, who wore curious expressions and nodded in agreement. I first approached Lan Xinmei, gesturing for her to extend her hand. I lightly placed my fingers on her wrist, closed my eyes, and began to sense her pulse. After a moment, I opened my eyes and solemnly stated, Miss Lan, have you been experiencing a racing heart and shortness of breath lately? Do you struggle with sleep at night, often waking in fright? Lan Xinmei widened her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, How did you know? I have indeed been feeling this way, and the hospital found no significant issues. I smiled and explained, Your pulse indicates a deficiency of qi and blood in your heart, with some blockages in your meridians. I can perform a simple acupuncture treatment to alleviate your symptoms, but for a complete recovery, multiple sessions will be necessary. With that, I retrieved my silver needles from my pocket, disinfected them, and began the acupuncture treatment for Lan Xinmei. As I worked, I elucidated the principles and benefits of acupuncture, captivating everyone's attention. Once the treatment concluded, Lan Xinmei expressed her relief with a surprised smile, saying, Wow, I truly feel so much better. I didn't expect you to possess such remarkable skills. Next, I approached Zuyenran. I carefully observed her complexion and tongue, then remarked, Miss Sua, your spleen and stomach appear to be troubled. Do you find that you experience bloating after eating just a little, and your bowel movements are irregular? Zuyenran nodded repeatedly. Yes, my digestive system has always been poor. I've tried numerous medications with little effect. With a smile, I replied, I will prescribe a small remedy for you. If you follow this regimen for a while, you should see improvements. Additionally, be mindful of your diet, avoiding spicy and greasy foods. Finally, I moved to Feng Jiejia. After examining her eyes and asking a few questions, I said, Miss Feng, have you been under significant stress lately, experiencing frequent headaches and eye fatigue? Feng Jiejia chuckled wryly. Indeed, my workload has been overwhelming, and I've been staying up late, which has caused severe headaches. I reassured her, Allow me to massage the acupoints on your head to alleviate the pain. Furthermore, please ensure you rest adequately and maintain a regular sleep schedule. With that, I began massaging her head while engaging her in light conversation, eliciting hearty laughter from her. Throughout my examination and treatment of the 3 beautiful stars, Rong Chunxue and Luo Xuejiao observed from the side, their expressions transforming from skepticism to astonishment and admiration. I never expected you to possess such remarkable medical skills, Luo Xuejiao remarked in awe. Rong Chunxue added with a smile, It seems our company's employees are fortunate to have you as their healer. Their health is assured with your presence. Laughter filled the private room, echoing with joy and merriment. After finishing our meal, we bid farewell to Luo Xuejiao and the others. Stepping out of the restaurant, the night had deepened and the city's neon lights flickered, illuminating the entire night sky. Today has indeed been fruitful. Not only did we resolve the company's issues and satisfy the desire to purchase lipstick and perfume, but I also engaged in extensive discussions with Miss Luo about the company's development. I stretched lazily, expressing my contentment with a beaming smile. Rong Chunxue chuckled and said, "Indeed, but this is merely the beginning. There is much work ahead. By the way, didn't you say you would accompany me shopping? There is still time today. Let us continue our exploration." I smiled helplessly, unable to refuse her eager gaze. "President Rong, you're truly full of energy." "Very well. I shall accompany you for a while longer." We ventured to a nearby mall, continuing our shopping escapade. Rong Chunxue flitted from store to store like a child, occasionally admiring this and trying on that. I followed her dutifully, carrying her purchases and offering suggestions. In a jewelry store, she was captivated by a necklace, a splendid piece adorned with diamonds and sapphires, exquisitely designed and dazzling. Rong Chunxue donned the necklace, twirling before the mirror, her face radiating satisfaction. 13. "Do you find this necklace beautiful?" she asked, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. I looked at her earnestly and replied, "It is beautiful. It seems tailor-made for you, enhancing both your beauty and grace." Rong Chunxue beamed with joy. "Then let us purchase it." After paying, she wore the necklace and took my hand as we exited the jewelry store. Her hand was soft, causing my heart to race. We browsed through a few more shops, where she bought some clothes and shoes. Before we knew it, over an hour had passed, and Rong Chunxue was finally satisfied. As we exited the mall, ready to head home, she turned to me with a smile and said, 13, "Thank you for accompanying me for so long today." I scratched my head, feeling a bit shy. "What are you thanking me for?" "It's my duty." "President Rong, please be careful on your way home, and send me a message when you arrive." Rong Chunxue nodded. "You too, get some rest. See you at the office tomorrow." With that, we each got into our cars, disappearing into the night. As I sat in the car, reflecting on the day's events, my heart brimmed with emotion. This day was indeed vibrant and fulfilling. Not only did we navigate the company's crisis, but I also enjoyed delightful moments with Rong Chunxue, showcasing my medical skills to everyone. I am confident that the days ahead will be even more splendid. Chapter 30. Rong Chunxue's doubt upon returning home. I collapsed onto my bed, overwhelmed by the day's occurrences. My mind whirred like a wound-up machine, unable to cease its activity. At that moment, my phone rang, displaying Rong Chunxue's name on the screen. "Hello, President Rong. What instructions do you have at this late hour?" I strive to convey a light-hearted and cheerful tone, yet an ominous premonition lingers in my heart. 13. "Do you harbor feelings for Qin Mingwe? I perceive that your relationship, whether through your collaboration in the bodyguard company or the establishment of a high-end clinic, is rather extraordinary." Rong Chunxue spoke with a playful tone, yet her curiosity pierced through the phone, as if she sought to unveil my innermost thoughts. My heart skipped a beat, as if someone had grasped my vulnerable spot. I hastily clarified, "Not at all. We just see potential for growth. I merely wish to engage her in investment so we could develop together. Moreover, I am currently employed as a sales representative at your family's real estate company. How could I entertain other notions?" I endeavored to make my laughter sound more natural, yet my hand, clutching the phone, grew slightly clammy, as though it were a bomb waiting to detonate. Rong Chunxue chuckled, her laughter resonating through the quiet night, sending shivers down my spine. "Is it really that simple? In that case, I can rest easy. Do take care and rest well, my great hero." After hanging up, I exhaled deeply. Although Rong Chunxue spoke lightly, I knew she harbored suspicions. If she were to discover the peculiar nature of my relationship with Qin Mingwe, it would spell considerable trouble. Qin Mingwe is her close friend, and we both work on her family's villa project. How could we navigate our interactions henceforth? Fortunately, I had previously confided about the partnership in the bodyguard company. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated dramatically. Early the next morning, I arrived at the marketing center, and just as I settled in, I received a message from Qin Mingwe, requesting my presence in her office. My heart raced. Could it be that Rong Chunxue had already confronted her? I cautiously pushed open the door to Qin Mingwe's office, where she sat at her desk, her expression grave. 13. "What did you discuss with Rong Chunxue last night?" She sent me a message this morning with some peculiar inquiries. Qin Mingwe furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with concern, resembling a startled fawn. I I recounted our conversation from the previous night in detail, and upon hearing it, Qin Mingwei sighed in relief. Thank goodness you were quick to react. Otherwise, we would have been in dire straits. However, we must remain vigilant and not allow her to grow suspicious again. Just then, the office door swung open, and Rong Chunxue entered with great fervor. What are you two discussing here? It seems rather mysterious. She wore a smile, yet her gaze flitted between us with a sharpness reminiscent of two daggers. Qin Mingwei and I exchanged a tense glance, akin to two children caught in wrongdoing. Oh, nothing much. We were merely discussing the bodyguard company, Qin Mingwei replied, her voice trembling slightly despite her efforts to maintain composure. Rong Chunxue nodded. By the way, I came to inform you that I have leveraged some connections regarding the high-end clinic. I will see if I can assist 13 with her traditional Chinese medicine practitioner qualification. My spirits lifted at her words. Really? President Morong, I cannot thank you enough. You are truly my savior. Once the clinic opens, I shall offer you the first consultation free of charge. I was so exhilarated that I nearly lost control of myself. Rong Chunxue waved her hand, cautioning me not to celebrate too soon, as success was still uncertain. However, after reviewing the records of your previous treatments on those celebrities, it is evident that you possess considerable skill. Once the matter regarding the qualification certificate is settled, we can commence preparations for the clinic. At that moment, my phone abruptly buzzed with a text message from Xia Yufei, a partner at the Blue Shield Security Company, indicating that there was an urgent business matter to discuss and requesting my immediate presence. I showed the message to Qin Mingwei and Rong Chunxue. It appeared there was an issue at the security company that required my attention. Rong Chunxue nodded, saying, "Go ahead, but do not forget about the clinic. Keep us updated on any progress. And if you encounter any danger, do not hesitate to prioritize your safety." Her gaze held a hint of concern that warmed my heart. Upon arriving at the Blue Shield Security Company, I found Xia Yufei and Luo Xuejiao already waiting for me in the conference room. 13. We have been eagerly anticipating your arrival, Xia Yufei exclaimed, her face etched with urgency. We have secured a significant contract to provide personal security for a wealthy foreign client, ensuring his safety while in the country. However, the client insists that the bodyguard must be a former Special Forces operative with extensive real-world experience. And you were the first person we thought of. Upon hearing this, I felt a wave of hesitation. This opportunity had come rather abruptly, and I needed to consider it carefully, especially since I was still employed at the Morong family's real estate company, which might pose a scheduling conflict. Furthermore, if anything were to go awry, my life could be at stake. I half-jokingly remarked to lighten the tense atmosphere. Luo Xuejiao chimed in, 13, this is a rare opportunity. Not only will it yield considerable financial gain, but it will also enhance our company's reputation. Think of it as doing us a favor, 1TU. If we execute this well, our company could prosper, and you would receive a substantial bonus. Her large, expectant eyes gazed at me eagerly. After contemplating, I realized they had a point. All right, I will accept this assignment, but I must first request a leave of absence from the Morong family's company. If President Morong does not agree, we shall need to devise another plan. After concluding the business discussion, I returned to the marketing center to seek leave from Rong Chunxue. President Morong, the security company has taken on a major project, and I may need to be away for a while. I would like to request your permission for a leave of absence, I said cautiously, silently praying for her approval. Rong Chunxue furrowed her brow. This is rather sudden. But given that it pertains to work, I cannot impede your progress. You may go, but please prioritize your safety. Keep me informed of any developments. And if I find out you are slacking off while you are out, you will face the consequences. She teased lightly, yet her eyes were filled with concern. I gratefully nodded. Thank you for your understanding, President Morong. I will complete the task as swiftly as possible, and perhaps I shall return with a small gift from abroad. With a leave of absence secured, I began to prepare for this bodyguard assignment. I reached out to my former comrades from the Special Forces Brigade, seeking their counsel on crucial security precautions abroad. I meticulously examined the itinerary of the affluent individual and the potential dangers he might encounter. On the eve of my departure, I ventured to the shopping mall to procure some essential items, and to my surprise, I encountered Qin Mingwei. Upon spotting me, she hesitated for a moment before approaching with a radiant smile. What a coincidence! You are here too. Her smile bloomed like spring flowers, dissipating the shadows within my heart. I responded with a smile. Indeed, just picking up a few things. Tomorrow, I embark on my mission as a bodyguard. Who knows? I might return a hero. I playfully tossed my hair back, eliciting a hearty laugh from her. However, a flicker of concern crossed Qin Mingyue's eyes. You must be careful. I await your safe return. As she spoke, she produced a delicate talisman from her bag. Take this for protection. I specifically prayed for it at the temple. It holds great power. She handed me the talisman, her gaze filled with anticipation. I accepted the talisman, feeling a warmth spread through me. Thank you, Mingyue. When I return, we shall discuss the clinic's matters in depth. Perhaps by then, our clinic will be renowned as a place of miraculous healing. After sharing a few more words, we parted ways. Upon returning home, I carefully placed the talisman into my backpack, gazing at it as if I could feel Qin Mingyue's concern and affection. The following day, I arrived at the airport early, where I met with Xia Yufei, Luo Xuejiao, and several other bodyguards. Together, we boarded the flight to the city where the wealthy individual resided. Upon disembarking, we proceeded as planned to the hotel where the affluent guest was staying. However, upon reaching the entrance, we encountered a minor disturbance. A group of unidentified individuals was causing a ruckus, attempting to breach the hotel. My fellow bodyguards and I swiftly moved to intervene, blocking their advance. Who are you? Why are you attempting to enter the hotel? I demanded loudly, my voice resonating like a bell in an effort to intimidate them. The leader of the group sneered menacingly. We are looking for someone here. If you know what's good for you, move aside. Otherwise, you will regret it. He brandished his fist, presenting a fearsome demeanor. With a scoff, I retorted, this is a hotel, not your playground. If you do not leave immediately, we will call the authorities. Do not say we did not warn you. I gazed at him unflinchingly, my eyes radiating authority. Recognizing our resolute stance and the insignia of bodyguard upon our attire, the group, realizing the futility of their actions, retreated, cursing under their breath. With the minor skirmish resolved, we successfully entered the hotel and met the affluent individual, an imposing man of distinguished bearing, who welcomed us warmly. I have come to China to negotiate a significant business deal. I have heard that your company's bodyguards are exceptional. I hope you can ensure my safety. If this collaboration goes well, I shall entrust all my future security needs to you. The wealthy man stated, his eyes brimming with expectation. I nodded assuredly, reassuring you that we would exert every effort to safeguard your safety. Should any mishap occur, our company would compensate you with 10 lives. I patted my chest, exuding confidence. In the following days, we remained ever vigilant, closely monitoring the actions of the affluent individual. However, just a day before the business negotiations, an unforeseen incident transpired. In the dead of night, I received an urgent call from the hotel security, informing me of suspicious individuals loitering outside the millionaire's room. Without hesitation, I summoned the other bodyguards and swiftly made our way to the millionaire's quarters. Upon our arrival, we discovered a shadowy figure attempting to force the door. Upon hearing our footsteps, the figure turned and fled, and we pursued relentlessly, ultimately cornering the shadow in a secluded area of the hotel. We brought the enigmatic figure back to the millionaire's room, flipping on the lights to reveal a masked intruder. Who are you? What is your purpose for infiltrating here? I demanded, my gaze sharp as a knife. The mysterious figure smirked coldly, stating, you need not know who I am. This is merely a warning. If you wish to avoid trouble, refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you, or you shall face the consequences. With that, the intruder suddenly broke free from our grasp and leaped out the window. Rushing to the window, we peered down to find a narrow alleyway. But the figure had vanished without a trace. The millionaire was understandably shaken by the unexpected turn of events. What on earth is happening? Did you not assure me of my safety? If anything befalls me, your company can anticipate bankruptcy. He bellowed, his face a canvas of fear and dissatisfaction. I quickly apologized, expressing my sincere regrets for our oversight. Rest assured, we will bolster our security measures to ensure that such an incident never recurs. Should another issue arise, I shall offer my own head for you to kick like a ball. I vowed emphatically, attempting to placate his distress. Following the incident, we heightened our vigilance. On the day of the negotiations, we arrived early at the venue, meticulously inspecting the surroundings. The discussions progressed smoothly and the millionaire reached a cooperation agreement with the counterpart. Just as we thought our mission was nearing completion, yet another unforeseen event unfolded. On our return to the hotel, our convoy was suddenly ambushed by a group of armed assailants. They arrived in vehicles, brandishing weapons, and unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon us. I swiftly directed the other bodyguards to protect the millionaire while arming myself to retaliate. In an instant, gunfire erupted and chaos ensued on the streets. "Stay calm, everyone, and act according to the plan," I shouted, my voice piercing through the cacophony of gunfire. "Brothers on the left, provide cover. Brothers on the right, look for an opportunity to break through." I orchestrated the defense with precision, as if I had returned to the battlefield of the Special Operations Brigade. As we fought back while seeking an escape, one of the bodyguards was unfortunately injured. My heart raced with anxiety, yet I could not afford to be distracted. "Hold on, brother. Once we've dealt with these ruffians, I shall treat you to a grand feast," I called out to the injured bodyguard, just as we found ourselves in dire straits. Reinforcements finally arrived. The local police swiftly arrived at the scene, surrounding the armed assailants. After a fierce confrontation, the assailants were finally repelled. We returned to the hotel unscathed, and the wealthy client lauded our performance, exclaiming, "Thanks to you all, I owe my life to your bravery. From now on, you shall be my most trusted security team." With a smile, I replied, "It is our duty, and I am relieved you are safe. However, might I request a bit more compensation for our efforts?" This task was quite perilous and nearly terrified me to my core. I jested, attempting to lighten the tense atmosphere. After this harrowing bodyguard mission, my colleagues and I were utterly exhausted. Yet, we understood that our success not only enhanced the company's reputation, but also solidified our resolve to thrive in the security industry. Upon returning to Yanjing, I promptly reported the task's outcome to Rong Chunxue at the publicly listed company. Listening intently, she nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Well done. I'm glad you're back safe. This mission has not only elevated your bodyguard company's visibility, but also showcased your capabilities." I chuckled, attributing the success to our collective efforts. I merely did what was expected of me. "By the way, President Morong, have there been any updates regarding the clinic? I can hardly wait to become a renowned healer." Rong Chunxue replied, "The certification process is still underway, but we should hear back soon. Take the next few days to rest, and once the certification arrives, we can officially begin preparations for the clinic. You must perform admirably. Do not embarrass me." After leaving her office, I messaged Qin Mingyue to invite her to dinner that evening. We met at a cozy little restaurant, sharing our experiences from the recent times. This mission was truly thrilling, but thankfully, it turned out to be relatively safe. "I thought I might never see you again," I remarked, my eyes reflecting the relief of surviving the ordeal. Qin Mingyue looked at me with concern. "You've lost weight and must have endured quite a bit. Here, eat more to restore your strength." She placed a piece of meat in my bowl, her gaze filled with care. I grasped her hand. "As long as I can return safely to see you, everything is worthwhile." Regarding the clinic, President Morong mentioned the certification will be issued soon, and then we can embark on our grand venture. Perhaps, in the future, we shall be the heroic couple saving lives. Qin Mingyue laughed joyfully. "That would be wonderful. I believe we can establish the clinic and help many people. But do not forget, you promised to treat me with acupuncture." She cheekily winked. As we conversed, we suddenly overheard a nearby table discussing a recent case of corporate fraud, and I caught a familiar name, Xiao Lu. My heart raced, and I quickly inquired about the situation. It turned out that after being dismissed from the company, Xiao Lu harbored resentment and conspired with some unscrupulous individuals to exact revenge on the company. They devised a fraudulent scheme aimed at plunging the company into turmoil. I exchanged a glance with Qin Mingyue, and we both perceived the concern reflected in each other's eyes. It seemed this matter was far from over. We needed to alert President Morong and advise her to exercise caution. Otherwise, our clinic might not even commence operations before the company collapsed. I expressed my anxiety. Qin Mingyue nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Lu would undoubtedly not relent easily. We needed to devise a strategy to eliminate this looming threat, as he might be harboring ulterior motives. After finishing our meal, we promptly sought out Rong Chunxue to relay the troubling news. Upon hearing our account, her expression turned grave. It was astonishing that Lu had the audacity to engage in such actions. Clearly, we could not afford to be complacent. Immediate measures were imperative, lest we find ourselves ensnared in his schemes. Rong Chunxue declared with indignation. The three of us deliberated extensively and formulated a response plan. On one hand, we would bolster the company's security to prevent Liu and his associates from causing further disruption. On the other, we would gather evidence to ensure Liu faced justice. As we prepared for the clinic's establishment, we closely monitored Liu's movements. Finally, with the police's cooperation, we identified an opportunity to draw him out. We intentionally leaked information suggesting that a substantial sum of money was soon to be deposited in the company's safe, hinting at a lapse in security measures. Upon hearing this, Liu and his accomplices took the bait, meticulously plotting to execute their plan on the night the funds were expected. On the fateful evening, the company appeared deserted, yet we and the police were already in position. Liu, accompanied by several cohorts, stealthily infiltrated the premises, inching closer to the safe with avarice gleaming in their eyes. Just as they believed victory was within their grasp, I suddenly illuminated the room and shouted, "Don't move." Liu and his companions were startled by this unexpected turn of events and quickly realized they were surrounded. Upon spotting me, Liu's eyes ignited with malice. "You again, you meddlesome fool. Today is your end." He brandished a handgun and aimed it at me. I swiftly dodged to the side, the bullet grazing the edge of my clothing. Anger surged within me, and I resolved to teach him a lesson. Recalling the ancient secret acupuncture techniques imparted by my grandfather, I might not have silver needles, but I could utilize my unique finger techniques to strike at a distance. Focusing my energy, I directed my chi towards Liu. Suddenly, he felt a numbing sensation coursing through his body. The gun clattered to the ground, rendering him immobile. He looked at me in terror. "What have you done to me?" I replied with a cold laugh. "This is the consequence of crossing me. Today, you cannot escape." The police swiftly advanced and apprehended Liu and his accomplices. As Liu was led away in handcuffs, he shot me a venomous glare, warning, "Just wait. I won't let this go." I shrugged nonchalantly. "Let us see what you say when you get out of prison." With Liu's capture, the company's crisis was finally averted. During this tumultuous period, Qin Mingyue, Rong Chunxue, and I fostered a deeper camaraderie. We busily prepared for the clinic's launch, eagerly anticipating its opening as we embarked on a new chapter in our professional journey. Chapter 32. Rong Chunxue invests. After Rong Chunxue successfully utilized her connections to obtain my traditional Chinese medicine practitioner qualification certificate and the business license for the Nanpai Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall. She was filled with joy and eagerly made her way to the marketing center located in the Yuzue Mansion. This site was once the renowned location of the second phase of the Yuzue Manor project. Compared to the already prestigious villa community of Yuzue Manor, Yuzue Mansion represented an elevated experience altogether. In terms of architectural design, building area, orientation, and overall style, the differences between the two were striking. Each villa in Yuzue Mansion was meticulously crafted based on a previously illustrious royal garden, and it would not be an exaggeration to declare it the most luxurious and high-end villa cluster in the entire Yanjing region. Notably, it embraced a fully solid wood, pure Chinese decoration style. This aesthetic was reflected not only in the architectural structure and interior layout, but also in finer details such as door handles, sanitary ware, and even the arrangement of the dining area, all directly modeled after royal standards. Upon entering the villa area, one would feel as though stepping into a magnificent palace. Everywhere one looked, exquisite dragon and phoenix motifs adorned the surroundings, with thoughtfully arranged pond and terrace landscapes, and splendidly vibrant gardens that dazzled the eye and invited lingering admiration. Even the marketing center possessed a unique charm reminiscent of a grand hall in an imperial court, with attendants clad in traditional attire greeting guests at the entrance. As buyers arrived, they were addressed differently. The elderly were called Wangya, the younger men Beilai, and the women Gij. Meanwhile, we, the meticulously selected sales team, donned long robes and kipeos, transforming the marketing center into a miniature ancient court. As Rong Chunxue stepped out of the car, security Captain Zhang Kai promptly opened the door for her, exclaiming, "Young miss, you have arrived. I shall inform Princess Qin Mingyue and Princess Li Wanru to welcome you." Upon entering the marketing center, the staff collectively proclaimed, "We welcome the young miss." Rong Chunxue waved her hand and proceeded directly to the central display of the property model. At that moment, Qin Mingyue and Li Wanru hurriedly approached and bowed to her. With a smile, Rong Chunxue helped them up, saying, "I am here today to select a suitable location for our traditional Chinese medicine hall. Yutsue Mansion is bustling with energy and boasts an excellent location, which will undoubtedly support our endeavor." The group began searching for an appropriate spot within the villa community when suddenly, a melodious ancient tune floated through the air, subtly lingering in their ears. Curiosity piqued, they followed the sound until they discovered a secluded little courtyard, where an elderly man stood playing the guqin. Rong Chunxue approached to inquire, and the old man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze profound. This place is a land of spiritual resonance. If a medical establishment were to be established here, it would surely work wonders and revive countless lives. Rong Chunxue felt a stir in her heart, sensing the exceptional nature of this location. Just as they were deliberating, a man clad in a resplendent brocade robe approached, revealing himself as the owner of the villa complex, who had come to investigate upon hearing that someone intended to establish a medical clinic here. After appraising Rong Chunxue and her companions, he smiled and said, "If you truly can save the world and heal the sick, this courtyard shall be gifted to you." Rong Chunxue was filled with joy, expressing her gratitude repeatedly, and thus, our traditional Chinese medicine clinic found an exceptional place to call home. She retained both me and Qin Mingyue, giggling lightly, leaving us somewhat bewildered by her laughter. Then, she turned to us with a serious demeanor, stating that everything was in place, save for the favorable winds, and suggested we discuss the distribution of shares. A glance exchanged between Qin Mingyue and me ignited a flicker of tension within us. Rong Chunxue continued, "I will provide the capital and the location, which grants me 40% of the shares. Qin Mingyue, your extensive connections and formidable family background warrant 30%. Qin Mingyue nodded slightly in agreement. Rong Chunxue then directed her gaze towards me. "You possess unique formulas and techniques, thus you will also hold 30%. A sigh of relief escaped me. The allocation felt quite equitable. However, at that moment, a group of men clad in black suits burst in. Leading them was a man wearing sunglasses who sneered. "This place has long been of interest to me for establishing a private club. You cannot open a clinic here." Rong Chunxue frowned. "This property was granted to us by the owner of the villa area." The man scoffed, dismissing her words, asserting that he had authority over this territory. The atmosphere immediately grew tense. Just as the standoff persisted, an elderly man with silvery hair but a vibrant spirit approached from a distance. The man, previously relaxed, shifted to astonishment upon seeing the elder, quickly donning a respectful expression and bowing slightly. "Grandfather, what brings you here unexpectedly?" The elder's countenance was grave, his brows furrowed, eyes reflecting displeasure and authority as he admonished. "This is utterly ridiculous. A clinic is a place for healing and benefiting the populace. How can one be so narrow-minded and selfish? This space should rightfully be allocated to those in need." Upon hearing this, the man felt a tightening in his chest. Hastily lowering his head, daring not to utter another word, nodding repeatedly in agreement, assuring that he would comply with his grandfather's instructions. With the elder's command, this minor crisis was finally averted. A collective sigh of relief washed over everyone, filled with gratitude towards this reasonable and esteemed elder. Subsequently, the crowd gathered around, bowing in thanks and inquiring after the elder's well-being, creating a lively scene. Once the commotion subsided, discussions regarding future plans commenced. After an enthusiastic debate, it was decided that the small courtyard would be meticulously designed and decorated in the style of a high-end, ancient traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Furthermore, a selection of advanced modern medical equipment would be procured to enhance the clinic's overall capability and service level. At this juncture, Rong Chunxue, who had been standing by with a smile, spoke up. "Mingyue, it is your turn to take on some responsibility. You will be tasked with seeking out and inviting some experienced and renowned traditional Chinese medicine experts to oversee our clinic. Additionally, do not forget to recruit a group of exceptional Master S students from medical schools to infuse fresh talent into our team. As for me, I will leverage the resources and connections of my family's corporate group to actively negotiate collaborations with major pharmaceutical companies, aiming to establish a large-scale source base for traditional Chinese medicine. In this way, we can ensure that the traditional Chinese medicinal materials utilized in our clinic are of the highest quality and sourced authentically. Rong Chunxue spoke with unwavering confidence, as if already envisioning a prosperous future for the clinic, bustling with patrons. Finally, her gaze fell upon me, and with earnest gravity, she advised, "My great hero, we shall rely on you during this time. You must diligently revisit the invaluable ancient medical texts passed down from your grandfather, master the exquisite techniques, and thoroughly familiarize yourself with the long-lost 10 acupuncture methods. Never let your guard down. It is imperative that every patient who comes seeking treatment receives the most professional and attentive care, without any lapses. Do you understand?" Chapter 33. The arrival of Eliza Shaw. I nodded earnestly, assuring her, "Rest assured, Vice President, I will give my all." In the ensuing days, I immersed myself in those ancient medical books. Progress on Qin Mingyue's side was promising, with many esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioners eagerly agreeing to lend their support. Rong Chunxue had also secured agreements with several reputable suppliers. Just as the clinic was nearing completion, an unexpected incident occurred. One night, a group of enigmatic individuals infiltrated the clinic, rummaging through our belongings as if searching for something. The following day, upon discovering the chaos, we were greatly alarmed. Rong Chunxue speculated that they might be after my ancient medical techniques or exclusive formulas. We resolved to bolster our defenses, and I set up some rudimentary traps around the clinic, employing the extraordinary techniques learned from the medical texts. Within a few days, those individuals indeed returned. Upon entering the clinic's premises, they triggered the traps, enveloping the area in smoke and triggering alarms. Our prearranged security team swiftly arrived and encircled the intruders. Seeing the dire situation, the leader of the mysterious group tossed a smoke bomb in a desperate attempt to flee. However, Qin Mingyue had anticipated this. She unleashed a powerful surge of energy that shattered the smoke bomb, and with a unified shout, we apprehended all the intruders. After interrogation, we learned that they were rivals, envious of our clinic's burgeoning reputation even before its opening, and had sent agents to cause disruption. Once this matter was resolved, the clinic opened smoothly, and business flourished remarkably. On one particular day, a significant figure arrived. A group of young men clad in black suits, all sporting crew cuts, appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. Instantly, I recognized them as the mysterious bodyguards from Nanpai. They barred entry to anyone and then ushered in 6 or 7 individuals from a foreign royal family. Eliza Shaw and her brother, Elatian, approached from behind. Upon seeing me, Elatian embraced me, exclaiming, "Nanpai Shisan, my good brother, it has been far too long." "Prince Eliza, it has indeed been a while," I replied, somewhat astonished, gazing at him and his sister, Eliza Shaw. "My great hero, won't you give me a hug?" Eliza Shaw chimed with a playful smile. "My brother and I have accompanied our parents on an official visit to your country, and we just arrived this morning to see you." Rong Chunxue and Qin Mingyue understood that this was the mysterious princess I had once rescued, who had since shed her military attire to embrace her royal heritage. Observing the grandeur and mystique surrounding her as a member of a prestigious noble family, one cannot help but acknowledge the significance of the occasion. I cast a glance at the king and queen of a certain realm standing behind Eliza Shaw, and I exchanged a courteous embrace with her. Eliza Shaw, aware of her parents' presence, refrained from lingering on me. "Great hero, my parents have come seeking medical assistance. Please take good care of them." Elization interjected, "Indeed, my 13th brother. Our mother's health has been deteriorating. We have traveled to Huaxia upon hearing of your esteemed medical skills, specifically to solicit your aid in her treatment." I nodded slightly, directing my gaze towards the queen, whose complexion appeared somewhat pallid and whose figure seemed frail. Even adorned in exquisite attire, her illness could not be concealed. "Your Majesty, Queen, please follow me to the inner chamber for a thorough discussion regarding her treatment," I said with utmost respect. As we moved to the inner room and the queen took her seat, I began to take her pulse. After a brief moment, I furrowed my brow, having formed a preliminary assessment. The queen suffers from congenital heart disease, with an inherent deficiency in her heart pulse, causing impediments in her vital energy and blood flow. I stated softly. Worry etched upon the king's face. He inquired anxiously, "Is there a remedy?" I responded with a confident smile, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. The ancient medical techniques passed down by my grandfather, combined with the long-lost 10 great acupuncture techniques, will certainly be worth a try. However, the process of acupuncture is rather intricate, so I kindly request the Queen and everyone present to cooperate, provided that we can restore the Queen's health." "We shall abide by your arrangements," the king promptly replied. I nodded, retrieving a set of silver needles, and began my explanation. Each of the 10 great techniques possesses its own unique marvel. First, there is the Lingxi acupuncture, which emphasizes the needle's alignment with the mind's intent, guiding the vital energy to harmonize the heart's pulse. As I accurately located the acupuncture point on the queen's chest, my movements flowed like water, and the silver needle swiftly penetrated her skin. This first needle was inserted into the Shanzhong point, a convergence point for vital energy that can regulate the entire body's energy flow, proving effective in alleviating the stagnation of heart pulse and blood circulation. Everyone watched intently, and Eliza Shah, filled with curiosity, asked, "Great hero, what sensations will my mother experience once the needle is inserted?" I smiled and explained, "Initially, there may be a slight sensation of soreness and distension. This is a normal reaction to the needle. As the technique unfolds, the energy pathways will gradually become unimpeded." Next, I retrieved another silver needle and remarked, "Now, I will apply a needle from the revitalization technique, targeting the Zhuek point, which is closely linked to the heart and can invigorate its vitality while replenishing its energy." With precision, the needle was inserted, and I continued in applying this technique. The movements should be gentle yet firm, akin to a spring breeze caressing the willows, stimulating the point without damaging the meridian. At this moment, Qin Mingyue could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "What other techniques follow?" While performing the acupuncture, I replied, "There is also the tranquil spirit technique, primarily aimed at stabilizing the mind, as the heart governs the spirit. The queen's condition may affect her mental state. Thus we must first calm her spirit to facilitate a more effective treatment." I then inserted the needle into the Shenmen point. As the silver needle penetrated, the queen's previously tense expression seemed to soften, for the Shenmen point is the original point of the heart meridian, capable of regulating its vital energy and calming the mind. I elaborated further on the intricacies of the treatment. King Elizash's father watched from the side, his eyes glimmering with a hint of hope as he remarked, "Indeed, your medical skills are extraordinary. Listening to your explanation, I sense a glimmer of hope for a cure." I smiled and continued, "Your Majesty, you flatter me. Next, I will proceed with the meridian acupuncture technique, which can unblock the obstructions in the heart meridian, allowing the flow of vital energy and blood. This needle will be inserted at the Shaohai point. During the procedure, I could perceive a subtle change within the queen's body, a slight indication of the flow of energy and blood. The Shaohai point is an important acupoint of the heart, capable of gathering and directing vital energy to the heart meridian, thus facilitating its function," I explained. At this moment, Rong Chunxue couldn't help but lean closer, curiously observing the silver needle, exclaiming, "I never imagined such a small silver needle could wield such immense power." I responded with a smile. "This ancient acupuncture technique is profound and extensive. Each needle embodies the wisdom and experience of our ancestors." Subsequently, I performed the qi-enhancing needle technique, inserting the needle at the Xiaofu point. The Xiaofu point can replenish heart energy and enhance cardiac function. It is crucial to pay attention to the angle and depth of the needle. Even a slight deviation could diminish the effectiveness, I cautioned. As I continued my work, the queen's complexion gradually regained some color, and her breathing became steadier. Eliza Shah exclaimed joyfully, "Great hero! Mother appears to be much better." I nodded, stating, "This is merely the initial treatment. Further sessions and herbal remedies will be necessary for a complete recovery. However, the results thus far are promising." The king of Eliza Shah rose and bowed deeply to me, saying, "We will forever remember your great kindness, should you succeed in curing the queen. We shall express our profound gratitude." I quickly helped him to his feet, replying, "Your Majesty, you are too gracious. Healing the sick is the duty of a physician, and I shall exert my utmost effort." After concluding the acupuncture, I prescribed a course of herbal medicine for the queen, thoroughly explaining the method of administration and precautions. The queen should begin with this prescription, and I will adjust the subsequent treatment plan based on her condition, I advised. The queen gazed at me with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sir. Your medical expertise has given me hope." Seeing the hopeful expressions on their faces filled my heart with a sense of accomplishment. Once again, I had demonstrated the miraculous nature of traditional Chinese medicine through the ancient techniques and the 10 essential needle methods passed down by my grandfather. In the days that followed, I adhered to the treatment plan for the queen, becoming increasingly meticulous with each needle insertion, continuously adjusting the techniques and herbal prescriptions. As the treatment progressed, the queen's condition steadily improved. Her complexion became more vibrant, and her vitality increased. Eliza Shah, witnessing the transformation of her mother, was as joyful as a child, grasping my hand and exclaiming, "Great hero, you are incredible. Once mother is fully recovered, I shall reward you handsomely." I replied with a smile, "Your mother's recovery is the greatest reward I could hope for." Eliza Tion added, "Brother, we are at a loss as to how to repay your kindness. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask." Through our collective efforts, the queen's congenital heart condition was finally treated effectively, and she had essentially regained her health. In a gesture of profound gratitude, Princess Elizash's father not only bestowed upon us generous gifts, but also expressed his desire to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with our medical institution, pledging to provide us with additional resources and support. As a result of our successful treatment of the queen's ailment, our clinic's reputation has soared, drawing an influx of patients seeking our care. During these bustling yet fulfilling days, I am continuously honing my medical skills, eager to utilize my knowledge to alleviate the suffering of more individuals. Simultaneously, I, along with Rong Chunxue and Qin Mingwei, am diligently strategizing for a brighter future for our clinic. Eliza Shah and Yi Tian have also become dear friends of our establishment, frequently visiting us to share their stories and joys. Chapter 34. A serendipitous encounter at the marketing center that afternoon, as the workday was drawing to a close. Eliza Shah called me when she could not locate me at the Nanjunqin traditional Chinese medicine hall. Her voice carried a playful curiosity. "Great hero, why are you not at the clinic today? I was hoping to chat with you." Realizing she had gone to the clinic, I chuckled softly and replied, "I am at the Yutsue Mansion Marketing Center right next door, working here, selling villas. Come over, but do keep your bodyguards at a distance. Otherwise, our clients might think there's an issue with the villa project, and this little saleswoman might find herself in quite a predicament." "Sure thing. I'll be there in a jiffy. Shaking off those bodyguards will be a breeze. Just watch me." Eliza Shah responded playfully, her whimsical spirit palpable even through the phone. I couldn't help but envision her with her large, sparkling eyes, exuding confidence, a smile unconsciously forming on my lips. Before long, Eliza Shah arrived at the Yutsue Mansion Marketing Center like a whirlwind. The moment she stepped through the door, the once lively and bustling center fell momentarily silent, as if time itself had paused. This was quickly followed by subtle stir, reminiscent of ripples spreading across a tranquil lake after a stone is cast into it. The receptionists, adorned in traditional attire, were momentarily entranced, their eyes wide and mouths slightly agape, as if they truly believed a celestial being had descended upon them. Her deep blue eyes, akin to the vast ocean, sparkled enchantingly under the lights, while her long, flowing hair cascaded like black silk, exuding a distinctive charm with each step she took, compelling those around her to steal glances. Even the salespeople engaged with clients were unable to resist casting furtive looks her way. Just then, my beautiful mentor, Wu Yumei, happened to be present in the marketing center. Renowned for her elegance and worldly knowledge, she could not help but exclaim upon seeing Eliza Shah, "This girl is simply too beautiful," as if she had stepped out of a painting. In all my time at this marketing center, I have never encountered someone so extraordinary. I hurriedly approached, gently taking Elizash's arm and guiding her aside. In a hushed tone, she remarked, "Your arrival has truly astonished everyone. If this continues, I shall find it impossible to carry out my work. All the clients seem to be drawn to you." Elisha blinked her eyes, the corners of her mouth curling into a triumphant smile. "Do I possess such allure? It seems I ought to visit more often. Perhaps I could assist you in selling a few more villas." I gestured for her to enter the room, elegantly adorned with exquisite decorations that exuded a rich Chinese aesthetic. As soon as she settled in, she burst into laughter, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. "My dear hero, are you truly selling villas? A salesperson, no less? I thought you were jesting." "Indeed," I replied. "As I mentioned before, I am juggling 3 roles. I run a security company, undertake special assignments, and, like a medical clinic, I address complex cases that seasoned experts cannot resolve, while also selling villas here." With a resigned shrug and open hands, I smiled and explained, "I am merely embracing my multifaceted nature. Who knows, I might one day become a polymath." "My dear hero, you're truly remarkable," Elisha said, gazing at me with admiration, her eyes sparkling like tiny stars. "My parents hold you in high esteem. They feel quite guilty about compelling you to retire from the special forces. They wish to invite you to dinner at our embassy tonight. You must come. This is something they have longed for." I was taken aback, surprised that they still remembered this matter after so long, assuming they had forgotten. "It's all in the past. There is no need for such formality. Besides, I'm doing quite well now, truly not dwelling on it." No, that simply won't do," Elisha insisted, waving her hands in a childlike manner, her urgency palpable. "This is their heartfelt intention, and there will be a surprise for you at the dinner. If you don't attend, I shall hold it against you." She feigned annoyance, casting a playful glare in my direction, though her eyes were filled with a teasing charm. "Very well, I shall go," I conceded, "but you must first give me a hint about this surprise. You're tantalizing my curiosity." I was amused by her antics, unable to suppress my inquisitiveness. "I want to tell you. You shall find out in due time," Elisha replied mischievously, sticking out her tongue like a child who has just pulled off a successful prank, her expression brimming with cunning. At that moment, Wu Yume knocked and entered, carrying 2 steaming cups of tea. She placed the tea on the table and smiled at Elisha, saying, "My dear, you are undoubtedly the most beautiful guest I have ever encountered." Everyone was left speechless. I have hosted many dignitaries, yet none have captivated like you. Elisha quickly rose, graciously bowing in thanks, her face radiant with a sweet smile. "Sister, you flatter me. You are quite lovely yourself, with a remarkable presence. I noticed you the moment I walked in." Thus, the 2 beautiful women engaged in lively conversation, exchanging thoughts on skincare and beauty, fashion and style, while I found myself a mere bystander, shaking my head in amused resignation, occasionally interjecting a comment. After a while, Wu Yume suddenly recalled something and turned to me, saying, "You have a dinner event this evening. Will you still be attending the Villa Sales training session? This lesson is of utmost importance. Several new salespeople have recently joined and are eagerly awaiting training." Suddenly, I slapped my forehead, almost forgetting about this matter, and, filled with chagrin, I said, "Oh dear, I've been so busy that I nearly overlooked it. How about this? Master, would you kindly assist me? I shall treat you to dinner tomorrow as an apology. Consider it a significant favor. I promise to prepare thoroughly for the next training session and will never falter again." Wu Yume feigned exasperation, sighed, and waved her hand, saying, All right. I knew you would be unreliable, but you must perform well tonight and not bring shame to our marketing center. If we happen to encounter any prominent figures of the banquet, we might even attract a few clients. Rest assured, Master, I am well aware of my responsibilities. I will certainly put forth my best effort. Should I manage to secure a client, I will treat you to a grand feast upon my return." I assured her with a smile, saluting playfully. On the side, Elisha asked curiously, "Training course? Do you really need training to sell villas? What do you even cover in such training? Is selling villas more challenging than being a princess?" Her head tilted, her innocent expression evoking laughter. I began to explain. "These villas are no ordinary structures. Take our Yutsue mansion, for instance. Each one is meticulously designed to emulate the grandeur of royal palaces, with careful attention to both the decor style and intricate details. The training is aimed at deepening our understanding of these features so that we can articulate them clearly to our clients. For instance, the entirely solid wood, pure Chinese-style decor, including the door handles and sanitary ware, is all replicated from the royal originals. If we do not grasp these details, how can we hope to impress our clients? Just like you, as a princess, must understand various court etiquettes and cultural nuances, right?" Elisha listened intently, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she posed questions. Are the prices of these villas also exorbitant? Surely, those who purchase villas are quite affluent. Yes? Why would they prefer this Chinese style? Wu Yumei and I provided her with detailed answers, thoroughly enjoying the discussion, from construction costs to the preferences of our target clientele. She joked, "If I ever decide to sell villas, you must take me on as your apprentice. Who knows? I might even persuade members of our royal family to make purchases. Of course, with your eloquence and charm, you would undoubtedly become the most formidable salesperson. In time, you would be the princess of the villa sales realm, perhaps even setting a new trend in the industry," I responded with a smile, gesturing exaggeratedly, which elicited hearty laughter from Yilisha. Before we knew it, the time for the banquet was approaching. The golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the windows, draping the entire room in a luminous veil. After bidding farewell to Wu Yumei, Yilisha and I prepared to head to the embassy. As we stepped outside, her bodyguards materialized silently, forming an orderly procession behind us, akin to a cadre of well-trained shadows. Chapter 35. The banquet invitation, didn't you say you would shake them off? I turned to the bodyguards trailing behind us, bemused, raising an eyebrow and feigning a look of helplessness. Yilisha chuckled shyly, sticking out her tongue as she replied, "I can't help it. They always manage to find me. But don't worry, they won't disturb us. Let us regard them as invisible beings." As she spoke, she playfully made a face and pulled me forward. Along the way, Yilisha shared delightful anecdotes from her homeland, animatedly recounting her childhood escapades with Itayan as they stealthily slipped out of the palace to revel in the joys of the common folk. You cannot imagine how we disguised ourselves to blend in with the crowd, indulging in an array of delectable street snacks and marveling at the performances of street artists. It was truly a delightful experience. Her eyes sparkled with nostalgia as she relived those moments, expressing her excitement about discovering numerous enchanting places during her current visit to Huaxia, insisting that we must explore them together when time permits. We could wander through the night market, savoring various delicacies, and admire the ancient architecture. It would surely be fascinating. Listening to her chattering voice, I felt an extraordinary sense of ease and joy, as if I were imbued with her happiness. Before long, we arrived at the embassy, where Yilisha's parents were already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing us, they hurried over to greet us. "Sir, welcome to the embassy," Yilisha's father said warmly, his face radiating genuine smiles and his eyes filled with gratitude. "Your Majesty, you are too kind. It is an honor to receive your invitation," I replied respectfully, inclining my body in a slight bow. The Queen smiled and added, "We owe you a great deal for your attentive care during this time. It has greatly contributed to my recovery. I have long wished to express my gratitude, so do indulge in the feast today, for you are our family's benefactor." As we entered the embassy's banquet hall, the opulence of the setting was striking. Crystal chandeliers sparkled brilliantly, illuminating the entire hall in golden hues. The dining table was laden with a sumptuous array of delicacies from around the world, accompanied by captivating wines that emanated enchanting aromas. Melodious music echoed throughout the hall, creating a warm and romantic ambience. As the dinner commenced, guests savored the exquisite cuisine while engaging in lively conversation. Yilisha's father once again expressed his apologies for the circumstances that had compelled my retirement. His words were sincere. "Sir, we acted thoughtlessly before, causing you distress. We hope you can forgive us." I quickly reassured him that I was doing quite well now and had not taken it to heart, even smiling as I said, "Your Majesty, that is all in the past, and my current life is rich and fulfilling with many meaningful pursuits." At that moment, Yilisha leaned in conspiratorially and said, "Great hero, I can now reveal the surprise." With a clap of her hands, a group of individuals entered, carrying an exquisitely crafted box. The box was adorned with intricate carvings, exuding an air of antiquity. "This is a national treasure of our country," an ancient medical manuscript said, to contain many lost medical techniques. "Knowing your profound interest in medicine, we brought it as a gift, hoping it may assist you." Yilisha's father explained with a beaming smile, his eyes brimming with anticipation. I gazed in astonishment at the box, deeply touched by the gesture. The gift was far too precious. I was momentarily at a loss for words. "Your Majesty, this gift is far too valuable," I began to decline, but was promptly interrupted by Yilisha. "Great hero, please accept this. It is the heartfelt intention of our entire family. Your healing of the Queen Mother's ailment is far more precious than this gift, Eliza Shah said playfully, tugging at my arm and gently shaking it, her eyes brimming with hope and earnestness. Faced with her sincere gaze, I reluctantly accepted this invaluable gift. Your Majesty, Queen, I am deeply grateful. I shall diligently study this medical tome, striving to meet your expectations and to utilize these medical skills to their fullest potential. The banquet continued in a delightful atmosphere, filled with laughter and shared stories of joy. I also gleaned insights into their nation's culture and history from Eliza Shah's father, discovering their traditional customs and court etiquette, which opened my eyes to new wonders. Eliza Shah frequently interjected with amusing details, eliciting hearty laughter from everyone. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Eliza Shah's mother suddenly fixed her serious gaze upon me. Sir, not only do you possess remarkable medical skills, but your character is equally commendable. In our time spent together, we have come to admire you greatly. We would like to betroth Eliza Shah to you, making you our son-in-law. What say you? The word struck me like a thunderclap, and the gentle smile of Qin Mingwei, along with the often proud, yet caring demeanor of Rong Chunxue, flashed through my mind. I was momentarily taken aback, stammering, Your Majesty, Queen, this is quite sudden. I am deeply honored by your affection, but upon hearing this, Eliza Shah's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at me. However, upon noticing my hesitation, a flicker of disappointment crossed her expression. She then exclaimed, Great hero, you promised me you would marry me and become my husband. How can you go back on your word? With a heavy sigh, I realized I could no longer conceal the truth and replied candidly, Eliza Shah, my decision to secretly retire was due to the pressure from your family. I did not wish to cause difficulties for our political officer. My mention of marrying you was merely a means to expedite your return home. It was a temporary measure. I have already given my heart to another. Tears brimmed in Eliza's eyes as she stood up in anger. You deceive me. You are nothing but a liar. With that, she turned and ran out. I made to follow, but was halted by Eliza Shah's father, who said with resignation, Let her calm down. We were unaware that you have feelings for someone else. It seems we have acted impulsively. Overwhelmed with guilt, I sat there, my thoughts a chaotic tangle. The Queen sighed. It appears we were too hasty. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. I hope you do not take offense. Thus, the banquet concluded on a sour note. I departed the embassy with the precious medical tome, yet my heart was heavy. As I walked home, the cool night breeze brushed against my face, sharpening my senses. I reflected on the day's events, from my encounter with Eliza Shah at the marketing center to the unexpected developments at the embassy. Every moment had been filled with surprises. Yet I never anticipated it would culminate in such a manner. Upon returning home, I lay on my bed, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. My mind flitted between the image of Elisha's anger and the smiles of Qin Mingwei and Rong Chunxue. I understood that I must address this emotional entanglement properly. I could no longer allow it to linger. The following day, I arrived at the clinic with a medical book in hand. Both Rong Chunxue and Qin Mingwei were astonished to see it. I recounted the events from the embassy the previous night, omitting, of course, the part about Elisha's mother intending to betroth her to me. They, too, were delighted that I had acquired such a precious tome. This is a treasure. You must study it diligently. Who knows, you might uncover new treatment methods, exclaimed Rong Chunxue, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Qin Mingwen nodded in agreement, saying indeed, with this medical book, our clinic's capabilities will surely reach new heights. In the future, when we encounter perplexing ailments, we may very well find solutions within its pages. In the days that followed, I immersed myself in the study of the medical text while attending to patients at the clinic, selling villas at the marketing center, and occasionally accepting tasks from a security company. Though my schedule was hectic, I felt an immense sense of fulfillment. However, Alicia had not sought me out again, and each time I recalled her disappointed and angry gaze, my heart would ache. Until one day, while I was attending to patients at the clinic, Alicia suddenly appeared. She looked somewhat haggard, her eyes slightly swollen. Seeing her, my heart tightened. I intended to speak, but she spoke first. Great hero, I have come to a realization. One cannot force feelings. I bear you no ill will. It is mainly that you harbor reservations, fearing that my parents may once again act as they did before. But can we still be friends? I sighed with relief and smiled, replying, of course, We have always been friends. Alicia smiled faintly and added, "Actually, I came with a gift for you." She produced an exquisite small box and handed it to me. Upon opening it, I discovered a finely crafted jade pendant, intricately carved with a lifelike dragon. This was specially chosen for you and consecrated by a prominent monk from your country. I hope it brings you everlasting health and safety. Alicia said. Accepting the pendant with gratitude, I responded, "Thank you, Alicia. I truly cherish it." From that moment on, Alicia would occasionally visit me at the clinic or marketing center, and we rekindled our amicable relationship. Yet sometimes, a faint trace of disappointment would flicker in her gaze when she looked at me. I held a fondness for her, but I could not betray the deep affections of Qin Mingyue and Rong Chunxue. Chapter 36. The Farewell Banquet. After Alicia reconciled her feelings regarding our emotional entanglement, life returned to a semblance of tranquility. I continued to navigate the busy corridors between the clinic, marketing center, and security company, occasionally relishing moments of leisure with Qin Mingyue and Rong Chunxue. However, when Alicia informed me that her family was soon to return to their homeland, a complex wave of emotions quietly spread within my heart. I believe it is only fitting to extend our hospitality to them before their departure, treating them to a splendid banquet. After deliberation with Qin Mingyue, Rong Chunxue, and my mentor, Wu Yumei, we resolved to invite the illustrious Yilishasha family to the renowned Yanjing restaurant. This establishment has long been the preferred venue for hosting foreign dignitaries and friends, with its opulent private rooms being a rare find. Fortunately, with Rong Chunxue's extensive connections, after considerable effort, we successfully secured the remarkable Peony Garden private room. At 10 in the morning, I, along with Qin Mingyue, Rong Chunxue, and Wu Yumei, arrived at the embassy. I was clad in a simple yet elegant suit, while Qin Mingyue donned a fitted light blue dress, resembling a blooming blue iris, exuding grace and charm. Rong Chunxue wore a striking red qipao, accentuating her statuesque figure and embodying the essence of Eastern femininity with every graceful movement. Wu Yumei opted for an elegant traditional ensemble, poised yet approachable. We were ushered into the embassy's reception room, where the Yilishasha family awaited us. Today, Yilishasha wore a flowing white lace gown, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, though a fleeting hint of melancholy in her gaze tugged at my heart. Her parents retained their regal yet amiable demeanor, while Ili Tien stood tall in a crisp military uniform, radiating valor. Your Majesty, Queen, we are immensely grateful for your companionship during your time in Huaxia. Knowing of your imminent return home, we sought to invite you to Yanjing Restaurant as a token of our appreciation, I said with a sincere smile. Yilishasha's father nodded with a smile. Sir, you are too kind. We have been well cared for during our stay in Huaxia, and today, it is we who trouble you with this banquet. The Queen gently added, Indeed, I have long heard of Yanjing Restaurant's esteemed reputation. It is truly an honor to have the opportunity to visit. Ili Tien stepped forward, clapping me on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. Ha, my brother, we must indulge in a few drinks today. Throughout our journey, Yilishasha walked quietly beside us, occasionally exchanging soft words with Qin Mingyue and Rong Chunxue. I gazed at her profile, my heart a tumult of emotions, feeling both relieved that she could let go of her past affections and burdened by guilt for the hurt I had caused her. Before long, we arrived at Yanjing Restaurant. The Peony Garden private room was adorned in resplendent gold, with crystal chandeliers casting a dazzling glow, and exquisite traditional paintings gracing the walls, showcasing a rich cultural heritage. A grand round table stood at the center, laden with meticulously prepared dishes. Your Majesty, Queen, we have specially prepared these local delicacies for you. This is the Yanjing roast duck, with its crispy skin and tender meat, a signature dish, braised sea cucumber with scallions, where the sea cucumber is delightfully tender and the aroma of scallions is robust, and the braised oxtail, rich in flavor and nourishment, I said with warmth, enthusiastically introducing each dish. Yilishasha's father observed the array of culinary delights with interest, affirming the profound depth of Huaxia's gastronomy, where each dish resembled a piece of art. Everyone took their seats, and I poured Maodai for each guest. Kulme, let us raise our glasses to celebrate the safe return of the Elizashaw family and to honor the precious bond of our friendship. I lifted my goblet, my face adorned with a sincere smile. Cheers! The crowd responded in unison, their glasses clinking together, producing a melodious sound that resonated within the private room. During the banquet, in an effort to thoroughly dishearten Eliza Shah, I took a deep breath and summoned my courage to declare, "Your Majesty, the Queen, I wish to introduce you to my dear companions, Qin Mingyue and Rong Chunxue. They are both my beloved." As I spoke, I took each of their hands, and they shyly nodded in greeting to Elizash's parents. Furthermore, I added, "This is my mentor, Wu Yumei. She is also a cherished confidant." Wu Yumei smiled and raised her glass in acknowledgement. Upon hearing my words, Elizash's body stiffened momentarily before she forced a smile, realizing that the great hero indeed possessed remarkable charm. Her tone carried a hint of playful sarcasm, yet I could discern the underlying sense of disappointment. To alleviate the somewhat awkward atmosphere, I began recounting amusing anecdotes from Huaxia, eliciting waves of laughter from the gathering. Itian also grew animated, sharing intriguing tales from their homeland, and the ambience within the room gradually became more vibrant. Just as we were enjoying our meal, my phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, I saw it was a call from Xia Yufei and Luo Xuejiao. "Hello, Yufei, Xuejiao, what is going on?" I answered the call with a smile. "Where have you been?" "We are at the Yanjing restaurant, waiting for you to join us." Xia Yufei's voice was as boisterous as ever. I couldn't help but chuckle. What a coincidence. I am in the Peony Garden Room at Yanjing restaurant. Hurry over. After ending the call, I explained to the group, "My two friends are also dining here and will be joining us shortly." Before long, the door to the private room swung open, and Xia Yufei and Luo Xuejiao entered. Xia Yufei wore a stylish off-shoulder short dress, exuding personality, while Luo Xuejiao appeared in an elegant evening gown, radiating grace. Upon noticing Elizash's family in the room, they were taken aback. Xia Yufei's jaw dropped. "Isn't that the king and queen of a certain nation?" Luo Xuejiao quickly composed herself and, along with Xia Yufei, respectfully curtsied, greeting the majesty and the queen. Elizash's father and mother smiled and nodded in response, signaling that formalities were unnecessary. I promptly rose to introduce both parties. "Your Majesty, Queen, this is my friend Xia Yufei and Luo Xuejiao." "Yufei, Xuejiao. Allow me to present Princess Eliza Shah and her family." Once Xia Yufei and Luo Xuejiao took their seats, the atmosphere in the private room became even more lively. With her vivacious personality, Luo Xuejiao, a renowned star, quickly warmed up to everyone, animatedly sharing delightful tales from the entertainment industry, causing uproarious laughter among the guests. Xia Yufei occasionally chimed in, her gentle demeanor contrasting yet complimenting Luo Xuejiao's exuberance. Eliza Shah, captivated by Luo Xuejiao's stories, momentarily forgot her troubles, her face lighting up with a long-lost smile. As I gazed upon her radiant smile, a heavy burden within my heart was finally lifted. I understood that she was gradually emerging from the shadows of that relationship. As the evening banquet drew to a close, Prince Yilisha suddenly proclaimed, "Sir, during our time in Huaxia, we have not only experienced your warm hospitality, but have also witnessed the profound depth of your culture. We hope to foster greater exchanges and cooperation between our two nations in the future." I nodded solemnly, assuring His Majesty, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I believe our connections will only grow stronger." The Queen added, "Indeed, especially in the field of medicine. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. We shall offer our utmost support." Itian turned to me and said, "Brother, you must visit our country when the opportunity arises. I will take you to behold the breathtaking landscapes of our homeland." "Absolutely," I replied with a smile. Finally, Yilisha rose, her gaze shifting between me, Qin Mingyue, and Rong Chunxue, before taking a deep breath. She stated, "Great hero, although we were unable to become lovers, I truly cherish our friendship and wish for your continued happiness." I too stood and sincerely replied, "Yilisha, thank you. May you find happiness as well, and should you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out." Everyone rose, exchanging farewells. As I watched the family of Yilisha depart, a myriad of emotions surged within me. This extraordinary fate, though not continued through love, bestowed upon me precious friendships and unforgettable memories. Chapter 37. The emotional tempest at the hot pot gathering upon exiting the Yanqing Hotel. The gentle afternoon breeze whisked away the remnants of the lively luncheon, yet could not dispel the subtle unrest within my heart. Qin Mingyue walked quietly beside me, her hand delicately linked with my arm. Though she spoke not a word, I could sense the warmth of her palm and the faint tremor of her unease. Rong Chunxue, with her arms crossed, occasionally cast sidelong glances in my direction, her expression a mix of playful teasing and earnest seriousness. Wu Yume walked on the outer edge, her demeanor gentle, a faint smile gracing her lips, though there seemed to linger an enigmatic depth within that smile that I could not decipher. When did I become your girlfriend? Rong Chunxue could no longer contain herself, bluntly addressing the topic. Her voice rang clear in the stillness of the afternoon. I awkwardly chuckled, attempting to ease the tension that hung in the air. You all know that Princess Yilisha has always had a fondness for me. Moreover, during the last banquet at the embassy, her mother wished to betroth her to me. I used you all as a shield then, so tonight, I must thoroughly dispel that notion. I endeavored to maintain a tone of lightheartedness. Yet as the words left my lips, I realized the explanation seemed rather feeble. That won't do, my disciple. Am I to be embarrassed? What kind of teacher is a romantic interest to their disciple? This is quite the absurdity. How about this? Treat us to a meal of Chongqing hot pot. How does that sound? Wu Yume said with a smile. Her suggestion seemed to infuse a lightness into the tense atmosphere. Hot pot. Sounds delightful. I haven't had anything spicy in ages, and I'm quite craving it. As soon as Rong Chunxue heard this, her eyes sparkled, instantly replacing the earlier seriousness with anticipation for the delicious meal. Qin Mingyue nodded gently. I would love to join. But let us not make it too spicy. I might not be able to handle it. Her voice was soft, imbued with a hint of tender mirth. Observing their reactions, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I had anticipated a tempestuous interrogation, but it seemed a hot pot feast had effortlessly diffused the tension. All right then, let us indulge in hot pot. I know an exceptionally authentic Chongqing hot pot restaurant, and I assure you, it will be a delightful experience. How about we go tonight? I declared confidently. Master Wu Yume chuckled. Very well. Let us head to the marketing center first for some tea. You, my cheeky apprentice, insisted on pouring me a drink even after I explicitly stated I wouldn't be drinking, claiming it was rare for the king and queen to visit and we ought to treat them well. Indeed, not only do you use us as a shield, but you also expect us, three beautiful ladies, to accompany you for drinks. How outrageous. Qin Mingyue teased playfully. Oh dear, what has come over you all? If you truly feel that way, I shall call Alicia and promise her mother that I will marry her. A splendid arrangement indeed. To my surprise, the three of them chorused in unison, you dare, and then burst into laughter. Upon arriving at the Yutsue Mansion Marketing Center, we settled into the reception room, reclining on the plush sofas. Soon, a lovely receptionist brought us coffee and green tea. I gazed at the three of them, feeling a surge of emotion. How wonderful it would be if they were all my wives. With this thought, I decided to tease them a bit. Three esteemed ladies, tell me, in ancient times, how did those noble lords and ministers charm their wives when they had multiple consorts? Rong Chunxue was the first to roll her eyes at me. You're still dreaming about having multiple wives? We live in modern times now. Qin Mingyue blushed and remarked, you're such a silly person, always spouting nonsense. Wu Yume, however, looked at me with genuine curiosity. Are you truly considering such thoughts? Just as I was about to defend myself, a commotion erupted from the marketing center. Frowning, I stood up to investigate. To my astonishment, a group of burly men clad in black blocked the entrance, led by a man wearing sunglasses and exuding a menacing presence. Who are you? What trouble are you causing here? I demanded loudly. The man sneered, Kid, I've heard you're quite the ladiesman, surrounded by so many women. Today, I'm here to teach you a lesson about your arrogance. A chill ran down my spine. Had I offended someone I shouldn't have? Yet, there was no time for hesitation. I braced myself to confront the situation. Behind me, Qin Mingyue and the others followed, their expressions tinged with concern at the unfolding drama. Just as tensions escalated, a clear voice rang out, Stop. Everyone turned to see a young man in a white suit approaching, surveying both me and the group of black-clad men. He is my friend. You should leave. The men in black, seeing this, departed in a hasty retreat, while the mysterious gentleman offered me a knowing smile. I approached him, extending my hand, and expressed my gratitude. Thank you, my friend. Do you know me? The man in white shook his head slightly, admitting he did not, but he recognized the aura surrounding me. Confusion washed over me, yet he remained silent, merely sizing me up. Regardless, I sincerely said, "Thank you for coming to my aid today." He waved his hand dismissively, stating it was a trivial matter but advised, "Do exercise caution. Those individuals will not relent easily." I nodded, a sense of wariness growing within me. Upon returning to the reception room, Qin Mingyue and the others gathered around, bombarding me with questions. I briefly recounted the events, which only heightened their concerns. It seemed imperative that I hasten my efforts to enhance my abilities. That night, we arrived at the Chongqing hot pot restaurant as planned. The establishment was filled with warmth and the tantalizing aroma of cooking, enough to make one's mouth water. We settled into a private room, and I confidently ordered the restaurant's signature Inyong hot pot, along with an assortment of meats, vegetables, and snacks. "Please, feel free to order whatever you like tonight. I'm treating you all." I cheerfully handed them the menu. Rong Chunxue wasted no time, eagerly ordering beef tripe, duck intestines, tender beef. These are essential for hot pot. "And that crispy fried meat? I adore that too," she added, her eyes sparkling with excitement like a child. Qin Mingyue selected some vegetables and tofu, saying, "I'll stick to these. You all should indulge in more meat." She spoke gently. Wu Yumei nodded, adding, "I'm similar. Please get me some iced jelly as well." Spicy food paired with iced jelly is simply divine. Before long, the hot pot base and dishes began to arrive. The red broth bubbled enticingly, releasing an irresistible fragrance, while the clear broth was pristine, adorned with a few slices of scallion and goji berries. I picked up my chopsticks and eagerly began to serve the dishes. "Here, try this beef tripe. A quick dip and it's ready to eat, crisp and tender." I placed the cooked tripe into their bowls. Rong Chunxue took a bite and exclaimed, "Wow, this is delicious. Hot pot truly satisfies the cravings." She gave a thumbs up as she savored her meal. Qin Mingyue cautiously tasted her portion, occasionally grimacing at the spiciness but still smiling as she remarked, "Though it's a bit spicy, it's genuinely delightful." Wu Yumei enjoyed her meal elegantly, sharing tips on hot pot etiquette, advising, "Always cook the meat before the vegetables. This way, they soak up the broth's flavor." Just as we were relishing our meal, my phone rang unexpectedly. I glanced at the screen to see an unfamiliar number. "Hello, may I ask who this is?" I answered, puzzled. "Is this Mr. Shisan?" "This is Li Ming from the National Security Bureau. We have encountered an urgent situation that requires your assistance. May I inquire if you are available?" A serious voice came from the other end. I furrowed my brow, glancing at my companions who were enjoying their meal, feeling a twinge of hesitation. "Officer Li, I am currently dining with friends. Could we possibly discuss this later?" I strive to maintain a tone of politeness. However, I fear it may not suffice. This matter is of utmost urgency and pertains to national security. We require your immediate presence at the National Security Bureau, and further details will be provided upon your arrival. Li Ming's tone was resolute. I sighed helplessly and replied, "Very well, I will come at once." After hanging up, I looked at everyone with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, but the National Security Bureau has an urgent matter for me. I must take my leave." "What? We haven't finished the hot pot yet," Rong Chunxue exclaimed, her face a picture of disappointment, a piece of tripe still in her mouth. "The National Security Bureau must have something significant to discuss." "You should hurry," Qin Mingyue said, though somewhat disheartened, her understanding evident. Wu Yumei nodded in agreement. "Go ahead. We will finish our meal and return on our own. You need not worry." I rose from my seat, once more apologizing to them. I truly feel sorry for the interruption. Once I have attended to this matter, I shall treat you to a splendid meal. With that, I hastily departed from the hot pot restaurant. Throughout my journey, I pondered the nature of the National Security Bureau summons. The previous issue involving the Yilisha family had been resolved. Could there be new troubles on the horizon? With a sense of trepidation, I arrived at the National Security Bureau. Li Ming was already waiting at the entrance, and upon seeing me, he promptly approached. "Mr. Shisan, you have finally arrived. The situation is urgent. Let us discuss as we walk." His expression was grave. We entered the conference room, where several individuals were already seated, including Zhang Wei, the deputy director of the National Security Bureau, whom I had met before. "Mr. Shisan, we have summoned you because we have detected some suspicious signs. Recently, A batch of unidentified artifacts has surfaced in the black market. Our investigation suggests these artifacts may be linked to a mysterious organization abroad. Moreover, this organization appears to have intricate ties to the country associated with the Yilisha family you previously encountered, Zhang Wei stated solemnly. I furrow my brow. Connected to the country of the Yilisha family? What does this entail? Li Ming elaborated. We suspect that this clandestine organization aims to disrupt the international artifact market through illicit trading and may even harbor ulterior political motives. Their actions coincide with the impending return of the Yilisha family, prompting us to question whether a deeper conspiracy is at play. After a moment of contemplation, I inquired, "What do you require of me?" Zhang Wei gazed at me earnestly. "We hope you can leverage your relationship with the Yilisha family to assist in our investigation. They are scheduled to return home tomorrow, and time is of the essence. We must uncover the truth before their departure." I nodded. I shall do my utmost. However, I require detailed information regarding this mysterious organization and the artifacts in question. Li Ming promptly handed me a document. This contains all the information we currently possess. Please review it, and do not hesitate to reach out if you have any queries. I accepted the document and began to peruse it diligently. It contained detailed descriptions of the artifacts, their locations, and information about suspicious individuals. After reviewing the contents, I found myself formulating some preliminary thoughts. I believe we can begin with the Eliza Shah family. Having resided in Huaxia for an extended period, they might possess some insider knowledge. I intend to seize the opportunity to inquire when I visit them tomorrow, I remarked. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement. Very well, I entrust this matter to you. Given its gravity, we must proceed with utmost caution. Upon exiting the National Security Bureau, the night had deepened. Upon returning home, I lay restless in bed, my mind inundated with the joyous scenes from the hot pot restaurant and the tense, solemn atmosphere within the bureau. I understood that this seemingly tranquil existence was on the verge of disruption once more, and I would inevitably find myself embroiled in a new tempest. Yet, for the sake of national security and the protection of those around me, I had no alternative. Drawing a deep breath, I closed my eyes, anticipating the dawn, hoping for a resolution to unfold smoothly. Chapter 38. Journey to the embassy. I arose early, hastily freshening up before making my way toward the embassy. As I traversed the city, it gradually awakened. The streets buzzed with lively sounds, yet my thoughts were far removed from this vibrant scene, consumed entirely by the tasks assigned by the National Security Bureau and the enigmatic artifacts. Upon reaching the embassy's entrance, I was halted by the sentinel on duty. Presenting the temporary pass issued by the Bureau, I was permitted entry after a meticulous inspection. Inside the embassy, a flurry of activity prevailed, with staff bustling about, seemingly engaged in the final preparations for the royal family's return. Guided by one of the personnel, I arrived at the king's reception room. The king, seated upon the sofa, bore a pensive expression. Upon noticing my entrance, he rose slightly, offering a faint smile that belied his weariness. "Mr. Shisan, what brings you here so early?" inquired the king, his voice low and gentle. I opted for directness, eschewing any preamble. "Your Majesty, to be candid, I have come regarding matters pertinent to your nation. Recently, a batch of unidentified artifacts has surfaced in Huaxia's black market, and we suspect a connection to a clandestine organization, seemingly intertwined with your country." The king's countenance shifted subtly, his brow knitting tighter. "Is that so? During my time in Huaxia, I have been wholly absorbed in diplomatic affairs and was unaware of such occurrences." I continued. "Our investigations indicate that this timeline coincides with your imminent return, hence my inquiry. Have you noticed any irregularities during your stay in Huaxia? Or has anyone in your circle encountered individuals exhibiting suspicious behavior?" After a moment of contemplation, the king's eyes lit up as if a memory had resurfaced. "Now that you mention it, I recall an incident. A few days ago, my brother, Ili Fengyun, met with a group of mysterious individuals. At the time, I assumed they were merely business associates of his and did not pay it much heed. A sense of urgency gripped me, for it appeared that Ili Fengyun could indeed be a pivotal figure. Your Majesty, could you elaborate on the circumstances surrounding that meeting? What were those individuals like? Did you overhear any discussions?" The king recollected. Those individuals were all clad in black suits, wearing sunglasses. They exuded an air of mystery. I only heard them mention something about cargo, and at that moment, I did not think much of it. In retrospect, it is quite possible that the cargo referred to those cultural relics. I nodded and continued to inquire. Do you know where Ili Fengyun is at present? I wish to meet him to gain further insight into the situation. The king's expression faltered. My brother has always been elusive, but he should be at the embassy today. Once he arrives, I shall have someone summon you. Just then, a staff member entered, whispering a few words to the king. The king's countenance changed dramatically, and he sprang to his feet. What? Ili Fengyun has gone missing. I was taken aback. The disappearance of Ili Fengyun at such a crucial moment was indeed highly suspicious. I hastily remarked, Your Majesty, do not be alarmed. Let us devise a plan together. Where did he vanish? Has he left behind any clues? The king replied anxiously, It was just last night. He was supposed to be staying at a hotel. And when the staff went to call him this morning, they found his room completely empty, and his luggage was also missing. I furrowed my brow in contemplation for a moment and suddenly thought, Your Majesty, does Ili Fengyun frequent any particular places in Huaxia? Or does he have any trusted associates from whom we could glean information? The king pondered and said, He often visits an antique shop located in the city center. He claims to have a fondness for collecting ancient curiosities. As for trusted associates, he has a personal bodyguard named Chong. Perhaps he might know something. I immediately suggested, Your Majesty, I wish to visit that antique shop. It may yield some clues. Could you please contact Chong and ask him to come to the embassy? I have some questions for him. The king nodded. Very well, I shall arrange that. Be cautious when you go to the antique shop. If it is indeed connected to those cultural relics, the forces behind it are surely formidable. I took my leave from the king and departed the embassy, heading towards the antique shop in the city center. Along the way, I pondered the connection between Ili Fengyun's disappearance and the cultural relics. What kind of conspiracy lies beneath this situation? What ties does that mysterious organization have with Ili Fengyun? Before long, I arrived at the antique shop. The shop's sign appeared somewhat weathered, with ancient paintings and porcelain displayed at the entrance, imparting an air of mystery. As I pushed open the door, a faint scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, and an array of antiques was elegantly arranged within. An elderly man, donning reading glasses, emerged from behind the counter, smiling as he regarded me. Young man, are you looking to purchase something? I have only the finest items here. I responded with a smile. Boss, I'm not here to purchase. I wish to inquire about an individual. Does someone named Ili Fengyun frequent your establishment? The old man's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his cheerful demeanor. Ili Fengyun? I seem to recall him. He has come to purchase a few items. What of it? I keenly noticed the change in the old man's expression, understanding that he was concealing something. Boss, please do not withhold information from me. I am aware that Ili Fengyun is connected to certain unusual matters. If you know anything, please divulge it, as it pertains to national security. The elderly man hesitated for a moment, letting out a sigh. Very well, he said, since you have asked so earnestly, I shall not conceal the truth from you. Ili Fengyun indeed frequents my establishment, and each time he visits, he only examines a select few artifacts, exhibiting great generosity in his dealings. On one occasion, I overheard him conversing with several foreigners in the back room, as if they were negotiating a significant transaction. My heart leaped with joy. Finally, I had a new lead. Did you hear what they were discussing, sir? What was this grand deal about? The elder shook his head. I could not discern their words clearly, as they spoke in hushed tones, and I dared not eavesdrop further. However, I did observe that when they departed, they carried away an exquisite wooden box, which appeared to contain a highly valuable artifact. I pressed on. Do you know where they went? Or what artifact was housed within that box? The elder replied, I truly do not know their destination. As for the contents of the box, I only caught a glimpse of a corner, which seemed to be an ancient jade piece. But I cannot specify what it was. I expressed my gratitude and exited the antique shop. It seemed evident that Ili Fengyun and that mysterious organization were indeed engaged in illicit artifact trading. I needed to hasten back to the embassy and see if Chong had any pertinent information. Upon my return to the embassy, I found the king waiting for me in the reception room, and Chong had already arrived. He was tall and imposing, wearing a serious expression that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Mr. A. Chong, this is Mr. A. Chong, the king introduced. I approached Chong and said, Mr. A. Chong, I wish to inquire about Ili Fengyun. He has gone missing, and we suspect he is involved in some illegal artifact dealings. Do you have any information? Chapter 39. A great contribution. Chong furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a moment before responding. I do possess some knowledge, but I cannot divulge it lightly. I must first ascertain your identity and purpose. I presented my National Security Agency credentials to Chong. I have been commissioned by the National Security Agency to investigate this matter. It is of great importance, and I hope you will cooperate. Chong scrutinized my credentials before nodding. Very well, I believe you. In truth, Ili Fengyun has been colluding with certain nefarious individuals to smuggle artifacts. I have advised him on numerous occasions, yet he has refused to listen. I quickly inquired, do you know the time and location of their transactions? Furthermore, where is Ili Fengyun now? Chong replied, I am aware that they have a substantial transaction tonight, though I do not know the specific location. As for Ili Fengyun, he left the hotel in haste after receiving a mysterious phone call last night, and I am unaware of his whereabouts. I pondered for a moment. It appeared that tonight's transaction was critical. I addressed the king and Chong, Your Majesty, Mr. Chong. I believe we must locate Ili Fengyun before tonight's transaction to thwart their nefarious scheme. Mr. Chong, think carefully. Is there anything peculiar about Ili Fengyun or any place he might go? Chong contemplated for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, he has a secret hideout in an abandoned factory on the outskirts. He occasionally visits there, although I cannot be certain if he is there now. I immediately declared, regardless of the circumstances, we must investigate, Your Majesty. I kindly request that you dispatch a few individuals to accompany me, including Mr. Chong. We shall endeavor to locate Ili Fengyun before the night falls. The king nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall make the arrangements at once. You must exercise utmost caution. We cannot allow those nefarious individuals to prevail. Shortly thereafter, the king organized a contingent of soldiers to accompany us to the abandoned factory on the outskirts. The atmosphere was tense, and a palpable heaviness enveloped us as we journeyed. I felt an unsettling uncertainty about what awaited us within the dilapidated structure. At last, we arrived at the forsaken factory. It appeared exceedingly decrepit, its entrance firmly shut, surrounded by an eerie silence. Chong and I cautiously approached the grand entrance alongside the soldiers. Chong gently pushed against the door, discovering it was unlatched. We entered the factory, where a musty odor permeated the air. Suddenly, a faint rustling noise emerged from a shadowy corner. We halted in our tracks, vigilant of our surroundings. Chong signaled for the soldiers to disperse swiftly, encircling the entire factory. Who goes there? Step forth, I called out assertively. After a moment, a figure gradually emerged from the shadows. Upon closer inspection, I was astonished to find Ili Fengyun. He appeared disheveled, his garments cloaked in dust, and his hair a tangled mess. Ili Fengyun, what are you doing here? What connection do you have with the smuggling of antiquities? I advanced, demanding answers. Ili Fengyun, upon seeing us, turned pale. How did you find this place? I was merely confused. I was deceived by them. I scoffed, deceived. Do you believe I would accept such a tale? You conspired with them to engage in illegal trafficking of artifacts. Are you aware of the consequences? Ili Fengyun lowered his gaze. Remaining silent for a moment before confessing, I realized my error. I thought it was merely a trivial business venture, unaware that they were involved in extensive smuggling operations and colluding with a mysterious foreign organization. I pressed further. Where is their trading location tonight? If you are forthright, perhaps leniency will be afforded. After a brief hesitation, Ili Fengyun replied, on a cargo ship at the port. They intend to export the antiquities tonight. Without delay, I retrieved my phone and contacted the National Security Bureau, relaying this critical information. The agents assured me they would promptly dispatch personnel to the port to intercept the vessel. At that moment, a cacophony of engines erupted from outside. We rushed out to find a group of individuals clad in black disembarking from vehicles, led by the very leader of the mysterious organization that had surfaced in the black market. Ili Fengyun, you traitor. You've led them here. The leader spat venomously. Ili Fengyun's complexion turned ashen with fear. I did not. I stepped forward, placing myself protectively in front of Ili Fengyun. Your conspiracy has been unveiled. None of you shall escape today. The leader chuckled derisively. You think you stand a chance? How naive. With a wave of his hand, the black-clad figures charged towards us. Achong, the soldiers, and I immediately assumed defensive stances, engaging in a fierce battle against the oncoming assailants. The figures cloaked in black evidently underwent rigorous training, exhibiting remarkable agility. Yet, we remained undaunted, gradually gaining the upper hand through our numerical superiority and unwavering morale. Just as the battle reached its zenith, reinforcement from a National Security Bureau arrived. Upon seeing them, our spirits soared, emboldening us further, while the members of the mysterious organization sensed impending doom and attempted to flee. A glance exchanged with Achong propelled us to pursue the leader of the enigmatic group. As the leader noticed our pursuit, he turned and fled toward the cargo ship. Intent on escaping by sea, Achong and I leaped aboard the vessel, engaging in a final confrontation with the leader. Despite his formidable prowess, he began to falter under our combined assault. At last, I seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, while Achong swiftly bound him with rope. At that moment, personnel from a National Security Bureau boarded the ship, confiscating all artifacts on board, which were indeed the very relics that had surfaced on the black market under dubious circumstances. This crisis was thus averted, and a sense of relief washed over Achong, the soldiers, and me. The enigmatic figure, Yilafengian, was taken away by the National Security Bureau to face legal repercussions. Upon returning to the embassy, the king expressed his gratitude. "Mr. Shisan, we owe you a debt of thanks. Had it not been for your efforts, our nation's artifacts would have been smuggled abroad." I smiled and replied, "Your Majesty, this is a collective achievement. As long as we can thwart the nefarious schemes of those wrongdoers, I shall be utterly content." Exiting the embassy, twilight had descended. The setting sun cast a golden hue over the city, enveloping it in a warm embrace. I inhaled deeply, savoring the hard-won tranquility. Although this mission concluded successfully, I was acutely aware that more challenges awaited me in the future. Yet, for the sake of safeguarding my country and its people, I would face each challenge without hesitation. Just as I prepared to return home to Dong San Juan, Rong Chunxue called, inviting me to her villa. Upon arriving at the villa, evening had fallen. As Rong Chunxue opened the door, a familiar fragrance wafted through the air. Entering the living room, I found Qin Mingyue and Wu Yume seated at the dining table, which overflowed with a sumptuous array of dishes. "You finally returned. We thought the National Security Bureau had detained you," Rong Chunxue exclaimed with a smile. Qin Mingyue approached me, gently saying, "Quickly wash your hands. Dinner is ready. We've been waiting for you for quite some time." Wu Yume chimed in with a grin. "I suppose you've achieved great things again? Do share the details with us." Looking at them, warmth enveloped my heart. I replied with a smile, "Certainly. After I wash my hands, I shall regale you with the day's thrilling escapades. However, my immediate desire is to indulge in the delectable feast you have prepared." With that, I made my way into Rong Chunxue's kitchen, washed my hands, and then joined them at the dining table to relish this rare, cherished moment. In that instant, all weariness and worries dissipated, leaving only an overwhelming sense of happiness and satisfaction. Chapter 40. Banter at the dinner party within the elegantly adorned villa of Rong Chunxue. Warm yellow light gently cascaded upon the dining table, casting flickering shadows that imbued this intimate space with a sense of comfort. I, along with Qin Mingyue, Wu Yume, and Rong Chunxue, gathered closely together, our table laden with an array of delectable dishes, the steam rising and enveloping the air with tantalizing aromas. Qin Mingyue, her eyes sparkling with mischief, broke into a playful smile, her voice ringing like a mountain spring, crisp and melodious, standing out amidst the lively atmosphere. "Nanpai Shisan, do you think Princess Eliza Shah will finally give up on you?" As I was blissfully savoring a piece of braised pork, her unexpected inquiry nearly caught me off guard, almost choking me. Hastily, I raised my glass and took a hearty gulp, managing a wry smile as I waved my hand. "Mingyue, please spare me." "Yes, you. Princess Eliza Shah and I are merely friends, nothing more." Upon hearing this, Rong Chunxue's eyes sparkled mischievously, resembling a playful sprite as she blinked. With a sly grin, she teased, "Oh, just friends? I've noticed how the princess seems quite taken with you. Perhaps she is eagerly anticipating your arrival in her kingdom as a prince consort." Before she could finish her jest, she erupted into laughter, her shoulders shaking with delight. Wu Yume regarded us with a gentle smile, shaking her head affectionately. You all should not put Nanpai Shisan in such a predicament. Yet, I must say, your romantic prospects are flourishing. Soon it will resemble a blooming peach blossom grove. With a resigned shrug, I spread my hands in an innocent gesture. What can I do? My mind is solely focused on excelling at work. Matters of the heart truly give me a headache. I'm almost worried I'll end up with gray hair. This elicited another round of hearty laughter, the joyous sound echoing through the room, further enhancing the relaxed and delightful atmosphere of the evening, transforming our conversation into a delightful symphony. As we indulged in the feast, we shared snippets from our lives. Rong Chunxue animatedly recounted her clever encounters with challenging clients at work, her expressions and gestures so vivid they felt like a comedic skit. One moment she mimicked a client's unreasonable demands. The next she portrayed her own tenacious arguments, leaving us in stitches, tears of laughter almost spilling from our eyes. Qin Mingwei, not one to be outdone, shared heartwarming anecdotes from her time at the hospital, her eyes radiating tenderness as she spoke, touching everyone with those simple yet profound moments. Wu Yumei chimed in with tales of joy from dancing square dances with her friends, even standing to demonstrate a few moves in the living room. Her lively form radiating the exuberance of youth. As the wine flowed freely and a gentle buzz enveloped us, a rosy glow spread across our faces. Leaning back in my chair, I quietly observed the harmonious scene before me. My heart warmed, filled with happiness and contentment. These cherished confidants are the most precious treasures in my life, always providing warmth and strength during moments of confusion and fatigue. At that moment, a melodious ringtone shattered the warmth of the gathering. I took out my phone and saw that it was a call from the renowned actress, Luo Xuejiao. Hastily, I gestured an apology to the group before answering the call. "Hello, Xuejiao, what is up?" I inquired. On the other end, Luo Xuejiao's voice was clear and urgent. Infused with excitement, Nanpai Shisan, the Blue Shield security company, has received a commission from a mysterious individual. They require protection for a super celebrity attending an international awards ceremony in Hollywood. The highlight is that this actress has specifically requested you to be her personal bodyguard throughout the event. Upon hearing this, I was momentarily taken aback, my heart brimming with astonishment, and I could not help but raise my voice. "What? She specifically asked for me? What's going on?" I'm utterly bewildered. Luo Xuejiao chuckled, her laughter like the sound of silver bells. "I'm not quite sure, but from the way she spoke, it seems she is quite familiar with you. Moreover, the remuneration is exceedingly generous, practically blinding in its allure. You should give it some thought. If you're interested, we can swiftly finalize the details with them." I pondered for a moment. Although this opportunity had arrived unexpectedly, it sounded rather intriguing. The compensation was substantial, and the chance to witness the grandeur of the Hollywood awards ceremony was a rare treat. Thus, I readily replied, "All right, it would be foolish not to seize such a lucrative opportunity. However, Xuejiao, you must provide me with more information about this celebrity so I can prepare adequately and have a clear understanding." Luo Xuejiao responded with a smile. "Rest assured, I will send you the details shortly. This celebrity is indeed a top-tier figure in the entertainment industry, stunningly beautiful and possessing a refreshing personality. You will certainly have your hands full, and perhaps you might even spark some unexpected chemistry." After hanging up, I relayed the news to everyone, and Rong Chunxue's eyes instantly sparkled like two stars. Almost jumping with excitement, she exclaimed, "Wow, protecting a superstar in Hollywood is simply amazing. Shisan, you must take plenty of beautiful photos of the celebrity so we can feast our eyes vicariously." Qin Mingwei chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, you might even encounter many international megastars. Your luck is extraordinary, as if the goddess of fortune has smiled upon you." Wu Yumei, however, wore a worried expression and solemnly advised, "Shisan, being a bodyguard requires utmost caution. You must remain vigilant about safety. Do not let anything go awry. We are all hoping for your safe return." I nodded, smiling to reassure everyone. "Don't worry, I have it all under control. This is a rare opportunity, and I will certainly give it my all." After dinner, we all worked together to tidy up the dining table. I returned to my room, opened my computer, and reviewed the information that Luo Xuejiao had sent. The documents revealed that the superstar was named Lin Simon, a wildly popular actress in the country. In the photographs, she appeared with skin as fair as snow, a delicate rosy hue, and her long, lustrous black hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall. Her large eyes sparkled like brilliant stars, bright and expressive, as if harboring endless stories, twinkling in a way that seemed almost conversational. Her nose was petite and refined, her lips naturally rosy, and the corners of her mouth curved upward with an enchanting smile. Especially her figure, which is nothing short of perfection. Her slender waist, barely fitting in one hand, is complemented by a pair of full and upright curves that accentuate her shapely form, making it impossible for anyone to tear their gaze away. She has been invited to the Hollywood International Star Awards because of her leading role in an art film that has garnered numerous international accolades and widespread acclaim. Gazing at Lynn Simon's photograph, I cannot help but marvel. She is truly a beauty that seems to have stepped out of a painting. However, I am acutely aware that safeguarding such a highly popular star is no simple task. Chapter 41. International superstar Lynn Simon. Her fame is so immense that wherever she goes, she becomes the center of attention, inevitably attracting countless onlookers, including potentially fervent fans or those with ulterior motives who might seek to disrupt. I focused intently, meticulously studying Lynn Simon's itinerary, the route to Hollywood, and the possible risks she might encounter. After several hours, I carefully devised a comprehensive security plan that outlined how to ensure her safety at the airport, hotel, and awards venue, as well as formulating thorough contingency measures for various unforeseen circumstances. Early the next morning, I arrived at Blue Shield Security Company, invigorated and ready. Alongside Luo Xuejiao and other relevant personnel, we convened in the conference room to discuss the upcoming mission. The atmosphere in the room was serious and tense, with everyone bearing solemn expressions. Luo Xuejiao gazed at us intently, speaking earnestly and with gravity. This mission is of paramount importance. Miss Lynn Simon is a pride of our nation's entertainment industry, and we must ensure her safety during her time in Hollywood. Nanpai Shisan, as her personal bodyguard. Your responsibility is monumental. If you encounter any issues or require support, do not hesitate to voice your needs. I nodded and, brimming with confidence, stated, I have drafted a security plan. I would appreciate your insights on any areas that may require enhancement or modification. Additionally, I need advanced security equipment, such as miniature surveillance cameras and high-performance communication devices, to better handle various complex situations. My colleagues eagerly shared their opinions and suggestions, diligently refining and adding to my plan. Luo Xuejiao promptly affirmed that she would expedite the procurement of the necessary security equipment. After the meeting, I received a call from Lynn Simon's agent. The agent, with an air of urgency, repeatedly emphasized the necessity of ensuring Lynn Simon's safety, his tone suggesting that the sky might fall at any moment. He informed me that Lynn Simon would arrive at the company that afternoon to meet with me and discuss the specific arrangements. Finally, the afternoon arrived, and Lynn Simon appeared punctually at Blue Shield Security Company. Dressed in a simple yet fashionable casual outfit, her fitted jeans showcased her long, graceful legs, while a loosely buttoned white shirt, with its collar slightly open, revealed a glimpse of her fair skin, adding an air of casual allure. She wore oversized sunglasses that obscured almost half of her face. She possessed an elegant stature and outstanding charisma. The moment she entered the company, she captivated the attention of everyone present. Numerous colleagues couldn't resist stealing glances, their eyes filled with envy and admiration. Lynn Simon approached me with a light and graceful stride. As she removed her sunglasses, her breathtaking beauty was revealed, and a charming smile graced her lips as she extended her hand toward me. Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze. Hello, you must be Nanpai Shisan, right? I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. I am counting on you to protect me this time. I hurriedly took her hand, feeling its softness and delicacy, almost as if it were boneless. Steadying myself, I replied, Miss Lynn, rest assured, I will do everything in my power to ensure your safety and will not allow any mishaps. Yet, my gaze seemingly fell uncontrollably upon her alluring figure, rendering my mind momentarily blank. Lynn Simon appeared to sense my distraction. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a teasing smile as she softly remarked, Nanpai Shisan. As far as I know, Princess Yilishasha, Miss Rong Chunxue of the Rong family, and Miss Qin Mingwei of the Qin family, all are super beauties. Why then, are you staring at me so lecherously? Her tone carried a playful lilt, yet it was devoid of offense. I quickly regained my composure. My face flushed with embarrassment as I scratched my head awkwardly and stammered an apology. I am terribly sorry, Miss Lin. I didn't mean to. It's just that you're truly stunning, and I momentarily lost control. Lin Simon burst into a melodious laughter, her voice crisp and delightful. All right, all right. I won't tease you any longer. I know you are a gentleman. I was merely joking with you. We found a quiet conference room to discuss the itinerary. As I explained the bodyguard plan, Lin Simon listened attentively, nodding in satisfaction at my proposals. Upon concluding my presentation, she blinked playfully and said, Bodyguard Nan, your plan is indeed quite comprehensive. However, during my trip to Hollywood, aside from attending the awards ceremony, I also wish to explore some local attractions. You must fulfill this small wish of mine while ensuring my safety. I smiled in response. Miss Lin, you may rest assured that I will do my utmost to accommodate your requests, provided they remain within the bounds of safety. However, during our sightseeing, there will likely be numerous fans and onlookers, and I may need to implement some special security measures. I hope for your understanding. Lin Simon cheerfully waved her hand and replied, No problem at all. I trust your expertise. With you by my side, I feel as secure as if I've taken a calming pill. After finalizing the itinerary, Lin Simon enthusiastically invited me to dinner. I initially intended to decline, as I was not accustomed to getting too close to clients, but her enthusiasm was infectious. She grasped my arm and declared, Consider this our working meal, and we can discuss further details. You must not refuse. Unable to withstand her insistence, I reluctantly agreed. We arrived at an upscale restaurant, and upon entering, the elegant music and exquisite decor exuded an air of luxury. Lin Simon, well acquainted with her surroundings, ordered an extravagant array of delicacies, including French foie gras, Australian lobster, and top-tier steak, all signature dishes. As soon as the food was served, she eagerly picked up her knife and fork, indulging in the feast while animatedly recounting tales of her illustrious acting career. She shared with me her childhood obsession with performance and the countless hardships she endured in pursuit of her dreams. Having played numerous minor roles and faced innumerable rejections, she never wavered in her resolve. Ultimately, her perseverance bore fruit, and after years of relentless effort, she emerged as a prominent star in the entertainment industry. Listening to her narrative, I felt a profound respect for her. This seemingly delicate girl harbored an indomitable spirit. Her tenacity shone like a beacon, illuminating my own determination to excel in my role as her bodyguard. Midway through our meal, Lin Simon's eyes sparkled as she pointed outside, exclaiming, Nanpai Shisan, look, they're setting off fireworks over there. Following her gaze, I beheld a dazzling display of colorful fireworks illuminating the night sky, a sight to behold. With palpable excitement, Lin Simon tugged me towards the restaurant's terrace, where we stood side by side, admiring the breathtaking vista. The fireworks' glow cast a radiant light upon her face, enhancing her beauty. How enchanting! She exclaimed. I haven't enjoyed fireworks like this in ages. I smiled in agreement, replying, Indeed, they are truly beautiful. Much like your acting journey, filled with challenges yet utterly resplendent. Turning to me, her eyes brimming with emotion, she said, Thank you, Nanpai Shisan. You are the first person to truly understand me. After finishing dinner, the night had enveloped us. I drove Lin Simon back to her home, and upon reaching her villa, I reminded her, Miss Lin, I will reconfirm the itinerary with you the day before your departure. Please prepare in advance. She nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I can't wait to go to Hollywood with you. I just know we will have an unforgettable time together. Gently patting my shoulder, she added, I've had such a wonderful time today. Thank you for accompanying me. Back home, I lay in bed, reflecting on the day's events. Who could have anticipated that a simple dinner would lead to such an intriguing and challenging endeavor? I eagerly awaited the day we would journey to Hollywood, curious about the extraordinary stories that would unfold during our adventure. I knew this would be an expedition filled with the unknown and delightful surprises, and I was fully prepared to embrace whatever lay ahead. Chapter 42. Departure to Hollywood. Only 3 days remained until our departure for Hollywood, and these days proved to be the most tumultuous of my life. From dawn till dusk, I navigated a myriad of intricate tasks. Every detail of the security plan, from route mapping for entry and exit points to contingency strategies for potential emergencies, required meticulous verification to ensure absolute precision. Concurrently, I engaged in extensive communication with Lin Simon's team, meticulously coordinating adjustments to the itinerary and accommodating her unique requests, leaving no stone unturned. After finally carving out some time to prepare our luggage, I found myself hurriedly packing in the fleeting intervals of my busy schedule, wishing I could summon a few clones like Sun Wukong to assist me. Upon learning of our impending departure, Rong Chunxue, Qin Mingyue, and Wu Yumei immediately entered their respective preparation modes. Rong Chunxue rummaged through her wardrobe with fervor, unearthing those seldom-worn, high-priced fashionable ensembles as if staging a private fashion show. Once she made her selections, she made a special trip to a styling studio to create an exquisite hairstyle. The cascading waves, adorned with delicate hair accessories, exuded an air of confidence, as if she were about to grace the runway of Paris Fashion Week. Qin Mingyue, on the other hand, found herself entangled in indecision before her wardrobe, lifting and discarding garments while silently critiquing herself. Ultimately, she settled on a simple yet elegant dress, its soft blue hue accentuating her fair complexion, and paired with her signature sweet smile, she radiated the freshness of a warm spring day. Wu Yumei, not to be outdone, retrieved a cherished qipao from the depths of her closet. The garment bore the marks of time, but retained its charm, the tailored fit perfectly highlighting her silhouette. She meticulously styled her hair into an elegant updo, securing it with an antique hairpin, her every movement showcasing grace and poise, reminiscent of a beauty stepping forth from a bygone era. On the day of our departure, the sun shone brilliantly, and a gentle breeze caressed us, as if bestowing blessings upon our journey. I had arranged to meet Lin Simon at the airport. As I arrived with Rong Chunxue and the others, I immediately spotted Lin Simon, who stood out radiantly amidst the crowd. She wore a fitted white jumpsuit that beautifully accentuated her enviable curves, her slender waist barely filling a hand's grasp, and her long legs were straight and proportionate. Her lustrous black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, with a few strands playfully framing her face, adding an effortless charm. A pair of oversized sunglasses obscured half her face, yet could not conceal the formidable aura she exuded, drawing admiring glances from passers-by. The moment Rong Chunxue, Qin Mingyue, and Wu Yumei beheld Lin Simon, they seemed momentarily spellbound, their eyes wide with astonishment and admiration. Rong Chunxue's mouth fell slightly agape, and after a brief pause, she stammered, "Is she not simply breathtaking? Like a fairy descended from the heavens." Her exaggerated expression and tone captured the attention of those nearby. Qin Mingyue nodded vigorously, her gaze filled with envy as she murmured, "That figure, that grace. If only I possessed half of it." Wu Yumei, bursting with excitement like an ardent fan, approached briskly, her face tinged with a mix of shyness and anticipation. She timidly exclaimed, "Miss Lin, I adore your films. I've watched each one multiple times. Could I possibly trouble you for an autograph?" Her demeanor suggested a fear of rejection from Lin Simon. As I observed the endearing and eager demeanor of Wu Yumei, I could not suppress a chuckle and promptly approached Lin Simon to introduce. "Miss Lin, this is Rong Chunxue. Do not be deceived by her stylish and radiant appearance. She is, in fact, a renowned powerhouse in the business world, known for her decisive actions in the marketplace. This is Qin Mingyue, our vice president at Yutsue Mansion and also a shareholder in our Blue Shield security company. And here we have my mentor, Wu Yumei. Though she appears gentle and kind-hearted, she is, in reality, a formidable force, possessing remarkable depth." Lin Simon's lips curled upward, revealing her signature charming smile. With grace, she removed her sunglasses to unveil her bright, captivating eyes. She warmly greeted each of them, exclaiming, "It is a pleasure to meet you all. Thank you so much for coming to see us off. It truly warms my heart." As she spoke, she accepted the paper and pen from Wu Yumei and elegantly inscribed her name in the guest book, adding a heartfelt blessing. Wu Yumei received the guest book with both hands, as if cradling a rare treasure, her face blossoming with joy, her eyes narrowing into slits of delight. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, I casually glanced at the time, realizing that boarding was imminent, and gently reminded Lin Simon, "Miss Lin, it is nearly time. We should proceed to check in." She nodded, bidding farewell once more to Rong Chunxue and the others. We made our way toward the boarding gate, when Rong Chunxue called out loudly from behind, 13. Remember to send us photos when you arrive in Hollywood. And do ensure Miss Lin's safety. If she loses even a single hair, I will hold you accountable. Her exaggerated tone elicited peals of laughter from everyone. I turned back, waving my hand in response. Rest assured, I will accomplish the task. Once aboard the plane, Lin Simon and I successfully found our seats in first class. The environment was comfortable and inviting, with spacious seats that could be adjusted into various relaxing positions for the passengers' convenience. The aircraft gradually began to move, accelerating down the runway before lifting off the ground, heading toward the United States. Lin Simon reclined in her plush seat, gently closing her eyes as if to rejuvenate herself. Her breathing was calm and steady, her long eyelashes casting soft shadows upon her cheeks, exuding a serene beauty. Meanwhile, I remained on high alert, my eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly, ensuring that no potential safety threats went unnoticed. During the flight, the cabin crew wheeled a refined cart down the aisle, offering an array of delectable food and beverages to the passengers. Lin Simon ordered a glass of freshly squeezed juice, its vibrant hue and fragrant aroma captivating. I opted for a steaming cup of coffee, the rich scent instantly invigorating my senses. Approximately 7 or 8 hours into the flight, a sudden commotion erupted from the rear of the previously tranquil cabin. Instinctively, I stood up and swiftly turned toward the source of the disturbance. There, I beheld a tall foreign elderly lady collapsed in her first-class seat, her stature unmistakably regal even while seated. With her silver hair neatly arranged at the back of her head, she exuded an innate elegance that could not be concealed, even in her pallid state. Her features were deep and sculpted, with a high-nosed bridge supporting a delicate pair of reading glasses. At this moment, her eyes were tightly shut behind the lenses, her brow furrowed, and her hands clutched her chest with a pained expression. Her family surrounded her, their faces etched with anxiety, desperately seeking help from those nearby, their eyes brimming with urgent tears. I initially thought it best to refrain from intervening, for my primary duty was to ensure Lin Simon's safety. However, witnessing the elderly lady's critical condition, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead and her breathing becoming rapid and faint, I realized immediate action was imperative to prevent a potential life-threatening situation. Without further contemplation, I approached her swiftly. Crouching beside her, I inquired in fluent English about her condition and learned that she had a severe history of heart disease. This episode was likely triggered by prolonged air travel coupled with turbulence, which had stirred her emotions and precipitated a cardiac event. Surveying the limited medical resources on the aircraft, I noted that, despite the crew's attempts at basic first aid, administering oxygen and measuring her blood pressure, the results were not promising. In that moment, I recalled the ancient acupuncture techniques imparted to me by my grandfather, particularly one that possessed remarkable efficacy for treating heart ailments. Without hesitation, I addressed the flight attendants. I have some knowledge of traditional Chinese emergency methods. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Allow me to try. The attendants exchanged glances, assessing the distressed elderly lady before ultimately nodding in agreement. I quickly retrieved my silver needle kit from my bag, unveiling the meticulously arranged needles that glimmered with a cold light. I addressed the curious passengers surrounding us. Please, step back and allow for proper air circulation. Do not crowd. Taking a deep breath to center my focus, I commenced the acupuncture on the elderly lady. As I worked, I explained the functions of the acupuncture points to alleviate the tension among the onlookers. The first needle was inserted into the Shanzhong point, located at the midpoint of the line connecting the two nipples on the chest, which serves as a vital energy convergence. Stimulating this point can alleviate chest tightness and pain, akin to clearing a blocked pipe to ensure the smooth flow of energy. With practiced precision, I gently yet firmly inserted the silver needle into the designated point. The second needle was placed at the Naguan point, one of the commonly used points along the pericardium meridian, located 2 inches above the wrist crease between two tendons. This point calms the heart and alleviates pain, acting as a stabilizer for a frantic heart. The passengers listened with rapt attention, occasionally gasping in astonishment at the wonders of traditional Chinese medicine. Lin Simon approached swiftly, standing beside me with a look of concern etched across her face. Her eyes reflected deep worry, her brow slightly furrowed as she whispered, "Nanpai Shisan, are you truly confident in your ability?" I glanced up at her, my gaze imbued with determination and confidence, and nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I am confident. Trust me. Throughout the process of administering acupuncture, I remained utterly focused, channeling my inner energy through the silver needles into the elderly lady's acupuncture points. Each needle insertion felt like a fierce duel with death itself. As time elapsed, the lady's expression gradually softened, her tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and her breathing became steadier. The surrounding passengers were captivated by the scene, erupting in exclamations of awe, many giving me a thumbs up. Among them, a foreign gentleman, with somewhat halting Chinese, remarked, "Chinese traditional medicine is truly marvelous. It's akin to magic." Just as I believed the elderly woman's heart condition had been effectively managed and was preparing to exhale in relief, I inadvertently noticed something unusual about her legs. Upon closer inspection, I discerned pronounced swelling around her knee joints, with the skin exhibiting a slight redness. Drawing on my experience, I surmised that there was likely bruising and fluid accumulation within. I thought to myself, having begun this endeavor, I should see it through to completion. Thus, I resolved to employ the 13 ghost needle technique for further treatment. The 13 ghost needle method is an extraordinarily intricate and profound acupuncture technique, requiring the practitioner to possess substantial internal strength and exceptional skill. I concentrated once more, adjusting the flow of my internal energy. This time, the difficulty of the procedure escalated. Each needle had to be inserted with precision, avoiding blood vessels and nerves, while also regulating the amount and speed of energy infusion. As I delved deeper into the treatment, I could distinctly feel my internal energy depleting rapidly, and beads of perspiration began to form on my forehead. Lin Simon, anxiously observing my every move, quickly retrieved a handkerchief from her bag. The handkerchief exuded a faint fragrance, reminiscent of her favorite perfume, refreshing and enchanting. She gently approached my side and delicately wiped the sweat from my brow, her touch tender and considerate. Her eyes were filled with concern. "Nanpai 13, you must be exhausted. Take a moment to rest." I shook my head, gasping for breath, and replied, "No, I must push through. I cannot falter now." As each second passed, my breathing grew increasingly labored, my legs began to tremble slightly, and a wave of fatigue washed over me. Yet, I gritted my teeth and persevered with unwavering resolve. Finally, after I completed the last needle insertion, the swelling in the elderly lady's legs visibly subsided, and the bruising and fluid began to be absorbed. Slowly, she opened her eyes, filled with gratitude and astonishment. Her family, overwhelmed with emotion, gathered around, tears glistening in their eyes, continually expressing their thanks. They spoke in somewhat halting English. "Thank you so much. You saved her life. You are a hero." I smiled and waved my hand dismissively, responding in English, "It is my honor. I am delighted to have been of assistance." Following this incident, the atmosphere on the plane became vibrant. Passengers flocked to me, inquiring about traditional Chinese medicine, ranging from the functions of acupuncture points to the efficacy of herbal remedies, with questions flowing in a delightful array. I patiently answered each query, occasionally interspersing intriguing tales of traditional Chinese medicine that elicited hearty laughter from the crowd. Lin Simon gazed at me, her eyes brimming with admiration and reverence. The Southern School of 13. Who would have thought you not only excel as a bodyguard, but also possess such formidable skills in traditional Chinese medicine? How many more surprises remain hidden from me? You are truly a paragon of versatility. I scratched my head, a hint of bashfulness creeping into my smile as I replied, "All this knowledge was imparted by my grandfather, a remarkable practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. I have merely scratched the surface. If he were here, he would undoubtedly perform far better than I." After several hours, the plane finally arrived at the airport of the city housing Hollywood. As the aircraft touched down, the sound of tires meeting the runway resonated like the herald of a new journey. Chapter 44. An unexpected invitation. The plane landed smoothly at the airport in the Hollywood region, and the cabin door opened slowly, releasing a wave of exotic aromas. Lin Simon and I stepped out of the aircraft, joining the throng of travelers. Despite the undeniable fatigue etched on her features after the lengthy flight, her innate beauty and distinctive aura shone like the brightest star in the night sky, captivating all who beheld her. I remained closely at her side, my eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly, ensuring that no potential threats went unnoticed. As we ambled toward the airport exit, Lynn Simon occasionally raised a hand to tame her slightly disheveled hair and gently smooth the wrinkles from her clothing. Her subtle gestures revealed her boundless anticipation for the Hollywood adventure that awaited us. Meanwhile, I silently reviewed the meticulously devised security plan in my mind, contemplating how best to ensure her safety in this entirely unfamiliar city. Just as we neared the exit, a deep, powerful engine roar suddenly filled the air. Instinctively, Lynn Simon and I turned toward the sound, only to behold three extraordinarily luxurious, extended Rolls-Royce Phantoms, resembling formidable steel beasts, parked regally outside the terminal. The sunlight gleamed off their polished surfaces, casting a dazzling reflection that drew the attention and admiration of passers-by, prompting hushed whispers among the crowd. Exchanging a knowing glance with Lynn Simon, we both surmised that the organizing committee had dispatched someone to welcome us. A smile graced her lips, and she remarked softly, "It seems the committee holds us in high regard. This spectacle is quite impressive." I nodded in agreement, my vigilance heightened as I scanned the area once more. Only after confirming there were no irregularities did I proceed with her toward the luxurious vehicles. As we approached, the door of the central Rolls-Royce slowly swung open, revealing a familiar figure, an elderly foreign lady who had suffered a heart attack on the plane. At this moment, she appeared, having long since regained her former vitality. She adorned herself in an exquisitely tailored gown, her neck graced by a resplendent diamond necklace, each gem colossal and radiating a cold, noble brilliance. The emerald ring upon her finger was invaluable, its deep hue seemingly encapsulating the mysterious power of time, bestowing upon her an aura of awe-inspiring nobility and authority. Both Lynn Simon and I were momentarily taken aback, our faces etched with astonishment. The elderly lady, with a gentle smile, descended the vehicle with steady grace and approached us directly. "Young ones," she spoke in English, "it brings me immense joy to see you again. Were it not for your timely assistance, I fear my days would have been numbered." Her voice was soft yet undeniably authoritative, each word articulated with clarity and strength. I quickly replied with a smile, "Madam, your kindness overwhelms us. This truly is what we ought to have done." Lynn Simon nodded vigorously beside me, her face alight with a sweet smile, conveying warmth and goodwill. The elderly lady's gaze swept between Lynn Simon and me, a mysterious smile gracing her lips before she continued, "I have heard you are here for the Hollywood Awards ceremony. As it happens, I own a manor nearby. You are welcome to stay with me. I shall arrange your itinerary during this time, ensuring your utmost satisfaction." Both Lynn Simon and I were taken aback by this unexpected invitation. Completely unprepared for such a proposal from her, this sudden arrangement disrupted all my meticulously laid plans. After a moment of hesitation, I sincerely replied, "Thank you very much for your generous offer, madam, but we already have some arrangements in place, and it may not be convenient." She waved her hand dismissively, laughing heartily. "Do not be so quick to decline, young man. I genuinely wish to repay you for your life-saving kindness. My manor is conveniently located near the awards venue, making travel effortless. Moreover, you will enjoy the finest services and comprehensive security during your stay." Lynn Simon glanced at me, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gently tugged at my sleeve. In a hushed tone, she murmured, "Nanpai Shisan, the lady is so warm-hearted, it seems impolite to refuse. Perhaps we might encounter a uniquely enchanting experience at her manor." Seeing the eager expression in Lynn Simon's eyes and the sincere demeanor of the elderly lady, I found it difficult to decline her kindness. Thus, I nodded and said, "Very well, madam. We are grateful for your invitation and shall graciously accept." Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile illuminated the elderly lady's face as she patted my shoulder. "Excellent. It is settled then. Come, let us be on our way." With that, she turned and walked towards her luxurious Rolls-Royce. Lynn Simon and I followed her into the vehicle, where the opulent decor left us in awe. The supple leather seats felt as comfortable as clouds, and every detail of the exquisite interior showcased unparalleled taste, complete with an array of high-tech amenities. As if we had entered a mobile palace. Lynn Simon, brimming with excitement, resembled a curious little girl, her head darting about in wonder. Muttering to myself, "Southern School 13. This is indeed my first experience in such a luxurious vehicle. It feels absolutely marvelous." I smiled in response. Indeed, it seems the elderly lady holds quite an extraordinary status. The car smoothly commenced its journey, gliding steadily towards the lady's estate. Along the way, She animatedly regaled us with tales of the city's unique customs and the profound history of her illustrious family. It turned out that her lineage was a renowned aristocratic family in the region, with businesses spanning the globe, engaging in finance, technology, real estate, and various other sectors, wielding immense influence. Listening to her narrative, Lynn Simon and I couldn't help but be genuinely astonished by the strength of her family. Before long, the vehicle entered a picturesque area, with trees lining the road, dense and lush like a verdant ocean. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting patches of golden light upon the ground. Expansive meadows unfolded like a vast green velvet carpet, and in the distance, shimmering lakes and undulating mountains painted a landscape reminiscent of a poetic masterpiece. Amidst this tranquil and beautiful natural setting, a magnificent estate emerged before our eyes. The grand entrance was striking, flanked by stone pillars adorned with exquisite carvings that seemed to whisper tales of time. The car glided into the estate, following a winding drive, and finally came to a gentle halt in front of an extraordinarily opulent villa. The elderly lady ushered us into the villa, where the interior decor was nothing short of breathtaking. Enormous crystal chandeliers descended from the ceiling, casting a soft, radiant glow that illuminated the entire space as if it were daylight. The walls were adorned with precious oil paintings, each a masterpiece by a renowned artist, priceless in value. The floor was covered with a plush carpet, muffling our footsteps to near silence. Various exquisite pieces of furniture and decor were artfully arranged, each item a testament to the owner's refined taste. With a smile, the elderly lady addressed us. "This is my home. Please consider it as your own. I have arranged for your rooms. You may rest for a while, and we shall dine together this evening." Grateful, Lynn Simon and I followed the servant to our respective rooms. My room was spacious and bright, decorated in a warm and inviting manner. A grand bed occupied one corner, dressed in soft linens and blankets, with several exquisite cushions that beckon one to lie down and indulge in restful slumber. On one side of the room, a vast floor-to-ceiling window offered a view of the stunning garden outside, where vibrant flowers bloomed in a dazzling array, resembling a dreamlike floral paradise. After a brief tidying of my belongings, I stepped out of my room, eager to check on Lynn Simon. As I approached her door, I happened to see her emerge. Clad in a loose bathrobe, her hair damp from a recent wash. Upon seeing me, her face lit up with a radiant smile as she exclaimed, "Southern School 13. This room is incredible. It even has a private bathroom and balcony. It's nothing short of a palace." With a smile, I remarked, "Indeed. The elderly lady has been exceedingly gracious to us. However, we must not let our guard down, for our primary task is to ensure your safety at the award ceremony." Lynn Simon nodded in agreement and replied, "I understand, so there's no need for you to worry. Nonetheless, it is a rare opportunity to enjoy ourselves, so we should relish it." Just then, a servant approached and said, "Ladies, please follow me. The lady has invited you to the parlor for tea." Lynn Simon and I followed the servant to the parlor, where the elderly lady sat gracefully on the sofa, surrounded by an array of exquisite tea sets and delicacies on the coffee table. Upon noticing us, she smiled warmly and beckoned us to sit, saying, "Come, try these treats that I had specially prepared for you." After we settled down, she personally poured us tea and, gazing at us, remarked, "Young ones, your medical skills are remarkable and quite enchanting. I have a keen interest in traditional Chinese medicine. Might you share some of its mysteries with me?" I replied with a smile, "Madam, traditional Chinese medicine is a profound and vast field, emphasizing the balance of yin and yang, as well as the harmony of qi and blood. For instance, during your previous heart attack, I employed acupuncture techniques to stimulate specific acupoints, thereby regulating the flow of qi and blood to achieve therapeutic effects." The elderly lady listened intently, nodding and posing questions about the precise locations of acupoints and the wondrous effects of herbal medicine, her curiosity seemingly insatiable. Lynn Simon, equally captivated, interjected occasionally, sharing her own curiosities and perspectives on traditional Chinese medicine. As we sipped tea and savored the delicacies, our conversation flowed vigorously, creating an atmosphere of warmth and camaraderie, as if we were longtime friends. Unbeknownst to us, the sky began to darken. The elderly lady smiled and said, "Time passes swiftly. Dinner is ready. Let us proceed to the dining room." We accompanied her to the dining room, where a grand table was laden with a sumptuous array of culinary delights: succulent French steak, velvety Italian pasta, and delicately crafted Japanese sushi, along with an assortment of fresh, delectable seafood and elegantly presented desserts, each dish emanating tantalizing aromas. Lynn Simon's eyes sparkled at the sight of the feast, and she exclaimed, "Wow, there is so much delicious food. I don't even know where to start." The elderly lady chuckled and encouraged, "Feel free to indulge. I had these prepared according to your tastes." During dinner, we continued our lively conversation while relishing the exquisite dishes. The elderly lady regaled us with tales of her youthful adventures and enchanting experiences from around the globe. From mysterious African tribes to romantic European castles. From bustling Asian metropolises to the vibrant rainforests of South America, each story was steeped in legend and wonder. Lynn Simon and I listened, captivated, as if we were living those thrilling escapades ourselves, immersed in a world of fantasy. After dinner, feeling somewhat fatigued, Lynn Simon excused herself to rest in her room, while I accompanied the elderly lady for a leisurely stroll around the estate. The manor was enveloped in an extraordinary tranquility that night, with the moonlight cascading like water over the grass, as if draping the earth in a silvery veil. We strolled along the winding path, surrounded by flowers and grasses that gently swayed in the soft breeze, releasing wafts of delightful fragrance. Suddenly, the elderly lady halted, gazing at me with a look of admiration. "Young man," she began, "I hold you in high regard. Not only are you skilled in your medical practice, but you also possess a commendable character. If you are willing, I would like to extend my assistance in your career." I was deeply moved by her words, yet I politely declined. "Thank you for your kind acknowledgement, dear lady, but I aspire to achieve my goals through my own efforts. However, I shall forever cherish your goodwill." The elderly lady nodded, smiling warmly. "Very well. It is admirable to see such determination in youth. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." We resumed our leisurely walk, savoring the serene and beautiful night. Upon returning to the villa, I retreated to my room. Lying in bed, I reflected on the day's events, my heart brimming with emotions. Although the elderly lady's invitation had disrupted our plans, I was confident that more surprises and challenges awaited us in the days to come. Time passed swiftly, filled with delightful surprises, and soon it was the eve of the award ceremony. That evening, the elderly lady's son and daughter came to visit her. With a beaming smile, she introduced us, saying, "This is my son, Johnson Ham, and my daughter, John Phil." She particularly emphasized her daughter, noting that John Phil was the associate director of a renowned hospital in America and a postdoctoral fellow, achieving remarkable success in the medical field. Upon learning that I had saved their mother on the plane, both Johnson Ham and John Phil displayed expressions of astonishment. Johnson Ham's eyes widened as he scrutinized me, exclaiming, "I never imagined you possessed such remarkable medical skills to save my mother mid-flight. It is truly impressive." Meanwhile, John Phil gazed at me with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. When Johnson Ham discovered that Lynn Simon was an international star, his interest piqued. "Miss Lynn," he enthused, "I've always been fascinated by the film industry, and I believe you possess immense potential. I would like to invest in a major Hollywood production with you. If we collaborate, we could certainly create a box office sensation." Lynn Simon, taken aback yet elated, beamed with excitement. "Really? That would be wonderful. I have always hoped for the chance to portray more challenging roles, and it would be an honor to work with you." As our conversation flourished, they eagerly delved into discussions about the film's themes, script, and cast, as if they could already envision its overwhelming success. Meanwhile, John Phil displayed great interest in my practice of traditional Chinese medicine. Leaning closer, her eyes gleaming with curiosity, she remarked, "I have studied Western medicine for so many years, yet have never had such close exposure to traditional Chinese practices. The acupuncture techniques you employed on the plane were simply astonishing, and I genuinely wish to learn more about them." The elderly lady observed quietly, suddenly struck by an idea. She intended to marry her daughter to me, hoping that she might accompany me to learn the arcane ancient medical arts and the 10 renowned acupuncture techniques. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed her mind about my possible refusal. She delicately suggested, "Young man, I see that Phil has taken quite an interest in your traditional Chinese medicine. What do you think about having her accompany you back to the homeland to study at the Namyukan traditional Chinese medicine hall you established? Upon hearing this, I found myself momentarily at a loss, my cheeks betraying a faint blush. John Phil, too, lowered her head shyly, yet her gaze shimmered with anticipation. I stammered, of course. If Miss Phil is genuinely interested, I would be more than willing to share all I know about traditional Chinese medicine. At that moment, Lin Simon, witnessing my awkwardness, could not suppress her laughter. She teased, Nanpai Shisan, who would have thought you could not only serve as a bodyguard, but also as a teacher of traditional medicine. It seems your talents are quite abundant. The room erupted with laughter, dispelling the earlier tension and replacing it with a light-hearted atmosphere. Subsequently, we hosted a small gathering in the garden of the estate. Under the moonlight, we sat together, sipping fine wine and enjoying delicacies, continuing our lively discussions. Johnson Ham and Lynn Simon were engrossed in a spirited debate about movie details, their laughter ringing out from time to time. Meanwhile, John Phil tugged at my sleeve, incessantly questioning me about various aspects of traditional Chinese medicine, from meridian points to pulse diagnosis, her inquiries tumbling forth as if she sought to cram every ounce of knowledge into her mind. I patiently provided answers, often employing humorous analogies to elucidate the intricate theories of traditional Chinese medicine, which sent her into fits of laughter. The elderly lady, observing this lively and heartwarming scene, wore a look of contentment. She remarked, "Who would have thought that an unexpected event could gather so many of us together, weaving such delightful stories? Perhaps this is what fate is." Before we realized it, the gathering continued into the deep of night, while everyone felt a lingering desire for more. They recognized that important matters awaited them the next day. I lay in bed, my thoughts swirling. Tomorrow, Lynn Simon would attend the awards ceremony, a significant moment for her, and I must be utterly vigilant to ensure her safety. The events of the day had ignited within me a profound sense of anticipation and curiosity regarding the future. I pondered what tales would unfold as John Phil and I delved into the study of traditional Chinese medicine, and I wondered how Lynn Simon's collaboration with Johnson Ham on the film would evolve. Chapter 46. The dazzling awards ceremony before the dawn broke. The estate bustled with activity. I arose early, and, after a brief wash, I began to inspect the security equipment required for the day. The previous night, I had meticulously reviewed the security protocols, determined that I could not falter at this critical juncture. In Lynn Simon's room, the styling team flitted in and out, as she prepared to present herself in her finest form at the awards ceremony. I occasionally checked in to ensure no suspicious individuals lurked nearby. Nanpai Shisan, what do you think of this dress I've chosen? Lynn Simon emerged from the room adorned in a floor-length evening gown, its hem shimmering like the Milky Way. With excitement, she inquired about her appearance. I smiled and nodded. "Simon, you look stunning in anything. Today, you shall certainly outshine everyone." "You flatter me," she replied, a hint of nervousness evident as she gently patted her chest. "Do not worry. With me by your side, everything will proceed smoothly." I offered her a reassuring gaze. At that moment, the elderly lady approached, clad in an opulent ensemble that radiated elegance. "Children, today is a momentous occasion. I wish you all the best," she declared. "Thank you, madam. I apologize for the inconvenience during my stay and am grateful for your care," I sincerely expressed. "No need for such formalities. Your presence brings me joy," she replied with a smile. "Phil, you should see them off as well." John Phil, dressed in a simple yet professional attire, approached with a touch of reluctance in his eyes. "I eagerly anticipate learning traditional Chinese medicine from you. Don't forget to teach me upon your return." "Rest assured, I will not forget. We shall commence as soon as I'm back," I responded with a smile. After bidding farewell to the elderly lady and Phil, Lynn Simon and I, accompanied by Johnson Ham, embarked on a luxurious car towards the awards ceremony venue. Throughout the journey, Lynn Simon meticulously adjusted her makeup and hairstyle, while I remained vigilant, observing the world outside the car window. Upon our arrival at the venue, we were greeted by a throng of people. Media reporters from across the globe had set up their equipment, and fans brandished signs of their idols, their cheers resonating in the air. "Wow, this spectacle is truly magnificent," Lynn Simon exclaimed. "Simon, once we alight from the car, stay close to me. Do not wander off," I cautioned. "I know, stop nagging," she replied with a smile. As our vehicle came to a gradual halt and the doors swung open, Lynn Simon gracefully descended, instantly engulfed by a wave of flashing cameras. I closely followed, remaining alert to my surroundings. On the red carpet, international superstars paraded one after another, adorned in splendid gowns and dazzling jewels, each gesture exuding charisma. While I shielded Lynn Simon, I could not help but glance around. These were the celebrities I had only ever seen on television. Suddenly, I recalled my master Wei Yumei's dream of stardom. If she were to witness these luminaries, she would surely faint from excitement. Seizing a moment while Lynn Simon interacted with the reporters, I quickly took out my phone and snapped a flurry of pictures of the surrounding stars. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lynn Simon noticed my actions and inquired with a smile. "I'm capturing some photos for my master. She is a true fan. And these pictures will surely delight her," I replied sheepishly, scratching my head. "You're quite filial," Lynn Simon teased, "but make sure you recognize who you are photographing. Otherwise, when you return and she asks who they are, you might be at a loss." "Oh, it doesn't matter. I'll just take the pictures. She can figure it out herself later. Perhaps she'll even enlighten me about them," I chuckled. At that moment, a renowned Hollywood male star approached and greeted Lynn Simon with great enthusiasm. I stood aside, silently contemplating how envious my master would be if she knew I was standing so close to her idol. "Simon, why not take a picture with this star? Your master would surely be filled with envy upon seeing it," I whispered to Lynn Simon. "You always enjoy teasing my master," Lynn Simon chuckled. Yet she readily complied and posed for a photo with the star. We continued our advance down the red carpet, where fans on either side were fervently chanting Lynn Simon's name. She frequently paused to interact with her admirers, signing autographs and taking pictures, thoroughly engrossed in the moment, while I remained vigilant nearby, ensuring her safety. At long last, we completed our stroll down the red carpet and entered the venue of the award ceremony. The decor was opulent beyond measure, with enormous crystal chandeliers illuminating the entire hall, and the stage lights shifting in a mesmerizing display of technological brilliance. We found our seats among a host of internationally celebrated stars and directors. Lynn Simon engaged warmly in conversation with the person beside her, while I surveyed the surroundings, seeking the optimal position for security. "Nanpai Shisan, you needn't be so tense. Relax a bit," Lynn Simon remarked softly, having noticed my unease. "I'm merely concerned for your safety," I replied with a hint of exasperation. "Worry not. With so many people here, what could possibly happen? You should enjoy this rare moment as well," she reassured me with a smile. The award ceremony commenced as the host took to the stage, opening with humorous and witty remarks. One award after another was presented, and the atmosphere grew increasingly electric. Each time a familiar star ascended to receive an award, I discreetly snapped a few photos, envisioning the delight it would bring my master upon my return. Then came the announcement for Best Actress. The host's voice resonated, and the room fell into a hushed silence. Lynn Simon clenched her fists nervously, and I silently cheered her on from the sidelines. "The award for Best Actress goes to Lynn Simon," the host exuberantly declared. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted throughout the venue, and Lynn Simon was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in her eyes. I stood and applauded fervently, filled with pride for her accomplishment. As she ascended the stage to accept her trophy, she delivered a heartfelt speech, her voice trembling yet brimming with sincerity and emotion. Watching her shine on that stage, I was engulfed by a tide of feelings. After the awards ceremony concluded, a grand banquet awaited. Lynn Simon and I attended together, where we encountered even more stars and luminaries. While she busily discussed collaboration opportunities with them, I remained at her side, providing support. "Nanpai Shisan, I owe you so much today," Lynn Simon expressed gratefully as the banquet drew to a close. "Nonsense. This honor is yours. I merely fulfilled my role," I replied with a smile. "By the way, what about those photos you took?" "Let me see," Lynn Simon inquired with curiosity. I retrieved my phone and showed her the images. "Look, these are all mine. I can't wait to share them with my master. She will surely be overjoyed." "You truly are a delightful character," she remarked with a playful grin. Lynn Simon smiled and remarked, "But to be honest, seeing so many stars today has left me somewhat dazed. Indeed, this is a premier global award ceremony. It is our privilege to be here," I replied with a sense of wonder. Under the guidance of the staff, we departed from the awards venue. by the time we returned to the manor. It was already late at night. The elderly lady awaited us in the living room, and upon seeing us return, a comforting smile graced her face. "Children, congratulations. Did you have a wonderful time today?" she inquired. "Absolutely. Today was truly unforgettable," Lin Simon exclaimed with excitement. "Yes, thanks to your assistance. We were able to enjoy it so smoothly. I express my gratitude. There's no need for thanks. As long as you are happy, that's enough." The elderly lady replied with a smile. "Phil, come and see the photos they brought back," she called. John Phil approached, sharing in our joy from the day. As we looked at the pictures, we recounted amusing moments from the awards ceremony, laughter echoing throughout the manor. As the night deepened, we each retreated to our rooms to rest. Lying in bed, I reflected on the events of the day, my heart brimming with emotion. On this day, we witnessed countless stars and collected an abundance of joy and inspiration. I understood that the road ahead was long, but as long as we worked together, we could certainly create more miracles. Lost in thought, I gradually drifted into slumber, and in my dreams, I saw Master Wu Yume's excited expression upon seeing the photographs, as well as our busy figures in the traditional Chinese medicine hall. Chapter 47. A wonderful reunion on the airplane. The morning sunlight gently filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow in the manor's room. I awoke with a start, reminiscing about the splendor and excitement of the previous day's award ceremony, a smile unconsciously forming on my lips. After a quick wash, I stepped out of my room to find Lin Simon, the elderly lady, and John Phil engaged in conversation in the living room. "Good morning, Nanpai Shisan. How did you sleep last night?" Lin Simon greeted cheerfully. "I slept soundly. As soon as I closed my eyes, I dreamt of the awards ceremony," I replied, stretching lazily. "Haha, it seems you were quite excited," Lin Simon teased. The elderly lady smiled and said, "Children, you will be leaving today. I will truly miss you. Thank you for taking care of us during this time. We will definitely come to visit you again," I said sincerely. John Phil's eyes shone with anticipation as he added, "I can't wait to go to Yanjing and learn traditional Chinese medicine from you. Rest assured, once we are back in Yanjing, I will teach you everything I know," I promised, patting my chest. After packing our belongings, we bid farewell to the warm and memory-filled manor under the elderly lady's reluctant gaze and headed to the airport to prepare for our return to Yanjing. Along the way, Lin Simon and John Phil enthusiastically discussed topics related to traditional Chinese medicine and cinema, while I occasionally chimed in, reveling in the joyful atmosphere. Upon reaching the airport, we completed our check-in procedures and boarded the plane smoothly. I settled into my seat, contemplating the long flight ahead, perfect for some much-needed rest. Lin Simon sat by the window, gazing at the scenery outside, seemingly still immersed in the joy of the award ceremony. John Field, on the other hand, was engrossed in a book about traditional Chinese medicine, occasionally posing questions to me. As the airplane ascended gradually, smoothly weaving through the clouds, I had just closed my eyes to take a brief respite when I suddenly heard hurried footsteps and a faint commotion. Alert! I opened my eyes to see a figure running towards us in tears. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Princess Eliza Shaw of a certain royal family. The 5 or 6 royal bodyguards accompanying her wore tense expressions, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. When the head of the security detail, Itai Kong, recognized me, he paused in surprise before breaking into a hearty laugh. Eliza Shaw rushed directly in front of me, embracing me without a word, and, in the presence of Lin Simon and John Field, planted a kiss on my cheek. This unexpected gesture left me momentarily frozen, my face flushed with warmth. "What brings you to Hollywood?" Eliza Shaw asked, her voice tinged with sobs. I cleared my throat awkwardly, attempting to extricate myself from her embrace, only to find her grip unyielding. Resigned, I said, "Your Highness, please let me go first." "What is going on?" Only then did Eliza Shaw release her hold, sniffling as she explained. "I came to participate in a royal event, but encountered a plethora of distressing matters and was lamenting my solitude when I unexpectedly found you here." Observing the scene, Lin Simon couldn't help but chuckle. "Nanpai Shisan, your romantic fortunes are truly flourishing. Who might this be?" I hastily introduced, "This is Princess Eliza Shaw of a certain royal family. I previously rescued her from a kidnapping abroad. Your Highness, this is Lin Simon, an international superstar who just received an award in Hollywood. And this is John Field, a medical postdoctoral fellow, accompanying me back to Yanjing to study traditional Chinese medicine. Eliza Shaw then took note of Lynn Simon and John Field, quickly wiping her tears. Apologetically, she said, "Oh dear, I'm so embarrassed. I was just too excited to see my beloved. Miss Lynn, I adore your films, and Miss Field, I have heard much about your accomplishments in medicine." John Field responded with a polite smile, while Lynn Simon, grinning, remarked, "Your Highness, you are far too gracious." However, Nanpai Shisan's connections are indeed extraordinary. He seems to encounter acquaintances wherever he goes. Itai Kong approached with the other bodyguards, smiling as he said to me, "What a surprise to see you all here." When the princess suddenly dashed over, it startled us. "I sincerely apologize for causing you concern," I replied with regret. Eliza Shaw plopped down in the vacant seat beside me and began to pour out her grievances. At this event, those old royal folks were once again discussing arranged marriages, insisting on marrying me off to someone I have no affection for. I refused to comply. Arranged marriages? What era are we in to still entertain such notions? Lynn Simon exclaimed in disbelief. Exactly. I told them I did not wish to marry, but they simply disregarded my feelings, claiming it was for the royal family's benefit. Eliza Shaw became increasingly animated as she spoke. I consoled her, "Your Highness, do not fret too much. There will always be a solution. Perhaps you could speak with others in the royal family who support you?" "I have tried, but to no avail," sighed Eliza Shaw dejectedly. "I simply wish to leave this place and find a location where I am unencumbered." 13. Why not acquiesce to my mother's previous request and become my consort? It would be splendid. Suddenly, John Field interjected, "Why not accompany us to Yanjing? Spending some time there might lead them to change their minds by the time you return." Elizasha's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. What a splendid idea. How'd I not think of this? What say you, South Faction 13? I sighed helplessly, "Your Highness, this matter is beyond my authority. You must consult your bodyguards and the royal family. As for becoming your consort, I must first inquire with Qin Mingyue and Rong Chunxue if they would consent, for they are my legitimate girlfriends." Ella Taking furrowed his brow. "Your Highness, this may not be appropriate. We must seek the royal family's approval first." You are merely afraid of taking responsibility." "I do not care. I am determined to go," Eliza Shaw declared stubbornly. At that moment, a flight attendant approached us, politely reminding us to keep our voices down to avoid disturbing other passengers. We quickly apologized and lowered our volume. Lynn Simon, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, suggested, "How about this? Your Highness first accompanies us to Yanjing, Captain Ella Taking. You maintain contact with the royal family and report the situation as it unfolds. If the royal family opposes, we can return the princess once we reach Yanjing. Does that sound agreeable?" Ella Taking pondered for a moment, deeming the plan feasible, and nodded, "Very well, but Your Highness, please refrain from wandering about the plane. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves in a difficult position." "I understand. I am not a child," Eliza Shaw replied impatiently. Thus, what was originally a journey for three suddenly included a princess and her team of bodyguards. Eliza Shaw excitedly shared amusing anecdotes from her life in the royal family, occasionally mimicking the mannerisms of various royal members, which elicited hearty laughter from us. You cannot imagine the mischief my younger brothers create. Just the other day, they turned the palace garden into a chaotic mess, leaving my father utterly furious, Eliza Shaw chuckled. "What do you enjoy doing in your spare time?" Lynn Simon inquired curiously. "I love horseback riding, painting, and watching films. By the way, Miss Lynn, could you share some amusing stories from your film shoots?" Eliza Shaw gazed at Lynn Simon with eager anticipation. Thus, Lynn Simon began to vividly recount her experiences on set, from the light-hearted antics to the challenges faced during filming. Eliza Shaw and John Field listened with rapt attention, while I interjected with quips now and then, keeping the laughter flowing. Once during a shoot, the director had me running in the rain, but it was artificially created and the water was freezing. "I caught a cold right after that," Lynn Simon chuckled. "You are truly dedicated," John Field praised. Eliza suddenly smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I nearly forgot. I have a friend who is also a director. He has always aspired to create a film about the royal family. Miss Lynn, if you are interested, I can facilitate an introduction." "Really? That would be wonderful," Lynn Simon replied with excitement. "I have always wanted to explore different genres, and a royal-themed film undoubtedly holds great intrigue." As I observed their animated conversation, I too was infused with the joyous atmosphere. The once tedious and lengthy flight transformed into a delightful experience with Alicia's presence. In the midst of our chatter, John Phil took the opportunity to consult me on traditional Chinese medicine. She produced a book on the subject, pointing to the acupoint diagram, and inquired, "Are the specific locations and effects of these acupoints truly as miraculous as the book suggests?" I patiently explained, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes holistic regulation. Acupoints serve as the body switches. By stimulating these points, one can adjust the flow of qi and blood, thereby achieving therapeutic effects. For example, the He Gu point, located between the thumb and index finger, can alleviate headaches and toothaches when massaged regularly. Eli Sasha leaned closer, curiously asking if I frequently suffer from headaches. Would massaging this point be beneficial? Theoretically, yes, but individual conditions and constitution must be taken into account. If you often experience headaches, it would be wise to consult a professional in traditional Chinese medicine, I replied earnestly. It seems traditional Chinese medicine is truly remarkable. I had little understanding of it before. Eli Sasha remarked thoughtfully. When we return to Yinjing, if you're interested, you can join Phil and me at my clinic to learn more, I suggested with a smile. Absolutely. I was just looking for something engaging to do, and studying traditional Chinese medicine sounds fascinating, Eli Sasha exclaimed enthusiastically. Thus, we conversed and learned aboard the plane, and time slipped away unnoticed. As the airplane's announcement indicated our imminent arrival in Yanjing, we realized this enchanting journey was coming to a close. After disembarking, we took a brief respite in the airport lounge, where Alicia's bodyguards busily contacted the royal family to report the situation. Lin Simon interacted with fans, signing autographs and taking pictures, while John Phil and I observed the lively scene, filled with reflections. I never anticipated this trip would be so extraordinary, John Phil remarked with a smile. Indeed, and now I have an additional headache with a princess friend. I have yet to figure out how to explain this to Qin Mingyue and Rong Chunxue, I jested. Eli Sasha approached, her face alight with excitement, saying, "The royal family has agreed to let me stay in Yanjing for a while, but they said it can only be for a month. A month is sufficient. Perhaps during this time, you will acquire considerable knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, and who knows, you might even encounter someone more to your liking in Yanjing." I replied with a grin. Eli Sasha looked at me, a hint of annoyance in her eyes, and declared, "Humph, do not think you can evade my affections. This young lady intends to marry no one but you." Chapter 48. The bustle of Yanjing. As I stepped out of the airport, I took a deep breath, finally returning to this land brimming with warmth and vitality after a prolonged absence. Lin Simon excitedly arranged her skirt, eagerly anticipating stepping out of the cabin door, while John Phil clutched a traditional Chinese medicine book tightly, his eyes brimming with anticipation for the journey of learning that awaited him. Yilisha danced ahead like a liberated fawn, bouncing with enthusiasm as her bodyguards, though exasperated, remained vigilant, encircling her protectively. "Wow, Beijing seems even livelier than when I visited before," Yilisha exclaimed, her voice quickly drowned out by the surrounding clamor. Lin Simon approached her with a smile, exclaiming, "This is merely the beginning. The fun is yet to come." Upon exiting the airport, I raised my hand to hail several taxis. Yilisha curiously inspected the cabs, murmuring, "These are nothing like our royal luxury vehicles. They feel so unique." With that, she eagerly hopped into one, urging her bodyguards to follow suit. Throughout the journey, Yilisha was like an inquisitive child, leaning against the window, exclaiming, "Look, look! What is that? Why are so many people in line?" John Phil, Lin Simon, and I were amused by her antics, patiently explaining the various sights along the street. We first dropped Lin Simon off at her lavish villa, where she was immediately surrounded by her waiting assistants and fans, while engaging warmly with her admirers. She turned back to us and called out, "Nanpai Shisan, once I wrap up here, let us get together. Princess, remember to connect me with your director friend." Yilisha replied with a vigorous nod, exclaiming, "Don't worry, I've got it covered." Subsequently, I escorted John Phil and Yilisha to Qin Mingyue's luxurious 3-bedroom apartment in the East Third Ring. Upon opening the door, a chorus of cheerful barks greeted us, as my pet puppy, Yuan Bao, bounded towards us, wagging its tail. Yilisha recoiled in surprise, nearly colliding with her bodyguard. "What is that?" she asked, pointing at Yuan Bao in alarm. I laughed and scooped up Yuan Bao, reassuring her, "Fear not. This is my puppy, Yuan Bao, and he is quite gentle." I then presented Yuan Bao to Yilisha, who cautiously extended her hand to gently stroke his head. Yuan Bao, with a contented squint, licked her fingers, causing Yilisha to relax and smile. In my heart, I was preoccupied with thoughts of Qin Mingyue, Rong Chunxue, and my master, Wu Yume. Previously, Yilisha's mother had intended to betroth her to me, which had caused quite a stir among them. Although the matter had not been broached since, I sensed it lingered in their hearts like a thorn. This time, upon bringing Yilisha back, I must take the time to clarify the situation. Before I could dial a number, the doorbell rang insistently. I opened the door to find Qin Mingyue and Rong Chunxue standing there, hands on their hips, their faces wearing bemused expressions, while behind them stood Master Wu Yume, arms crossed and scrutinizing us. Qin Mingyue spoke first. "Well, Nanpai Shisan, you go away for a bit and return with the princess, yet you neglect to introduce us properly?" I awkwardly scratched my head, inviting them inside and proceeding with the introductions. Upon mentioning that I encountered Eliza Shaw on the flight from Hollywood to Beijing, the smiles on Qin Mingyue and Rong Chunxue's faces abruptly froze, while Master Wu Yume let out a soft hum. Rong Chunxue, with a teasing demeanor, remarked, albeit tinged with a hint of jealousy, "Oh, our 13th is quite the charmer, even captivating a princess." Eliza Shaw, unfazed, confidently declared, "Indeed, I have taken a liking to him. He saved my life, and I am resolute in my feelings." The moment those words escaped her lips, the atmosphere in the room plummeted to a frigid silence, as if the very air had solidified. Jean-Phil, unable to contain his laughter, broke the awkward tension. "It seems my journey into traditional Chinese medicine will also provide me with an entertaining love drama." The others chuckled lightly, and the ambience softened somewhat. After the laughter subsided, Qin Mingyue pulled me aside and whispered, "What on earth are you thinking? This princess is not to be trifled with. We still have yet to settle the matter regarding her mother." I can only offer a wry smile and shrug. What can I do? I shall take it one step at a time. First, let us ensure she is comfortable. My heart belongs solely to you all. Do you not trust me? At that moment, Eliza Shaw suddenly exclaimed, "I'm hungry. I want to try the culinary delights of Zhonghai." Rong Chunxue's eyes lit up as she said, "Perfect. I know an amazing hot pot restaurant. Let me take you to experience it." Eliza Shaw, looking puzzled, asked, "Hot pot? What is that? Is it a type of pot?" The group erupted in laughter, and the previous tension dissipated considerably. Upon arriving at the hot pot restaurant, as the steaming pot base was placed on the table, Eliza Shaw was instantly captivated by the rich aromas. Gazing at the array of ingredients, she curiously picked up a slice of tripe and inquired, "How do you eat this? Do you just put it in your mouth?" I smiled and demonstrated, "This is called tripe. You must dip it in the pot a few times, just enough for it to be tender yet crisp." Eliza Shaw mimicked my actions, but inadvertently scalded her hand, exclaiming dramatically, "Ouch! That is hot, so hot," drawing the attention of nearby diners. Amidst the laughter and merriment, the hot pot feast was a lively affair. Elizasha's face flushed from a spice, yet she continued to stuff her mouth, murmuring, "This is so delicious. What divine cuisine is this? How have I never tasted it before?" After returning home from the hot pot dinner, it was already evening. I urged Jean-Phil and Eliza Shaw to rest early while I retreated to the balcony, reflecting on the day's events, unable to stifle a chuckle. This journey to Hollywood not only awarded Lynn Simon with accolades, but also brought back two uniquely spirited friends. Life is indeed full of unexpected surprises. The following morning, I took Jean-Phil and Eliza Shaw to the Namykin Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. The air was infused with a subtle herbal fragrance, and the walls were adorned with various acupuncture charts and classical texts. Upon entering, Jean-Phil eagerly surveyed his surroundings, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "This is where you will study traditional Chinese medicine. Feel free to ask anything you don't understand," I assured him. Eliza Shaw, equally intrigued, leaned in and asked, "I want to learn as well. Where shall I begin?" I pondered for a moment, then picked up a silver acupuncture needle, saying, "Let us begin by familiarizing ourselves with these tools. This is a silver needle, frequently employed in traditional Chinese acupuncture. I elaborated on the needle's purposes and methods of use, while John Phil listened intently, occasionally posing insightful questions, whereas Eliza, like a mischievous child, playfully touched one item and then another. Chapter 49. The mysterious caller as I spoke. The door of the Chinese medicine clinic swung open, revealing an elderly gentleman with a head of white hair, clutching his abdomen and wearing an expression of agony. I hastened to greet him and inquire about his condition. It turned out that he was a resident from the vicinity, suddenly afflicted by severe stomach pains. I urged him to take a seat, checked his pulse, and examined his tongue, forming a diagnosis in my mind. At that moment, John Phil and Eliza approached, their faces brimming with curiosity. This abdominal pain arises from a deficiency of the spleen and stomach, compounded by irregular eating habits. Allow me to alleviate your discomfort through acupuncture, I informed the elderly man. With that, I skillfully disinfected the silver needle, inserted it with precision, and gently twirled it upon locating the acupoint. Gradually, the man's expression relaxed, and soon he sighed in relief, exclaiming, "Ah, much better. The pain has subsided. Your medical skills are truly remarkable." John Phil stood by, utterly astonished. How extraordinary! Is this the allure of traditional Chinese medicine? Eliza chimed in excitedly. I want to learn too. I aspire to help others as you do. Just then, my phone rang. It was Rong Chunxue calling. She stated, "We are at the Yu Chui Fu Marketing Center, not far from where you are. If you and the Princess, Phil, have some free time, come over and take a look. We have newly arranged model rooms." Considering there was nothing pressing at the clinic, I agreed. After hanging up, I informed John, Phil, and Eliza, and we proceeded towards the Yu Chui Fu Marketing Center, located a few hundred meters away. Along the way, Eliza remained her ever-curious self, incessantly asking questions, while John Phil appeared contemplative, likely still reflecting on the miraculous scene of the traditional Chinese treatment. Upon arriving at the marketing center, we were greeted by Qin Mingyue, Rong Chunxue, and Master Wu Yume. Eliza warmly greeted them, but Qin Mingyue and Rong Chunxue merely smiled politely, while Master Wu scrutinized Eliza from head to toe, making her feel somewhat uneasy. Rong Chunxue cheerfully remarked, "Come, let us show you the model rooms. They are quite magnificent. Perhaps Her Highness will appreciate them as well." During the tour of the model rooms, Eliza was effusive in her praise for the opulent decor and exquisite arrangements, exclaiming, "Wow, this place is stunning, rivaling our royal palace." Qin Mingyue leaned in to whisper to me, "Do not let her charm you into a daze. Remember who you are." I chuckled helplessly. How could that be? Do not indulge in such thoughts. After the tour, we settled in the lounge area for tea. Suddenly, Master Wu addressed me, 13. With a princess by your side now, you must exercise caution and ensure it does not hinder your responsibilities. I nodded earnestly. Master, I understand. Rest assured. Eli Sasha seemed to sense the attitudes of those around her and, with a hint of grievance, remarked, "I simply admire San. I promise I won't be a bother." At that moment, Lin Simon called, her voice brimming with excitement. "San, a director friend of Eli Sasha has reached out to me. We have arranged to meet tomorrow to discuss the film. Would you and Eli Sasha care to join us?" I glanced at Eli Sasha, who was looking at me with eager anticipation. I smiled and replied to Lin Simon, "Absolutely, we will be there." After hanging up, I conveyed the news to Eli Sasha, who leaped up in delight, exclaiming, "Wonderful. I can finally assist Miss Lin." In the following days, John Phil diligently immersed herself in the study of traditional Chinese medicine, meticulously learning about meridians and acupoints, as well as the pharmacology of herbal remedies. Although Eli Sasha did not approach her studies with the same fervor, she occasionally posed amusingly absurd questions, bringing much joy to the clinic. The next day, we arrived at the CAF designated by Lin Simon. She had been waiting for some time and was accompanied by a refined gentleman wearing glasses, whom I presumed to be Alicia's director friend. Upon seeing him, Eli Sasha greeted warmly. "David, long time no see. This is Miss Lin Simon and South School San." David smiled as he shook our hands, saying, "It is an honor to finally meet you. Miss Lin, I have great admiration for your acting skills. I consider it a privilege to collaborate on this project." Once seated, the group delved into discussions concerning the film. From a conceptualization of the script to the selection of actors, everyone shared their thoughts passionately, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Eli Sasha listened with rapt attention, occasionally interjecting with surprisingly insightful ideas. I believe the film could benefit from more details depicting royal life, such as lavish balls and enigmatic court ceremonies, which would undoubtedly captivate the audience, Eli Sasha enthusiastically suggested. David's eyes lit up at her proposal. What a splendid idea! As a member of the royal family, Your Highness must possess profound knowledge of these details. I shall seek your counsel on this matter. Following the discussion, David and Lynn Simon tentatively reached a collaborative agreement, deciding to refine the script promptly and prepare for the film's production. As we exited the CF, Eli Sasha wore a triumphant expression, asking, "So, did I not make a significant contribution?" I chuckled and nodded. "Indeed, thanks to our princess. Who knows, you might even become a film consultant in the future." Hearing this, Eli Sasha laughed joyfully. "Then I must study diligently. Perhaps I could even act in a film someday." As days passed, John Phil made notable progress in her studies of traditional Chinese medicine, now capable of independently prescribing remedies for simpler ailments. Eli Sasha gradually acclimated to life in Yanjing. She not only mastered mobile payment, but also became enamored with online shopping, with packages arriving at her doorstep daily. One day, while I was busy at the clinic, I received a mysterious phone call. A deep voice on the other end remarked, "South School Shursan, your life has certainly become vibrant and colorful lately, surrounded by beautiful women and entangled with royalty. However, there are certain matters best left untouched. Otherwise, before I could fully grasp the situation, the other party might hang up the phone." A frown creased my brow as an unsettling feeling gnawed at my heart. Who is this enigmatic individual? What does he mean by advising me not to intervene? As I pondered these questions, Eliza bounded into the traditional Chinese medicine hall, exclaiming, 13. "Do you like my new dress? Isn't it beautiful?" Gazing at her innocent and carefree smile, I temporarily cast aside my apprehensions and replied with a grin, "It looks splendid. Our princess would shine in anything she wears." Yet, I knew that the tranquility of our lives might soon be disrupted, as an unknown challenge stealthily approached. Chapter 50. Unexpected affections. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting golden patches of light upon the wooden floor of the Nan Muqin traditional Chinese medicine hall. I stretched languidly, admiring John Phil, who was deeply engrossed in his medical studies. I couldn't help but marvel at how enriching and wondrous these past few days had been. "Phil, take a break. Your eyes must be weary from all that reading." I smiled at him. John Phil looked up, adjusting his glasses, his eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge. "Nanpai Shisan, did you know? The profundity of traditional Chinese medicine far surpasses my imagination. The deeper I delve, the more enchanted I become." I chuckled softly, preparing to respond when Eliza entered. Humming a cheerful tune, clad in a stylish national-style qipao, radiant and captivating. 13. "Phil, what do you think of my outfit? I'm off to the embassy in Yanjing to meet my childhood friends. They all work at the royal embassy there." Eliza twirled to showcase her new ensemble. "Wow, princess, you look as if you've stepped out of a painting. Simply breathtaking." I teased. Eliza beamed with pride. "Of course. I chose it with great care. I might return quite late tonight, so don't miss me too much, you too." With a light-hearted step, she departed from the medicine hall. Watching Eliza's retreating figure, I turned to John Phil and said, "Now it's just the two of us. Today, I shall impart some more advanced techniques of traditional Chinese medicine." John Phil nodded with excitement. "That sounds fantastic. I can hardly wait." The morning flew by as we immersed ourselves in the teaching and learning of traditional Chinese medicine. From the subtle nuances of pulse diagnosis to the advanced techniques of acupuncture, John Phil absorbed the knowledge diligently, leaving no detail overlooked. In the afternoon, a wealthy lady rushed in, accompanied by her butler, her face pale and clutching her abdomen, clearly in distress. "Doctor, please save my mistress. She is suddenly experiencing severe abdominal pain," the butler implored anxiously. Just as I was about to step forward to diagnose, John Phil interjected, "Nanpai Shisan, allow me to try. I wish to use the 10 acupuncture techniques you taught me." I hesitated momentarily, but eventually nodded in agreement. "All right, give it a try. I will observe." Taking a deep breath, John Phil approached the distressed lady with composure. He first meticulously felt her pulse, examined her tongue coating, and then, using the silver needles, he carefully located the acupuncture points, executing the technique with precision and care. I watched from the side, my heart secretly anxious for her. However, although John Phil's technique appeared somewhat unrefined, it remained steady. Before long, the expression of the affluent lady began to relax, and she let out a deep breath, exclaiming, "Ah, my stomach seems to have stopped hurting. You truly are remarkable, young doctor." John Phil looked at me with excitement, his eyes brimming with joy. "I did it, Nanpai Shisan. I really did it." I smiled and walked over to pat her shoulder. "Well done, Phil. Your talent and effort have not gone in vain." After resolving the affluent lady's issue, John Phil's spirits were exceptionally high. In the evening, she mysteriously produced 2 bottles of red wine and exclaimed, "Nanpai Shisan, I am so happy today. Let's toast to celebrate." Unable to refuse her, I acquiesced. Thus, we sat at the dining table in the living room, enjoying takeout Chinese cuisine while sipping red wine and chatting with laughter. "Nanpai Shisan, do you know? Since I began studying traditional Chinese medicine with you, I feel as though my world has opened a new door. I previously only knew Western medicine, but now I have discovered the boundless allure of traditional Chinese medicine." John Phil raised her glass, her cheeks slightly flushed from the effects of the alcohol. I replied with a smile, "Indeed. Traditional Chinese medicine has been passed down for thousands of years, and its wisdom cannot be grasped in a mere day. You have only just begun. There are many wondrous things awaiting your discovery." As we indulged in a few glasses of wine, our conversation flowed freely, transitioning from traditional Chinese medicine to life, from our respective hometowns to aspirations for the future. Unbeknownst to us, the atmosphere grew somewhat delicate. John Phil's gaze became slightly dreamy, and she suddenly set down her glass. Looking at me earnestly, "Nanpai Shisan, there is something I have always wanted to tell you." I paused in surprise and asked, "What is it?" John Phil bit her lip, seemingly making a decision, and then mustered her courage to say, "Previously, my mother, the elderly lady you saved, had considered the idea of betrothing me to you." I was taken aback, nearly choking in disbelief. "What? This is too sudden." John Phil looked at me, her eyes filled with anticipation. "At that time, I didn't understand you very well, so I didn't pay much attention. However, during our time together, I have come to realize that you're not only exceptionally skilled in medicine, but also witty, humorous, and kind." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly stood up, moved beside me, her cheeks flushed, her blue eyes shimmering with a unique light, her alluring lips quivering slightly. For a moment, I was dazed, and before I could react, John Phil gently kissed me. Recently, I had not had any intimate contact with women, and under the influence of alcohol, my physiological reactions surged instantly. John Phil seemed to sense my change. She placed her hands gently on my shoulders and then pushed me firmly, sending me reclining onto the sofa. She straddled me, her eyes filled with burning emotion. "Phil," I wanted to say something, but my words were drowned in her fervor. The room was suffused with an intimate atmosphere, and we ignited like dry kindling in a blaze, our clothes falling piece by piece as we surrendered to our passion on the sofa. John Fei's body was supple and warm, each movement imbued with an alluring charm. I held her tightly, feeling the rhythm of her heartbeat and the gentle rise and fall of her breath. Time seemed to lose its meaning as we gradually calmed. John Fei nestled in my embrace, her face aglow with a blissful smile. "Nanpai Shisan, I have no regrets. I truly adore you," John Fei murmured softly. I tenderly stroked her hair, my heart a tumult of emotions. I had never anticipated our relationship evolving in such a manner, yet in this moment, I could not deny my feelings for John Fei. "Fei, I began, but suddenly, the sound of keys turning in the lock interrupted my thoughts. We both panicked, hurriedly scrambling to gather our clothes. The door swung open, revealing Eliza Shaw, who paused momentarily, taken aback by our disheveled appearance before her face transformed into one of astonishment. "What on earth are you two doing?" she exclaimed, her eyes wide. I awkwardly scratched my head, at a loss for words, while John Fei blushed deeply, staring at the ground, unable to meet Eliza Shaw's gaze. We had a bit too much to drink," I stammered. Eliza Shaw regarded us for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Oh, look at how flustered you both are. I'm not going to eat you alive. I didn't expect you two to be so in sync." John Fei and I exchanged a glance, relief washing over us. "Honestly, I'd already noticed Fei's interest in you, but I didn't think you'd progress this quickly," Eliza Shaw teased, her eyes twinkling. I managed a resigned smile. All right, enough teasing us. How was your day at the embassy? At the mention of the embassy, Elizash's enthusiasm ignited. It was delightful. My friends and I reminisced about old times and savored delicacies brought from the royal family. By the way, they mentioned they are eager to meet you, saying you are my savior. I chuckled. Well, if the opportunity arises, I shall pay them a visit. Just then, John Fei spoke up. Eliza Shah, you don't hold any resentment towards us, do you? Eliza Shah approached and took John Fei's hand. Of course not. When love strikes, no one can stand in its way. Besides, we are good sisters. Your happiness is what matters. Her words touched both John Fei and me deeply. Following this incident, the dynamics among the three of us grew more intricate. An intimacy blossomed between John Fei and me, while Eliza Shah seemed to tacitly accept our relationship, often playfully teasing us. Life continued in its bustling rhythm. The traditional medicine clinic flourished, and John Fei's medical skills advanced steadily. Yet, I could not shake the nagging thought of that mysterious phone call. A sense of foreboding loomed, as if our tranquil existence was on the verge of disruption. An unknown crisis quietly approaching. One day, while attending to a patient at the clinic, I received a call from Qin Mingyue. Sure, San, you need to come to the U2A Marketing Center immediately. Something serious has happened. Her voice conveyed palpable urgency. A sense of urgency gripped my heart as I hastily set aside my work, offering a few words to John Phil and Eliza before swiftly making my way to the Jade Green Mansion. Upon arriving at the marketing center, I observed Qin Mingyue and Rong Chunxue engaged in a serious conversation with several staff members. What is happening? What's wrong? I inquired anxiously. Seeing me, Qin Mingyue promptly approached. 13. Do you recall that mysterious phone call we received earlier? We have just been informed that someone is secretly investigating us and attempting to sabotage the Jade Green project. I furrowed my brow. Do we know who it is? Rong Chunxue interjected. As of now, it's unclear, but it seems the individual possesses considerable influence and employs very covert methods. We've already intensified our security measures, yet we still feel rather uneasy. After pondering for a moment, I responded, it seems we must proceed with caution. During this period, everyone must remain vigilant and promptly report any developments to me. At that moment, my phone rang again. I glanced at the screen and saw an unfamiliar number. Hesitating briefly, I answered the call. A familiar, deep voice resonated from the other end. Nanpai Shisan. It appears you're already aware. I advise you not to interfere, or else those close to you will be in peril. I scoffed. Who are you? What are your intentions? If you have the courage, confront me directly and spare the innocents. The voice on the line chuckled coldly. You need not know my identity. As long as you obediently comply, I shall not trouble you. With that, the call ended. Anger surged within me. My fists clenched tightly. This mysterious individual was insufferably arrogant, and I would not allow them to succeed. Upon returning to the traditional medicine hall, I recounted the incident to John Phil and Eliza, who were equally enraged. This is outrageous. How could they threaten us in such a manner? Eliza exclaimed indignantly. John Phil, however, gazed at me with concern. Nanpai Shisan, you must be cautious. I do not wish for you to come to harm. I smiled to reassure them. Do not worry. I shall be fine. I am eager to discover just how formidable this mysterious figure truly is. From that point onward, our lives became increasingly vigilant. At the traditional medicine hall, John Phil and I continued to impart and acquire knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine while also being alert to our surroundings. In our daily lives, we remained on guard, fearing that the enigmatic individual might strike unexpectedly. During this period, the bond between John Phil and me grew ever stronger. We commuted together, shared meals, and faced the vicissitudes of life side by side. Eliza frequently joined us, her optimism and cheerfulness always bringing us immense joy. One evening, as the three of us sat in the living room watching television, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. I rose to answer it, only to find the doorway empty, save for an envelope lying quietly on the ground. I picked up the envelope, opened it, and discovered a photograph along with a note. The photograph depicted Qin Mingyue, Rong Chunxue, and Master Wu Yumei, bound in a dimly lit room, their faces etched with terror. The note read, if you wish to save them, come alone to the abandoned factory in the eastern suburbs. Do not attempt any tricks, or you will bear the consequences. Upon finishing the reading, my countenance turned ashen. John, Phil, and Eliza, noticing my expression, hurried over to inquire. I handed them the photograph and the note, and their faces mirrored my shock. What shall we do? South Faction 13, we cannot allow them to harm Miss Chin and the others, John, Phil said anxiously. Eliza concurred, saying, yes, we must go rescue them together. I shook my head, asserting, no, they instructed me to come alone. Your presence would only heighten the danger. Remain at home and await my return. I shall ensure their safe rescue. With that, I turned and grabbed my coat, preparing to depart. Although John, Phil, and Eliza were worried, they understood that they could not deter me at this moment. South Faction 13, please exercise caution. We shall await your return, John, Phil said, tears brimming in her eyes. I gazed at them, my heart heavy with reluctance and concern, yet I knew I must confront the unknown peril ahead. Taking a deep breath, I resolutely stepped out of the house and headed toward the abandoned factory in the eastern suburb. The streets were eerily quiet at night, with only the sound of my footsteps echoing in the emptiness. I was uncertain of what awaited me, but a singular belief resided in my heart. I must rescue Qin Mingyue and the others. The mysterious figure's scheme must not succeed. Upon arriving at the deserted factory, darkness enveloped the surroundings, save for a few flickering dim lights within. I cautiously entered, remaining vigilant to the movements around me. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the shadows. South Faction 13, you finally arrived. Following the sound, I saw a masked figure standing there, behind whom were the bound Qin Mingyue, Rong Chunxue, and Master Wu Yume. Who are you? Why are you doing this? I demanded angrily. The masked man scoffed, stating, who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that you cease meddling in affairs that do not concern you. I retorted coldly, do you truly believe I would heed your words? Release them. Direct any grievances toward me. The masked man shook his head. It's not that simple. If you do not agree to my conditions today, they shall perish. As he spoke, he drew a knife, pressing it against Qin Mingyue's throat. No, my heart raced with urgency, yet I dared not act rashly. At that moment, I suddenly heard the wail of police sirens drawing near. The masked man's expression shifted. He had not anticipated the police's sudden arrival. It turned out that John, Phil, and Eliza, worried for my safety after my departure, had discreetly alerted the authorities. The police, following their lead, swiftly arrived at the scene. Seeing the precarious situation, the masked figure attempted to flee, but I seized the opportunity to charge at him, employing my skills to engage in combat. Amidst the fierce struggle, I gradually gained the upper hand, ultimately subduing the masked man and rescuing Qin Mingyue and the others. When the police arrived, they apprehended the masked figure. Following an investigation, it was revealed that he was sent by a business rival, aiming to undermine the Yutsue mansion project through intimidation. The crisis had finally been averted, and we all breathed a sigh of relief, reveling in joy upon returning home. John, Phil, and Eliza embraced me tightly, their eyes brimming with tears. Nanpai 13, you have finally returned safely. We were all terribly worried. Qin Mingyue, Rong Chunxue, and Master Wu Yume also approached, gazing at me with gratitude. 13, we owe you our safety. Without you, we would have been in grave danger. I smiled and replied, as long as everyone is unharmed, that's what matters. This is largely thanks to Phil and Eliza. Had they not alerted the authorities in time, I truly do not know what might have happened. Chapter 52. A brief interlude after the crisis following the harrowing experience at the abandoned factory in the eastern suburbs. Life seemed to return to its usual rhythm. The morning sunlight continued to warm the Nanjing Chinese Medicine Hall, but today, a distinct atmosphere of joy enveloped the place. John Phil was humming an unfamiliar tune early in the morning, bustling about in the kitchen with great enthusiasm. She was determined to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for everyone to celebrate the successful resolution of our recent crisis. Meanwhile, I sat leisurely on the sofa in the living room, perusing an ancient Chinese medicine text, occasionally glancing at Phil in the kitchen, a smile inadvertently gracing my lips. Eliza, clad in loose pajamas and yawning, emerged from her room. Upon seeing Phil in the kitchen, she teased, well, Phil, where did the sun rise from today? You're actually cooking. John, Phil, frantically flipping eggs in the pan, retorted without turning around, please, don't tease me. I merely wish to celebrate our good fortune that everyone is safe and sound. How rare is that? Eliza plopped down beside me, took a bite of an apple from the table, and remarked, 13, thinking back on yesterday as events still gives me a thrill. The expression on that masked person's face when the police took him away was just hilarious. I chuckled and shook my head, indeed. But we must also credit the two of you. Had you not called for help in time, who knows what might have transpired. Just then, a loud exclamation came from the kitchen. We hurried over to find Phil standing in front of the stove, looking utterly dismayed. The eggs in the pan had turned into a charred mess. I told you I'm not skilled in cooking. How did the eggs burn? Phil lamented. Eliza couldn't help but burst into laughter. Phil, you should stick to your studies in Chinese medicine. Leave cooking to the professionals like me. I'll handle breakfast today. With that, Eliza pulled Phil aside, deftly took the spatula, and began to prepare a new breakfast. Before long, the kitchen was filled with an enticing aroma. After breakfast, the Chinese medicine hall welcomed its first patient, a delightful elderly lady. Upon entering, she grasped my hand and exclaimed, "Little doctor, I heard you did something remarkable a few days ago. You subdued the bad guys and saved many people." I felt a bit shy and smiled. "Grandma, who told you that?" "I merely did what I was supposed to do." The elderly lady gave me a thumbs up. "Everyone is talking about it. They say not only are you skilled in medicine, but you also know martial arts. You are truly a great hero." John Phil, overhearing this, proudly chimed in, "Of course. Nanpai 13 is incredibly capable. He possesses a wealth of knowledge." As we engaged in conversation with the elderly grandmother, Qin Mingyue and Rong Chunxue entered the room. Qin Mingyue remained as composed and capable as ever, while Rong Chunxue appeared to exude a newfound sense of relief, as if she had emerged from a harrowing ordeal. 13. "Phil, Eliza Shah, we have arrived," Qin Mingyue announced with a smile. Rong Chunxue stepped forward with heartfelt gratitude, saying, 13, we truly owe you this time. Had it not been for you, we would have been in deep trouble. I quickly waved my hand dismissively, replying, "Please do not say such things. We are all friends, and it is only natural to lend a helping hand. If it weren't for Phil and Eliza Shah, I would not have navigated this so smoothly." We gathered together and began to recount our recent experiences. Qin Mingyue remarked, "Although the Yutsue Mansion project has faced some temporary setbacks, fortunately, the crisis has been averted, and we are gradually returning to normalcy. However, this incident has served as a wake-up call. We must exercise even greater caution in our future endeavors," she stated earnestly. Rong Chunxue nodded in agreement. Indeed, those business competitors possess an endless array of cunning tactics. Suddenly, Eliza Shah inquired with curiosity, "Have you considered whether there might be further developments from this incident? Perhaps there are others lurking in the shadows, watching you." The group fell into deep contemplation upon hearing her words. After a moment of reflection, I asserted, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must remain vigilant and prepared. I believe that as long as we unite as one, no challenge will be insurmountable." Just as I spoke, the door to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic swung open abruptly, and a young boy rushed in, his face streaked with tears and a look of urgency etched across his features. "Uncle, Auntie, please help my grandma. She suddenly fainted," the boy cried. John Phil and I immediately sprang into action, grabbing a medical kit as we followed the boy to his home, with Qin Mingyue, Rong Chunxue, and Eliza Shah anxiously trailing behind us. Upon arriving at the boy's residence, we found an elderly woman lying on the floor, her complexion pale and unresponsive. I hurried forward to check her pulse, while John Phil prepared acupuncture tools nearby. After a thorough examination, I determined that the elder had fainted due to hypertension. Without delay, I began the acupuncture treatment, with John Phil assisting me. Gradually, the elderly woman's color returned to normal, and she began to regain consciousness. The boy, seeing his grandmother awaken, joyfully leaped into her arms, exclaiming, "Grandma, you're awake. You scare me to death." The elderly woman looked at us with profound gratitude, saying, "Thank you. Thank you for saving me." I smiled and replied, "Dear grandmother, there is no need for thanks. It is our duty. Please remember to take your medication on time. Rest well, and do not hesitate to seek us out if you feel unwell." As we exited the elderly woman's home, it was already midday. Qin Mingyue proposed that we celebrate the resolution of the crisis and the successful treatment of the elder with a feast, and everyone readily agreed. We arrived at a bustling Chinese restaurant and ordered an abundance of dishes. Around the table, Laughter and conversation flowed freely, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie. Gulme. Let us raise our glasses and toast to our safety and well-being, Eliza Shaw declared, lifting her glass. Everyone followed suit, drinking heartily, when suddenly Qin Mingyue recalled something. By the way, 13, I previously mentioned that my royal companions are eager to meet you, but we haven't had the opportunity yet. I will arrange something in due time. I nodded with a smile. That sounds delightful. I am quite curious, as I have never interacted with anyone from the royal family before. Rong Chunxue teased. 13, you must make a good impression. Who knows? You might even forge a connection with the royals. Everyone burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this. Amidst the joyous banter, we finished our sumptuous lunch. Upon returning to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, John Phil and I continued attending to patients. Today seemed particularly busy, and we toiled until dusk before wrapping up. Yilisha observed our diligent efforts and remarked, "You two are truly dedicated, but after such a long day, we must unwind this evening." John Phil stretched lazily and replied, "Indeed, I feel as if I might collapse." "Yilisha, do you have any good ideas?" After a moment's contemplation, Yilisha suggested, "Why don't we host a small gathering at home? Just the three of us, with some drinks and light conversation." John Phil and I both found this idea appealing. So we headed to the supermarket to procure snacks and beverages, preparing for our little soiree. That evening, the clinic was aglow with lights as we transformed the living room into a cozy and romantic setting. We gathered together, enjoying snacks and drinks while sharing our stories. Suddenly, Yilisha declared, "Let me tell you a joke. One day, Su Xian bought a hat for his wife, and after Bai Nyanzi tried it on, she died. Do you know why?" Everyone looked puzzled and shook their heads. Yilisha chuckled, because it was a duck, press, tongue, snake, hat. Initially taken aback, we soon erupted into laughter. John Phil laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. "Yilisha, that joke is absolutely hilarious. I've never heard such a corny joke before." Chapter 53. The puppet master Tan Yuzhua in a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. We enjoyed a splendid evening. However, unbeknownst to us, new challenges were quietly approaching. The following morning, upon my arrival at the clinic, I received a mysterious phone call. A stranger's voice echoed from the other end. Nanpai, 13. Do you think the last incident ended so easily? How naive. You will soon experience the consequences. Before I could respond, the caller hung up. Frowning, a sense of unease crept over me. Noticing my expression, John Phil inquired with concern, "What's wrong, 13? Did something happen?" I relayed the contents of the call to her, and she too appeared worried. Could it be that the masked man's accomplices are involved? They are unlikely to let this go. I nodded. Whoever they are, I shall not fear them. Let us prepare ourselves and ascertain their intentions. Just then, Yilisha entered. Noticing our serious demeanor and curiously asked, "What is going on with you two? Why do you look so grave?" I recounted the sequence of events to her, and Eliza, in a fit of indignation, exclaimed, "How utterly detestable these people are. They just won't let up. Fear not, 13, we shall steadfastly support you." Just then, Qin Mingyue and Rong Chunxue hurriedly arrived. Qin Mingyue informed us, 13, we have just received word that someone is covertly disseminating negative information regarding the Yutsue mansion, attempting to undermine the project's subsequent progress. Rong Chunxue added, "It seems that what transpired last time was merely the beginning. These individuals are unwilling to relent." After a moment of contemplation, I remarked, "It appears we must take the initiative. We cannot continuously respond passively to their attacks. We must devise a way to uncover the puppet master behind this and resolve the issue once and for all." Everyone expressed their agreement, and thus we commenced strategizing. Qin Mingyue and Rong Chunxue took charge of investigating the situation surrounding Yutsue Mansion, seeking to identify those spreading the negative rumors and their motives. Meanwhile, John Phil and I remained vigilant at the traditional Chinese medicine hall, observing for any suspicious figures, while Eliza leveraged her network to gather intelligence. In the ensuing days, we found ourselves exceedingly occupied. Qin Mingyue and Rong Chunxue discovered that a formidable force appeared to be backing the spread of negative information. Yet they had yet to uncover concrete evidence. John Phil and I, stationed at the traditional Chinese medicine hall, observed nothing dubious, and though Eliza managed to glean some information, it proved to be rather unreliable. Just as we were feeling somewhat despondent, Eliza suddenly brought forth promising news. Through a friend, she had acquired information about a key individual named Li Chong, who was purportedly closely connected to the shadowy mastermind. My friend mentioned that Li Chong frequently frequents upscale venues and maintains close ties with prominent business magnates. We might find a breakthrough through him, Eliza excitedly declared. Hearing this, everyone felt it was a promising lead, and we began formulating a plan to approach Li Chong in hopes of extracting valuable information from him. After some investigation, we learned that Li Chong would be attending a party at an opulent club that very evening. Seizing this opportunity, we resolved to infiltrate the gathering to get close to him. That night, after donning disguises, Qin Mingwei, Rong Chunxue, John Phil, Eliza, and I arrived at the luxurious venue. The club was ablaze with lights, teeming with people, and the atmosphere was vibrant. We searched the establishment for Li Chong and eventually spotted him in a corner, drinking and laughing with several men. Gradually, we approached him, and Qin Mingwei stepped forward first, smiling as she inquired, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Li Chong? I am Qin Mingwei from the Qin Group. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Upon recognizing Qin Mingwei, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Li Chong's eyes, quickly replaced by a smile as he responded, "Ah, Miss Qin, what a delightful surprise. What brings you to seek me out?" Qin Mingwei replied, "I have heard of your remarkable achievements in the business realm and have longed for an opportunity to seek your guidance." Li Chong, with a proud chuckle, responded, "Ah, Miss Qin, you are too kind. I would be honored to share insights. Let's exchange ideas." At this moment, Rong Chunxue stepped forward and said, "Boss Li, this is my friend, Nanpai Shisan. He is quite interested in commerce and wishes to make your acquaintance." I smiled and extended my hand. "Hello, Boss Li." Li Chong glanced at me, shook my hand, and replied, "Hello, Mr. Nan." As we engaged in conversation with Li Chong, I suddenly noticed a flicker in his gaze, as if he were deliberately avoiding something. A sense of unease stirred within me, leading me to suspect that he was indeed concealing something. We continued to chat casually with Li Chong, attempting to glean some clues from his words. Suddenly, Li Chong's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, and his expression shifted slightly. "Excuse me, I need to take this call," he said before hastily leaving. We exchanged glances, sensing that something was amiss, and resolved to follow him. We stealthily trailed behind Li Chong, who arrived at a secluded room. He looked around cautiously before stepping inside. We carefully approached the door and overheard Li Chong's voice from within. "What have you done? You've messed everything up and still dare to contact me. They've started to suspect me. You need to find a way to resolve this quickly. If you don't handle it properly, I won't spare you." Upon hearing this, we were further convinced of Li Chong's connection to the puppeteer behind scenes. We decided to confront him once he emerged. Shortly thereafter, Li Chong exited the room, and upon seeing us, his countenance darkened significantly. "What are you doing here?" he stammered. I stepped forward, icy resolve in my tone. "Boss Li, it seems you have something to hide from us. Why not share the truth?" Li Chong scoffed. "I don't know what you're talking about." Qin Mingwei interjected. "Li Chong, stop pretending. We are already aware of your connections to those attempting to sabotage the Yutsue Mansion project. You would do well to confess, or you will face dire consequences." Li Chong's complexion turned pale as he realized his deception had been unveiled. After a moment of hesitation, he finally admitted, "Fine, I will tell you. The mastermind is a man named Tan Yuzhua. He is a business tycoon who has long sought to compete with us. This time, he aims to undermine the Yutsue Mansion project to suppress us." We were taken aback by the revelation. It was Tan Yuzhua, the very figure we had not anticipated. We pressed Li Chong for further information about him, and he divulged everything he knew. With this crucial information in hand, we departed from the clubhouse and returned to the traditional Chinese medicine hall, where we began strategizing on how to deal with Tan Yuzhua. This Tan Yuzhua is utterly despicable, resorting to such tactics in competition. We must find a way to ensure he faces the consequences he deserves, Qin Mingwei declared with indignation. Rong Chunxue concurred. "Indeed, we cannot let this slide, but given Tan Yuzhua's vast influence, we must proceed with caution." After a moment's reflection, I suggested, "We should first gather evidence and present it to the authorities, allowing them to handle the matter. Simultaneously, we must bolster our defenses to prevent Wang Hu from striking at us again." Everyone found this method quite effective, so we set our plans into motion. Qin Mingyue and Rong Chunxue were tasked with gathering evidence of Tan Yujua's crimes, while John Phil, Eliza Shaw, and I were responsible for ensuring everyone's safety. As we meticulously collected evidence, we remained vigilant against any potential attacks from Tan Yujua. Chapter 54. Evidence Pursuit. The warm, yellow light of the traditional Chinese medicine hall cast a gentle glow, yet the atmosphere among us felt as heavy as a boulder pressing down. The name Tan Yujua loomed over each of us like an inescapable shadow. This Tan Yujua, emboldened by his wealth and influence, acted with impunity. He must be made to pay for his misdeeds. Qin Mingyue clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with righteous fury, as if the flames of her anger could reduce Tan Yujua to ashes. Rong Chunxue gently patted Qin Mingyue's shoulder and softly reassured her. Don't let your emotions get the better of you. We now have a direction for our investigation, and we will surely uncover his secrets. I took a deep breath and replied slowly. Collecting evidence is no trivial task. Tan Yujua wields considerable power in the business world, and he undoubtedly operates with extreme caution. We must proceed with the utmost care and avoid alarming him. John Phil, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement, exclaimed like a child eager for adventure. Wow, this feels like an exhilarating quest. I can hardly wait to begin. Eliza Shaw shot her a disapproving glance and retorted, don't focus solely on the thrill. This is a dangerous endeavor. We need to be strategic, not frolicking in an amusement park. After a vigorous and thorough discussion, we decided to split into two teams. Qin Mingyue and Rong Chunxue would utilize their connections in the business realm to delve into the financial records and various projects of Tan Yujua's companies, hoping to uncover discrepancies hidden within the commercial exchanges. Meanwhile, John Phil, Eliza Shaw, and I would closely track Tan Yujua's movements, aiming to capture moments of him meeting with individuals like Li Chong to obtain crucial evidence. Early the next morning, as the first light of dawn broke, we sprang into action. Dressed as ordinary office workers in simple professional attire, we donned slightly worn briefcases and stationed ourselves near the towering office building that housed Tan Yujua's company. How long do we have to wait? My legs are almost numb. Eliza Shaw whispered, constantly shifting positions to alleviate her discomfort. John Phil, with a playful grin, teased, no complaining. We're playing the role of super detectives. How cool is that? We might just catch a glimpse of Tan Yujua's true self any moment now. As we spoke, a sleek black luxury car glided silently to a stop at the building's entrance. The door opened slowly, and a tall, impeccably dressed man stepped out with a measured gait. Indeed, it was Tan Yujua. It was him. I lowered my voice to a whisper, gesturing for everyone to remain vigilant. We cautiously trailed behind Tan Yujua from a distance, observing as he entered the office building. After exchanging a few brief words with several subordinates, he proceeded directly towards the elevator. Where could he be heading? John Fei asked curiously in a hushed tone, his eyes fixated on Tan Yujua. Alicia shrugged nonchalantly, replying, it doesn't matter where he is going. We just need to follow him. We hurriedly approached the elevator, anxiously watching the floor numbers displayed. It became evident that Tan Yujua was headed to the top floor, which typically housed the company's most confidential operations. I furrowed my brow, contemplating the implications of his destination. After a brief wait, the elevator descended slowly. As soon as the doors opened, we rushed inside and pressed the button for the top floor. The elevator doors opened with a soft chime, and we stepped out cautiously, treading lightly. There stood Tan Yujua in front of a massive floor-to-ceiling window, engaged in conversation with a bespectacled gentleman who appeared both refined and scholarly. We must find a concealed spot to eavesdrop on their discussion, I whispered to my companions. We stealthily crouched in a corner, holding our breaths and straining to listen intently to their dialogue. How has the spread of negative news progressed? Tan Yujua inquired coldly, his voice imbued with an unsettling chill. Everything is in place. The Yutsue Mansion project has been significantly impacted, and the stock prices of the Qin Group and the Murong Group continue to plummet. The bespectacled man replied with a sycophantic smile, his expression betraying a sense of self-congratulation. Excellent. Intensify the efforts. We must ensure they collapse utterly, leaving them with no chance for resurgence. Tan Yujua proclaimed viciously, his eyes glinting with malevolence. At this revelation, a mixture of anger and exhilaration surged within us. This was indeed crucial evidence. John Fei's face flushed with excitement as he whispered, "Let us record what they're saying." Just as she was about to retrieve her phone, she accidentally knocked over a nearby flower pot, which crashed to the ground with a sharp and piercing sound. Tan Yuzhua and the bespectacled man immediately turned, their gazes piercing as they sought the source of the disturbance. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Tan Yuzhua bellowed, his voice echoing ominously in the empty expanse of the top floor. My heart raced with apprehension, realizing we were in grave trouble. Yet, I maintained a facade of composure, replying without a hint of trepidation, "We are here for an interview and accidentally lost our way." Tan Yuzhua scoffed, skepticism lacing his voice. "Interview candidates wander to the top floor? You'd better come clean, or I won't hesitate to be unkind." With a wave of his hand, several burly, muscular security guards lunged forward like ravenous wolves, encircling us. Alicia leaned closer, whispering anxiously, "What do we do now?" "We've been discovered," I whispered back to reassure her. "Don't panic. We will adapt to the situation. There's always a way." At that moment, John Fei suddenly had a brilliant idea, loudly exclaiming, "Alas! We are indeed here to apply for a position. We have heard that your esteemed company offers exceptional benefits and generous remuneration, and we wish to speak directly with the owner in hopes of securing a desirable role." Tan Yuzhu regarded us with a scrutinizing gaze, his expression laden with skepticism. "You few young rascals wish to meet me directly? Are you even aware of who I am?" John Fei, with a grin, replied, "Of course we do. You are none other than the illustrious Tan Yuzhu, a figure we deeply admire. It is our dream to join your company." Upon hearing this, Tan Yuzhu's demeanor softened slightly. "Humph, I suppose you possess some discernment. However, how can you prove that you are here for an interview?" I quickly interjected, "We have our resumes all in our bags." As I slowly opened my bag, feigning to search for the resumes, I was actually frantically devising an escape plan. Suddenly, I spotted a small spray bottle within. It was the self-defense spray that John Fei had prepared earlier. An idea sparked in my mind, and I stealthily grasped the spray, concealing it behind me. "Found it!" I exclaimed loudly, swiftly aiming the spray at the security guards and pressing the button. The guards were hit by the spray, instantly suffering from stinging eyes and tears streaming down their faces, flailing about in distress. "Run!" I shouted, and we seized the moment, bolting like wild horses through the office building, frantically seeking refuge. Tan Yuzhu, in a fit of rage, shouted from behind, "Chase them down. We must capture them. Leave no one behind." We sprinted with all our might, our hearts racing as if they might leap from our throats. At last, we discovered the stairwell and raced down, not stopping until we had distanced ourselves far from the building, gasping for breath. "Phew, we finally escaped," Yilisha said, panting, her voice tinged with lingering fear. "That was far too perilous. We nearly got caught," John Fei remarked, patting his chest. I wiped the sweat from my brow and said, "Although we failed to capture evidence this time, we have gleaned some vital information, so our efforts were not in vain." Upon returning to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, we reconvened with Qin Mingyue and Rong Chunxue, recounting the heart-stopping events in detail. "You were far too reckless." Qin Mingyue furrowed her brow, her face a mask of concern. "Tan Yuzhu is not to be trifled with. We must exercise extreme caution next time." Rong Chunxue echoed, "Indeed, we can no longer act so blindly. We need a more comprehensive and prudent plan." After thorough contemplation and discussion, we resolved to alter our strategy. Qin Mingyue and Rong Chunxue would continue to delve into the business accounts, seeking irrefutable evidence of Tan Yuzhu's illegal activities, while John Fei, Yilisha, and I would endeavor to infiltrate Tan Yuzhu's social circle, aiming to find a breakthrough through his friends and partners. A few days later, we learned that Tan Yuzhu would attend a charity gala hosted by a renowned entrepreneur who had invited many luminaries from the business world and social elite, ensuring a gathering of distinguished figures. Chapter 55, A Perilous Capture. This presented an excellent opportunity for us to blend into the gala and approach Tan Yuzhu. With excitement gleaming in my eyes, I exclaimed. Yet, John Phil expressed his concerns. But how shall we manage to infiltrate? This war, he undoubtedly possesses stringent security measures, making it exceedingly difficult for us to evade detection. Laughter danced in Elisha's voice as she reassured, "Worry not, for I have a solution. A friend of mine works for the event planning company, I can request a few invitations from him. Through Elisha's diligent efforts, we finally procured the coveted invitations. On the evening of the banquet, we adorned ourselves with care. The gentlemen donned impeccably tailored suits, while the ladies dazzled in splendid gowns, radiating brilliance. Upon our arrival at the venue, we were met with an opulent setting, resplendent crystal chandeliers casting a luminous glow that enveloped the guests in an ethereal aura. Attired in their finery, attendees sipped from their glasses, engaging in elegant conversations filled with laughter. We navigated the crowd with caution, searching for the figure of Tan Yuzhua. At last, we spotted him in a corner, engrossed in animated discourse with several affluent businessmen, a triumphant smile gracing his countenance. "Let's approach," I whispered, a blend of anxiety and anticipation color in my voice. We ambled closer, feigning leisure as we eavesdropped on their conversation. "Mr. Tan, you have indeed made a brilliant move. The Yutsue Mansion project has been thrown into disarray by your actions, leaving the Qin Group and the Murong Group severely weakened. And they shall struggle to recover for some time," one businessman remarked, a flattering expression adorning his face. Tan Yuzhua chuckled in response. "In business, as in warfare, one must be ruthless. To show mercy to one's adversaries is to be cruel to oneself." Another businessman interjected, "However, I have heard whispers that they are investigating you. You ought to tread carefully to avoid missteps." Tan Yuzhua scoffed. "And what can they uncover? I have always exercised caution, leaving no trace of wrongdoing." Hearing this, we felt a sense of urgency. It appeared that Tan Yuzhua was indeed exceptionally astute, and unearthing any incriminating evidence against him would prove to be a formidable challenge. At that moment, a server hurriedly approached with a tray, inadvertently colliding with Tan Yuzhua and spilling a drink over his attire, dampening a considerable area. "How dare you conduct yourself in such a manner?" Tan Yuzhua bellowed, his expression contorted with fury. The server, pale and trembling, stammered, "I apologize, Mr. Tan. It was an accident. I was simply careless. Fetch me a towel at once." Tan Yuzhua snapped impatiently. As the server dashed away to procure a towel, I seized the opportunity and noticed Tan Yuzhua's phone had fallen to the ground. A spark of inspiration ignited within me as I stealthily approached, swiftly retrieving the device and discreetly stowing it in my bag. "What are you doing?" John Phil whispered, astonishment etched across his face. I replied softly, "Tan Yuzhua's phone may harbor vital evidence. We must examine it for potential crucial leads." Just then, Tan Yuzhua realized his phone was missing, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he shouted, "Where's my phone? Has anyone seen my phone?" The surrounding guests shook their heads, feigning ignorance, their faces reflecting confusion. "Quickly, search for it. Search every individual here," commanded Tan Yuzhua with fervor. The security personnel immediately commenced a meticulous search through the crowd, our hearts racing with trepidation, nearly rendering us breathless. What should we do? If we were discovered, it would spell our doom. What if we get caught? "Yidisa?" we spitted, her voice trembling with anxiety. I swiftly handed my phone to John Phil, whispering, "Hide it for now. I will divert their attention." I then feigned a loud exclamation. "Oh dear, it seems my phone has gone missing as well. Could it be that the waiter from earlier took it?" He appeared rather flustered. Upon hearing this, Tan Yuzhua immediately cast a suspicious glance at the waiter. "Was it you? Did you take my phone? Hand it over." The waiter, frightened, shook his head vigorously, his voice quaking. "It wasn't me, Mr. Tan, I swear on my life." Seizing the opportunity, while everyone's focus was on the waiter, John Phil discreetly concealed the phone in a corner, camouflaging it with some miscellaneous items. The security personnel conducted a thorough search of the waiter, but found nothing, causing Tan Yuzhua to erupt with rage, his face flushed with anger. "If my phone isn't found today, none of you shall leave. You will all remain here," he barked ominously. At that moment, an idea struck me. I quietly suggested to Elisha, "Trigger the fire alarm to create chaos. We can slip away while they are distracted." Elisha nodded and cautiously approached the fire alarm. Shortly after, the fire alarm blared sharply, plunging the banquet into disarray as people panicked and rushed for the exits, the situation spiraling out of control. We seized this chance to blend into the crowd, maneuvering our way through the chaos, and finally escaped the venue. Upon returning to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, we eagerly opened Tan Yuzhua's phone. It was password protected, But John Phil, a computer whiz, sat before the device, her fingers flying across the keyboard, her eyes glued to the screen. After a tense series of maneuvers, she swiftly cracked the code. Found it, John Phil exclaimed excitedly. There are chat records involving Tan Yuzhua and Li Chong, along with plans to sabotage the Yutsue Mansion project. These are irrefutable pieces of evidence. We were elated, jumping with joy at finally uncovering the incriminating evidence against Tan Yuzhua, leaving him no room to wriggle out of his guilt. This time he can't escape, Qin Mingyue declared triumphantly, her face beaming with victory. Rong Chunxue added with a smile. Indeed, we shall promptly hand these pieces of evidence over to the authorities and let the law take its course. Without delay, we organized the evidence and submitted it to the police. Based on the information we provided, they swiftly launched an investigation and apprehension operation. On the day of the arrest, the police, having learned of my background as a special forces operative with extensive combat experience and exceptional adaptability, invited me to assist in capturing Tan Yuzhua. Captain Qiu Yusin of the Criminal Police Brigade personally approached me. She possessed a tall and statuesque figure, her short hair neatly styled, clad in a fitted police uniform that accentuated her alluring curves. Her gaze was sharp and resolute, emanating an inherent aura of authority, marking her as an undeniably captivating and formidable policewoman. You must be Nanpai Shisan, she stated, having heard of my background as a special forces operative. For this apprehension operation, we require your assistance. Tan Yuzhua's subordinates are a band of desperate criminals. We cannot afford to be careless. As she regarded me, I detected a glimmer of expectation and trust in her eyes. I nodded affirmatively, asserting, no problem. It is my duty to contribute to the capture of this villain. The operation commenced as we stealthily surrounded Tan Yuzhua's hideout, a heavily fortified villa encircled by high walls and patrolled by numerous bodyguards. Just as we prepared to breach the premises, Tan Yuzhua's men detected our presence and launched a fierce counterattack, a pack of bodyguards charging forth like ravenous wolves, brandishing weapons. Be careful, I shouted, pulling Qiu Yusin to safety while swiftly drawing my pistol, engaging in intense gunfire with the adversaries. Amidst the hail of bullets, we pressed forward with great difficulty. Suddenly, a bodyguard launched a surprise attack from behind, aiming for Qiu Yusin. With quick reflexes, I dashed forward and tackled him to the ground. Thank you. Qiu Yusin shot me a grateful glance before rejoining the fray. However, the enemy numbers swelled, and we found ourselves increasingly besieged. In that moment, I spotted Tan Yuzhua attempting to escape through the back door. We cannot let him get away, I shouted, pursuing him with fervor. Qiu Yusin followed closely behind, and at the rear entrance, we finally cornered Tan Yuzhua. Yet, his loyal bodyguards fought valiantly to protect him, leading to a heart-stopping, close-quarters battle. In the chaos, I heard a gasp from Qiu Yusin. She had been shot in the chest, her uniform stained crimson. Yusin. My heart raced with panic as I rushed to her side, dispatching the remaining bodyguards and carrying her to safety. Hold on, you'll be all right, I said, my heart aching at her pale complexion. Qiu Yusin managed a weak smile. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Focus on capturing Tan Yuzhua. He won't escape. While comforting her, I swiftly retrieved my first aid kit. Aware of the precarious nature of her injury, I meticulously applied ancient acupuncture techniques to stabilize her condition. Through my efforts, her wound was temporarily controlled, and at that moment, reinforcements arrived, successfully apprehending Tan Yuzhua. This harrowing experience forged a subtle bond between Qiu Yusin and me. During her recovery, I frequently visited her, bringing nourishing food and books. Your acupuncture skills are truly remarkable. My recovery has surpassed the doctor's expectations, she said, beaming with gratitude. I replied with a smile, of course. These are ancient techniques known for their efficacy. However, you must rest well and not overexert yourself. I know. You're even more nagging than my mother, Qiu Yusin teased, casting a playful glance my way. As the days passed, Qiu Yusin's injuries gradually healed. In our time spent together, we discovered numerous shared interests and topics, and our mutual affection subtly intensified. Once I am fully recovered, let us indulge in a sumptuous meal together, my treat. Qiu Yusin gazed at me with anticipation. I nodded and smiled, saying, that sounds delightful. but please refrain from such recklessness in the future. Chapter 56. The storm in the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Upon returning to the familiar traditional Chinese medicine clinic, I was greeted by the comforting scent of herbal medicine, which instantly put my mind at ease. John Fei was busily preparing a variety of herbal materials behind the counter. Upon seeing me, he bounded over with enthusiasm. "Sure, San, you're finally back. This time was quite perilous." Before I could respond, Eliza Shah emerged from the back room, holding an ancient Chinese medical text, teasingly remarking, "Ah, the great hero returns. How does it feel to have apprehended the villain?" I chuckled, hung up my coat, and replied, "It's all right, just a bit tiring." However, resolving the issue with Tan Yuzhu made it all worthwhile. Rong Chunxue and Qin Mingyue also joined us, with Rong Chunxue smiling. "We truly owe you a debt of gratitude, Sure San. Without you, we would have faced many more obstacles." Qin Mingyue nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed. Once we finish this busy period, we must gather for a proper celebration." At that moment, Master Wu Yume emerged from her room, casting a glance in my direction. "It's good to have you back. Are you uninjured?" she inquired. I quickly assured her, "Master, I am perfectly fine." As everyone engaged in lively conversation, I relished the rare tranquility of the moment when suddenly the doorbell rang. I approached the door and found Qiu Yusin standing there, dressed casually and holding a delicate little box. "Yusin, what brings you here? How is your wound?" I asked with concern. Qiu Yusin smiled and stepped inside. "My wound has nearly healed, though it has left an unsightly scar. I had heard of your expertise with various ointments, so I hope you could help me assess this scar repair cream and see if it might eliminate the scar." As she spoke, she noticed the others in the room: Eliza Shah, Rong Chunxue, Qin Mingyue, John Fei, and Master Wu Yume, 5 strikingly beautiful women standing together, momentarily leaving Qiu Yusin in a state of surprise. Eliza Shah was the first to react, scanning Qiu Yusin from head to toe with a smile and inquiring, "And who might this be?" I quickly introduced, "This is Captain Qiu Yusin from the Criminal Investigation Unit. She was injured during our pursuit of Tan Yuzhu." "Yusin, you've met these lovely ladies, Eliza Shah, Rong Chunxue, Qin Mingyue, and of course, John Fei and my master, Wu Yume." Qiu Yusin politely greeted everyone, though she couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. She noticed that when I introduced each person, they all regarded me with a particular glint in their eyes. Especially Eliza Shah, whose enthusiastic demeanor stirred an unexpected discomfort within Qiu Yusin. Curious, John Fei leaned closer to Qiu Yusin's box and asked, "What is that? Scar repair cream?" I have somewhat delved into this matter as well. Shall we examine it together? Qiu Yusin forced a smile and opened the box, revealing a small bottle of pale pink cream, exuding a delicate floral fragrance. This was recommended by a friend of mine, who claimed it to be quite effective. However, after using it for a while, I found it to be of little use. I took the bottle and scrutinized the ingredient list, stating, "The components here are rather gentle. Logically, it should yield some results." Nevertheless, each individual possesses a unique constitution, and responses to medication may vary. Perhaps I could prepare some traditional Chinese medicine for you. To harmonize both internally and externally, it might prove more beneficial. Qiu Yusin nodded eagerly. "That would be a great help, Sure San." At that moment, Qin Mingyue approached, smiling as she addressed Qiu Yusin. "Yusin, you are unaware, but Sure San is quite adept in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. The remedies he concocts are assuredly effective." Rong Chunxue added in agreement. "Indeed, I previously had some minor ailments, all of which Sure San cured." Listening to their words, Qiu Yusin felt increasingly disheartened. She sensed she had intruded upon a harmonious little world, with me at its center. Yilisha seemed to perceive Qiu Yusin's thoughts and deliberately moved closer to me. Wrapping her arm around mine, she remarked, "Sure San, you must devise a solution for Yusin. Such a beautiful lady would surely be unfortunate to bear a scar." I felt somewhat awkward due to Yilisha's sudden action and quickly withdrew my arm, saying, "I will certainly do my utmost, Yusin. Please sit for a moment while I prepare your medicine in the back." With that, I hurriedly retreated into the pharmacy. John Phil followed me inside, assisting in locating the herbs while chuckling. "Sure San, it appears that Captain Qiu seems a bit displeased." I shook my head in exasperation, Do not speak nonsense. Her mood is affected by the scar from her injury. John Phil blinked. That's not it. I believe she is jealous. Did you not notice her expression changed upon seeing us? I shot her a glare. You and your wild speculations. Quickly help me find the herbs and refrain from causing a ruckus. Once I had prepared the medicine, I returned to the front hall and handed it to Chiao Yusin, detailing its usage and dosage. Chiao Yusin accepted the medicine, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Shisan. If this successfully removes the scar, I shall treat you to a meal. Yilisha interjected with a teasing tone. Oh, a meal just for the two of you, Shisan. Do not forget about us, your circle of friends. Chiao Yusin's expression darkened slightly. Yet she persevered to say, of course not, it will be with everyone. At that moment, Master Wu Yumei suddenly spoke up. All right, enough of the banter. Yusin, although your injury is healing, you must still take care to rest. Shisan, do not solely focus on treating others. You must also tend to your own health. Everyone fell silent and nodded in agreement. After sitting for a while, Chiao Yusin rose to take her leave. I accompanied her to the door, where she hesitated before saying, Shisan, your friends are quite remarkable. I smiled. Indeed, they are wonderful individuals. We have shared numerous experiences together. Chiao Yusin gazed at me earnestly. And what of me? We have faced life and death together. What do I signify in your heart? I was taken aback by her unexpected question, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, Alicia burst out from the room, exclaiming, 13, come quickly. There's a patient with a rather unusual condition. I promptly told Chiao Yusin, Yusin, I must attend to the patient. We shall converse later. With that, I hurried back to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Chiao Yusin stood at the doorway, watching my departing figure, her heart a tumult of emotions. She realized that her feelings for me had evolved into something more profound, yet she understood well that becoming a part of my life was no simple endeavor. Upon returning, Alicia gazed at me with a smug expression, saying, I wonder how you will handle her. I retorted with irritation, you always create trouble for me. Yusin is a good girl, so please stop targeting her. Alicia scoffed, I'm not targeting her. I merely speak the truth. Just look at the way she gazes at you. It's as if the word love is written in her eyes. At that moment, Rong Chunxue and Qin Mingwei approached. Rong Chunxue smiled and said, in truth, Yusin is quite pitiable. She bears scars from her injuries. 13. You must help her remove those scars. Qin Mingwen nodded in agreement. Indeed, we have shared so much together. She harbors no ill will towards us. John Phil interjected, I see she is fond of 13, but can you blame her? 13 is so remarkable. Who wouldn't be enamored? I sighed in resignation. Please, let us not dwell on this topic any longer. Yusin and I are merely friends. Now, let us see what is the matter with that patient. Only then did the discussion cease, and we proceeded to attend to the patient. However, this matter was far from resolved. In the following days, Chiao Yusin frequently sought me out under various pretexts, be it inquiring about the effects of a medication or reporting new symptoms. Each time she visited, minor conflicts would arise between her and Alicia. One day, Chiao Yusin arrived at the clinic just as Alicia was brewing tea for me. Alicia deliberately presented the teacup to me, sweetly urging, 13, do taste my freshly brewed tea. It is delightful. Observing the scene, Chiao Yusin felt a pang of discomfort and remarked, 13, did you not say you would assist me in researching a new treatment? When shall we commence? I hastily set down the teacup and replied, we can begin now. Let us converse in the consultation room. Once in the consultation room, Chiao Yusin could not restrain herself from asking, 13, what is your relationship with Alicia? She seems quite intimate with you. I offered an awkward smile, explaining, we are merely friends. Her personality is quite lively, so do not read too much into it. Chiao Yusin scoffed. I perceive that she considers you more than just a friend, as do Rong Chunxue and Qin Mingwei. Their gazes towards you are rather peculiar. I helplessly clarified. We are truly just friends. We have endured many trials together, which has fostered a strong bond. Please do not let this affect your mood, as it will hinder your recovery. Chiao Yusin looked at me intently and suddenly confessed, 13, I have feelings for you. From the moment we faced life and death together, I fell for you. I know you are surrounded by many exceptional women, yet I still wish to express my feelings to you. I was taken aback by her confession, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Just then, the door to the consultation room swung open, and John Phil rushed in, flustered. 13. We have an emergency. A critically ill patient has arrived outside. You must come quickly. Seizing this opportunity like a lifeline, I hastily replied to Chiu Yusin, Yusin, I need to attend to the patient first. We shall discuss this matter later. With that, I followed John Phil out. As I departed, I caught a glimpse of Chiu Yusin, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She realized that her confession might have startled me, yet she felt no regret. She simply wanted me to understand her feelings. While I busied myself tending to the patient, my mind incessantly wandered back to Chiu Yusin's words. I harbored feelings for her, but whether those feelings amounted to love remained elusive. Moreover, with so many friends around me, I was reluctant to let romantic entanglements disrupt our relationships. By the time I finished attending to the patient, the sun had begun to set, and Chiu Yusin had already left. Iris and others gathered around me, their expressions revealing that they knew something had transpired. Iris, with a teasing smile, inquired, So, how does it feel to be confessed to? I shot her a glare. Enough with the jokes. My mind is in complete disarray right now. Rong Chunxue spoke gently. 13. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. If you do not share Chiu Yusin's sentiments, it's best to clarify your feelings sooner rather than later, to avoid causing her further distress. Qin Mingwen nodded in agreement. Indeed, but if you do have feelings for her, do not let this chance slip away. It is rare to meet someone who genuinely cares for you. John Phil chimed in. I believe 13 has some feelings for Yusin, though he may not yet realize it himself. With a resigned sigh, I said, Please, let us not discuss me. I'm as lost as you are. Just then, Master Wu Yume approached, regarding me with a knowing expression. When it comes to matters of the heart, no one can assist you. You must confront them yourself. Follow your heart and avoid any regrets. Her words plunged me into contemplation. I resolved to find a suitable moment to have an earnest conversation with Chiu Yusin and to reflect deeply on my own feelings. However, the situation grew more complex. A few days later, Chiu Yusin returned to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, bearing news. A colleague of hers, a close friend, would be relocating to our city due to work commitments. This colleague happened to be my university classmate, named Tian Yasi. Upon seeing me, Tian Yasi exclaimed, 13. Long time no see. I can't believe you're here and have become a master of traditional Chinese medicine. I was equally delighted to see her and began reminiscing about our university days. Chiu Yusin observed us from the sidelines, feeling a twinge of discomfort as she noticed the glimmer of something more than mere friendship in Tian Yasi's gaze towards me. Iris and the others were also intrigued by Tian Yasi's unexpected arrival. John Phil quietly inquired, 13, who is this Tian Yasi? What is your relationship with her? I smiled and replied, She is my university classmate. We share a close bond. Elisa pursed her lips and remarked, I see that her feelings for you are quite extraordinary. Perhaps she, like Chiu Yusin, harbors an interest in you. I shot her a glance, saying, Stop speculating. We are merely classmates. However, in the days that followed, Tian Yasi frequently sought my company, be it for meals or conversations. Her concern for me evidently transcended the boundaries of ordinary camaraderie. On one occasion, when Tian Yasi invited me to watch a movie, we were unexpectedly confronted by Chiu Yusin. Observing us, Chiu Yusin's expression darkened as she approached, questioning Tian Yasi, what exactly is your relationship with Shur-san? You aren't developing feelings for him, are you? Taken aback by her inquiry, Tian Yasi quickly replied with a smile, Yusin, don't misunderstand. Shur-san and I are just good classmates and friends. I merely wish for him to unwind from his strenuous work. Chiu Yusin scoffed. I sense there is more to it than that. If you dare to harbor any ill intentions towards Shur-san, I assure you, I will not let it slide. Observing the tension between them, I helplessly interjected, Please, cease this nonsense. We are merely friends. Yusin, don't overthink it. Yasi, let us proceed to the movie. With that, I took both of them away. Chiu Yusin remained rooted to the spot, watching our retreating figures, feeling both angry and aggrieved, as if she had unwittingly become ensnared in a convoluted emotional whirlpool, with me at its center. Upon returning to the clinic, Elisa and the others, having heard of the incident, could not suppress their laughter. Elisa remarked, Sure, San, you truly possess a captivating charm. Both men and women are drawn to you. I sighed in exasperation. Please, spare me your teasing. I'm quite overwhelmed at the moment. Rong Chunxue chimed in with a smile. In truth, this merely indicates your popularity. Yet you must swiftly address these emotional entanglements. Otherwise, everyone may end up hurt. Qin Mingyuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, the longer emotional matters are prolonged, the more complicated they become. John Phil interjected, I believe Sure San should first contemplate whom he genuinely likes. Lingering indecision is hardly a solution. I sighed again, I understand, and I will give it serious thought. In the subsequent days, I busied myself with the clinic's operations while striving to untangle my own feelings. I realized that my affection for Chiao Yusin deepened, yet I was reluctant to hurt those around me, and Tian Yassi's presence only complicated matters further. One evening, while sitting alone in the clinic's courtyard gazing at the stars, I found myself lost in contemplation, when suddenly, I heard footsteps behind me. Turning around, I saw Chiao Yusin approaching. She settled beside me and said, Sure, San, I wish to have a serious conversation with you. I nodded. All right, I too wish to discuss something with you. Chiao Yusin gazed at me earnestly, stating, Sure, San, I understand that my previous confession may have placed undue pressure on you, but I truly care for you. I am indifferent to how many others surround you. I simply desire to be with you. I was moved by her words, yet felt a profound conflict within. Taking a deep breath, I replied, Yusin, I also have feelings for you, but I do not wish for romantic matters to affect my friendships. I have been friends with Tian Yassi for many years, and I do not want to create misunderstandings. Chiao Yusin furrowed her brow and remarked, Tian Yassi? Her feelings for you extend beyond mere friendship. I can discern that she harbors affection for you. I sighed in resignation and replied, I am aware, but I have always regarded her as a friend. I will find an appropriate moment to clarify my stance. Chiao Yusin gazed at me intently and suddenly proposed, Sure, San, if you truly hold feelings for me, grant us an opportunity. I will strive to earn the acceptance of those around you. Captivated by her determined gaze, my heart stirred, yet thoughts of Rong Chunxue, Master Wu Yumei, Yilisha, and even my previous romantic entanglements with Qin Mingyue and John Fei made me hesitate. Ultimately, I shook my head. Chapter 58. The Whirlwind of Emotions. Sure, San, do say something. Chiao Yusin's voice shattered the silence, tinged with an urgency she could no longer contain. I scratched my head and forced a smile as I spoke. Yusin, you are well aware that these friends of mine have weathered countless storms alongside me. I truly do not wish to jeopardize the hard-won harmony we have established due to our situation. Chiao Yusin reached out, firmly grasping my hand. Her expression earnest as she stated, I understand your concerns, but matters of the heart cannot be prolonged indefinitely. Can they? Rest assured, I vow to make every effort to coexist harmoniously with them. Before I could respond, a cacophony of noise erupted from the Chinese medicine clinic. We exchanged glances, understanding each other, and promptly rushed inside. There, we found Yilisha standing at the counter, confronting a strange man with fierce gestures, resembling a protective creature guarding its territory. What do you want? This is not a place for you to act recklessly. If you know what is good for you, leave at once. The man, clad in a black trench coat and wearing a cap pulled low, lowered his voice deliberately and declared, I am looking for Sure San. There are matters only he can assist me with. No one else will suffice. I stepped forward, my expression one of confusion, and inquired, I am Sure San. What is it you need from me? Speak plainly. The man slowly lifted his head, revealing eyes bloodshot with fatigue and anxiety. My name is Li Ming, my wife. It seems she has been possessed by something. As soon as the words left his lips, they fell like a bomb into a placid lake, leaving everyone stunned and speechless. Yilisha couldn't help but let out a laugh. Possessed? Do you think this is a horror film or a tale from Strange Stories from a Chinese studio? However, Li Ming's face was etched with urgency, and his expression was grave, devoid of humor. I am not joking. Her behavior has been exceedingly peculiar these past few days. She stays awake all night and utters nonsensical words that confound comprehension. I have consulted numerous doctors, both Western and traditional Chinese, but none could find a diagnosis. Some suggested that I seek the counsel of someone versed in traditional Chinese medicine and metaphysics. After extensive inquiries, I finally found my way to you. I furrowed my brow, scanning the faces of Chiu Yusin and Yilisha. Rong Chunxue stepped forward with a light gait and gently suggested, "Sure, San, perhaps we should investigate. There may indeed be undisclosed circumstances at play." I pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well. Lead us to your home so we may assess the situation firsthand." Our group followed Li Ming to his residence. As soon as we stepped through the threshold, a chilling and eerie atmosphere enveloped us. The room was dimly lit, the furniture arranged in a haphazard manner, resembling the aftermath of a fierce struggle. "My wife is in the bedroom," Li Ming remarked, cautiously pushing open the bedroom door, his movements deliberate, as if he feared disturbing something sinister. On the bed lay a woman, her complexion as pale as parchment, her eyes tightly shut, and her lips occasionally uttering indistinct, spine-chilling sounds. I approached her, intently scrutinizing her countenance and pulse. However, everything appeared normal, devoid of any signs of distress. Chiu Yusin, standing nearby, lowered her voice and whispered, "This seems rather ominous. Something is definitely amiss." Before I could respond, the woman abruptly opened her eyes, revealing an unsettling, otherworldly glow, akin to two flickering flames. She fixed her gaze upon me, her voice hoarse and grating like sandpaper. "You have finally arrived." At that moment, everyone was seized by terror, their hairs standing on end. Eliza hastily concealed herself behind Qin Mingyue, her voice trembling. "Is it possible that she is possessed? This is too frightening." I took a deep breath, striving to maintain my composure, and reassured them, "Do not panic. Perhaps she has experienced a profound psychological shock that has rendered her disoriented." With that, I retrieved silver needles from my bag, intending to administer acupuncture in hopes of restoring her consciousness. Just then, the woman sprang up with the speed of a coiled spring, charging towards me with astonishing swiftness. I was caught off guard and fell to the ground as she tackled me. Her strength was astonishing. I struggled desperately, but it felt as though an invisible hand had ensnared me. 13. Chiu Yusin cried out in a fit of anxiety, rushing forward to pry the woman away. Yet, the woman, like a frenzied beast, clawed and bit at us, wholly unhinged. In a moment of quick thinking, John swiftly seized a nearby vase and hurled it at the woman's head. There was a dull thud, and she slowly collapsed, finally quieting down. We all stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to proceed. Li Ming stared in horror at the woman on the floor, stammering, "What? What is happening? How did this come to pass?" I rose to my feet, brushing off the dust from my clothing, and endeavored to regain my composure. "Do not panic. Let us move her back to the bed, and I will conduct a thorough examination to uncover the cause." Upon meticulously inspecting her, I sensed a peculiar force surging within her body, akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows, elusive yet palpable. A thought struck me, and I pondered inwardly. Could this truly be linked to metaphysical practices? 13. Have you discerned something? Rong Chunxue, perceptive and astute, inquired softly. I nodded, my tone grave as I replied, "I suspect she may have fallen victim to some form of sorcery." Sorcery? Upon hearing the news, the crowd erupted in astonishment, their expressions a tapestry of shock and confusion. Indeed, I patiently elucidated, the art of Gu is an ancient and enigmatic form of sorcery, wherein one cultivates venomous creatures through peculiar and arcane methods, subsequently wielding them to manipulate human consciousness and strip individuals of their self-awareness. This clandestine practice remains exceedingly elusive, often escaping the detection of modern medicine, which explains the prior physician's inability to diagnose the ailment, resulting in a fruitless endeavor. What shall we do? How can I save my wife? Li Ming inquired anxiously, his gaze imbued with helplessness and hope. Furrowing my brow, I pondered for a moment before responding. I require certain rare herbs. They may hold the key to unraveling this curse. However, these ingredients are notoriously difficult to procure, and some may pose significant dangers. One misstep could prove fatal. Regardless of the peril, I am willing to undertake any risk to save my wife. I would brave fire and water for her, Li Ming declared resolutely, his eyes radiating a fierce determination. At that moment, Chiu Yusin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, I recall handling a case related to a mysterious organization during my tenure in the Criminal Investigation Unit. It mentioned something about goo. Perhaps we can unearth some clues from there, a potential breakthrough. My spirits lifted as if a glimmer of dawn had pierced the darkness. Is that true? Splendid. Yusin, please reach out to your colleagues and see if they can procure any relevant information. This is absolutely critical. Nodding in affirmation, Chiao Yusin swiftly retrieved her phone, fervently contacting her associates. Meanwhile, I, alongside the others, began to prepare for the quest for the herbs, with each person assigned specific roles and responsibilities. After a flurry of diligent activity, Chiao Yusin finally returned with invaluable leads. She approached, her face alight with joy. I managed to connect with former colleagues. They uncovered some, which mentions a herb known as blood spirit mushroom, said to have the potential to break the curse. Blood spirit mushroom? I furrowed my brow, my demeanor turning grave. This herb is notoriously elusive, rumored to thrive deep within the mountainous wilderness, fiercely guarded by perilous beasts. Acquiring it seems an insurmountable challenge. Regardless of the danger, we must endeavor to seek it out. We cannot falter, Chiao Yusin asserted, her eyes reflecting an indomitable spirit. Thus, under Li Ming's leadership, we ventured into the depths of the mountains. Along the arduous path, we remained vigilant, our nerves taut, each member bracing for potential peril, as if confronting an impending apocalypse. Chapter 59. Become my confidant. Suddenly, a deep, thunderous roar resonated from ahead, as if echoing from the very depths of hell. We halted in our tracks, tense and breathless, our eyes fixated on the source of the sound. A colossal black bear burst forth from the thicket, charging toward us with ferocious intent, its claws poised to rend. "Run!" I shouted, my voice tinged with urgency. Instantly, we scattered in all directions, panic-stricken and disoriented, as the bear pursued us relentlessly, the situation growing increasingly dire, as if the end of the world were nigh. At that moment, Eliza Shaw had a sudden stroke of inspiration. In a rush of cleverness, she retrieved a small vial from her bag and hurled it forcefully towards the black bear. With a resounding bang, the bottle exploded, releasing a noxious and unpleasant odor reminiscent of decaying refuse. The bear, overwhelmed by the stench, recoiled repeatedly, shaking its head in distress, before ultimately turning tail and retreating into the woods. We collectively exhaled in relief, as if we had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, and showered Eliza Shaw with admiration, giving her a thumbs up. "Who knew you possessed such a skill? Truly, you are full of surprises," I remarked with a smile, secretly grateful. Eliza Shaw, with her head held high, responded with pride, "Of course. This is my specially concocted wolf repellent spray, designed specifically to fend off these beasts." It proved invaluable in a critical moment. After a series of trials, we finally located the site where the blood spirit mushroom grew. However, the sight before us left us utterly astonished, as if we had stumbled into a mysterious trap. Surrounding the blood spirit mushroom were an array of intricate mechanisms and traps, sharp spikes, hidden arrows, and pitfall traps, making the retrieval of the mushroom seem an impossible endeavor, akin to a fanciful dream. "What do we do now?" Qin Mingwei inquired, her brows furrowed, a look of helplessness and a glimmer of despair in her eyes. I carefully surveyed our surroundings and discerned that these traps appeared to be arranged according to an ancient and enigmatic formation. Suddenly, a thought struck me. I recalled some methods my grandfather had once taught me for deciphering such formations. Those obscure incantations became vividly clear in my mind. "Everyone, remain calm," I declared confidently, a knowing smile gracing my face. "I have a way to dismantle these mechanisms. Trust me." Guiding the group, we meticulously advanced step by step, adhering to the formation's principles, each movement deliberate and cautious, as if treading on thin ice. At last, we successfully navigated past all the traps and secured the blood spirit mushroom. In that moment, we erupted in jubilant cheers, as if we had triumphed in a grueling battle. Upon returning to Li Ming's home, I immediately set to work on concocting the antidote. After a fervent and tireless effort, the antidote was finally complete. I administered it to the woman, and soon her complexion normalized, becoming rosy, while her eyes regained a clear brightness, resembling a pristine spring. "What has happened to me?" she asked, bewildered and filled with confusion upon awakening. Li Ming, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced her, tears of joy streaming down his face. "My dear, you are finally well. Do you have any idea how frightened I was these past few days? I thought I would never see the real you again." We all sighed in relief, the weight in our hearts finally lifted, as if a heavy burden had been cast aside. Li Ming gazed at us with gratitude, saying, "Thank you all. Without you, I truly would not know what to do. You are our saviors." I smiled and replied, "There is no need for thanks. This was a collective effort, and it would not have been possible without each of us." Following this ordeal, a subtle shift seemed to occur in our relationships. Qiu Yusin looked at me, her eyes brimming with affection and trust, as though I were her entire world. Iris and her companions no longer regarded her with the same hostility as before. The atmosphere had transformed into one of camaraderie. However, the situation did not conclude there. A few days later, Qiu Yusin brought forth astonishing news. The enigmatic organization seemed to have resumed its activities, clandestinely orchestrating a far more sinister conspiracy, as though a tempest were on the horizon. We must swiftly locate them and thwart their machinations. We cannot allow them to succeed. Qiu Yusin declared solemnly, her eyes brimming with unwavering resolve. I nodded gravely, my expression somber. Indeed, we must not permit them to prevail. We must ensnare them entirely and show no leniency towards their treachery. Once more, we embarked on an adventurous journey. What awaited us this time? Would it be even more thrilling challenges or more perplexing enigmas? We could not know, but we were united in our belief that, as long as we stood together, we could conquer any adversity and embrace the dawn of victory. In the days that followed, we diligently gathered clues regarding the mysterious organization while intensifying our training. Each of us understood that this would be a grueling battle, and we needed to be thoroughly prepared for the unknown trials ahead. Finally, on a night shrouded in darkness and howling winds, we uncovered a crucial lead. The headquarters of the mysterious organization was concealed within a cryptic cave, which loomed like a monstrous beast with an insatiable maw, awaiting our unwitting approach. Tonight, we shall act. I clench my fists, my eyes aglow with determination, akin to a blazing flame. The others nodded in agreement, their gazes filled with fervor, reminiscent of warriors poised for battle. We stealthily infiltrated the cave, treading cautiously in search of our adversaries, each step silent as we feared alerting them. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed ahead, resembling ghostly whispers. We immediately concealed ourselves, holding our breath, the sound of our heartbeats resonating in the stillness. A group of cloaked figures passed before us, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura, as if they were messengers from the abyss. "It seems we have found the right place," Qiu Yusin murmured softly, her voice barely audible. I nodded and whispered, "Everyone, be cautious. We must not reveal our presence. Let us proceed with utmost care." We followed the dark-clad individuals into the depths of a vast cavern. The cave was filled with an array of bizarre and sinister instruments, with some individuals busily operating them, as though engaged in a malevolent ritual. "What are they doing?" Iris inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety. I furrowed my brow, scrutinizing the surroundings, when suddenly I spotted a colossal energy device, pulsating with an ominous glow, reminiscent of a demon's eye. "This is dire," I exclaimed, my voice rife with dread. "They are constructing a formidable weapon. If they succeed, the consequences could be catastrophic, plunging the entire world into peril." Just then, one of the cloaked figures seemed to sense our presence. He shouted, "Enemies!" Suddenly, the cave was filled with alarm bells, echoing as if the world were coming to an end. A throng of figures clad in black surged towards us like a relentless tide. "Engage!" I cried, leading the charge with the ferocity of a valiant cheetah. My comrades swiftly brandished their weapons, plunging into a fierce skirmish, the sounds of battle and clashing armaments intertwining in a cacophony. The conflict escalated dramatically. The enemy multiplied, swarming like an army of ants, and we found ourselves gradually overwhelmed, ensnared in dire straits. At that moment, Qiu Yusin suddenly conceived a plan. 13, look over there," she exclaimed, pointing to a corner of the cave. There lay a colossal crystal, seemingly the heart of the entire energy apparatus. If we could shatter it, the devices would cease functioning, rendering their weapons inoperative. My eyes sparkled with the light of imminent victory. Excellent idea. I shall destroy the crystal. You all hold the line and must endure, I declared, sprinting towards the crystal while deftly evading enemy strikes, akin to a nimble monkey. Upon reaching the crystal, just as I readied to strike, a black-clad foe launched a surprise attack from behind. I was caught off guard, and he struck my arm, a jolt of excruciating pain coursing through me, as if my very bones were fracturing. 13. Qiu Yusin and the others gasped, their expressions rife with concern. Gritting my teeth against the agony, I summoned every ounce of strength and swung at the crystal. With a resounding crack, the crystal shattered, plunging the cave into chaos as the instruments ground to a halt, emitting a cacophony of popping sounds. The enemy was thrown into disarray, scurrying about like headless flies. Seizing the opportunity, we launched our counterattack, subduing them one by one. After a fierce struggle, we ultimately thwarted the nefarious schemes of the mysterious organization and triumphed. As we emerged from the cave, dawn had broken, sunlight cascading over us, enveloping us in a profound warmth, akin to a rebirth. We had vanquished the elusive organization. Qiu Yusin leaped with excitement, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Elation and pride filled our hearts as we rejoiced together. This battle had deepened our bonds, and I finally grasped my own feelings. Gazing at Qiu Yusin, warmth surged within me. I realized I had fallen deeply in love with this brave and intelligent young woman. Suddenly, Yilisha, with a playful grin, urged, "Oh, 13, why are you still dawdling? You must confess your feelings to Yusin. Don't let this splendid opportunity slip away." The others chimed in, laughter and mirth echoing throughout the valley. Blushing, I stepped before Qiu Yusin, mustering my courage to say, "Yusin, after everything we've endured, I've finally come to understand my heart, and I know your feelings too. Would you be willing to be my confidant, like the others?" Tears glistened in her eyes as she nodded fervently. "Though I cannot be your official girlfriend, I would gladly be your confidant." Chapter 60. An unexpected morning after enduring a heart-stopping battle with a mysterious organization, our weary yet triumphant group returned to our home in the East Third Ring. Upon entering, Eliza, John, and I immediately sought refuge in various corners of the house, too exhausted to utter a single word, quickly succumbing to the embrace of slumber. In the dead of night, I found myself in a hazy dream, feeling a soft and sensual body nestling into my arms. Having previously shared an intimate connection with John, I instinctively assumed it was her. Before I could fully awaken, my lips were captured by a warm, cherry-like mouth. In the darkness, my mind was clouded, and I responded purely on instinct, my body ignited by an unexplainable fire. In that state between dreams and wakefulness, we shared a moment of intimacy before I drifted back into a deep sleep. As dawn broke, sunlight mischievously seeped through the curtain seams, playfully illuminating my face. I gradually stirred from my slumber, my head still heavy and my body aching, the vivid images of last night's fierce battle replaying in my mind. Stretching lazily, I suddenly noticed a scattering of rose petals on the sheets, jolting my mind into a state of alertness. Where did these petals come from? I murmured to myself. Turning over to examine closely, a wave of foreboding washing over me. This was unmistakably a sign of a woman's first time. When John and I were together, it had never been adorned with such romantic embellishments. Upon closer inspection, a faint scent of perfume lingered in the air, one that was not John's usual choice. I sat up abruptly, recalling the sultry figure and soft kiss from the previous night, the realization dawning on me that something was amiss. John was typically boisterous. Even in her most romantic moments, she was no novice. She would never orchestrate such a scene. So, who had I shared that experience with last night? At that moment, I heard Eliza and John's voices from outside. In a flurry, I hastily dressed, my heart racing with anxiety, utterly unprepared to confront the unfolding situation. "Good morning, John." Eliza's voice sounded somewhat unnatural, tinged with a hint of shyness. "Good morning. Why do you look so flushed today? Did you not sleep well last night?" John inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself and stepped out of the room. Eliza, with her back turned to me, busied herself in the kitchen, and I noticed her body stiffen at the sound of my footsteps. John, as carefree as ever, greeted me with a casual, "Hey, you finally woke up? You really wore me out last night." I managed an awkward smile, my gaze inadvertently drifting towards Eliza. She wore a loose-fitting nightgown, her hair carelessly tied back. Yet even so, it was evident that her cheeks bore a rosy hue, and a touch of pink colored her ears. "Eliza, you look rather well today." I attempted to break the peculiar tension, but as the words left my mouth, I felt like a fool. Eliza turned to face me, her eyes darting away in avoidance. Stammering, really? Perhaps I just slept well." John glanced between us, a knowing smile creeping across her face as she remarked, "What is going on with you two? You both seem rather strange." I exchanged a fleeting glance with Eliza Shaw before hastily averting my gaze, and silence enveloped us. John Field, ever inquisitive, prodded, "Surely you two didn't engage in some mischievous escapade while I was asleep last night? Stop making wild assumptions." Eliza Shaw and I exclaimed in unison, our voices startling even ourselves. Our reaction elicited a hearty laugh from John Field, who then said, all right, I won't tease you further. But honestly, that battle yesterday was nothing short of harrowing. Had it not been for you, 13, sacrificing yourself and shattering that crystal despite your injuries, we would have been utterly lost." I scratched my head, feigning nonchalance as I replied, "It's all in the past. We succeeded, didn't we?" Yet, my mind remained preoccupied with the events of the previous night, rendering me incapable of focusing on the conversation. At that moment, my phone rang. It was Rong Chunxue. "Hello, 13. Are you all right?" Her voice was filled with concern. "We're fine, just a bit weary," I responded. "That's a relief. By the way, I've uncovered some further clues regarding that mysterious organization. Would you like to come over and discuss?" Rong Chunxue proposed. After ending the call, I relayed the news to Eliza Shaw and John Field. Upon hearing it, John Field's spirits lifted immediately. "More clues? Let us hurry. Perhaps there's a grand conspiracy waiting for us to unravel." Eliza Shaw nodded in agreement, though her gaze remained somewhat distant. I regarded her with mixed emotions, unsure how to approach her, yet knowing I could no longer evade the matter. As we traveled to Rong Chunxue's residence, the atmosphere in the car was particularly subdued. John Field continued to animatedly recount the details of the previous day's battle, while Eliza Shaw and I responded half-heartedly. Upon arriving at Rong Chunxue's home, she immediately sensed the unusual tension. "Why are you three so quiet? Has something happened?" John Field shrugged. "I'm not sure. They've been acting strangely since this morning." Eliza Shaw and I kept our heads down, remaining silent, prompting a puzzled look from Rong Chunxue. Just as she was about to inquire further, Chiu Yusen arrived. Upon entering, she exclaimed excitedly, "I've discovered some new leads. Although we've dismantled part of that mysterious organization, it seems they still have branches and are plotting something even more dreadful." Hearing this, we momentarily set aside our personal awkwardness and gathered to discuss. Rong Chunxue produced some documents detailing information about the organization's branches, indicating they were in search of an ancient artifact believed to possess cataclysmic powers. "This cannot be allowed. We must not let them find this artifact," I declared, furrowing my brow. "But we have no idea what this artifact looks like, where it is, or how to locate it." Eliza Shaw finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. "I've unearthed some clues from ancient texts," Rong Chunxue interjected. "It seems this artifact is linked to an ancient legend, which claims it is sealed within a mysterious valley, surrounded by various traps and guardian beasts." "Traps and guardian beasts? This sounds exceedingly difficult," John Field replied, frowning. "No matter how arduous the task, we must endeavor to thwart them," I declared resolutely. At that moment, the previously silent Alicia suddenly rose, exclaiming, I have something to say." All eyes turned towards her, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Taking a deep breath, she began, "Actually, last night, before she could finish her sentence, a violent explosion erupted outside. We hurried to the window, and the sight that greeted us was one of thick, billowing smoke, as if something was assaulting the nearby buildings. Alas, could it be that the mysterious organization has come to exact vengeance? I exclaimed, my complexion shifting with alarm. Remain calm. Let us venture outside to investigate, Qiu Yusin suggested with poise. We swiftly descended the stairs, racing towards the source of the explosion. Outside, a throng of individuals clad in black was wreaking havoc in the streets, wielding peculiar weapons as frightened civilians scattered in every direction. It seems they are indeed relentless. I gritted my teeth, urging everyone to be cautious and prepare for battle. Just as we were about to charge forward, Alicia grasped my hand, whispering, "Let us postpone the discussion of last night and first address the immediate peril." I regarded her, nodding in agreement, a tumult of emotions swelling within me. We plunged once more into the fray, embarking on a new adventure, while the secret between Alicia and me had to be temporarily set aside. Chapter 61. The fierce battle and the truth at that moment. As Alicia held my hand, a torrent of complex emotions surged within me, akin to an overturned spice jar, blending myriad flavors. However, the pressing circumstances demanded our undivided attention, forcing us to focus on the sudden crisis at hand. "Hey folks, it appears we are in for yet another tough fight," John Fiel proclaimed, drawing his ever-present baton from his waist, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if this perilous confrontation were merely an exhilarating adventure game. "John, do not underestimate them. Observe their demeanor. These are not friendly visitors," I cautioned, furrowing my brow and tightening my grip on an iron rod I had unwittingly seized. What is there to fear? We have already taken down the mysterious organization's stronghold. "These mere minions pose no threat," John replied nonchalantly, flashing a wide grin that revealed his gleaming white teeth. Qiu Yusin swiftly retrieved a pair of gloves from her pocket, stating calmly, "Everyone, be cautious. Their weapons are peculiar. Do not approach recklessly. Let us first analyze their attack patterns." As we spoke, the black-clad assailants had already taken notice of us. A towering figure among them brandished a weapon resembling a spear and shouted, "There they are! Charge! Leave none alive!" At his command, the black-clad adversaries surged towards us like a tide. I was the first to charge, colliding with one of the assailants who, without hesitation, lunged at me with his weapon. I sidestepped, deflecting his attack with the iron rod, and delivered a kick to his abdomen. The assailant grunted, staggering back a few steps. 13, watch your back," Alicia suddenly cried out. I swiftly turned to find another black-clad figure attempting to ambush me from behind. I had no time to ponder. I swiftly used an iron rod to block behind me, and a resounding clang echoed as metal collided, sending a tremor through my arm. "Thank you," I shouted to Eliza Shah. She nodded in response, a fleeting complexity flickering in her gaze before she returned to the fray. At that moment, John Fayer was already entangled with several men in black. His short staff whirled in his hand with fierce momentum, rendering the black-clad assailants unable to approach him. "Huh, you think you could defeat me with such feeble attempts?" John Fayer taunted as he fought. Meanwhile, Rong Chunxue, Qin Mingwei, and others showcased their extraordinary skills. With swift motions of their hands, beams of light shot forth, incapacitating the black-clad foes temporarily upon impact. "Everyone rally together. We cannot allow them to succeed," Rong Chunxue urged. The battle had reached a deadlock, despite our valiant resistance. The sheer number of assailants was overwhelming, and their peculiar weapons began to wear us down. Suddenly, one of the men in black capitalized on my moment of inattention, wounding my arm with his weapon. I gasped sharply as blood flowed down my arm. Upon seeing this, Eliza Shah rushed over, positioning herself protectively in front of me, exclaiming, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Don't mind me. Continue the fight." I gritted my teeth in response. At that moment, Qiu Yusin suddenly discerned the weakness in the black-clad attackers. While dodging their strikes, she shouted, "Everyone, pay attention. The joints of their weapons are quite fragile. Attack there." Heeding Qiu Yusin's advice, we promptly adjusted our strategy. I focused on a weapon wielded by one of the assailants and brought my iron rod crashing down upon it. With a sharp crack, his weapon shattered. The man's face contorted in fear, and before he could react, I delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. Through our collective efforts, we gradually subdued the onslaught of the black-clad foes. They began to show signs of panic, some even attempting to flee. "Want to escape?" Not so easily, John Fayer bellowed as he pursued them. After an intense skirmish, we ultimately subdued the entire group of assailants. Exhausted and panting, we collapsed onto the ground. Damn it, those scoundrels! I wiped the sweat from my brow and exhaled deeply. That was exhilarating. It's been far too long since I fought so fiercely. John Fayer lay on the ground, a satisfied smile gracing his face. However, the question lingered. Why they launched a sudden attack here? Eliza Shaw frowned, her expression laden with confusion. Perhaps it is related to the artifact they seek, Rong Chunxue suggested as she stood up, brushing off the dust. They may fear we would thwart their plans. Regardless, we must ensure they do not succeed, I asserted firmly. We need to locate that artifact swiftly and seal it before they do. At that moment, Chiao Yusin noticed a map discarded by the black-clad man on the ground. She picked it up, scrutinizing it closely before exclaiming with excitement, "Everyone, come look! This appears to be a map leading to a mysterious valley." Upon hearing this, we quickly gathered around her. "Is it true? Let me see," John Fayer exclaimed, snatching the map and widening his eyes in astonishment. "Indeed, this is the very place." Rong Chunxue pointed to a mark on the map and said, "According to ancient texts, this valley is the place where the divine artifact is sealed." "Wonderful! Now we have a lead," I exclaimed. "What are we waiting for? Let us set off immediately." "Wait," Yilisha suddenly interjected. "Isn't it too reckless to rush over like this? We still don't know what traps or guardian beasts await us in the valley." She was right. Chiao Yusin nodded in agreement. We must be thoroughly prepared first. We returned to Rong Chunxue's villa to deliberate on our strategy. Everyone eagerly contributed their thoughts and suggestions, creating a lively atmosphere. "I believe we should prepare some special weapons to deal with those guardian beasts," said John Fayer, munching on an apple. "I can concoct some herbs to enhance our stamina and defense," I added. "I can also prepare some talismans. They might prove useful in critical moments," Rong Chunxue remarked. Throughout the discussion, I occasionally glanced at Yilisha. She kept her head down, seemingly deep in thought. I knew that our personal matters remained unresolved. But now was clearly not the time to address them. After much deliberation, we finally devised a plan. Once we had gathered the necessary items, we embarked on our journey to the mysterious valley. The atmosphere was heavy, and everyone fell into a contemplative silence along the way. At last, we arrived at the entrance of the enigmatic valley. A thick fog enveloped the area, obscuring our view within. "This is it," I inhaled deeply and said. "Everyone, be cautious and stay alert," Chiao Yusin advised. We cautiously stepped into the valley, each movement deliberate. Suddenly, a deep roar echoed from ahead, as if some colossal beast was approaching. "Be careful, something is coming," I shouted. A massive creature emerged from the fog, its body covered in black scales, eyes gleaming with a crimson light, and flames erupting from its mouth. "What kind of monster is this?" John Faye gasped in terror. "Regardless of what it is, we must devise a way to confront it," I urged. We immediately took up defensive stances, preparing for the beast's assault. The monster charged at us with a deafening roar, its speed astonishing as it closed the distance in an instant. I quickly raised my iron rod to defend against its attack, but was staggered back by its immense strength. "This creature is too powerful," I shouted. "Everyone, stay calm. Aim for its eyes," Yilisha suddenly yelled. Heeding her advice, we promptly directed our attacks at the creature's eyes. John Fayer leaped, striking fiercely at the beast's eye with his short staff. The monster howled in pain, retreating a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Chiao Yusin, Rong Chunxue, and I joined in the assault. Our combined efforts began to overwhelm the creature, which grew increasingly agitated, spewing flames uncontrollably. "Watch out for the flames," I yelled, pulling Yilisha away from the fiery onslaught. As we engaged in a fierce battle with the monster, I suddenly noticed a peculiar pattern on its body. A thought struck me. Could this be its vulnerability? "Everyone, concentrate your attacks on the pattern," I shouted. Instantly, we directed our efforts towards the strange design on the monster. And after a strenuous endeavor, we finally struck its weak point. The monster let out a desperate roar before collapsing with a thunderous crash. I exhaled deeply, collapsing to the ground, overwhelmed by the realization that we had triumphed over such a terrifying beast. "We did it!" John exclaimed with excitement. Do not let your guard down. Cautioned Chiu. There may be more dangers awaiting us ahead. After a brief respite, we pressed on. Along our journey, we encountered a myriad of traps and mechanisms. Yet, through our wit and courage, we managed to overcome each challenge. Deep within the valley, we discovered a colossal stone platform, upon which rested a box emanating a mysterious glow. Surely, this must be the box that seals the artifact. This is it, I exclaimed with exhilaration. Just as we prepared to approach the box, a group of cloaked figures surged forth from all directions. They had been trailing us, waiting for us to uncover the artifact. Huh, you have indeed found the artifact. Now it belongs to us. The leader of the cloaked figures proclaimed with a triumphant laugh. Not so fast, I shouted defiantly. The artifact shall not fall into your hands. We plunged into another fierce battle with the cloaked figures, the intensity of this confrontation surpassing the last. For we understood that the fate of the artifact and the safety of the world hung in the balance. As the fight wore on, I found myself growing weary, my body sustaining numerous injuries. At a critical moment, when a cloaked figure swung a blade towards me, Eliza Shaw suddenly dashed in, intercepting the blow. Eliza Shaw, I cried in horror, rushing to support her. I'm fine, Eliza Shaw weakly replied. Just ensure the artifact has safety. Seeing her wounded ignited a fierce anger within me. I rose, disregarding my own pain, and rejoined the fray. With my relentless resistance, we managed to once again suppress the onslaught of the cloaked figures. At that moment, Chiu and Rong Chunxue seized the opportunity to rush toward the stone platform, successfully opening the box. A blinding light burst forth from within, revealing the artifact at last. Oh no, they have obtained the artifact, the leader of the cloaked figures exclaimed, his face paling. As the cloaked figures attempted to seize the artifact, it suddenly unleashed a powerful force, sending them all sprawling. The artifact then gracefully floated towards me, coming to a halt before my eyes. What is happening? I pondered, bewildered. Perhaps the artifact recognizes you, Rong Chunxue suggested. At that moment, the artifact emitted a radiant light, merging with my being. Instantly, I felt invigorated and all my pain dissipated. It seems you're the artifact's rightful owner, Eliza Shaw said with a smile. Regardless of the trials we faced, we had succeeded at last. I looked around at my companions, my heart swelling with emotion. Following this battle, we successfully thwarted the nefarious schemes of a mysterious organization, safeguarding the sacred artifact. The secret between Eliza and me, once of utmost significance, has now diminished in importance. For we both recognize that in the face of peril and trials, our unity as a collective is paramount. The trust and support we offer one another are of the utmost essence. Upon returning home, though we were utterly fatigued, our hearts brimmed with joy. After traversing a myriad of adventures, our bond has grown ever deeper. I have come to understand that the future will undoubtedly present us with further challenges. Yet as long as we stand united, nothing can impede our progress. As for the relationship between Eliza and myself, let it unfold gradually with the passage of time. Chapter 62. Peculiar Happenings at the Clinic on a Warm Afternoon. Gentle sunlight streamed through the windows of the South Muqin Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall, lazily casting patterns upon the wooden floor. I, along with Chiu, Rong Chunxue, and John Heir, gathered around a table, where coffee still emitted wisps of steam, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Ah, how delightful this day is! Devoid of strife and free from the disturbances of clandestine organizations. John Heir stretched widely, reclining comfortably against the back of her chair, a piece of cake freshly snatched from the table in hand. As she took a bite, cream smudged the corner of her mouth. Enjoy it while you can. Who knows when another situation might arise? I teased, lifting my coffee cup for a sip, the warm liquid gliding down my throat, bringing a wave of comfort. Chiu shot John a disapproving glance, exclaiming, "Can't you just be quiet for a moment? You disrupted this hard-won peace." Meanwhile, Rong Chunxue smiled contentedly, tending to her various jars of herbs, occasionally lifting a sprig to her nose for a delicate sniff. This afternoon was perfect for herbal studies. As we engaged in idle chatter, the clinic's doors swung open, accompanied by the crisp sound of high heels. We turned to see a tall woman, adorned with oversized sunglasses, striding in. Dressed in a resplendent red gown, the hem danced gracefully with her steps, reminiscent of a blooming rose. "Well, if it isn't Lin Simon," John Fayer exclaimed, springing from her chair, her eyes wide with excitement. "What brings such a star to our humble abode?" Lin Simon smiled as she removed her sunglasses, revealing a familiar, delicate visage from the screen. "You all may enjoy your leisure, but I cannot resist joining the fun." We greeted her with laughter, and I remarked, "Lin, your presence truly elevates our gathering." After exchanging pleasantries, a hint of shyness flickered in her gaze as she turned to me. 13. I actually came to request your assistance. I need you to examine me. Of course, please have a seat. I gestured towards the examination chair, feeling a twinge of curiosity but refraining from probing further. Once Lin Simon settled in, she glanced around at the others, hesitating to speak. I immediately understood her unspoken desire and addressed the rest. "You all may continue with your tasks. I will take care of this." Qiu Yusin, Rong Chunxue, and John, though somewhat curious, turned to leave. Before departing, John couldn't resist teasing, "Lin Damixing, do share any amusing tales with us later." Once they had left, Lin Simon's cheeks flushed crimson. After a moment's hesitation, she softly confessed, 13, I find it difficult to speak about this. I reassured her, rest assured given our bond. Your privacy is of utmost importance to me. Please, feel free to express any concerns. I endeavored to maintain a gentle tone, hoping to ease her tension. Lin Simon took a deep breath. I have developed some nodules in my breasts, and I seek your help for a massage treatment. I've heard traditional Chinese medicine works wonders in such cases, and I prefer not to disclose this to many. I understand. Worry not. This is a common ailment. And traditional Chinese medicine offers numerous effective treatments, I replied, preparing the necessary diagnostic tools. Before commencing the treatment, I inquired about Lin Simon's lifestyle, dietary habits, and family medical history. Gradually, she began to relax and engage in conversation. 13. My work is incredibly demanding. I often stay up late filming and have an irregular diet. I suppose this has led to my current condition. Lin Simon sighed helplessly. Indeed, your profession is arduous. However, one's health is paramount. It is essential to prioritize rest. Regularly consuming fruits and vegetables and maintaining a cheerful disposition will greatly aid in your recovery. I advised her patiently while examining her. I prepared the massage oil and began the treatment, draping a fresh blanket over her to ensure her modesty was preserved. As I gazed at her flawless figure, I couldn't help but swallow hard. She was the most exquisite woman I had encountered, perfectly shaped with curves that defied description. As she gently turned to her side, I placed my hands upon her, feeling her soaring curves eliciting a slight shiver from her body. Relax. If you feel discomfort, do let me know, I whispered. Lin Simon blushed and nodded. I feel a bit nervous. 13. Is my body perfect? Do you like it? I awkwardly cleared my throat, acknowledging my embarrassment. There's no need to be anxious. Think of this as a soothing treatment. In my presence, you are merely a patient, and I assure you, my gaze is respectful. I am still an unblemished young man. I playfully added, do not tempt me. Huh, who would believe that? Surrounded by so many beauties, each a confidant of yours. I see you luxuriating in a realm of softness. Great star, please refrain from such nonsense. They're my dear friends, not as you might imagine. Just relax and allow me to attend to your treatment. I chuckled, attempting to comfort her. My hands moved with a gentle rhythm as I massaged, engaging her in light banter about amusing anecdotes from filming to divert her thoughts. Lin Simon gradually relaxed, occasionally breaking into soft laughter, and the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. At that moment, the door of the medical clinic was abruptly flung open, and John Fayer rushed in, panic-stricken. It's bad. 13. A group of strange individuals has suddenly appeared outside. They don't seem like good people. A jolt of alarm surged through me. What trouble had arisen now? Just as I intended to urge Lin Simon to hide, it was already too late. A throng of figures clad in black had stormed into the clinic, led by the very mastermind of the mysterious organization we had previously encountered. Huh, I never expected to run into you here, the leader sneered, a glint of smugness flickering in his eyes. How'd you find this place? I inquired, my brow furrowed as I eyed them warily. That's none of your concern. Hand over the artifact, or none of you will leave here today. The leader threatened menacingly. At that moment, Qiu Yusin and Rong Chunxue burst in from the back, and upon seeing the black-clad intruders, they immediately assumed combat stances. If you want the artifact, you'll have to ask us first, Qiu Yusin declared, fists clenched and undaunted. Lin Simon, witnessing this scene, turned pale with fear. After hastily donning her clothes, she sought refuge behind me. What is happening? She trembled, her voice quaking. Don't be afraid. We are here, I reassured her, then turned to the assailants. You will never obtain the artifact. Abandon that hope. Seeing my resolve, the black-clad henchmen surged forward. Qiu Yusin, Rong Chunxue, Nanpai, and I swiftly charged to meet them, igniting a fierce battle once more. While I defended against the onslaught of black-clad attackers, I also had to remain vigilant in protecting Lin Simon, who trembled in terror yet strived to maintain her composure. 13. Is there anything I can do to help? Lin Simon asked. Find a safe place to hide and do not come out, I shouted urgently. Just then, an assailant seized the opportunity and swung a blade at me. I narrowly dodged, but still felt the sting of the blade slicing my arm. 13. Qiu Yusin cried out in alarm upon seeing my injury, rushing over to assist me against the attackers. Everyone be cautious. Their assault is fiercer than before. Rong Chunxue called out as she unleashed her formidable skills. Nanpai wielded his short staff, darting amidst the black-clad foes. Come on, you ruffians. Let me show you my prowess today. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Despite our valiant resistance, the sheer number of assailants began to overwhelm us. Suddenly, the leader spotted Lin Simon, and his eyes gleamed with anticipation. I didn't realize there was a celebrity here. Capturing her might force them to surrender the artifact. He commanded several of his men to charge toward Lin Simon. Seeing this unfold, a wave of urgency surged through me, and I dashed forward without a second thought to protect her. Just as the leader was about to seize Lin Simon, I arrived in the nick of time, blocking his attack with a metal rod. Try to touch her, and you'll regret it, I bellowed, fury igniting within me. Then don't blame me for being ruthless, the leader retorted, intensifying his assault. We became entangled in a fierce confrontation, each of us locked in a battle of wills, neither willing to yield. At that moment, I suddenly discerned a flaw in the leader's stance. Without a moment's hesitation, I struck with force, causing the leader to cry out in pain and collapse to the ground. The other cloaked figures, witnessing their leader's injury, fell into disarray. Thus we seized the opportunity to launch our counterattack, ultimately repelling the entire group of assailants. The specter of danger lingers. I sighed deeply, wiping the sweat from my brow. It was a close call. We nearly faced calamity. Qiu Yusin also collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Simon emerged from the shadows, her face still marked by fear, yet predominantly filled with gratitude. Thank you. Had it not been for you, my fate today would have been dire. I am relieved you are unharmed, I responded with a smile. However, it appears this enigmatic organization will not relent easily. We must remain vigilant. Indeed, I wonder what other sinister plots they may devise. Rong Chunxue remarked, her brow furrowed. Let them come. For everyone they send, we shall face them, exclaimed Nanpai, brandishing her baton with fervor. After this tumult, Lin Simon's treatment had to be temporarily set aside. We resolved to fortify the clinic's defenses to prevent any further incursions by the mysterious organization. Henceforth, we prepared to confront their impending assault while simultaneously continuing our research on how best to seal the artifact. Under our persuasion, Lin Simon decided to stay at the clinic for the time being, allowing her body to recuperate while evading the organization's harassment. One quiet evening, the clinic was enveloped in stillness. I sat in the treatment room, gazing contemplatively at the artifact in my hands. What secrets does this artifact conceal? And why does the mysterious organization pursue it so fervently? Suddenly, I heard a faint rustling outside the window, causing me to become alert. Gripping a metal rod, I stealthily approached the window. Through the glass, I glimpsed a shadowy figure lurking around the clinic. My heart raced. Could it be the organization's agents returning? I quietly opened the door, preparing to investigate, when Qiu Yusin unexpectedly appeared behind me. What is wrong? She whispered. I saw a shadow outside. It resembles someone from the mysterious organization, I replied in a hushed tone. I'll go with you to check, Chiu Yusin declared. And together, we stealthily approached the direction of the shadow. As we drew near, the figure suddenly turned and lunged at us. We quickly stepped back, adopting defensive stances. Don't attack. It's me, a familiar voice called out. As we focused our gaze, we were astonished to find it was Eliza Shah, her expression tinged with urgency. Eliza Shah, what brings you here? I inquired, astonished. I received word that the mysterious organization is plotting an even greater conspiracy. They have enlisted a formidable ally, rumored to possess immense dark powers. You must be exceedingly cautious, Eliza Shah urged, her anxiety palpable. What? Such a development exists? I furrowed my brow, a wave of unease washing over me. It seems we must hasten our efforts to seal the artifact, Chiu Yusin suggested. Indeed, we cannot allow the mysterious organization to succeed, I asserted resolutely. We returned to the medical hall and conveyed the news brought by Alicia to everyone. Upon hearing it, a profound shock and concern enveloped the group. This enigmatic organization truly lingers like a persistent specter. It seems we are destined to face a formidable battle ahead. Regardless of the allies they summon, we must not falter, pronounced John Fayer through clenched teeth. We must safeguard the sacred artifact and protect this world, echoed Rong Chunxue. In the ensuing days, we commenced preparations with heightened urgency. Together, Rong Chunxue and I delved into ancient texts, seeking the most effective method to seal the sacred artifact. Chiu Yusin took charge of crafting various defensive and offensive implements, while John Fayer dedicated himself to rigorous training to enhance his combat prowess. Alicia also joined our ranks, leveraging her connections and resources to gather intelligence for our cause. With our assistance, Lin Simon gradually regained her strength. Witnessing our efforts to protect the artifact and the world deeply moved her, prompting her to contribute in whatever way she could. Although I am unskilled in martial arts, I can utilize my influence to draw greater attention to the sinister machinations of this mysterious organization, urging everyone to remain vigilant, Lin Simon earnestly declared. Thank you, Lin Simon, I replied gratefully. With your support, we shall surely expedite our efforts to thwart this enigmatic organization. One day, amidst a rare moment of leisure, Lin Simon led me to the back courtyard of the medical hall. 13. Thank you for your care during this time. Her gaze was gentle, imbued with an unusual sentiment. There is no need for such formality with me. You are our friend, I responded with a smile. But what if I develop feelings for you? Lin Simon tilted her head playfully, her eyes sparkling mischievously. At that moment, sunlight cascaded upon her face, rendering her breathtakingly enchanting. Oh dear, please refrain from causing mischief. I already have enough to ponder with my female companions, I jested. Just then, John Fayer burst through the door, exclaiming, Where have you two been hiding? Come help quickly. There seems to be an issue with the new props Chiu Yusin has created. We exchanged helpless glances and, with a shared smile, hurried back inside. The days ahead promised to be busy and challenging, and our narrative appeared to be evolving towards a more extraordinary direction. Chapter 64. Filming a Hollywood movie, quickly come help. There seems to be an issue with the new props Chiu Yusin has created. John Fayer's booming voice shattered the slightly charged tranquility of the medical hall as courtyard. Lin Simon and I, engrossed in our conversation, exchanged startled glances, sharing a wry smile as we hastened towards the room. Upon entering, we were met with a sight that was quite disheartening. Chiu Yusin wore a troubled expression, staring at a collection of peculiar components strewn across the table. Rong Chunxue stood nearby, her brow furrowed in concentration, occasionally offering suggestion. Finally, you are here, exclaimed Chiu Yusin, her eyes brimming with urgency. Look at this contraption. I crafted this defensive tool based on the ancient texts, yet no matter how I adjust it, something is amiss. Lin Simon and I quickly approached, observing a disc-shaped device adorned with intricate patterns. The indicator lights flickered incessantly, accompanied by a crackling sound, unmistakably signaling a malfunction. John Fay scratched his head, a look of bewilderment adorning his face. This contraption appears rather intricate. I am utterly in the dark. Please, think of a solution. I meticulously scrutinized the disc. the myriad of complex circuits and symbols rendering me dizzy. Do not rush. Please recount the entire process of creation in detail, I suggested while gently reassuring Qiu Yusen. Taking a deep breath, Qiu Yusen began to narrate each step of the production with precision. It turned out that this device was an adaptation of a mysterious pattern from an ancient medical text, reputed to emit formidable protective energy, specifically designed to counteract assaults from a clandestine organization. However, as fate would have it, the energy had failed to manifest, nearly resulting in a short-circuit fire. Lin Simon observed curiously from the side, occasionally interjecting with novel ideas. Could it be that this circuit is reversed? Many high-tech devices and films malfunction due to wiring issues, she remarked, pointing to one of the wires with sparkling eyes. Qiu Yusen's eyes brightened suddenly, as if struck by inspiration. That might indeed hold some merit. I had been so preoccupied with studying the arrangement of the runes that I neglected the wiring connections. With that, she swiftly adjusted the circuitry. After some effort, the disk finally quieted, ceasing its incessant buzzing, and the indicator lights began to flash steadily. We did it, Qiu Yusen exclaimed, leaping with excitement. A collective sigh of relief washed over us, accompanied by smiles of satisfaction. Yet, before we could celebrate, John Fei's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out, his expression shifting slightly upon seeing the caller ID. It's my brother, Johnson Ham. Why is he calling me all of a sudden? As he pressed the answer button, he called out, "Hello, brother. What prompted you to call?" On the other end, Johnson Ham's hearty laughter echoed, "Sister, how goes your study of ancient, mysterious medical arts and the tenets of acupuncture at that traditional Chinese medicine clinic?" John Fei grimaced slightly. "Well, it's pretty challenging to learn, but quite fascinating. By the way, how is Mom doing?" "Mom is well, constantly mentioning you and hoping you'll visit when you have the chance," Johnson Ham replied. "By the way, I recall you have a big star there, Lin Simon, right?" John Fei glanced at Lin Simon. "Yes, she's right here. What's up?" "I've made arrangements with her to invest in a Hollywood film in Yanjing, a romantic script about a cross-cultural love story. Please let her know to prepare," Johnson Ham stated. John Fei paused for a moment, then responded, "Sure, I'll pass that along. Is there anything else?" "Nothing for now. Focus on your medical studies. And remember to share any interesting experiences with the family." "Oh, the old lady asked me to inquire how things are progressing with the little divine doctor from the Southern School of 13. Johnson Ham chuckled, before hanging up. John Fei held his phone, glancing at me shyly, as if hesitating to speak, likely feeling a bit embarrassed to inquire in front of everyone. At last, she turned to Lin Simon and said, "Lin the superstar, my brother asked me to convey that the Hollywood film we previously agreed upon is set to enter the preparatory phase. It's a romantic script centered on a cross-cultural love story." Upon hearing this, Lin Simon's eyes sparkled like light bulbs. "Really? That's wonderful. I was just lamenting the lack of a good script." As she spoke, she reached out to take the phone from John Fei and dialed Johnson Ham's number. "Ham, it's me, Lin Simon. Haha, let me tell you, your script is perfect. Your sister and the famed Southern-style 13 Little Divine Doctors are the ideal prototypes for a cross-cultural romance. Plus, with me and several top-tier heiresses around the Little Divine Doctor, this film is bound to be a sensational hit. The theme of the Little Divine Doctor is incredibly popular in our country right now, especially with the allure of mysterious Huaxia medical techniques and the enigmatic art of Chinese martial arts that audiences adore." Laughter echoed from the other end of the line as Johnson Ham responded, "Haha, Lin the superstar, your idea is quite brilliant. It seems we need to revise the script to incorporate these elements. You and the Little Divine Doctor should discuss it, and if feasible, we'll commence preparations promptly." Lin Simon hung up, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She turned to us and exclaimed, "We have much to occupy ourselves with. If this film is successful, it will not only unveil the conspiracies of the mysterious organization, but also promote our Huaxia culture and medical practices." However, John Fei wore a worried expression. "But we are currently busy dealing with the mysterious organization. How can we find time to shoot a film?" Lin Simon chuckled, patting his shoulder. "Isn't it simple? We can prepare for the film while simultaneously addressing the mysterious organization. Filming might even help us draw them out." I pondered for a moment and found merit in Lin Simon's words, nodding in agreement. "Very well. Let us first discuss the specifics of the film's content and shooting schedule." But we must not neglect our preparations against the mysterious organization. Just as we were engrossed in our animated discussion, a sudden, frantic knocking at the clinic's door interrupted us. Instantly, we became alert. I grabbed a metal rod and cautiously approached the door. "Who is it?" I called out loudly. "It's me, Yilisha. Open the door quickly," came Yilisha's anxious voice from outside. I hurriedly opened the door to find her looking exhausted, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Chapter 65. What has happened? What is wrong? What has happened? I asked urgently. Yilisha, panting heavily, replied, "The assistant of the mysterious organization has appeared. He is gathering his subordinates, preparing to launch a new round of attacks against us. It seems he is aware that we are preparing for the film and may strike at the filming site." We were all taken aback by this revelation. What should we do? Xiao Yusin furrowed her brow and said, "We are not fully prepared yet." Yet Lin Simon suddenly burst into laughter. "Isn't this fortuitous? We can turn the tables on them, setting a trap at the filming site for them to walk right into." I looked at Lin Simon, admiring her courage and wisdom. "All right, let us proceed with this plan, but we must strategize meticulously to ensure everything goes flawlessly." In the following days, everyone was busily occupied. Rong Chunxue spent her days immersed in her herbs, concocting potions to enhance our strength and defenses. Xiao Yusin continued to refine her defensive gadgets while also crafting some concealed weapons capable of striking adversaries. Heir and I intensified our training, sweating profusely each day to enhance our combat prowess. Eliza Shaw leveraged her connections to gather intelligence on the movements of the enigmatic organization, while Lin Simon busied herself coordinating with actors and crew for the film's production. At long last, the day of the shoot arrived. The filming location was an abandoned castle, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere that perfectly matched the film's tone. On the surface, we maintained a facade of normalcy, progressing methodically with the filming. Yet each individual was on high alert, prepared to confront any assaults from the mysterious organization. The first scene involved my portrayal of a young physician treating Lin Simon's character in a clinic. Lin reclined on the examination table, her countenance flushed with shyness, while I solemnly took her pulse, murmuring, "My dear girl, your pulse appears somewhat erratic. It seems you have been overexerting yourself." Lin couldn't suppress her laughter, exclaiming, 13. "Your lines are utterly hilarious, resembling an old scholar." I joined in her mirth, recognizing it as a necessary alignment with my character. Just then, John Fayer burst in, exclaiming, "Director, trouble. There's an issue with the props." It turned out that the fake herbs intended for filming had been mistaken for real ones, nearly resulting in a culinary disaster. A flurry of activity ensued as we scrambled to rectify the situation. As we reached the midpoint of our shoot, an unsettling wind swept through, causing the lighting to flicker ominously. "They're here," I whispered, prompting everyone to assume a combat-ready stance. A cohort of figures clad in black emerged from all directions, led by a mysterious individual cloaked in shadows, radiating an overwhelming aura of darkness. "Surrender the artifact, or face death," the enigmatic figure commanded coldly. I scoffed, retorting, "You think you're worthy of the artifact? Not a chance." With that, John Fayer and I surged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the black-clad assailants. Xiao Yusin and Rong Chunxue provided support from the rear, utilizing props and herbs, while Eliza Shaw darted among the adversaries, seeking opportunities to exploit their vulnerabilities. Despite her lack of martial skills, Lin Simon remained active, wielding a megaphone to direct the crew according to our pre-established plan. "Everyone, stay calm and proceed as planned. Illuminate the lights and raise the music," she shouted. Under Lin Simon's guidance, the scene's lighting suddenly blazed brilliantly, accompanied by rousing music. The black-clad foes, caught off guard by this sudden transformation, faltered momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, we launched our counterattack, employing traps and props to drive the attackers back. Witnessing this, the mysterious figure's expression shifted dramatically. With a sweeping gesture, he unleashed a torrent of formidable dark energy towards us. John Fayer and I quickly braced ourselves, yet we were still forced back several steps by the sheer force of his power. "Everyone, be cautious. His strength is formidable," I shouted. At that moment, I was suddenly reminded of the sacred artifact. Perhaps it could aid us in vanquishing the enigmatic figure. I hastily retrieved the artifact from my bosom, focusing my mind in an attempt to awaken its dormant power. The artifact responded to my summons, emitting a dazzling radiance, infused with formidable energy. I channeled this energy into my being, instantly feeling an enhancement of strength. Come fort. Let us see whether your dark powers prevail, if the might of my artifact is supreme. I roared, charging towards the mysterious figure. Unyielding, the figure brandished his weapon, engaging me in a fierce duel. Our powers clashed with a thunderous roar, sending the surrounding dark-clad individuals sprawling from the force of our confrontation. As the battle escalated to a fever pitch, just as we grappled in a deadlock, John Heir seized the moment to flank the mysterious figure, striking him forcefully on the back with a short stick. The figure let out a howl of pain, stumbling forward. Seizing the opportunity, I unleashed the full power of the artifact, a brilliant beam of light surging forth towards the figure. He attempted to resist, but his efforts were futile against the artifact's overwhelming might. The light struck him, and his form began to dissipate, leaving only a cry of despair in its wake. Upon witnessing their leader's defeat, the remaining dark figures scattered like birds startled from their perch. We had triumphed in repelling the assault of the mysterious organization. I exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground as my companions gathered around me, their faces alight with the joy of victory. Incredible! We truly defeated them, John Heir exclaimed enthusiastically. Lin Simon approached with a smile, attributing our success to our collective effort, remarking that our film had commenced with a spectacular opening. Perhaps it would become a blockbuster. Laughter erupted among us at her words. This battle had fortified our bonds and instilled us with confidence for the future. Although we understood that the mysterious organization would not relent, we knew that unity would render us unstoppable. During subsequent filming, numerous amusing incidents transpired. In one romantic scene, Lin Simon and I strolled through the castle garden when suddenly rain began to pour. We took refuge in a gazebo, the raindrops pattering against the stone path, creating tiny splashes. Lin Simon gazed at me, her eyes filled with tenderness. 13. Do you believe our film can truly succeed? I gently clasped her hand, assuring her, of course, with you by my side, we shall prevail. Just then, John Heir burst forth, exclaiming, Hey, you two, spare us the lovey-dovey moments. The director insists on a retake. The rain was too heavy, drowning out the sound. We exchanged a knowing smile, reluctantly rising to prepare for another take. On another occasion, Rong Chunxue, during a filming break, suddenly produced her newly developed herbal concoction, insisting that everyone should try it, claiming it would invigorate the mind. After tasting it, everyone became overly animated, dancing about the set, much to the director's chagrin as he stomped in frustration. Chapter 66. Turbulence on set. The filming resumed in an orderly manner following a brief encounter with a mysterious organization. As the shooting progressed, various emotional sparks began to intertwine quietly. On this particular day, we were set to film an intense scene between myself and John Heir. In preparation for this moment, we had rehearsed extensively, yet upon arriving on set, a twinge of nervousness lingered. John, do you think we can pull off this scene? I scratched my head, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation. John Heir shot me a glance. Don't falter now. Just treat it like our usual training sessions and relax. Despite her words, I could discern the faint flush creeping up her ears. The director called out from the sidelines, Attention all departments, we are about to begin shooting. This scene was set within a cave, shrouded in an air of mysterious fog. Our characters, while evading enemy pursuit, inadvertently triggered a hidden mechanism within the cave, leaving us trapped inside. As we sought a way out, we gradually lowered our defenses and shared our innermost thoughts. I guided John Heir through the cave when suddenly, my foot slipped. Instinctively, I reached out to grab something nearby, resulting in both of us tumbling to the ground. Our faces were mere inches apart, and I could hear each other's breaths distinctly. Clearing my throat awkwardly, I stammered, Are you all right? John Heir turned her head away, her cheeks flushed. What could possibly happen to me? Get up, you're on top of me. Just then, a strange sound echoed through the cave, resembling the growl of a ferocious beast. We immediately tensed, huddling closely together. What is that sound? John Heir whispered, her voice laced with tension. I clenched my fists. Don't be afraid. No matter what it is, I won't let it harm you. As the sound drew nearer, a colossal mechanical beast surged forth from the darkness. Its cold metallic sheen glimmered ominously, and its eyes glowed a fierce red as it lunged at us. "Watch out," I shouted, pulling John Fayer aside to evade the beast's ferocious attack, which sent gusts of wind with each swipe of its claws. Amidst the fierce struggle, John Fayer and I moved in perfect harmony, gradually uncovering the creature's vulnerabilities. Seizing the moment, I leapt into the air, thrusting my weapon toward the beast's core. With a violent shudder, the mechanical creature collapsed to the ground. Finally dealt with it. I exhaled deeply, turning to face John Fayer. Her face was smeared with sweat and dust, yet her eyes gleamed with determination and exhilaration. "We did it," John Fayer exclaimed, jumping up and landing in my embrace. I was momentarily taken aback, but then gently held her. Just then, the director's voice rang out. "Cut! That was excellent. Everyone take a break and prepare for the next scene." It was only then that John Fayer realized, quickly breaking free from my arms. Her face ablaze with embarrassment. "That was just for the scene." I smiled and nodded. "I know. You performed splendidly." During a break, Lynn Simon approached me, her eyes glimmering with a hint of jealousy. "The scene between you two was truly captivating. It made me a bit envious," she remarked. I forced a smile, attempting to deflect. "It's all for the film, so don't overthink it." Yet Lynn Simon leaned in closer, her voice playful. "I'm not overthinking. I was merely wondering when I might share such a riveting scene with you." With a wink and a slight smile, she conveyed her meaning. Before I could respond, Chiu Yusin joined us, inquiring, "What are you two discussing?" "It sounds lively," Lynn Simon replied with a grin. "We were talking about the romantic scenes in the movie." "Do you think a love scene between me and San would be intriguing?" Chiu Yusin glanced at me, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossing her face. "It would undoubtedly be splendid. You both are the leads, so you're bound to create some remarkable chemistry." At that moment, Rong Chunxue interjected. "Let us not solely focus on the romantic aspects. We should also consider how to vividly portray the traditional Chinese medicine and martial arts in the film." Yilisha chuckled from the side. "I believe everyone is performing wonderfully, especially San, who has brought the character of the little divine doctor to life." As we exchanged thoughts, the director suddenly called out, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. We are about to begin the next scene." The upcoming scene featured Lynn Simon's character confessing her feelings to me. The set was adorned romantically, filled with flowers and candles, while Lynn Simon, clad in a flowing white dress, approached me gracefully. "San, I have liked you for a long time," she declared, her gaze deep and glistening with unshed tears. "From the moment we first met, I was drawn to you, your kindness, bravery, and dedication to medicine have captured my heart." I gazed at Lynn Simon, a tumult of emotions swirling within me. In the scene, I was expected to reciprocate her feelings, yet in reality, my emotions towards her were far more complex. I like you too," I managed to utter, the words heavy on my tongue. A radiant smile blossomed on Lynn Simon's face as she nestled gently against me. Just then, the director called a halt. "Lynn Simon, your emotions aren't quite convincing. Let us do it again." With a resigned sigh, she readjusted her demeanor. This time, her performance was more heartfelt, her affection evident in her eyes. Finally, the director declared, "Cut. That's a wrap on this scene." After filming concluded, Lynn Simon pulled me aside. San, how much of what you said in the scene was genuine?" I looked at her, momentarily at a loss for words. I was truly invested in the emotions of the scene, yet our real-life relationship was fraught with complications. Lynn Simon smiled softly. "It's all right. I have all the time in the world for you to sort your feelings. I believe that one day you will truly fall for me." Upon returning to the resting area, Rong Chunxue approached, handing me a bottle of water. "You seemed quite exhausted during the shoot. Here, have some water." Accepting it gratefully, I replied, "Thank you, you're so considerate." Rong Chunxue blushed slightly. "What else with the formalities between us? By the way, how do you feel about the romantic scene with Lynn Simon?" I scratched my head, unable to articulate my thoughts, feeling a bit uncertain about the situation. "What about you? How do you believe your performance turned out?" Rong Chunxue replied with a smile. "I think it was quite good, but I felt a bit nervous while acting opposite you." At that moment, Chiu Yusin approached us, inquiring, "What are you two discussing? Are you speaking ill of me?" I quickly waved my hands. "How could that be?" We're merely discussing the filming. Chiu Yusin scoffed. I don't believe you. By the way, sure, San, when will you act in a romantic scene with me? We've never had a scene together. I chuckled helplessly. Let's wait for the director's arrangement. Perhaps the next scene will be it. Just as we were enjoying our conversation, suddenly, the lights on set extinguished, plunging the entire studio into darkness. A sinister laughter echoed. Do you think defeating a mysterious organization once grants you eternal peace? Today marks your doom. Instantly, we became alert, adopting fighting stances. I retrieved a sacred artifact from my pocket, ready to counter the impending attack. Everyone, be cautious. It's members of the mysterious organization, I shouted. With the sound of footsteps, a group of cloaked figures rushed forth from the shadows, brandishing weapons and charging at us with ferocity. Do you really think you can defeat us? John Fayer wielded her baton and led the charge. I, along with several others, joined the fray without hesitation. Rong Chunxue, from behind, utilized herbal concoctions as covert weapons against the foes, while Chiu Yusin used her defensive tools to shield us. Li Shasha darted among the adversaries, searching for opportunities to strike their vulnerabilities. Although Lin Simon lacked martial prowess, she fervently cheered us on and directed the crew to locate the light control switch. Amidst the fierce battle, I realized that these cloaked assailants were more formidable than before. Their attacks were sharper, and they seemed to anticipate our moves. Be careful, they have grown stronger, I warned loudly. Just then, one of the attackers seized the moment I was unguarded, swinging a blade towards me. I swiftly sidestepped, but still felt the sting of the blade graze my arm. Sure, San. Lin Simon, seeing my injury, rushed over in a panic, shielding me with her body. Are you out of your mind? Get away, I exclaimed anxiously. Yet Lin Simon resolutely replied, I won't allow them to harm you. In that critical moment, Chiu Yusin hurled a defensive tool, knocking the assailant back. Quick, now's our chance. Let us strike at their weaknesses, I shouted. Everyone immediately grasped my intent, focusing their attacks on the legs of the assailants. With our combined efforts, the attackers began to falter. Just as victory seemed within our grasp, a powerful dark force surged forth from the shadows, sending us all sprawling. A towering figure cloaked in darkness emerged, radiating a more potent dark energy than the previous opponent. Do you truly believe you can defeat me like this? Such naivety, the enigmatic figure declared coldly. I struggled to rise, declaring resolutely, no matter your might, we shall not falter. With that, I focused my mind, endeavoring to awaken the power of the artifact. The artifact sensed my call, emitting a faint glow. Though dim, I could feel its strength gradually reviving. Come forth. Let us see whether your dark powers surpass the might of my artifact. I roared, charging towards the enigmatic figure. The mysterious individual, undeterred, brandished their weapon, engaging me in an even more intense duel. Our powers clashed, producing a deafening sound that sent the surrounding cloaked figures flying, escalating the battle into a fervent climax. Amidst the fierce confrontation, I suddenly discerned that the mysterious figure's strength seemed linked to the arcane mechanism within the cavern. A thought ignited within me, prompting a daring decision. Listen to me. This mysterious figure's power is connected to the mechanism in the cave. If we can find a way to dismantle it, we might just defeat him. I shouted. My companions nodded in agreement. John Fayer, Li Shasha, and Chiu Yusin took on the task of diverting the mysterious figure's attention, while Rong Chunxue and I seized the opportunity to locate the mechanism. After a thorough search, we finally uncovered the control device. I inhaled deeply, focused intently, and infused the control device with the artifact's power. As a burst of light flickered, the mechanism began to shift. The mysterious figure, realizing the device was being tampered with, exclaimed, "You dare disrupt my plans? I shall not let you escape." He charged at us recklessly, but by then, his power had significantly waned. Through our combined efforts, we ultimately triumphed over him. Witnessing their leader's defeat, the cloaked figures scattered like frightened birds, and we successfully repelled the assault of the mysterious organization once more. At last, it is over, I sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground as my companions gathered around me, their faces radiant with victory. Incredible. We've triumphed again, John Fayer exclaimed with excitement. Lin Simon approached and gently tended to my wounds, asking, "How are you? Does it still hurt?" I looked at her, overwhelmed with gratitude, replying, "I am fine. Thank you for saving me earlier." Lin Simon smiled. "What are you being polite for? As long as you're all right." This battle seemed to have transformed our relationships. Lin Simon's feelings for me deepened, and I began to reevaluate my own feelings for her. Simultaneously, my connections with John Heir, Rong Chunxue, Chiu Yusin, and Li Shasha grew increasingly intricate. Chapter 67. The climactic battle of the plot as the film neared its conclusion. The final pivotal scene depicted my daring capture of the enigmatic organization's leader alongside the tenacious policewoman Chiu Yusin. This climax not only represented the zenith of the film, but also mirrored our real-life struggle against the mysterious organization, with each participant wholly immersed. The atmosphere taut as a drawn bowstring. On set, the simulated derelict factory exuded a grim aura, dim lights casting mottled shadows upon the crumbling walls. The cold wind howled as it seeped through the crevices, producing a haunting sound reminiscent of whispers from the depths of darkness. Clad in specially designed combat suits and wielding our weapons, Chiu Yusin and I cautiously advanced through the shadows, each step taken with utmost care to avoid triggering any traps set by the enemy. 13. Do you truly believe that the leader of that mysterious organization will be here? Chiu Yusin lowered her voice, her vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings, her weapon slightly raised, ever ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Though her voice was soft, it resonated with clarity in the stillness of the environment. I tightened my grip on my weapon and nodded slightly. The intelligence we received must be accurate, and this time we would ensure that justice was served. Nonetheless, my heartbeat quickened involuntarily, for this was a formidable confrontation, and the outcome remained uncertain. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed through the vast factory, a sound imbued with a sense of foreboding that sent shivers down my spine. "You truly have the audacity to come here on your own." Chiu Yusin instantly assumed a combat stance and boldly retorted, "Enough with the chatter. Today is your doomsday." Her voice was unwavering and resonant, like the tolling of a great bell, filled with indomitable spirit. No sooner had she spoken than a throng of men in black surged forth from all directions, encircling us. These assailants were evidently well-trained, launching a fierce offensive with striking blows that cut through the air with ferocity. Back to back, Chiu Yusin and I coordinated seamlessly, fending off wave after wave of attacks. I deftly sidestepped a straight punch from one of the assailants, countering with an elbow strike that sent him staggering back. Meanwhile, Chiu Yusin executed a flying kick, landing squarely on another's knee, causing him to collapse to the ground. It seemed today's battle would indeed be fierce. While I deflect their assaults, "We have a fight ahead of us," I remarked to Chiu Yusin, a wry smile gracing my lips. Her lips curled into a confident smile. "What is there to fear? They are no match for us." Her eyes sparkled with resolute determination, as if declaring her defiance to the adversaries. However, it became evident that the mysterious organization had come prepared. The number of attackers escalated, and their assaults intensified. We gradually felt overwhelmed, our bodies bearing the marks of the skirmish. My arm was slashed by one of the assailants, blood oozing and staining my combat suit. Chiu Yusin's cheek was also grazed, yet she persevered with gritted teeth. 13. We cannot continue like this. We must devise a strategy, Chiu Yusin gasped, sweat trickling down her forehead and splattering onto the floor. As I pondered our predicament, my eyes caught sight of a control panel high up in the factory. Perhaps it held the key to controlling the entire facility. "Yusin, look at that control panel above. I'll find a way to reach it." "You cover me," I instructed, pointing toward the panel. Without hesitation, Chiu Yusin nodded. "Go ahead. I'll hold them off." Her voice, though tinged with fatigue, was filled with unwavering trust and support. Taking a deep breath, I focused my energy and charged toward the control panel. As the figures cloaked in black encircled me, I maneuvered skillfully, employing my agile form and the weapon in hand to break through their blockade. I rolled deftly to evade the onslaught of several assailants, quickly rising to sweep my weapon across, forcing them to retreat. Just as I neared the control console, a towering black-clad figure surged forth, brandishing a massive axe aimed directly at me. I swiftly sidestepped, the axe narrowly grazing my shoulder, a gust of wind following its path, leaving me with a lingering sense of dread. Attempting to thwart me would not be so simple. With a fierce roar, I seized the opportunity during his attack to deliver a kick to his chest, sending him sprawling to the ground in a cloud of dust. At last, I reached the control console. I scrutinized the buttons and mechanisms, desperately seeking a way to deactivate the device. Suddenly, the voice of the enigmatic organization's leader echoed ominously. "Do you truly believe this will stop me?" Such navet, as his words lingered in the air. A powerful surge of electricity erupted from the console, knocking me to the ground. I landed heavily, my body tingling, immobilized, and the world around me spun in chaos. 13. Chiao Yusin, witnessing my injury, rushed towards me, heedless of the danger. The black-clad figures seized the moment to launch their assault, cornering her as well. She parried and dodged, but the relentless tide of their attacks began to overwhelm her. Just as we found ourselves in dire straits, a familiar voice rang out, "Stop this at once." We looked up to see Lin Simon, John Heir, Rong Chunxue, and Yilisha leading a contingent of reinforcements. Lin Simon, wielding a megaphone, declared, "You are surrounded. Surrender and lay down your weapons." Her authoritative voice resonated throughout the factory, instilling an undeniable sense of command. The members of the mysterious organization, caught off guard by this unforeseen turn, faltered, creating a momentary rift in their previously tight formation. John Heir, brandishing a short staff, charged forward with determination. "Today marks your end." Her movements were swift, the staff slicing through the air with formidable force, pushing several black-clad foes back. Meanwhile, Rong Chunxue expertly deployed herb-infused projectiles against the enemies, her deft technique ensuring that each strike incapacitated multiple assailants. These projectiles, infused with a special blend of herbs, rendered the adversaries weak and devoid of combat strength upon impact. Yilisha utilized her speed to navigate through the ranks of black-clad figures, striking at their vital points with precision. Her figure akin to a bolt of black lightning, elusive and unpredictable. Although Lin Simon lacked martial prowess, she orchestrated the battle from the sidelines, calmly directing her comrades. "Everyone, maintain your composure. John, flank from the left. Rong, control the range of your projectiles. Yilisha, time your strikes against their leader." Her guidance was as precise as an extension of her own limbs, bringing order to the chaos of battle. Chapter 68. The Bloom of Love with their support. Our situation gradually turned in our favor. I struggled to rise to my feet and rushed towards the control panel once more. This time, I carefully sidestepped the currents, meticulously examining the structure of the console until I finally discovered the method to deactivate the mechanism. I pressed a concealed button hidden in the corner, and with a resounding mechanical roar, the device began to shut down. As the mechanism closed, the expression on the leader of the mysterious organization darkened considerably. "No, this cannot be." His voice brimmed with shock and fury, as if he could scarcely believe that his meticulously crafted plan was being dismantled. I regarded him coldly. "It is all over. You cannot escape." My gaze radiated triumph and disdain towards him. Seeing the tide turn against him, the leader attempted to flee. Chiao Yusin and I immediately pursued him. After an intense chase, we cornered him at last. "You have nowhere to run. Surrender peacefully." I raised my weapon, aiming it at him, my eyes unwavering, as if declaring his fate. The leader of the mysterious organization glared at us furiously. "Do you think this means you have one? I will not let you off so easily." With that, he suddenly produced a remote control and pressed the button. "This is bad. He intends to detonate this place." Chiao Yusin shouted, her face displaying a look of terror. In that critical moment, John Heir rushed forward, knocking the remote from the leader's grasp. "Trying to escape will not be so easy." Her voice was filled with anger and determination. Subsequently, everyone surged forward, subduing the leader of the mysterious organization. He struggled and cursed, but his resistance seemed utterly futile against the collective strength of the group. It is all over now." I let out a long breath, collapsing to the ground, feeling as though all my strength had been drained away. The others gathered around me, their faces glowing with the joy of victory. "Remarkable. We have finally succeeded," John Heir exclaimed excitedly, her face smeared with sweat and dust, yet her smile shone brightly. Lin Simon approached me, gently wiping the dirt from my face, her touch tender as if handling a precious artifact. "Are you all right?" Her eyes were filled with concern and worry. I looked at her, my heart swelling with emotion. "I am fine, thanks to your timely arrival." I grasped her hand, savoring the warmth of her palm. Rong Chunxue handed me a vial of herbal elixir. Drink this. It will expedite your recovery. Her voice was soft and kind, akin to the warm sun of spring. I accepted the potion and downed it in one gulp, instantly feeling a significant alleviation of my pain. Thank you. You truly are thoughtful. I gazed at her with gratitude, my heart brimming with appreciation. Yusin approached as well, patting my shoulder. 13. We coordinated quite well this time. A hint of pride adorned her smile, as if she took delight in our harmonious collaboration. I nodded with a smile. Indeed, if there are similar missions in the future, I shall seek you as my partner. We exchanged smiles, as if in that moment, all fatigue and pain dissipated into thin air. Eliza Shaw chuckled nearby, remarking, "It seems our film is bound to be a tremendous success. Such a captivating plot is sure to delight the audience." Her laughter rang clear and melodious, infusing the victorious atmosphere with joy. Upon hearing her words, everyone erupted into hearty laughter. After this intense battle, the bonds between us deepened significantly, particularly with Lynn Simon. Her gaze toward me brimmed with affection, and I, no longer hesitant, gently took her hand. "Lynn Simon, I have long harbored feelings for you. Yet I never dared to admit it." I looked into her eyes, speaking earnestly, my love surging forth like a flooded river, impossible to contain. A blissful smile graced Lynn Simon's face. I knew it. I always believed you would eventually voice your feelings. Her smile bloomed like flowers in spring, beautiful and enchanting. John Fire jested from the side. "Oh, you two have finally reached your happy conclusion. Don't forget to invite us for some wedding candies." Her playful banter provoked another round of laughter, enveloping the entire filming set in a warm and joyful ambience. Afterward, we gathered together, basking in the joy of our triumph. Leaning against my shoulder, Lynn Simon softly proposed, "Once filming is complete, let us embark on a journey together, just the two of us." Her voice was gentle and sweet, as if painting a beautiful picture. I nodded with a smile. "Absolutely. Let us choose a place meant only for us." I envisioned strolling along the seashore with her, feeling the caress of the sea breeze, my heart brimming with anticipation. Yusin, overhearing, playfully interjected, Hey, you too. Don't flaunt your affection here. Consider the feelings of us single folks." Her words ignited a chorus of laughter. Rong Chunxue chimed in with a grin. "Perhaps by then, we will all find our own happiness." Her eyes sparkled with longing and hope, as if envisioning a future filled with beautiful dreams. Eliza Shaw joined in the jest. "Indeed, I am beginning to anticipate my next romantic adventure. Perhaps I will encounter my destined partner." Her smile carried a hint of playfulness and expectation. Everyone engaged in cheerful banter, laughter echoing throughout the filming set. In this atmosphere brimming with joy and warmth, we completed the final shots of the film. Following the conclusion of the shoot, the staff prepared a lavish celebratory feast for us. At the banquet, we raised our glasses in celebration, reminiscing about the myriad moments during filming, the arduous times, the comical instances, the touching scenes, all becoming cherished memories. "Here's to our film, to our friendship, cheers," I proclaimed, lifting my glass high. "Cheers!" Everyone echoed in unison, the sound of clinking glasses ringing clear and melodious, as if heralding a triumphant anthem for our efforts and dedication. This film shoot was not merely an artistic endeavor, but also a microcosm of our emotional journey, for in real life, we continue to face numerous emotional dilemmas, marking an unforgettable chapter in our lives. Chapter 69. The global premiere in Hollywood. We gathered together for the global premiere of The Little Divine Doctor and the Beautiful Confidant. Hosted by the esteemed investor Johnson Hamm, the brother of John Fayer, known for his significant contributions to the Hollywood Consortium. He had invited the world's foremost star singers to grace the occasion. "Oh my, this is Hollywood," exclaimed Eliza Shaw, her eyes wide with wonder, sparkling with excitement, as if the very air was infused with starlight. Standing on the bustling streets of Hollywood, surrounded by throngs of people and opulent buildings, we were enveloped in an atmosphere rich with the essence of celebrity. Yusin playfully remarked, "Indeed. Who knows, we might just bump into a superstar." As she spoke, her curiosity piqued. She surveyed the passers-by with an eagerness that resembled a treasure hunt for familiar faces. Lynn Simon clung to my arm, her face aglow with happiness as she softly said, I feel so fortunate to attend such a grand premiere with you." Her voice was gentle, filled with sweetness, akin to a soft spring breeze that carries the fragrance of blossoms, caressing my heart. I tenderly squeezed her hand, responding with warmth, "With you by my side, I am the happiest." Just then, John Fayer rushed over, calling out, "Hurry, hurry. My brother is already urging us. The premiere is about to begin." Dressed in a resplendent evening gown, her hair elegantly styled, her lively demeanor contrasted sharply with her graceful appearance. A vision of a swan transformed into an exuberant rabbit. Frolicking through the crowd, we quickened our pace toward the venue. Along the way, an array of promotional posters and billboards caught our eyes, all showcasing the little divine doctor and the beautiful confidant, featuring vibrant stills from our film. "I never anticipated our movie would garner such attention," Rong Chunxue remarked, a hint of disbelief in her voice. "This journey has truly been arduous." Indeed, I shared her sentiments, though every effort had been worthwhile. Upon entering the premiere venue, we were met with a sea of people. The flash of cameras illuminated the scene, as reporters aimed their lenses at the stage, creating an atmosphere brimming with excitement. The stage was adorned splendidly, a colossal screen displaying captivating snippets from the film that transported my thoughts back to our days of filming. "Welcome to the global premiere of The Little Divine Doctor and the Beautiful Confidant." A booming voice resonated as Johnson Ham stepped onto the stage, clad in a sharply tailored suit, his confident smile seemingly proclaiming the film's success to the world. This cinematic endeavor encapsulated the dedication of numerous talented filmmakers, and I firmly believed it would become a classic. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, a wave of sound that surged forth, relentless and jubilant. Subsequently, Johnson Ham began to introduce the esteemed guests in attendance, each name he uttered eliciting a chorus of gasps and cheers from the crowd. Next, let us welcome our protagonists to the stage. We ascend the platform in succession, waving to the audience and media below. At this moment, I noticed numerous illustrious Hollywood stars and renowned singers seated in the audience, causing a flutter of nerves within me, my palms damp with sweat. Today, we have also invited a few special guests who will grace us with their captivating performances. With a mysterious smile, Johnson Ham resembles a child on the verge of unveiling a secret gift. And first up, let us welcome the globally celebrated singer, Taylor Swift. As a jubilant melody fills the air, Taylor Swift strides onto the stage, adorned in a dazzling outfit. The instant she begins to sing, her enchanting voice captivates the entire venue, drawing the audience into a rapturous applause and cheers that echo throughout the hall. "How astonishing!" Chio Yusin exclaims, her voice trembling with excitement. "I can hardly believe I am hearing Taylor Swift perform live. Indeed, it feels like a dream." Yilisha echoes her enthusiasm, her eyes glued to Taylor as if magnetically drawn. Following Taylor's performance, several other top-tier singers take the stage, each act a splendid spectacle. Some artists deliver soaring vocals that reverberate through the venue, as if their voices could pierce the very roof. Others convey poignant emotions that ensnare the heart, immersing the audience in a whirlwind of feelings, each performance elevating the atmosphere to new heights. Next, a special segment is announced. Johnson Ham declares with an expectant smile, "The theme song of our film, No Regrets in This Life, will be performed by the film's leads, our very own Nanpai Shisan, Lynn Simon, and John Fayer." Upon hearing this news, I feel a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. Lynn Simon tightly grasps my hand, urging me, "Don't be nervous, we can do this." Her eyes brim with trust and encouragement akin to the warm sun in winter. John Fayer, brimming with confidence, asserts, "What is there to fear? We are the stars of the film. It will be just fine." She gives my shoulder a hearty pat, reminiscent of a gallant hero, nearly causing me to stumble. We step onto the stage, taking our positions as the music begins to swell. I take a deep breath and start to sing. The fleeting moments of the past have rushed by. Only the hopes of yesteryear remain. I still recall your heartfelt words, urging me to be strong throughout this life. My voice resonates within the auditorium. Initially tinged with nervousness, I gradually lose myself in the song's essence. It feels as though I am transported back to those days of striving for dreams, through the storms faced alongside my companions. Lynn Simon continues with the lyrics, "Forgive my naivety from the past, which often brought you sorrow and tears. When shall I return to gently caress your face? To see your innocent smile once more? Her voice flows softly like a babbling brook, enchanting and mesmerizing. The audience listens in rapt silence, deeply captivated by her melody, as if the entire world has hushed, leaving only this exquisite tune behind. Heir joined in, her voice ringing clear and strong. Regardless of the countless setbacks and adversities one may endure, it is essential to reclaim the resolve of that very day. Striving to cast aside the gloom within, unwilling to witness your heart shatter, and praying for a life devoid of regrets shared with you. The harmonious blend of our three voices elevated the atmosphere to its zenith. The thunderous applause and cheers from the audience were deafening, as everyone was profoundly moved by this heartfelt song. Some spectators had tears glistening in their eyes, while others hummed along gently to the rhythm, enveloping the venue in a warm and fervent ambience. After the press conference concluded, during a brief intermission, I spotted Johnson Ham nearby and approached him to express my gratitude. Johnson, I truly cannot thank you enough. Without your support, this film would not have achieved such an impressive turnout, I sincerely remarked. Johnson smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not mention it. Your efforts and talents are what truly matter. I merely fulfill my role. By the way, how is my sister doing with her studies in ancient medicine and the 10 essential acupuncture techniques? Is she still pursuing you? Our family matriarch wishes to betroth her to you." I chuckled. Heir is exceptionally clever and learns swiftly, although she can be a bit impatient at times. Her progress is remarkable. Just the other day, during a break in filming, she insisted on practicing acupuncture on Eliza Shaw, claiming she wanted to try out her newly acquired techniques, which startled Eliza Shaw considerably. As for matters of the heart, she had confessed her feelings to me, but I already have a girlfriend, so we remain very close friends and family. Johnson burst into laughter that is just her way, brimming with enthusiasm, though sometimes her impulsiveness can be quite exasperating. However, I have faith that under your guidance, she will surely excel. After all, matters of the heart have always been perplexing. Let them unfold naturally. At that moment, Lynn Simon approached, smiling as she addressed Johnson. Heir is such a delight. We all adore her. She often shares amusing anecdotes about your childhood with us. Johnson, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, what has she told you?" Lynn Simon mischievously winked. "She mentioned that you were terribly afraid of the dark as a child and had to sleep with all the lights on." Johnson shook his head in resignation. That girl, always revealing everything. Those are mere childhood tales. We three exchanged knowing smiles, the atmosphere remarkably harmonious. Subsequently, we hurried to the film's premiere site. The decorations exuded a fantastical aura, with enormous posters and embellishments making one feel as though they had stepped into the world of the movie. "Wow, this is truly spectacular," Eliza Shaw exclaimed, darting around the venue, touching this and examining that, like an inquisitive child, momentarily exploring the massive film props before closely scrutinizing the posters. "Indeed, it is even more magnificent than I had imagined," Chio Yusin marveled, her eyes filled with astonishment as she continuously snapped photographs. Lynn Simon leaned against my shoulder, gently stating, "I sincerely hope we can share many more moments like this in the future." With a smile, I embraced her, saying, "Of course. We shall create even more splendid moments together." While waiting for the film to commence, we engaged in delightful conversations with the other guests. Some prominent Hollywood stars approached us, offering their compliments regarding our film. "Your performances were truly remarkable. I can hardly wait to see the movie," remarked a renowned actor with a grin. "Thank you. I hope you enjoy it," I responded, somewhat taken aback. At that moment, John Field chimed in, "If the movie becomes a hit, you all must join us for a celebration." Her words elicited a wave of laughter from the crowd. Finally, the film began, and, as the visuals unfolded on the screen, the audience became entranced by the storyline. Gasps of astonishment erupted during the thrilling fight scenes, while some quietly wiped away tears during the poignant emotional moments. I never imagined seeing my own performance on the big screen would feel like this. "It's quite peculiar," whispered Chio Yusin, her eyes glued to the screen, fearful of missing a single frame. "Indeed, it feels as though we are watching someone else's story, yet it also reflects our own experiences," Rong Chunxue remarked with a sense of nostalgia. As the film concluded, thunderous applause filled the auditorium, and the audience rose to congratulate us. "This film is extraordinary. I haven't seen such a captivating movie in ages," one viewer exclaimed excitedly. Thank you all for your support. This is a testament to our collective effort. I expressed on behalf of the team, conveying our gratitude to the audience. After exiting the cinema, we proceeded to a luxurious restaurant in Hollywood to celebrate. The dining table was adorned with delectable dishes and fine wines, and laughter resonated, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Let us raise a toast to the success of our film. Johnson Ham declared loudly, lifting his glass. Cheers! Everyone responded in unison, the sound of clinking glasses ringing melodiously, as if heralding a tribute to our hard work and dedication. Today has been utterly delightful. It feels like a dream, Eliza Shaw said contentedly, savoring a piece of cake, her words slightly muffled. Indeed, but this is no dream. It is our tangible achievement, Lynn Simon replied with a smile, her face radiating happiness and pride. Suddenly, Chiu Yusin playfully interjected, 13. When will you and Simon treat us to wedding sweets? Her words sparked a wave of laughter. I felt a bit bashful and scratched my head, while Lynn Simon blushed and gently swatted Chiu Yusin, saying, you always joke about us. John Field joined in the merriment, exactly, but don't keep us waiting too long. Everyone, stop teasing. It was merely a plot device, I attempted to explain, but my voice was quickly drowned out by their laughter. Amidst the joyous banter, this enchanting evening became even more unforgettable. As we relished the sumptuous feast, we shared amusing anecdotes from the filming process, and the hardships and fatigue of the past transformed into the bliss and contentment of the present. Do you remember when we filmed that fight scene and 13 accidentally fell? The expression on his face was simply hilarious. Chiu Yusin reminisced with a smile, laughing so heartily that tears nearly brimmed in her eyes. Oh dear, don't even mention it. That was truly embarrassing. I couldn't help but chuckle as I recalled the scene, finding it amusing myself. Rong Chunxue chimed in with a laugh. And how about that time during our outdoor shoot when it suddenly poured? We all ended up drenched like drowned rats. John Heir was there, excitedly shouting that it was a free natural shower. However, it was precisely these experiences that rendered our film more authentic and meaningful. Lynn Simon remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Johnson, listening to our tales, couldn't suppress his laughter, commenting that it sounded as though your filming process was filled with joy and challenges, surely destined to become some of your most cherished memories. As we savored delicious food, we continued to share snippets of our filming adventures until late into the night, each of us departing with hearts full of happiness and memories, eagerly anticipating more splendid moments in the future. Chapter 71. The glory of returning home after the global press conference in Hollywood. We hurried back to Yenjing the following day to commence our domestic release event, aiming for a synchronized global premiere. Haha, we're finally back in Yenjing, exclaimed Yilisha as she stepped off the plane, taking a deep breath and stretching luxuriously. Her face radiated excitement and satisfaction, while Hollywood was splendid. Nothing felt as comfortable as our own territory. As she spoke, she bounced forward like a joyful fawn, her steps light enough to seem as if she might take flight. Chiu Yusin followed behind, playfully teasing, you were just so thrilled in Hollywood, and now you're praising Yenjing. Truly a little contradiction. Lynn Simon linked her arm with mine and gently said, no matter where we are, as long as we are together, it feels particularly reassuring. Her voice was soft, like a gentle spring breeze carrying the faint scent of flowers, tenderly caressing my heart and warming my spirit. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, our Hollywood journey had been remarkable, but the upcoming domestic release and premiere would be the main event. Just as I was speaking, John Heir came rushing over, phone in hand, shouting as she ran, everyone, come quick. The internet is ablaze. The news about our Hollywood press conference and film premiere has reached home, and our fans can't wait. We gathered around to see social media buzzing with discussions about the little divine doctor, the beauty's confidant, with fans eagerly expressing their anticipation for the film's domestic release, alongside numerous shares of our photos and videos from Hollywood. Those images captured our exhilarating moments at the press conference, as well as joyful group pictures from the premiere, each one a testament to our unforgettable experiences. Wow, the excitement is overwhelming, Rong Chunxue exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment, clearly seeing the immense anticipation surrounding our film. Of course, our movie is so spectacular, it will surely spark a viewing frenzy at home, Chiu Yusin declared confidently, puffing out her chest, her demeanor suggesting she had already envisioned the film's tremendous success. Upon our return to Yanjing, we promptly began preparations for the domestic press conference. The venue was adorned in a splendid manner, infused with elements of traditional Chinese culture, resonating with the portrayal of traditional Chinese medicine in the film. Enormous posters prominently featured stills from our movie, captivating the attention of passers-by. In the poster, I donned an ancient traditional medical garment, my gaze resolute. Lynn Simon, in her elegant costume, radiated warmth and charm, while the others showcased their unique characteristics, as if capturing the film's most exhilarating moments. On the day of the press conference, the venue was teeming with people. Media reporters had set up their cameras early, while fans held various support banners, their enthusiasm palpable. The banners bore our names, accompanied by affectionate messages such as "Sure San, we will always support you," and "Lynn Simon, you are the most beautiful." Witnessing these heartfelt expressions filled my heart with profound emotion. Welcome everyone to the domestic press conference of the Little Divine Doctor and his beautiful confidant. The host's voice brimmed with fervor. Following its global premiere in Hollywood, this film had garnered worldwide attention, and today it was set to meet domestic audiences for the first time. The audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, the sound reverberating as if it could lift the roof. Johnson Ham, as an investor, also graced the domestic press conference. He stepped onto the stage, smiling as he declared, "I am honored to be part of this film's investment. Its success in Hollywood is merely the beginning, and I believe it will achieve even greater heights in China." Subsequently, we, the lead actors, took turns ascending the stage. As we made our entrance, the fans below erupted into ecstatic screams, igniting the atmosphere instantly. "Sure San, I adored your performance in the film," one fan shouted, his voice slightly hoarse with excitement. I smiled and waved in gratitude, responding, "Thank you for your support. I hope everyone enjoys the film. Lynn Simon, you and Sure San were so sweet in the movie. When will you two share some love in real life?" Another fan playfully inquired, winking cheekily. Lynn Simon blushed, smiling shyly, while I scratched my head, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, John Fayer jumped in, laughing. "Don't put them on the spot. Perhaps one day they will surprise you." Her words elicited a wave of laughter from the audience, everyone in stitches. As the press conference progressed to the performance segment, we once again sang the film's theme song, "No Regrets in This Life." As the familiar melody resonated, the audience gently hummed along, creating a warm and vibrant atmosphere. The passage of time seemed to dissolve as our voices echoed through the venue, transporting everyone into the world of the film, experiencing its joys and sorrows. While Lynn Simon sang, I stole a glance at her. Her focused expression and sweet voice captivated me, and in that moment, it felt as though we were the only two people in the world. When the performance concluded, the audience erupted in a thunderous applause that lingered for an extended period, warming our hearts and affirming that all our efforts had been worthwhile. After the press conference concluded, the domestic premiere followed closely behind. The venue was packed to capacity, with eager anticipation palpable in the air as everyone awaited the film's commencement. "I'm so nervous. I wonder how the audience will perceive our film," Qiu Yusin whispered, striving to maintain her composure. Yet her anxiousness was evident in her eyes and the way she nervously clutched the hem of her garment. Lynn Simon grasped her hand reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry. We have done our utmost. I am confident the audience will appreciate it." She gently patted Qiu Yusin's shoulder as she spoke. As the film began to play, the audience became wholly absorbed in its narrative. Laughter erupted throughout the theater during the comedic scenes, while tense action sequences left everyone breathless. When the emotional moments unfolded, many spectators discreetly wiped away tears. "Wow, this film is absolutely captivating," exclaimed one audience member, their voice brimming with delight. "Indeed, the plot is tightly woven. The performances are stellar, and the blend of thrilling action with romantic elements is immensely satisfying." Another viewer chimed in, giving a thumbs up in agreement. Upon the film's conclusion, resounding applause and cheers filled the auditorium as the audience stood to express their congratulations and admiration. "You were phenomenal. This film is destined to become a classic," a seasoned film critic exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "Thank you all for your support. This is the result of our entire team's collective effort," I responded, filled with gratitude and pride. With the film's release in the domestic market, its popularity soared. Screening schedules at major cinemas multiplied, yet demand continued to exceed supply. Discussions about the film proliferated on social media, with various topics and trending searches emerging continuously. Our film's box office has surpassed 100 million, John Fay exclaimed, jubilantly running while holding his phone, his face radiating joy akin to a child who has just received a candy. So soon? It seems we have truly succeeded. Alicia leaped in excitement, embracing Rong Chunxue beside her, and the two began to dance with elation. Meanwhile, the success of the film has sent shockwaves through both Hollywood and the domestic entertainment industry. Numerous international media outlets reported on the film, praising its fusion of traditional Chinese culture with an engaging storyline, which has injected new vitality into the global film market. I never anticipated our film would create such a sensation worldwide, Rong Chunxue remarked, her face aglow with pride. A smile that seemed to declare to the world that this is our shared triumph. This is the allure of Chinese culture, Lin Simon added with a smile, noting how the film has enabled a greater understanding of traditional Chinese medicine and culture. As the box office figures continued to rise, our schedules grew increasingly hectic. We were inundated with interviews and event invitations, tirelessly traversing various venues to share behind-the-scenes stories and insights from the film's production. 13. I heard that you encountered numerous difficulties during the filming process. Could you share your experiences with us? A reporter inquired, extending her recording pen. I smiled and replied, indeed. The filming journey was fraught with challenges. For instance, during an outdoor shoot, a sudden downpour threatened to damage all our equipment. Yet we persevered. Everyone came together, safeguarding the gear, and once the rain ceased, we resumed filming. We were all drenched to the skin, yet not a single soul complained. As I recounted this, a smile crept upon my face, recalling the chaotic yet united scene, filling my heart with warmth. During the emotional scenes, did you feel awkward with Lin Simon? Another reporter mischievously asked, a gossiping grin adorning her face. Lin Simon and I exchanged glances, our faces flushing. At that moment, Chiu Yusin interjected, at first. They were indeed a bit reserved, but they soon became more natural. Those emotional scenes were absolutely delightful. Her words elicited a wave of laughter, while Lin Simon and I exchanged awkward smiles, unsure of how to respond. Amidst our bustling promotional activities, we also took moments to unwind. One day, we visited a traditional tea house, seeking to relish a rare moment of leisure. Wow, the ambience here is so delightful. As soon as Yilisha stepped into the tea house, she was captivated by the antique decor. Curiously, she examined everything around her, occasionally touching the teapots and admiring the calligraphy on the walls. Her mouth filled with gasps of wonder. We gathered around a table, where the server presented us with fragrant tea. Here, savor this authentic Chinese tea. I lifted my cup and took a gentle sip, allowing the aroma to unfold in my mouth. The rich flavor was utterly intoxicating. This is exquisite. John Fay imitated my actions, savoring a sip, exclaiming that such authentic tea was rare in Hollywood. As we sipped tea, we engaged in light-hearted conversations, sharing amusing anecdotes from our recent lives. What should we do to celebrate if the film's box office surpasses 500 million? Chiu Yusin suddenly asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Why? We must indulge in a grand feast. Yilisha promptly responded, I want to sample all the delicious dishes. Roast duck, hot pot, soup dumplings, I want to try them all. She counted on her fingers, her eager demeanor eliciting peals of laughter from everyone. Besides dining, we could embark on a journey together, perhaps to a picturesque destination to unwind. Lin Simon proposed, her eyes brimming with dreams. That's a splendid idea. I nodded in agreement. Once this busy period concludes, we shall find a time to travel, to witness the sunrise and sunset by the seaside, and to breathe in the fresh air of the mountains. The thought alone is delightful. Just as we were relishing our leisurely moments, my phone suddenly buzzed with a message. The film's box office had officially surpassed 500 million, claiming the top spot on the global box office chart for the day. Fantastic! We all leaped in excitement, our jubilant cheers drawing the curious gazes of other patrons in the tea house. It seems our celebration plans have been advanced. Johnson Ham exclaimed with a smile tonight. I shall treat everyone to a grand feast to celebrate our film's tremendous success. In the evening, we arrived at an opulent restaurant, where the table was adorned with a plethora of exquisite delicacies. Glasses were raised in jubilant celebration, and laughter resonated throughout the establishment. "Let us toast to our film's success and our cherished friendship," I proclaimed, lifting my glass, my voice brimming with joy and pride. "Cheers!" The chorus of voices responded, the sound of clinking glasses ringing sweetly, as if heralding a triumphant anthem for us. "Today is truly delightful," exclaimed Eliza, savoring the sumptuous fare. "I feel as though I am in a dream." "This is no dream. It is the tangible fruit of our labor," Lin Simon replied, beaming with happiness and pride. "By the way, what are our plans moving forward?" Rong Chunxue inquired, her eyes gleaming with anticipation for the future. "I believe we could create a sequel," Nanpai said excitedly. "Given the success of this film, a sequel is bound to be well received. We can continue to narrate the adventures of the young healer, introducing new characters and plots. That is a splendid idea, yet we must carefully contemplate the storyline to ensure we do not disappoint our audience," I remarked seriously, as various potential plots began to form in my mind. With lively discussion, everyone contributed their thoughts on future plans, and the air was filled with laughter and hopeful anticipation. On that night, we reveled in the joy of our success, eagerly awaiting the next thrilling chapter. In the days that followed, the film's popularity remained unabated, and we continued our efforts in promoting it. Each time we witnessed the audience's affection and support for the film, we felt an overwhelming sense of gratification and pride. This film is not merely the culmination of our hard work. It is a bridge connecting Chinese culture with the world, allowing more individuals to understand and embrace it. In the process, we have also gained growth, friendship, and love, all of which will become the most cherished treasures of our lives. Once, after a promotional event concluded, we strolled together in the park, the golden glow of the setting sun casting a warm light upon us. Lin Simon walked beside me, gently grasping my hand as we ambled along the lakeside, savoring this tranquil and beautiful moment. "Thank you, Shisan," Lin Simon suddenly said, her voice soft yet remarkably clear in the serene atmosphere. "For what?" I asked, a hint of confusion in my gaze. "Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be part of this film, and for your unwavering companionship and support," Lin Simon expressed, her face adorned with a radiant smile. "Experiencing this with you is the most precious memory of my life." I tightened my grip on her hand and replied with a smile, "I must thank you too, Simon. Your presence has made my life all the more vibrant, and together we shall create many more beautiful memories." At that moment, Eliza, who had been ahead of us, suddenly shouted, "You two, stop your secret sweetness back there and come see how beautiful the flowers are blooming here." We joyfully ran over, reveling in the beauty of the flowers alongside everyone else. In this splendid moment, our laughter reverberated through the park, as if narrating our joy and happiness. Chapter 73. Commencing the second phase of the planned time, like a fleeting horse, has swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, the little divine doctor and his beautiful confidant has been released globally for half a month. Throughout this fortnight, the film's popularity has not only remained undiminished, but has surged even higher, with cinemas consistently packed, making tickets a rare commodity. On social media, discussions surrounding the movie continue to dominate trending lists, with various captivating clips and behind-the-scenes glimpses fervently shared and debated by netizens. Come quickly. Our film is still reigning at the top of the global box office, having surpassed the remarkable milestone of $5 billion. Nanpai exclaimed, waving his phone with exuberance, bouncing around the room like a jubilant little bird, his elation seemingly ready to burst through the ceiling. "Really? Let me see." Alicia snatched Nanpai's phone, her eyes wide with astonishment and her face illuminated with delight. "Wow, this is simply incredible. We have achieved such magnificent success." Her voice was sharp and thrilled, echoing throughout the room. Chiu Yusin leaned in as well, gazing at the box office figures on the phone screen, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Thinking back to when we first started filming, we faced so many hurdles. Who would have thought we could achieve such greatness now? Everything has been worth it." She shook her head in disbelief, her face a canvas of emotion. Lin Simon linked her arm with mine and gently remarked, "This is the result of our collective efforts. Each individual has played an indispensable role." Her voice was soft, her gaze filled with pride and contentment, akin to the warmest ray of sunshine on a spring day. I smiled and nodded, a surge of warmth blossoming in my heart. Indeed, without the unity of everyone, this film's success would not have been possible. We truly ought to celebrate. At that moment, Johnson Ham's call came through. Upon answering, I was met with his excited voice. 13, this is fantastic. Our film has achieved such remarkable success. It is a point of pride for all of us. Tonight, I have organized a celebratory banquet, and everyone must come to properly commemorate our achievement. Absolutely, we will be there on time, I replied with a smile. After hanging up, I relayed Johnson Ham's invitation to everyone. The atmosphere was electric with excitement as everyone began preparing for the evening's festivities. That night, we arrived at a luxurious hotel where the banquet venue was exquisitely adorned, with dazzling lights and an abundance of flowers. As we entered the banquet hall, a wave of enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted. Johnson Ham approached us, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, his face beaming with a radiant smile. Welcome, everyone. Today we gather to celebrate the tremendous success of the little divine doctor and his beautiful confidant. Johnson Ham proclaimed loudly. This film has not only achieved astonishing box office figures, but more importantly, it has allowed audiences worldwide to experience the allure of Chinese culture. None of this would have been possible without the hard work and dedication of each one of you. Let us raise our glasses in celebration. Cheers! With a harmonious chorus of voices, everyone raised their glasses in unison to celebrate this hard-won victory. The clinking of glasses produced a melodious sound, akin to the resounding notes of a triumphant symphony. As the evening progressed and the wine flowed, the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. Johnson Ham stood up, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, "In this splendid moment, I wish to share a decision with you all. After much contemplation and preparation, I have resolved to initiate our second film project." He continued, "In collaboration with my sister, John Phil, we have opted for a shareholding investment model, allowing you, the principal actors, to become stakeholders as well. Unlike before, where I solely shouldered the financial burden, I aspire for us to cultivate our careers and wealth together." Upon hearing this news, excitement rippled through the crowd as whispers of joy erupted. "This is truly splendid. I'm a stakeholder too," exclaimed Eliza Shaw, momentarily forgetting her status as a grand princess of a foreign realm. Johnson Ham smiled and elaborated, "The title of this film is The Love of a Special Forces Medic." A hush fell over the banquet hall as the title resonated in their minds. After a brief pause, Lynn Simon and Eliza Shaw turned to me in unison, exclaiming, 13, isn't this tailor-made for you?" Taken aback, I scratched my head and chuckled. The title does sound rather intriguing, but is it genuinely crafted for me? John Phil replied with enthusiasm, "Absolutely. Consider this. You possess medical expertise, exceptional martial skills, and a background as a Special Forces operative. It perfectly encapsulates the essence of a Special Forces medic." As she spoke, she gestured animatedly, as though envisioning the film's impending success. Xiao Yusin chimed in with a smile. "Indeed. Moreover, we can infuse it with numerous romantic elements, ensuring its popularity." Rong Chunxue, deep in thought, remarked, "This concept is indeed innovative, blending the fervor of special forces with the wisdom of a skilled healer, enriched by a romantic narrative. I am confident it will captivate a wide audience." Johnson Ham looked at everyone, nodding in satisfaction, and declared, "I am delighted by your enthusiasm for this project. Now, let us commence our discussion on the film's specific plot and character development." The gathering erupted into a lively exchange of ideas. During this animated discussion, Lynn Simon and I found ourselves unconsciously drawing closer. She gently grasped my hand and whispered, "I eagerly anticipate our collaboration in this film. I wonder what extraordinary stories await us this time." I tightened my grip on her hand, smiling as I replied, "Regardless of the challenges we may face, with you by my side, I am filled with confidence. I believe we will create something truly remarkable." At that moment, Eliza Shaw playfully leaned in, teasing, "Oh dear, what sweet nothings are you two whispering? Don't forget about us." Lynn Simon blushed, playfully nudging Eliza Shaw away, and retorted, "You simply love to stir the pot." "We are merely discussing the film." Eliza smiled and said, "All right, I won't cause any more trouble, but honestly, I am quite eager to see this film. I hope to deliver an even more splendid performance." Amidst the discussions of everyone, time flew by swiftly. After the celebration banquet concluded, we left the hotel, filled with anticipation and dreams for the future. Initially, I intended to return to the house lent to me by Qin Mingyue and Dong Sanhuan with Eliza and John. But she mentioned wanting to discuss the plot with me, so I accompanied her to her villa. Seated on the sofa with Lin Simon, we reminisced about the delightful moments of the evening. Lin Simon leaned against my shoulder and said, "Today was truly joyful. Not only did we celebrate the film's success, but we also welcomed new challenges. I feel as if our lives are akin to a captivating movie, replete with surprises and emotions." I smiled and replied, "Indeed, every day spent with you is delightful. I eagerly await our collaboration in the new film, confident that we will share even more sweet moments." Lin Simon raised her head to look at me, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and said, "I am looking forward to it too. However, before we embark on the new film, we should relish this leisurely time." I nodded in agreement and suggested, "How about we take a stroll in the park tomorrow? Just like last time, to enjoy the tranquility?" Lin Simon beamed and said, "Absolutely. I adore walking in the park with you." The following day, we arrived at the park. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed our faces, while the flowers in the park bloomed vibrantly. Hand in hand, we strolled slowly along the lakeside. "Look, that flower is so beautiful," Lin Simon exclaimed, pointing at a blossoming flower. I couldn't help but remark, "No flower can compare to your beauty." Chapter 74. The love of the little healer. Lin Simon blushed and playfully tapped me, saying, "Only you speak such sweet nothings." I chuckled and embraced her shoulder, replying, "I speak only the truth." At that moment, we spotted a small lake ahead, where several ducks were leisurely swimming. Lin Simon excitedly suggested, "Let us go feed the ducks." We approached the lake and bought some breadcrumbs. With joy, Lin Simon sprinkled the crumbs onto the water's surface, and the ducks swam over, eagerly competing for the food. Observing Lin Simon's radiant smile, I felt that this moment was exquisitely beautiful. After feeding the ducks, we found a bench to sit on. Lin Simon nestled against my shoulder and said, "Time always flies when I'm with you. I truly wish it could stay like this forever." I gently kissed her forehead and reassured her, "We will have many more beautiful moments like this in the future. I will always be by your side." Yet, I worried about the attention of others, such as Rong Chunxue, Qin Mingyue, John, and Princess Eliza, and noted that I must be cautious around them in the future. Thus, we spent a delightful afternoon in the park. Upon returning home, we resumed preparations for the new film. In the days that followed, the popularity of the little healer and the beautiful confidant remained exceptionally high. As time progresses, box office figures continue to soar, consistently setting new records each day. Major media outlets fervently report on the film's phenomenal success, and a plethora of analytical articles emerge, delving into the reasons behind its triumph. From the captivating storyline to the stellar performances of the cast, coupled with the allure of traditional Chinese cultural elements, each aspect becomes a focal point of heated discussion. One day, as we gathered as per our usual routine to discuss the preparations for the new film, John Fei suddenly leapt up, brandishing his phone, and exclaimed, "Incredible! The global box office for The Little Divine Doctor and his beautiful confidant is on the verge of surpassing $9 billion. At this rate, it might even soar to $5 billion. The group immediately clustered around him, eyes fixated on the phone screen, their faces a blend of astonishment and delight. "This is simply outrageous," exclaimed Elisha, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had thought that $5 billion was already astonishing, never imagining it could increase so dramatically. Chiu Yusin could not help but remark, "It seems that a truly exceptional work is unstoppable. Our efforts have reaped the finest rewards." Lin Simon leaned against me, smiling, and said, "I feel so proud of us. This achievement is a collective triumph." Observing the excitement radiating from everyone, I was filled with nostalgia. From the arduous filming process to the remarkable accomplishments we now celebrate, it truly feels like a dream. As the box office continues to break records, preparations for our second film, The Love of a Special Forces Little Divine Doctor, are also in full swing. Johnson Ham has invited several renowned screenwriters and directors to collaboratively discuss the film's intricate plot and shooting plans. Look, the script still requires refinement. particularly regarding the seamless transition between the identities of the Special Forces soldier and the little divine doctor, one screenwriter remarked, furrowing his brow as he gently tapped on the script with his fingers. Indeed, and the romantic subplot needs to be more nuanced to allow the audience to truly feel the genuine emotions between the protagonists, another screenwriter added, adjusting his glasses as he spoke. Lynn Simon and I also contributed some of our thoughts and suggestions. Lynn Simon proposed, I believe we could incorporate some of our knowledge in traditional Chinese medicine into the film to enhance its uniqueness. I nodded in agreement, stating yes. And the training and combat scenes of the Special Forces could be even more spectacular, showcasing their bravery and resilience. At that moment, the door to the meeting room swung open abruptly, and Qin Mingyue and Wu Yumei stormed in, visibly irate. Qin Mingyue, hands on her hips, proclaimed loudly, how can you prepare for a new film without us? We were left out of the last one, the little divine doctor and his beautiful confidant, and that cannot happen again. Wu Yumei nodded vigorously in agreement, adding, exactly, we are both shareholders and partners of the clinic and the bodyguard company, and in life. We are also the confidants of the 13. This film cannot proceed without us. The sudden outburst sparked laughter among the group. Johnson Ham quickly stood up to pacify them, saying, please, don't be upset. I was just about to tell you, you're indispensable to this new film. We have reserved roles for both of you. Zhang Fei leaped over to grasp Qin Mingyue's hand, grinning as he said, Sister Mingyue, how could we ever forget you? Come join us for a discussion. Your role is sure to be extraordinary. As everyone settled back down, they launched into a spirited discussion about character development. Qin Mingyue was crafted into a bold and astute female agent, who would share numerous scenes with my character during our missions. Wu Yumei was designated as a medical researcher, adding a layer of medical expertise to the narrative. Once the characters were established, we delved into the intense design of a Special Forces training scene. Under the blazing sun, the ground scorched beneath us. The other actors and I, clad in heavy military uniforms, underwent rigorous training under the stern guidance of our instructor. Although Yilisha often jested, she approached training with utmost seriousness, though she would occasionally find herself reprimanded for improper form. Yilisha, why does your crawl resemble a slither? The instructor bellowed. Yilisha stuck out her tongue and muttered softly, the ground is too hot. I fear for my precious knees. Her words elicited laughter from the group. During a weighted long-distance run, Zhang Fei's stamina waned, causing her to lag behind. Xiao Yusin sprinted over to offer her encouragement, saying, come on, Zhang. We cannot be defeated by such trivial hardships. Gritting her teeth, Zhang quickened her pace. In the intervals between training, we collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Rong Chunxue poured water for everyone, chuckling, who knew filming a movie would entail such devilish training. Yet, it is rather amusing. Filming the scenes of executing special missions abroad was even more thrilling and perilous. The crew constructed a lifelike foreign town, replete with dilapidated buildings and an air danger. During a fierce gunfight, the enemy unleashed a barrage of fire, bullets whistling past us. I shouted, everyone find cover. Do not rush in recklessly. Lynn Simon's character bandaged an injured teammate amidst the chaos, her gaze resolute and focused. Suddenly, a bomb detonated nearby, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Qin Mingyue reacted swiftly, throwing herself over Wu Yumei to shield her. Sister Mingyue, are you all right? Wu Yumei asked, her voice laced with concern. I'm fine. Stay still and be cautious, Qin Mingyue replied, vigilantly surveying our surroundings while protecting Wu Yumei. In the heat of battle, we coordinated seamlessly, employing our wits and courage to overcome numerous obstacles. After a grueling struggle, we finally accomplished our mission, and the air was filled with jubilant cheers as we celebrated our victory. Beyond the filming, we enjoyed many tender and romantic moments. One evening, after a day of shooting, as darkness enveloped the sky, we gathered by the seaside for a barbecue. The waves lapped against the shore, and a gentle sea breeze brought refreshing coolness. Leaning beside me, Lynn Simon whispered, these moments are truly beautiful. I wish they could last forever. I smiled, embracing her as I replied, they will. We have many more such moments ahead. Meanwhile, Yilisha was grilling chicken wings and suddenly exclaimed, oh no, my wings are burnt. When everyone turned to look, the wings in her hands were charred black. resembling lumps of coal. Chiu Yusin teased with a laugh. Are you grilling chicken wings or charcoal? Laughter echoed through the air as everyone erupted in mirth. Feeling a bit bashful, Alicia scratched her head and joined in the laughter. As the filming progressed, the romantic scenes between Lin Simon and me multiplied. During a particularly poignant confession scene, I gazed deeply into Lin Simon's eyes and earnestly declared, Simon, ever since I met you, my life has been bathed in sunshine and warmth. I wish to remain by your side, facing any challenges that may arise together. Tears of emotion shimmered in her eyes as she softly replied, Nanpai Shisan, I feel the same. Every day spent with you fills me with happiness, and I am willing to traverse the future alongside you. This scene was executed flawlessly, earning high praise from the director. During a break in filming, Lin Simon rested against my embrace and expressed her hope that our on-screen romance would resonate with the audience, evoking feelings of warmth and emotion. I smiled and assured her, it certainly will, as we are infusing our performances with sincerity. Ultimately, under the attentive gaze of all, the global box office earnings of The Little Divine Doctor's Beautiful Companion reached a staggering $9.5 billion. The news arrived while we were on the set of our new film. Johnson Ham made a special appearance, bringing with him a magnificent celebratory cake adorned with the film's title and box office figure. To the resounding success of The Little Divine Doctor's Beautiful Companion and to our ongoing film, Johnson Ham proclaimed, raising his glass, his eyes sparkling with joy and anticipation. Cheers! Everyone chorused, the set resonating with laughter and cheer. In that moment, we basked in the pride of our past achievements and held unwavering confidence in our forthcoming film, believing that the love of a Special Forces Little Divine Doctor would continue to shine brilliantly, crafting even more extraordinary tales. Chapter 75. The new film storm following the triumphant conclusion of The Little Divine Doctor's Beautiful Companion with its remarkable $9.5 billion earnings. The filming set of the love of Special Forces Little Divine Doctor seemed invigorated by an enchanting energy. Each member of the crew resembled warriors poised to charge into battle, filled with boundless anticipation for the new project, eager to create yet another cinematic marvel. The sweet aroma of the celebratory cake brought by Johnson Ham lingered in the air as everyone plunged into the intense and bustling filming schedule. On this day, the crew meticulously constructed a cozy scene brimming with life, preparing to shoot a family gathering scene. In the living room, soft and comfortable sofas were perfectly arranged, while warm-toned lighting gently bathed the space, creating an inviting atmosphere of home. The dining table was lavishly adorned with an array of delectable dishes, tantalizing the senses and igniting appetites. Lin Simon's character was busily engaged in the kitchen, wearing an apron and radiating happiness as she meticulously prepared the final dishes. I assisted her, ostensibly helping, yet my gaze was irresistibly drawn to her, stealing kisses now and then, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, reminiscent of ripe apples. 13. Don't be a nuisance. Everyone is waiting for the meal, Lin Simon playfully chided, gently pushing me away, though her eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy, akin to flowers blooming in spring. All right, I just wanted to help you finish quicker. With a playful smile adorning my face, I raised my hands in surrender, only to slyly pinch a piece of fruit and pop it into her mouth, exclaiming how sweet it was, just like her. At that moment, Alicia burst into the kitchen like a whirlwind, her voice echoing, "Wow, it smells amazing. I'm nearly starving." Her abrupt entrance shattered the sweet and serene atmosphere of the kitchen, prompting both Lin Simon and me to erupt in laughter. "You are the most gluttonous of us all. Just wait a moment, it will be ready soon," Lin Simon chuckled, playfully shooing Alicia out of the kitchen, her movements reminiscent of coaxing a mischievous kitten. In the living room, Rong Chunxue and Qin Mingwei were seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation. Rong Chunxue elegantly held a cup of tea, taking a delicate sip and marveling. This upcoming film seems destined to be even more spectacular than the last. Qin Mingwei raised an eyebrow, defiantly retorting, "Of course. With me, the female agent, on board, the action scenes will undoubtedly be far more captivating." As she spoke, she stood up and demonstrated a few impressive moves, exuding the aura of a true agent on a mission, much to the delight of everyone present. Wu Yumei emerged from her room, overhearing their banter, and chimed in with a smile. As a researcher, I am no less significant. Perhaps my inventions will hold the key to turning the tide. Amidst the lively exchange, Lynn Simon and I emerged from the kitchen, carrying the dishes. Dinner is served, I called out, my voice resonating like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Gathered around the dining table, laughter and joy filled the air. However, this harmonious and cheerful atmosphere was short-lived. During a filming break, Qin Mingyuan noticed Lin Simon and me sharing a laugh, a subtle flicker of jealousy crossing her gaze. She deliberately approached and plopped down beside me, saying, 13, later tell me how to perform that gunfight scene. I feel it needs more intensity. Lin Simon regarded Qin Mingyue with a slight frown, but maintained her polite smile. I nodded with a grin, patiently beginning to explain to Qin Mingyue. At that moment, Rong Chunxue joined us, gently tugging at my arm. In a playful tone, she said, 13, I have questions about the inner turmoil of my character. I'm struggling to grasp it. Not to be outdone, Wu Yumei approached from the other side, anxiously exclaiming, don't all rush to ask. I have matters to discuss with 13 too. In no time, a cluster of lovely companions surrounded me, each contributing to a cacophony of chatter that left me momentarily overwhelmed. Observing this scene, Lin Simon could no longer hold back, feigning irritation as she exclaimed, why is everyone crowding around him? He doesn't belong solely to you. Qin Mingyue stuck out her tongue, laughing, Sister Simon, we're merely discussing the storyline. Don't overthink it. Rong Chunxue quickly added, exactly. We harbor no intentions of vying for his attention. Wu Yumei nodded in agreement, affirming, right, we're all good sisters. Looking at these adorable girls, I smiled and interjected to ease the tension. All right, let us not make a fuss. We're all here to ensure the movie turns out splendidly. Under my mediation, the minor dispute for favor has temporarily subsided. As the filming progresses, we are on the verge of shooting the scene depicting the overseas capture of a drug lord. To ensure the excellence of this segment, Chiu Yusin and I have engaged in extensive preparatory work. We immersed ourselves in a plethora of materials, meticulously studying the drug lord's background and leaving no detail overlooked. We simulated various potential scenarios and devised comprehensive response strategies. Concurrently, we underwent rigorous tactical training, sweating profusely each day, all for the purpose of presenting the most captivating visuals during filming. On the day of the shoot, the crew arrived at a remote mountainous region, which had been meticulously transformed into the drug lord's lair. Surrounded by dense jungles, the trees stood lush and verdant, sunlight filtering through the leaves to create dappled patches of light. At the center was a dilapidated warehouse, its walls weathered and exuding an air of antiquity. The entire environment rife with an ominous aura. Clad in specially designed tactical gear and wielding prop firearms, Chiu Yusin and I gazed resolutely ahead, embodying the essence of soldiers on a mission. Remember, our task is to apprehend the drug lord. We must exercise utmost caution and never underestimate our adversary. I murmured to Chiu Yusin, my voice deep and commanding, akin to issuing a genuine combat directive. Chiu Yusin nodded affirmatively, her eyes reflecting determination and confidence as she replied, rest assured, I will not hinder you. We approached the warehouse with utmost care, each step taken with deliberate caution to avoid the slightest sound. Suddenly, a henchman of the drug lord burst forth from the shadows, brandishing a firearm and shouting, who goes there? I reacted swiftly, lunging forward and subduing him with lightning speed. However, the gunfire alerted others within the warehouse. Not good, we've been discovered, I shouted, and Chiu Yusin and I quickly sought cover. In an instant, the warehouse erupted in gunfire, bullets whizzing past us, stirring up clouds of dust. What should we do? The enemy's firepower is overwhelming, Chiu Yusin exclaimed, her voice tinged with anxiety. Stay calm. Let's find an opportunity to break through, I replied, observing our surroundings with a steady mind. My thoughts racing until I spotted a ventilation shaft. Look over there. We can enter through that vent. We braved the hail of bullets, inching toward the opening with great difficulty. Along the way, Chiu Yusin accidentally sustained a grazing wound to her arm. She cried out in pain, her face contorted with anguish. Are you all right? I turned back to assess her injury, my eyes filled with concern. I'm fine, just a scrape. Let's keep going, Chiu Yusin said through gritted teeth, her gaze revealing unwavering resilience. Chapter 76. Tense and orderly filming, we finally reached the ventilation shaft and successfully entered the interior of the warehouse. Inside, we engaged in a fierce struggle with the drug lord, a towering figure with a muscular build and remarkable agility, akin to a ferocious beast, posing significant challenges for us. "Be careful," I shouted, pushing Qiu Yusin aside, only to be struck in the shoulder by the drug lord. 13. Qiu Yusin gasped, her eyes filled with worry and urgency. "I am unscathed. Pay me no mind. Seize him." I stifled the pain and continued to battle the drug lord, each movement imbued with strength and resolve. After a fierce struggle, we finally subdued the drug lord. As we escorted him out of the warehouse, the crew members gathered around, applauding and cheering for us. "You were magnificent." This scene was simply exhilarating, the director exclaimed, his face radiating satisfaction. Upon returning to the set, Lin Simon, Qin Mingyue, Rong Chunxue, and Wu Yumei rushed over anxiously. Upon noticing my injured shoulder, Lin Simon's eyes brimmed with tears, resembling ripe red tomatoes. "How could you be so careless? Does it hurt?" she asked, gently caressing my wound, her gaze filled with concern. Qin Mingyue chimed in, "Indeed, don't push yourself too hard." Meanwhile, Rong Chunxue and Wu Yumei hurried to fetch a first aid kit to tend to my injury. As Rong Chunxue carefully cleaned my wound, she chided, "You mustn't exert yourself so recklessly next time." Wu Yumei nodded in agreement. "Yes, we worry about you." Surrounded by their concern, warmth enveloped my heart, making all the hardships worthwhile. Once my wound was treated, we resumed filming the next scene. This was a romantic seaside night scene, where Lin Simon and I strolled hand in hand along the beach, the gentle waves lapping at the shore, producing a melodious sound. The moonlight cascaded upon us, as if draping us in a veil of silver, creating an ambience as enchanting as a fairy tale. "Simon, once we finish this film, shall we go on a vacation together?" I whispered to Lin Simon, my voice as soft as the evening sea breeze. Lin Simon lifted her gaze to meet mine, her eyes shimmering with happiness, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky, and replied, "Absolutely. I long to explore different vistas with you." We ambled along the beach, savoring this rare moment of tranquility and sweetness. Suddenly, in the distance, we heard Elizasa's voice. "You two are being all sweet again. Come join us for some fun." Turning around, we spotted Elizasa, Qin Mingyue, Rong Chunxue, and Wu Yumei running towards us with fireworks in hand. "Come, let's set off fireworks together," Qin Mingyue exclaimed, her face aglow with a radiant smile. Gathered together, we ignited the fireworks. The vibrant colors exploded against the night sky, some resembling blooming flowers, others streaking like shooting stars, truly a sight to behold. We cheered and leapt in delight, reveling in this splendid moment, bathed in the glow of the fireworks. Qin Mingyue suddenly asked, 13, "Do you think our film will be as successful as the last?" Gazing into the expectant eyes of my companions, I replied with conviction, "It certainly will, for we are a team filled with love, each of us dedicated to this film." Everyone nodded in agreement, affirming their belief. In the luminous embrace of the fireworks, our smiles shone brightly, as if envisioning the day of our film's triumph. As filming progressed, the romantic scenes in the movie multiplied. During a scene depicting a date between Lin Simon and me, Qin Mingyue and Rong Chunxue intentionally disrupted from the sidelines. They donned the guise of waitresses, serving us the wrong dishes while occasionally pulling faces that elicited uncontrollable laughter from us. "You two, stop the antics. We are still filming," Lin Simon remarked with a smile that radiated a blend of exasperation and affection. However, Qin Mingyue and Rong Chunxue remained unfazed. "We're merely adding a touch of joy to your day," Qin Mingyue replied with a grin. Rong Chunxue chimed in, "Indeed. The scenes we capture this way feel far more natural." Amidst the laughter and merriment, the numerous takes of the scene were imbued with warmth and joy. During breaks in the shooting, Wu Yumei would produce the delightful snacks she had prepared, sharing them with everyone. "Try my treats and take a moment to relax," she said, her face beaming with eager anticipation. Yilisha would be the first to rush over each time, eagerly snatching the snacks while exclaiming, "Wow, Yumei, your treats are absolutely delectable. A true delight. In the bustling interludes of the film shoot, memories surged like a tide, transporting me back to my days with the Special Forces. It was during a particularly challenging mission that I sustained grave injuries and was hastily transported back to the Special Operations Brigade. Upon learning the news, Lynn Simon was frantic, hastening to the brigade without a moment's pause. The instant she burst into my hospital room, I lay on the bed, pallid and wrapped in bandages. Her eyes reddened instantly, tears streaming down her cheeks as she rushed to my side, grasping my hand tightly, her voice tinged with sobs. 13, why must you be so reckless? Why push yourself so hard? I managed to muster a weak smile, attempting to reassure her. It's all right. I'm fine now. Seeing you makes me feel much better. She tenderly caressed my face, her voice filled with concern. Do you know how worried I was? What would I do if something happened to you? I tightened my grip on her hand, promising, rest assured, I vowed to always be by your side, and I will keep that promise. During her time at the Special Operations Brigade, Lynn Simon cared for me with utmost devotion. Each day, she would prepare nutritious congee, feeding me spoonful by spoonful. She would engage me in conversation, sharing amusing tales from the outside world to lift my spirits. At night, she would sit by my bedside, anxious that I might feel unwell, and under her meticulous care, my condition gradually improved. Later, upon my return to civilian life, I took over my grandfather's traditional Chinese medicine clinic. One day, a retired general, paralyzed from injuries to his legs, was brought to the clinic. His condition was dire, and multiple hospitals had declared themselves unable to assist him. After thoroughly studying his case, I resolved to employ the ancient and long-lost technique of the 13 ghost needles for his treatment. On the day of the treatment, the clinic was filled with onlookers, including seasoned experts, descendants of traditional Chinese medicine families, and hospital directors. They expressed skepticism regarding my choice to utilize the 13 ghost needles, with some whispering in disbelief, deeming it to be sheer folly. Taking a deep breath to steady myself, I picked up the silver needles and commenced the procedure. The technique of the 13 ghost needles is exceedingly intricate. Each needle must be placed with precision, and adjustments must be made in real time based on the patient's reactions. I concentrated intently, beads of sweat forming on my forehead, yet my hands remained as steady as a mountain. As each needle was deftly inserted, the venerable general's body began to respond, his leg muscles twitching ever so slightly. The surrounding onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment, the previous murmurings dissipating into an enveloping silence. All held their breath, their gaze fixed intently upon the general and me. Suddenly, the general let out a painful groan, his body convulsing violently. This was a typical reaction during the healing process, yet it startled those around us. An elderly expert could not contain his exclamation. What are you doing? Don't harm the man. I chose to ignore him, maintaining my focus on the acupuncture while soothing the general. General, just a little longer. Relief is imminent. After a brief interval, the general's body gradually calmed. As I delivered the final needle, I exhaled with relief. At that moment, the general slowly moved his leg, a look of astonishment spreading across his face. I can feel it. My leg has sensation. The spectators were left in disbelief, the elderly experts exchanging incredulous glances. An heir of a traditional Chinese medicine lineage remarked with deep admiration. This is the true essence of the mystical healing arts of Huaxia. Today has truly opened my eyes. The hospital director gave me an enthusiastic thumbs up. You are formidable, truly formidable. Our wondrous ancient medicine is saved. Chapter 77. Completion of filming. As the shooting process drew to a close, the entire crew was enveloped in an atmosphere of both tension and exhilaration. Everyone understood that in this final phase, each shot and every line of dialogue were of paramount importance, intricately weaving together the film's ultimate narrative. The air seemed to be infused with a unique essence, a blend of reluctance for the conclusion and anticipation for the outcome. On this day, the crew was set to film the most pivotal emotional scene, the apex of the entire film. The location was a grand and elegant estate, featuring a splendid garden in full bloom, where vibrant flowers competed for attention, their fragrances wafting through the air. A gentle breeze stirred the blossoms, as if they too were excited for the impending pivotal scene. I stood alongside Lynn Simon on the garden path, while the crew busily made last-minute preparations. The lighting technician adjusted the angles of the lights, striving to capture the most exquisite interplay of light and shadow. The makeup artist, wielding a brush, meticulously retouched our makeup, ensuring every detail was impeccable. Lynn Simon donned a flowing white dress, its hem billowing softly in the breeze, resembling a blossoming lily, fresh and ethereal. A hint of makeup graced her features, yet her eyes betrayed a flicker of nervousness and anticipation. 13. Do you think we will perform well in this scene? Lynn Simon asked softly, biting her lip, her voice tinged with barely perceptible tremors. I gently took her hand, offering an encouraging smile. Fear not. We have journeyed through so much together. This scene will be no exception. Just as we have in every previous scene, let us immerse ourselves in the emotions of our characters and convey them to the audience. You are exceptional. I have complete faith in you. I gently squeezed her hand, attempting to convey more strength to her. At that moment, Eliza Shaw bounded over like a little sun, her playful short skirt fluttering as she moved, and a charming beret perched atop her head, under which her large eyes sparkled with vivacious light. Wow, Simon, you look absolutely stunning today. Like a princess straight out of fairy tale. Eliza Shaw exuberantly praised, then playfully winked at me, saying, 13, you better perform well and not let Simon down with such a beautiful appearance. If this scene doesn't turn out well, I won't let you off the hook. As she spoke, she playfully waved her tiny fist, striking a fierce pose. I chuckled and shook my head, replying, you always know how to tease us, but seriously, if we execute this scene well, it will undoubtedly leave a lasting impression on the audience, perhaps even move many to tears. I exaggerated my words, eliciting laughter from everyone. Qin Mingyue and Rong Chunxue approached as well. Qin Mingyue, clad in a sharp suit, radiated confidence with every step she took. In contrast, Rong Chunxue donned a delicate light blue qipao that showcased her gentle grace, reminiscent of a classical beauty emerging from a painting. This scene is of utmost importance, so don't be nervous. Just relax and perform as you usually do. There's no doubt you'll be fine, Qin Mingyue encouraged, patting my shoulder, her eyes reflecting trust and support. Rong Chunxue smiled and added, indeed, I believe in your acting skills. You will surely portray this emotion exquisitely. I can hardly wait to see the finished product. Her voice was soft, like a clear spring flowing between us. Wu Yumei approached with a stack of scripts, and upon hearing our conversation, she smiled and said, I have great confidence in you all. Once we complete this scene, our film will be one step closer to success. I can already envision the audience moved by your performances once the film is released. As she spoke, she placed the scripts on a nearby table, her eyes brimming with anticipation. With the encouragement and support of everyone, Lynn Simon and I gradually relaxed. At the director's cue, we swiftly embraced our characters. I gazed deeply into Lynn Simon's eyes, filled with affection, and said, Simon, from the moment we met, my world has transformed entirely. You are like a ray of light that has illuminated my life, allowing me to experience warmth and happiness like never before. Each moment we have shared is like a brilliant star, embedded deeply in my memory. I gently raised my hand to brush away a stray hair blown by the wind from her cheek, my touch tender and heartfelt. Tears shimmered in Lynn Simon's eyes as her voice trembled slightly. 13, I feel the same. Every moment with you is incredibly precious. Whether watching the sunrise and sunset together or supporting each other through difficulties, those memories are the most valuable treasures of my life. I truly hope we can continue this journey together, no matter what challenges the future may hold. Her gaze was firmly locked onto mine, as if conveying 1,000 unspoken words. Just as we became immersed in the emotional depth of our roles, Eliza Shaw suddenly mimicked the director's tone from the side, exclaiming loudly, Cut! 13, your expression lacks depth. Let's do it again. Her imitation was so lifelike that even the director's habitual gestures were expertly mimicked. The unexpected interruption sent everyone into fits of laughter, shattering the tense atmosphere in an instant. Lynn Simon couldn't help but chuckle, lightly patting Eliza Shaw as she said, You always create mischief. We're still in the midst of filming. If you keep this up, I might just ignore you." She feigned annoyance, pouting. Yet the mirth in her eyes betrayed her. Eliza Shaw stuck out her tongue and replied with a grin, "I merely wish to lighten the mood. You all looked so tense just now. All right, I won't disrupt you any longer. Please continue." Like a child caught in wrongdoing, she obediently stepped aside, her eyes occasionally glancing at us, a playful smile adorning her face. Amidst the laughter and joy, we readjusted our focus and immersed ourselves anew in the filming. This time, we engaged even more fervently, each glance and gesture imbued with emotion. The surrounding crew were equally captivated by our performance, and the set fell into a serene hush, with only the gentle rustle of the breeze through the flowers breaking the silence, as if the world itself was quietly listening to our tale. During a break in filming, Chiu Yusin approached, holding 2 bottles of water, which she offered to Lin Simon and me. "You've worked hard. Take a moment to hydrate," she said with a smile. Dressed in casual attire, she appeared refreshingly vibrant, her hair casually tied back in a ponytail, exuding an air of both competence and warmth. "Thank you. Today's scene indeed posed some challenges, but with everyone's support, the pressure feels considerably lighter," I replied, accepting the water. As the cool liquid flowed down my throat, it swiftly alleviated some of my fatigue. Chiu Yusin gazed at us with a hint of envy in her eyes, remarking, "The chemistry between the two of you is remarkable. It feels so genuine. If only I could experience such a romantic connection. Watching you both be so sweet on screen is nearly overwhelming." As she spoke, she exaggeratedly portrayed a figure overwhelmed by sweetness, prompting more laughter from us. Hearing this, Qin Mingyue approached with a teasing tone, saying, "Don't rush. Your fated encounter might just be around the next corner. Perhaps one day, a dashing gentleman will appear before you, leaving you utterly smitten, even more so than this troublesome 13. As she spoke, she mimicked a scene from a romantic drama where the leads meet, causing everyone to erupt in laughter once more. The conversation flowed freely among us, light-hearted and joyous, when the director approached with a satisfied smile on his face. That last scene was exceptionally well done. The emotional expression was spot on. However, we still need to shoot a few more angles to ensure perfection. Let's push through this last stretch and aim for a single take." The director spoke with eyes brimming with anticipation for this scene and trust in us. Thus, we immersed ourselves once more into the filming process. After several hours of diligent effort, we finally completed this emotional scene. When the director called out cut, the entire crew erupted in jubilation. Cheers and embraces exchanged as we celebrated this significant moment. At long last, we had finished. It had been a challenging journey for all. "We did it!" exclaimed Johnsonham, his face radiating with a smile of fulfillment, tears glistening in his eyes, a testament to the dedication and emotion of the entire team. Indeed, it was no easy feat, but we have triumphed. Iris leaped with joy, like a child, pulling nearby crew members into the celebration, her face aglow with a brilliant smile. To commemorate the completion of the film, the crew decided to host a grand party at the estate. The staff swiftly transformed the garden into an enchanting party venue, with vibrant lights twinkling and melodious music floating through the air. Everyone donned exquisite attire, relishing this rare moment of joy. Hand in hand, Lin Simon and I strolled through the garden, the moonlight casting a silvery veil upon us. The surrounding flowers, illuminated by the lights, appeared even more resplendent, as if joining in our celebration. Chapter 78, Tangled Emotions. Simon, "Finishing this film feels like awakening from a dream," I remarked, my voice tinged with nostalgia and reluctance for this cherished time. Lin Simon leaned against my shoulder, softly responding, "Indeed, it is a beautiful dream. I'm truly grateful to have shared this experience with you. From our initial meeting to facing the challenges of filming together, every moment holds immense value." She gently lifted her gaze to meet mine, her eyes shimmering with tears of happiness and emotion. At that moment, Iris approached, holding 2 glasses of champagne, offering them to us. "Come, let us toast to the completion of our film," she said with a bright smile, excitement sparkling in her eyes, her cheeks flushed with delight, rendering her particularly endearing. We accepted the champagne, clinked glasses with Iris, and drank deeply. Suddenly, The music shifted to a more jubilant tempo as Qin Mingyue and Rong Chunxue joined us, inviting us to dance. Come, let us dance. Today we celebrate with abandon. Qin Mingyue proclaimed, her face alight with a radiant smile, brimming with vitality. The dance floor came alive as everyone moved freely, laughter and joy resonating throughout the garden. Wu Yume and Qiu Yusin also joined our circle, hand in hand, fully embracing this joyful moment. Each face radiated happiness, as if all weariness and worries had dissipated in that instant. In between dances, I gazed at each person beside me, my heart swelling with emotion. Over these days, we had shared countless moments of laughter and tears, overcoming one challenge after another together. The bond we share has long transcended that of mere colleagues, resembling the warmth of family. As the party reached its zenith, Johnson Ham ascended the stage, clearing his throat before proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, today we celebrate the official wrap of our film. This is the culmination of our collective efforts, where each individual has poured forth their sweat and dedication. I firmly believe that this film will achieve monumental success, for we are a team imbued with love, and each of us has infused our essence into this project." The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Subsequently, Johnson Ham continued, "In this momentous occasion, I would like to invite everyone to share their feelings from this journey. Who would like to begin?" Eli Sasha was the first to raise her hand, bounding onto the stage with exuberance. "This time has been absolutely delightful. Working alongside everyone has felt like embarking on a marvelous adventure. I have learned so much and gained invaluable friendships. I truly cherish each of you and hope we can collaborate again in the future. Next time we film, I will be your source of joy." As she spoke, she punctuated her words with humorous gestures, eliciting peals of laughter from the audience. Next, Qin Mingyue stepped onto the stage, her eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. "This film holds profound significance for me, not solely because it has granted me the opportunity to showcase my acting prowess, but also because I have forged so many like-minded friendships here. We have labored together toward a common goal, facing challenges and adversity side by side. This experience has been truly remarkable. I shall forever treasure these beautiful moments, and I hope our friendship endures. Should anyone encounter difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I, Qin Mingyue, will undoubtedly stand by you." Her voice resonated with conviction and passion. Rong Chunxue then took the stage, her tone gentle as she expressed, "The days spent filming with all of you are among my most cherished memories. I am immensely grateful to have encountered such an exceptional team. Each person has demonstrated unwavering dedication and hard work. Throughout this process, I have experienced significant personal growth. I eagerly anticipate that our film will surprise audiences and convey our fervor and sincerity. May our movie shine like a brilliant star in the cinematic realm." Her voice was soft and warm, akin to a gentle spring breeze, caressing the hearts of all present. Wu Yume approached the stage, smiling as she remarked, "Though filming can be arduous, witnessing everyone's relentless effort and unity makes it all worthwhile. Each day, observing my colleagues meticulously refine a shot or rehearse a line has truly moved me. I hope our film achieves great success, and I wish for our friendship to flourish. Let us gather often to reminisce about this wonderful time. I yearn to savor Simon's culinary delights once more and to hear Alicia's jokes again." Her words were imbued with nostalgia for the past and anticipation for future reunions. Qiu Yusin stepped onto the stage, somewhat shyly expressing, "I never imagined I would partake in the filming of a movie. This experience has truly been extraordinary for me. I have learned so much from all of you, not only in terms of acting, but also about teamwork and the spirit of perseverance. Thank you all for your care and assistance during this time, which allowed me to complete the filming smoothly. I hope we will have the opportunity to collaborate again in the future and create more beautiful memories." A hint of bashfulness graced her smile, yet her eyes were filled with sincerity and gratitude. Next, I, along with Lin Simon, ascended the stage. I gazed at each person in the audience, my heart overflowing with appreciation, and remarked, "During this time, we have shared so much together. Laughter, tears, challenges, and triumphs. I feel fortunate to have completed this film alongside each of you, as you have all left an indelible mark on my heart. From the initial stages of filming, where we learned to harmonize, to our later seamless collaboration, every phase has been unforgettable. I hope our film resonates with the audience and that our friendship endures. No matter where we find ourselves in the future, reflecting on this time will always fill our hearts with warmth. Lynn Simon then added, "Indeed, the days spent with all of you have been the happiest of my life. We have worked together towards our dreams, sharing life's joys and sorrows. I believe our film will surely succeed, for we are a team filled with love. I also hope our friendship blossoms like the flowers in this garden, forever in bloom." At that moment, the director observed the laughter and joy among the crowd, feeling a swell of emotions. He cleared his throat, signaling for silence. The once boisterous garden gradually quieted, all eyes now focused on the director. With a steady and powerful voice that resonated through the garden, he began, "Amidst your laughter, I wish to discuss the narrative arc of our film, particularly concerning our male protagonist, Nanpai Shisan, and the romantic fates of his cherished companions." Upon hearing the director mention the film's emotional threads, curiosity sparked among the audience, drawing them closer to hear his thoughts. Everyone was aware that within our film, Nanpai Shisan shares profound bonds with Lin Simon, Rong Chunxue, the Princess Yilishasha whom he rescued, the headstrong policewoman Xiu Yusin, and the shareholders Qin Mingyue and Wu Yumei, among others. These relationships, be they romantic, passionate, or tender, constitute a vital aspect of the film. The director's voice resonated with authority as he continued, however, in the film's conclusion, "We will not witness Nanpai Shisan marrying any of these remarkable women." A murmur of surprise rippled through the audience at the director's words, their expressions reflecting astonishment. I understand that such an ending may come as a shock, but this is precisely what we wish to convey to our audience. The feelings Nanpai Shisan harbors for each of his companions are immensely precious, and he holds a deep affection for them all. If he were to choose one among them, it would undoubtedly inflict immense pain upon the others. The director continued to elucidate, his gaze reflecting a mixture of resignation and determination. We aspire to leave our audience with ample room for imagination through such an ending, encouraging contemplation, sentiment, and evaluation. In the tapestry of real life, emotions are often intricately complex, devoid of simplistic resolutions. Perhaps, one day, Nanpai Shisan and his cherished confidants will discover their own unique paths to happiness. Or perhaps they will maintain this profound friendship, becoming pivotal figures in each other's lives. Much like the filmmaking journey we embarked upon, fraught with uncertainties and challenges. We have shared countless experiences, laughter, tears, disputes, and reconciliations. These moments have deepened our appreciation for one another, and the emotional narrative within the film serves as a reflection of our own reality. I firmly believe that viewers will derive their own interpretations and sentiments upon witnessing such a conclusion. They may feel a sense of regret for Nanpai Shisan and his beloved companions, or they may be moved by the bond they share. Regardless, this encapsulates the emotions we aim to convey. In closing, I wish to express my gratitude for everyone's hard work and dedication during this time. It is you who have rendered this film such a remarkable endeavor. I hope our film resonates with the audience, and I look forward to future collaborations, creating more exceptional works together. As the director concluded, resounding applause erupted from the audience. In their eyes, there was both affirmation of the director's words and anticipation for the film's future. Lynn Simon gently leaned beside me and whispered, "The director is right. Perhaps our relationship doesn't require a definitive conclusion. Such uncertainty only heightens the anticipation." I nodded, glancing at each of my cherished confidants, overwhelmed with emotion. Yilisha maintained her lively demeanor, smiling as she declared, "Regardless of circumstances, we shall always remain the best of friends. That will never change." Qin Mingyue chimed in with a smile, "Indeed, the road ahead is long, and we will walk it together." Rong Chunxue, Wu Yumei, and Xiu Yusin nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with resolve and warmth. Amidst this heartwarming atmosphere, the party continued. Everyone returned to the dance floor, reveling in the joyous moments. The tale of Nanpai Shisan and his beloved confidants will continue to resonate in the hearts of the audience, leaving behind endless reverie and emotion with the film's release. As time passed and night deepened, the garden party gradually approached its conclusion, yet no one seemed willing to depart. We remained gathered, sharing our stories and feelings. I gazed at the faces before me, understanding that this shared time would become one of my most cherished memories. The bond with these cherished confidants will continually grow and evolve in the years to come. Regardless of the outcome, this friendship will forever hold immense value. Applause and cheers erupted once more from the audience. In this joyous atmosphere, I gaze at my beautiful companions, fully aware that, regardless of the emotional journeys that lie ahead, the splendid moments we have shared will forever remain the most treasured assets of our lives. The intricate emotional ties between us resemble the plot of a film, laden with endless suspense, inviting the audience to imagine and interpret while simultaneously awaiting life to continue weaving our narrative. Perhaps one day in the future, we shall reunite to embark on new adventures, and those unspoken words and undefined feelings will gradually settle into the softest corners of our hearts over the river of time. Chapter 79. The glorious gala of Hollywood stars as the day of the global premiere of the film The Love of a Special Forces medic in Hollywood draws near. The entire crew is enveloped in a blend of tension and excitement. Each member understands the pivotal role this premiere plays in promoting the film. It is not only the film's inaugural appearance before a worldwide audience, but also an exquisite opportunity to showcase its unique charm. In the days leading up to the event, the crew arrives in Hollywood one after another. Upon landing, they are awestruck by the vibrant splendor of Hollywood. Colorful movie posters and massive portraits of stars adorn the streets, and the air seems infused with the distinct essence of cinematic artistry. Alicia, like a perpetually curious sprite, gazes around with wide eyes, exclaiming, "Wow, Hollywood, I'm back." It feels like there are surprises lurking around every corner. Who knows, I might just encounter a renowned superstar at any moment. As she speaks, she excitedly pulls Lynn Simon's hand, her eyes sparkling with exhilaration, eager to explore this enchanting city. Lynn Simon, smiling playfully, responds, "Oh, you needn't be in such a rush. Once the premiere concludes, we will have ample time to wander. But I must admit, I'm also a bit eager about this event. I wonder how many titans of the film industry will grace us with their presence." Qin Mingwei, her arms crossed confidently, smiles assuredly and declares, "There will certainly be no shortage of attendees. After all, this event is hosted by Johnson Ham. As you all know, he is the brother of John Firth, and his influence in Hollywood is formidable. It's possible that those A-list stars we only see on the big screen might come to join the festivities." Hearing this, everyone's spirits are lifted, for Johnson Ham's stature in the film industry promises a star-studded premiere. Rong Chunxue nods slightly and softly articulates, regardless of who attends, "We must present our finest selves and showcase the film's allure without reservation." Just as the group engages in lively discussion, a luxurious stretch limousine glides to a halt before them, its door opening to reveal a gentleman clad in a sharply tailored suit, who descends with a courteous smile. As the gathering commenced, a voice resonated, welcoming everyone to Hollywood. "I'm Mr. Johnson Ham, here to escort you. Please, step aboard. Accommodations have been splendidly arranged for you." The group eagerly boarded the vehicle, embarking towards the hotel. Along the way, they gazed curiously through the windows, reveling in the vibrant streets of Hollywood, their anticipation for the upcoming press conference intensifying, akin to the thrill of unveiling a treasure chest filled with surprises. Upon arrival at the hotel, they took a brief respite before plunging into preparations for the event. Makeup artists and stylists arrived early, akin to a cadre of enchanting magicians, ready to craft bespoke looks for each individual. Sitting before the vanity, Alicia, her curiosity piqued, inquired of her stylist, "Do you think this look will dazzle the audience?" "I refuse to be outshined by those Hollywood starlets. I aspire to be the most radiant presence." Her earnest gaze seemed to envision herself standing center stage. The stylist reassured her with a smile, "Fear not, dear girl. Your playful charm, coupled with our meticulously designed ensemble, will undoubtedly capture the spotlight, eclipsing those starlets." Meanwhile, Qin Mingwei scrutinized her gown, a hint of discontent furrowing her brow. "This dress feels a tad too conservative. I yearn for something that truly showcases my unique persona, something that will captivate at first glance." The stylist approached with patience, explaining, "Miss Qin, while this gown may appear simple, its design conceals subtle intricacies that exquisitely highlight your spirited elegance. At the press conference, it is essential that the film's allure shines through. Your acting prowess will be the key to captivating the audience. Contemplating this, Qin Mingyuan nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall trust your judgment. However, should the outcome be less than stellar, you shall bear the responsibility. I intend to be the epitome of style. After an elaborate transformation, the group emerged, seemingly reborn. Lin Simon donned an opulent evening gown, its elegant lines accentuating her graceful figure, resembling a celestial being, exuding enchanting allure with each step. Rong Chunxue's traditional qipao harmoniously blended with modern fashion elements, its exquisite embroidery and unique tailoring radiating oriental charm, her every movement revealing a gentle grace. Alicia, in a playful yet elegant little dress, twirled with vivacity, her skirt fluttering like a lively sprite, brimming with energy. The gentlemen, impeccably attired in tailored suits, exuded handsomeness, each fully prepared for the forthcoming event. On the day of the press conference, throngs of media and fans congregated outside the venue, cameras and meticulously crafted posters in hand, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the cast. As our convoy gracefully approached the venue, a deafening chorus of cheers and screams erupted, reverberating through the air, as if to pierce the heavens. Upon disembarking, they strolled along the red carpet, continuously waving to the fans and media with gracious gestures. The flashes of light flickered incessantly, akin to the twinkling stars in the night sky, as if striving to illuminate the entire evening. This dazzling brilliance made everyone acutely aware that their efforts had garnered attention and anticipation. As Yilishasha walked, she excitedly turned to Lin Simon beside her and exclaimed, "Simon, look at all these people supporting us. I am overjoyed. It feels as though I'm dreaming, and I could just float away." That exuberance radiated from her, as though she had received the most precious gift in the world. Lin Simon responded with a smile. "Indeed, this is the result of everyone's collective effort. We must perform excellently and not disappoint their expectations." Upon entering the venue, it was already filled to capacity. Various Hollywood luminaries and prominent figures from the film industry had gathered, creating an atmosphere of extraordinary fervor, akin to a grand celebration. Just as everyone was still marveling at the star-studded scene, a tall, handsome Hollywood actor approached with confident strides, wearing a friendly smile. He greeted us, saying, "Hello, I am David Stern. I have heard much about your film and have been eagerly anticipating this moment. I am thrilled to finally meet you all." Yilishasha's eyes sparkled, and she nearly leaped with excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, you are David Stern. I adore your films. I have watched each one countless times. I can hardly believe I am meeting you here. I feel incredibly fortunate. This is undoubtedly the greatest surprise of my day." As she spoke, she enthusiastically grasped David Stern's hand. Resembling an ardent fan, David Stern chuckled, shaking Yilishasha's hand, and humorously remarked, Thank you for your admiration. It seems I have gained another devoted little fan. I too look forward to our exchange and am eager to see what marvelous sparks can arise from the collision of our diverse cultural backgrounds in film." After sharing a few pleasantries, the press conference officially commenced. The host took to the stage, passionately introducing the film's premise and the creative team, each word imbued with fervor, as though narrating an impending legend that would shake the world. Subsequently, a captivating trailer of the film was displayed on the large screen. The exhilarating action sequences showcased the protagonists navigating through a hail of bullets, while the thrilling combat left the audience breathless. The romantic scenes were so moving that the love shared in a mere glance seemed to overflow from the screen. The witty dialogues elicited bursts of laughter from the audience. These captivating snippets held the spectators' rapt attention, leading to waves of enthusiastic applause and cheers, escalating the atmosphere to new heights. Once the trailer concluded, the host invited our creative team to the stage. We ascended one by one, greeting the audience, with each smile conveying our passion and anticipation for the film. The host cheerfully inquired, "The plot of this film is truly captivating, particularly the romantic entanglements between the male lead and his several enchanting companions. Could you share with us which scene left the deepest impression during the filming process?" I reflected for a moment and said with deep emotion, "I believe the poignant scene filmed in the manor, amidst the blooming flowers, transformed the garden into a fantastical paradise. This moment marked the climax of the film, and both Seaman and I poured our hearts and souls into it. Although the shooting process was somewhat tense, each glance and every line was laden with emotion. and even now, it remains incredibly unforgettable. Chapter 80. The surprise press conference. Lin Si Man continued. Indeed, we filmed that scene numerous times, constantly adjusting and refining it in pursuit of perfection. The surrounding crew were equally diligent and responsible, providing us with immense support akin to a warm family, which enabled us to achieve such remarkable results. The host then turned to Isha Shah, smiling as she inquired, Isha Shah, your performance in the film was truly outstanding, both charming and vivacious, resembling a delightful little nut. During the shooting process, did any amusing incidents occur? Isha Shah blinked mischievously, akin to a playful little fox, and replied with a smile, oh yes, indeed. There was one instance when I suddenly mimicked the director's tone and cold cut. My imitation was spot on, and it sent everyone into fits of laughter. The previously tense atmosphere was instantly shattered, and we all laughed heartily. Even the director pretended to glare at me in mock anger. The audience below could not help but chuckle, and the atmosphere in the venue became light and joyful. At that moment, a reporter stood up and asked, Director, we understand that the emotional narrative of this film is quite intricate, and ultimately, the male protagonist does not reach a definitive conclusion with his romantic interests. Why did you opt for such an ending? The director smiled and responded, in real life, emotions are often exceedingly complex, devoid of simple answers, much like a tangled ball of yarn that requires careful untangling. We aspire to leave the audience with ample room for imagination through this ending, inviting them to ponder and experience the nuances and depths of each relationship. This film is not solely about love. It also encompasses friendship, teamwork, and various other elements. We hope the audience can grasp the film's essence through these rich layers, appreciating the vibrancy of life. The reporter pressed further, in your opinion, what distinguishes this film from other Hollywood productions? The director confidently stated, our film intertwines elements of Eastern and Western cultures, embodying the subtlety and restraint of Eastern traditions alongside the fervent exuberance of the West. It features thrilling action sequences that showcase strength and courage, yet also tender and moving emotional scenes that depict the gentleness and beauty of humanity. Additionally, humorous and whimsical moments provide joy and levity, and we believe this unique fusion will offer the audience an entirely new cinematic experience, a cultural feast unlike any other. As the press conference progressed, suddenly the lights in the venue extinguished, plunging the entire space into darkness, as if enveloped by a vast black curtain. Immediately, a melodious and enigmatic tune resonated through the air as the large screen unveiled a series of elusive and mysterious images. These visuals seemed to foreshadow hidden secrets within the film, resembling intricate puzzles that ignited a fervent curiosity among the audience. Gasps of astonishment erupted from spectators, who began to speculate about the unfolding events, enveloping the venue in an atmosphere thick with tension and intrigue. Just as confusion reigned, several enigmatic figures clad in black bodysuits suddenly appeared on stage, brandishing weapons and charging towards us with an intimidating presence. Chaos ensued as the audience screamed in terror, some desperately attempting to flee. I reacted swiftly, positioning myself as a sturdy barrier in front of Lin Simon and Yilisha, bracing myself for any eventuality. My heart vigilant and poised to protect those around me. Qin Mingwei, undeterred, engaged in combat with the assailants, her movements swift and decisive, exuding a sense of strength and grace. Meanwhile, Rong Chunxue remained concealed to the side, her gaze reflecting composure and intelligence as she sought an opportunity to counterattack. Akin to a lurking leopard waiting for the perfect moment to strike decisively. Johnson Ham shouted from the sidelines, urging everyone to remain calm, assuring us that security would arrive shortly. At that moment, I discerned that the attackers' intentions seemed devoid of true malice, despite their fierce demeanor. They skillfully avoided vital areas with each strike. A realization dawned upon me. It could well be a specially orchestrated segment of the event, reminiscent of a plot twist in a film. Thus, while fending off the mysterious assailants, I called out, urging everyone not to panic, suggesting that this was likely a deliberate arrangement, and encouraging us to treat it as an exhilarating action scene. Gradually, the others heeded my words, relaxing and joining in an exhilarating display of combat with the enigmatic figures. Their movements flowed seamlessly, demonstrating remarkable coordination, as if we were truly immersed in a cinematic experience. After several minutes of this unexpected onslaught, security personnel burst in, subduing the mysterious attackers. The lights returned to their full brilliance, and the venue erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, the audience applauding the captivating performance. The host ascended the stage, smiling as he addressed the crowd. We apologize for the fright, but this was a carefully orchestrated segment intended to enhance the premiere with surprise and excitement. We hope you enjoy the unique style of our film, which, much like this event, is always filled with unforeseen surprises. The audience expressed their understanding, showering praise upon this innovative arrangement, captivated by the creativity, which heightened their anticipation for the film. The press conference continued, transitioning into a media Q&A segment, where journalists posed a myriad of questions, ranging from the film's production process to the personal lives of the actors. We answered each inquiry patiently, striving to present our finest selves, with every response imbued with sincerity and enthusiasm. As the press conference drew to a close, Johnson Ham ascended the stage once more, his face flushed with excitement and his voice trembling slightly as he spoke. Today's press conference has been immensely successful. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence and support. We firmly believe that a Special Forces medic's love will achieve monumental success on a global scale. Let us eagerly anticipate the film's release, for it shall shine like a brilliant star in the cinematic firmament. The audience erupted in a thunderous applause and cheers, enveloped in a joyful atmosphere as the event concluded splendidly. Once the press conference ended, everyone exhaled a sigh of relief, their spirits notably lifted. We gathered to partake in a celebration party, where we reveled in this rare moment of joy, as if all weariness had dissipated into thin air. Alicia, holding a glass of juice, skipped over to me and exclaimed, 13. Today's press conference was exhilarating. I felt as though I were filming a blockbuster even more thrilling than any movie. I'm practically a superhero now. I chuckled and patted her head, replying, indeed, everything today was perfect. However, this is merely the first step in promoting our film. We have even more significant tasks ahead of us. We must continue to strive, ensuring that our film reaches a wider audience. Lynn Simon approached, gently linking her arm with mine. No matter what challenges lie ahead, we shall face them together, just as we did while filming, as long as we unite our efforts. No obstacle can hinder us. We are an indomitable team. Qin Mingwei raised her glass and declared, absolutely. To our film and to our friendship, cheers. May our movie achieve great success and our bond endure. Everyone lifted their glasses and downed their drinks, the sound of clinking glasses resonating like a joyful melody. At the party, we encountered numerous renowned directors and producers from Hollywood who expressed keen interest in our film and engaged in discussions about potential collaborations. Among them was the esteemed director James Morrison, who approached with an admiring expression, stating, "The creativity and style of your film are truly unique. I eagerly anticipate the prospect of further collaboration. Together we might create even more remarkable works." Producer Emily Davis also smiled, saying, "The romantic and action sequences in your film left a profound impression on me. I believe this movie will undoubtedly create a stir worldwide. If the opportunity arises, we could explore additional collaborative projects." These affirmations and intentions for collaboration filled us with confidence regarding the future of our film and ignited our anticipation for what lies ahead. As if a radiant path strewn with flowers unfurled before us. As time passed, the party gradually approached its conclusion. Although everyone felt somewhat fatigued, their faces radiated happiness and satisfaction. This journey to Hollywood not only garnered greater attention for our film, but also allowed us to forge new friendships and acquire invaluable experiences and memories, treasures that would remain among the most cherished of our lives. As I departed from the venue, I glanced back at the brilliantly illuminated edifice, silently contemplating. This press conference merely marks the inception. In the future, our film shall radiate its brilliance across screens worldwide. Moreover, our narrative will, through the film's dissemination, be unveiled to a broader audience, inspiring countless dreamers to courageously pursue their aspirations. En route to the hotel, we were all enveloped in the euphoria of the press conference, animatedly discussing the day's myriad moments. Lynn Simon leaned against my shoulder, softly murmuring, "Today has been truly delightful. I feel one step closer to my dream, with each effort rendering it more tangible. I grasped her hand firmly, affirming, "We shall realize our dreams together. The road ahead is long, and we will traverse it side by side, undeterred by any adversity." Chapter 81. Infused with Chinese essence upon returning to Yanjing from Hollywood, the crew remained immersed in the afterglow of the press conference, tirelessly engaging in preparations for the domestic launch event. At the Yanjing venue, crimson lanterns hung high, and traditional Chinese knots artfully intertwined with modern cinematic elements, exuding a festive and fashionable ambience. Yilisha, in the hall, resembled a jubilant little rabbit, darting about with eyes wide open like brass bells, brimming with wonder. Wow, this is entirely different from the Hollywood press conferences. It is so imbued with Chinese flavor. It feels as though I have stepped into a grand traditional temple fair. So vibrant, she exclaimed, reaching out to touch an exquisite Chinese knot, her face aglow with excitement, as if she had stumbled upon a new world. Lin Simon smiled and explained, "This is a hallmark of our Chinese culture, symbolizing good fortune and auspiciousness. The purpose of holding the press conference in Yanjing is to allow domestic audiences to appreciate the allure of our film and to inform them of our remarkable work." Qin Mingyue crossed her arms confidently, her chin slightly raised. "Surely, this will astonish everyone. We shall ignite a wave of cinematic enthusiasm. The cinemas will likely be overflowing." Rong Chunxue nodded gently, her gaze as tender as water. "Indeed, sharing this work with domestic audiences is something I eagerly anticipate. I wonder how they will perceive our performances in the film." As the press conference commenced, the venue was packed to capacity and media representatives stood ready with their cameras, the flash bulbs illuminating the atmosphere. The host took to the stage, warmly introducing, "Welcome, everyone, to the domestic press conference of the love of a Special Forces Little Divine Doctor." This film amalgamates thrilling action, romantic love, and profound cultural significance, having already caused a sensation at the global release in Hollywood. Today, let us collectively experience its charm here at home. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience as the creators took to the stage in succession, engaging enthusiastically with the spectators. An audience member posed a question. "This film has garnered significant attention in Hollywood. What do you believe will captivate domestic viewers the most?" I took the microphone, responding with a smile. "I believe it is the spirit of the special forces showcased in the film, along with the enigmatic healing arts of our Chinese heritage. Both are treasures of our culture. The romantic scenes in the film are profoundly moving, and I believe everyone can resonate with them, akin to the genuine stories unfolding around us." Lin Simon continued, stating that the teamwork depicted in the film made our shooting process feel like one big family. This sentiment has been woven into the film, and we hope it will resonate with the audience, illustrating the immense power of unity. Following the press conference, the film was released globally during the Golden Week. On its opening day, long queues formed outside major theaters, with eager viewers longing to feast their eyes on the spectacle, the line resembling a serpentine dragon. Yilisha, buzzing with excitement, inquired about the box office figures everywhere. She bounced back with a radiant smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. "Listen, everyone, on the first day, the box office surpassed $50 million. At this rate, it's bound to be a massive hit. Our film is practically a box office bomb." Qin Mingyue, exhilarated, raised her fist and exclaimed, "Wonderful. I knew our film would succeed. This is the fruit of our relentless labor, staying up late to shoot. It's finally paying off." As time passed, the box office figure soared, swiftly exceeding $300 million, propelling it to the top of the global box office charts, surpassing the success of the first installment, The Little Divine Doctor's Beloved. Upon receiving the joyous news, the studio erupted in celebration. Lin Simon, overwhelmed, covered her mouth, tears glistening in her eyes. "I can hardly believe it. We truly did it." Rong Chunxue gently embraced her, saying softly, "This is the result of our collective efforts. Our dedication has finally yielded the finest rewards." At that moment, John Fayer hurried in, waving his tablet, displaying the real-time box office data, his face alight with uncontainable joy. "Everyone, we have achieved something extraordinary. This film has created a miracle." Yilisha leaped to John Fayer's side, curiously peering at the screen. "Wow, that's a staggering amount. Does this mean we're all going to get rich?" John Fayer chuckled, ruffling her hair. "Indeed, you clever little thing. We are all investors in this film, and with its box office success, everyone shares in the profits. It suddenly dawned on everyone that, due to this film, they were not only the lead actors, but also co-investors, each holding varying shares of 510. The thought that their hard work had not only earned them honor, but also substantial rewards heightened their exhilaration. Wu Yume smiled and reflected. Deciding to invest was certainly not a mistake. It was indeed a wise choice. Qiu Yusen nodded in agreement. Absolutely. To be part of such an incredible film, while also reaping financial benefits, is simply delightful. Major media outlets rushed to report on the film's success, with headlines proclaiming the box office triumph of a Special Forces soldier's love story, cultural export leading global trends, and film miracle. The story of Special Forces and the Little Divine Doctor ignites global box office. Social media buzzed with discussions surrounding the film, with topics such as the surge in interest in Special Forces and the allure of traditional Chinese medicine garnering billions of views. As netizens passionately debated the film's captivating scenes and shared their viewing experiences, many fans of the first installment are returning to watch it again, enthusiastically inviting friends to join them. In the cinema, the audience is profoundly captivated by the film. During the intense action scenes, viewers hold their breath, as if they themselves are amidst a hail of gunfire. The romantic moments evoke sighs and deep emotions, with couples embracing each other, lost in the narrative. Humorous sequences elicit uproarious laughter, with children giggling uncontrollably and adults unable to suppress their amusement. Some audience members have commented on social media, proclaiming, "This film is absolutely spectacular. The action scenes are exhilarating, and the portrayal of the Special Forces is so impressive that it makes me want to enlist." Others have remarked, "The love story in the film is incredibly touching. The tales of the young healer and his confidants bring both tears and laughter. It is truly magnificent and must be recommended to those around me." Unexpectedly, the film has sparked a fervor for military enlistment. Many young viewers, inspired by the film, have expressed a longing for the life of a Special Forces soldier and have begun inquiring about enlistment opportunities. Recruitment centers have been inundated with calls, and the traffic on enlistment websites has surged dramatically. The national military authorities have taken notice of this phenomenon and promptly reached out to the film's producers, deciding to collaborate urgently, hoping to leverage the film's influence to showcase the valor of Special Forces and the mystique of traditional Chinese medicine. The military has established a series of enlistment role models, inviting young people, motivated by the film, to share their journeys. One university student named Li Chong stated, "After watching the film, I was deeply moved by the spirit of the Special Forces defending our homeland. I believe young people should shoulder responsibilities, train in the military, and contribute to our nation." His story, reported by major media outlets, further ignited enthusiasm among the youth for military service. Chapter 82, A Box Office Miracle. General Li, a representative from the military, visited the film crew with a serious yet exhilarated demeanor. "Your film is brilliantly crafted. Young people are inspired by the spirit of the Special Forces depicted in the movie, all eager to enlist and serve our country. We hope to collaborate with you to further promote the culture of Special Forces and traditional Chinese medicine." The director, flushed with excitement, grasped General Li's hand, exclaiming, "It is our honor. Contributing to our nation and military is the heartfelt wish of our entire crew." The production team and the military department then embarked on a close partnership, creating a series of promotional short films highlighting Special Forces and traditional Chinese medicine, which were screened in cinemas and on various online platforms. They also organized numerous charitable events, inviting retired soldiers and military doctors to share their authentic stories. During one such event, a retired soldier recounted his experiences. "In the military, we not only train in combat skills, but also learn first aid. Much like the young healer in the film, every mission tests our physical and mental resilience, yet we never falter." The audience was moved to tears, offering continuous applause. Eli Shah, captivated by the soldier's narrative, grasped his hand and asked, "Uncle, is it really cool to be a Special Forces soldier? Is it true that, just like in a movie, you can scale walls and save the world?" The retired soldier affectionately ruffled her hair and remarked, "Indeed. Being a Special Forces operative is quite remarkable, yet it encompasses a greater sense of responsibility and commitment. We do not strive to save the world. Rather, we endeavor to safeguard our nation and its people, protecting each and every delightful individual like yourself. As the collaboration deepened, the film's influence burgeoned, igniting a fervor for military service domestically and generating international intrigue regarding Chinese special forces and traditional Chinese medicine. Numerous foreign viewers expressed profound interest in the special forces training and the therapeutic methods depicted in the film, eagerly scouring the internet for related information. During an international film festival, a foreign journalist inquired, "This film reveals a different facet of the Chinese special forces. Could you share some anecdotes from the filming process?" I responded with a smile. To authentically portray the special forces action sequences, we enlisted the expertise of retired special forces personnel as coaches, meticulously learning their every move. Those days were exhausting as we engaged in rigorous training daily, yet it was precisely this commitment that allowed us to present such thrilling action scenes. Furthermore, in our portrayal of traditional Chinese medicine, we consulted numerous experts in the field, striving for authenticity in every detail, from the identification of herbs to acupuncture techniques, leaving no room for carelessness. Lin Simon added, although the filming process was arduous, witnessing the film's widespread affection and its role in disseminating Chinese culture made it all worthwhile. I recall one instance while shooting a romantic scene. We filmed numerous takes, and despite our fatigue, not a single complaint arose, all in pursuit of achieving the finest outcome. As the film's popularity soared, the crew received a unique invitation to participate in a cultural exchange event organized by the state. At the event, luminaries from various fields gathered to congratulate the film's success and commend the cultural depth it conveyed. A cultural scholar remarked, "This film transcends mere commercial intent. It embodies a cultural exchange. Through cinema, it showcases the valor of Chinese special forces while enlightening the world about the profound intricacies of traditional Chinese medicine." Qin Mingwei responded with a smile, "This aligns with our original intent. We aspire to broaden awareness of Chinese culture through film. Moreover, we wish to inspire confidence in the nation's future among the youth. Our culture is exceptional and deserves global recognition." After the event, the crew returned to the studio, gathering together to reflect on their shared experiences with a sense of nostalgia. Yilishasha took a sip of juice and cheerfully remarked, "This period has been akin to a roller coaster ride, incredibly exhilarating. I never anticipated our film's success would contribute to the nation while also generating substantial revenue. And I find myself at a loss as to how to spend it." I gazed at everyone, my heart brimming with emotion. This achievement is the result of our collective effort. From filming to now, we have endured so much, and each individual has contributed significantly. In the future, we must continue to create more remarkable works and produce even greater films. Lin Simon cheerfully proposed, "How about we celebrate by treating ourselves to a sumptuous feast?" Qin Mingwei immediately responded, "Sure. I know a restaurant renowned for its signature dishes that are exceptionally delectable." Ensuring a delightful feast for all, the group chatted and laughed as they made their way to the restaurant, discussing their upcoming plans along the way. After the meal, I returned to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, and upon entering, I noticed the elderly practitioners gathered, engrossed in a discussion about the portrayal of traditional Chinese medicine in films. Although the acupuncture techniques were artistically enhanced, the fundamental acupoints and principles were quite accurate. One of the seasoned practitioners remarked approvingly. I greeted them with a smile, and they all gathered around, congratulating me on the film's success and teasing me about becoming a prominent figure as a little divine doctor. After a flurry of activity at the clinic, tending to a few patients, I received a call from the Yutsue mansion, informing me that a significant client was interested in the villa and hoped I could provide a tour. Without delay, I rushed to the villa sales center, and upon entering, I spotted Yilisha darting around the model room. "Wow, this place is stunning. How wonderful it would be to live here," Yilisha exclaimed excitedly. Seeing me arrive, she hurried over and grabbed my arm, saying, "Why did you take so long? I can hardly wait to explore." I joyfully introduced the villa's unique features to the client, highlighting its distinctive architectural style and high-end amenities, while the client nodded in approval. Just then, Qin Mingwei arrived, dressed in a sharp professional outfit, and immediately began discussing the villa's investment value. Through our combined efforts, the client signed a letter of intent on the spot. Once the matters at the villa were settled, night had fallen. Upon returning home, I found Lin Simon and Rong Chunxue had prepared dinner, and we all gathered to relish the warm moments together. Xiao Yusin suddenly remarked, "You've been as busy as a firefighting pioneer lately, rushing from one task to another. You must remember to rest." I chuckled in response. There's no choice. So many matters await me. However, having all of you around gives me great peace of mind. As we dined, we shared amusing anecdotes from the day, laughter echoing in the room. Despite the myriad challenges that lay ahead, the warmth and joy of the moment filled everyone with renewed motivation to forge ahead, eagerly anticipating the unveiling of the next captivating chapter. Chapter 83. Unending surprises. The morning sun gently streamed through the window, softly illuminating my face. I groggily opened my eyes to hear Yilisha's cheerful voice resonating from the living room. Wow, today is another beautiful day. Our film has been so successful. Perhaps today will bring even more surprises. This little girl is always brimming with energy. Lin Simon chuckled in reply. You and your surprises. Hurry and get ready. We have a lot to accomplish today. I rose to wash up and strolled into the living room, playfully teasing Yilisha. Are you hoping for pies to fall from the sky? Yilisha blinked earnestly. Perhaps. Look, our film is doing remarkably well at the box office, and we are collaborating with the military department. Good fortune seems to come one after another. Just as she was speaking, my phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the film distributor. After concluding the phone call, I couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, Eli Sasha was right. The film is set to embark on a global fan meeting tour, inviting our creative team to participate. Qin Mingyue clapped her hands in excitement. This is fantastic. It presents a splendid opportunity for intimate interaction with our fans and will further amplify the film's influence. Rong Chunxue nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Our fans have shown us such unwavering support. I am genuinely looking forward to engaging with them. As the discussion about the tour intensified, Lin Simon suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh no, we haven't prepared the outfits for the meet and greet. Qin Mingyue waved her hand dismissively. What's the big deal? Let's contact the team that styled us for our press conference. They will undoubtedly dazzle the audience. Just as we were speaking, my phone rang again. It was the esteemed, traditional Chinese medicine practitioner calling. Little doctor, please come quickly. We have a patient with a particularly unique case, and we're uncertain how to proceed. Upon hearing this, I immediately stood up. I am on my way. Upon my arrival at the traditional medicine clinic, I found a group of seasoned practitioners gathered around a patient's bed, their brows furrowed in concern. I approached, meticulously inquiring about the patient's symptoms and took their pulse. After a thorough diagnosis, I proposed a treatment plan, which garnered nods of approval from the elder practitioners. Yet, I dare not relax. For healing and saving lives is a serious matter. Having just wrapped up my duties at the clinic, I received another call from the Yutsue Mansion Villa, stating that a major client, who had previously signed an intent to purchase, was coming today to finalize the contract and hoped I could be present. I chuckled wryly. It seemed I was destined to be busy all day long. Upon reaching the Villa Sales Center, I found Qin Mingyue and Eli Sasha already there. As soon as Eli Sasha saw me, she rushed over, grasping my hand. You're finally here. The client is about to arrive. We've been waiting for you. After the client arrived, we accompanied him on another tour of the villa. During the contract signing, the client suddenly made a request. I am quite fond of your film. Would it be possible to invite a few of the lead actors to my housewarming party? Qin Mingyue smiled and replied, Of course, it would be our honor. However, we must coordinate the party's timing with our schedule. The client, pleased with this response, nodded in satisfaction, and the contract was successfully signed. After concluding matters at the villa, evening had already fallen. Upon returning home, I was greeted by John Heir, who sat in the living room with an air of mystery. What is the matter, Heir? Your expression suggests something is afoot, I inquired curiously. John Heir smiled as she produced a document. I just received news that a renowned international film company wishes to collaborate with us to remake our film and present it to a broader international audience. Upon hearing this, excitement erupted among us. Lin Simon exclaimed, This is a splendid opportunity to showcase our film to a wider audience. However, Qin Mingyue appeared somewhat apprehensive. If it is a remake, will we risk losing the original essence of our film? John Heir reassured us. They guarantee to respect our original work and will invite us to participate in the remake process, ensuring that the film style and substance remain intact. As we began to discuss the details of the collaboration, Eli Sasha suddenly interjected. If it is a remake, will I have the chance to perform my role once more? I yearned to once again experience the sensation of being a movie star. Her words elicited hearty laughter from everyone, and with a smile, I gently patted her head, saying, "You only dream of stardom, yet if a remake were ever to occur, it might indeed require you to toil once more." Just as the discussion grew fervent, my phone chimed again. This time, it was General Lee from the military department. "We are organizing a cultural promotion event for Special Forces, and we hope you can participate and share the stories behind the film with the youth." Without hesitation, I replied, "Certainly, General Lee, we will be there." After hanging up, I shared the news with everyone, who expressed their full support. Rong Chunxue gently remarked, "It is our duty to contribute to the promotion of Special Forces culture." The following day, we arrived at the site of the cultural promotion event, where a multitude of young people had gathered. Upon seeing us, they excitedly surrounded us. One curious young individual asked, "Are the action scenes in the movies particularly dangerous?" I smiled and responded, "Indeed, there is some risk. But with professional coaches guiding us and comprehensive safety measures in place, the effort is worthwhile to present the best possible outcome." Another young person inquired, "Is the traditional Chinese medicine depicted in the film truly that remarkable?" I patiently explained, "Traditional Chinese medicine has a profound history, characterized by unique theories and treatment methods. What is shown in the film is merely the tip of the iceberg. Its vastness and depth require our continual exploration and transmission." After the event concluded, we promptly began preparations for the fan meeting tour. In the styling studio, the stylist showcased several exquisitely designed outfits. Yilisha's eyes sparkled as she gazed at a pink little dress. "Wow, this is stunning. I must wear this." Qin Mingyue chose a sleek black gown that exuded professionalism and elegance, while Lin Simon and Rong Chunxue each selected outfits that suited their distinct styles. The first stop of the fan meeting tour was in New York. Upon landing, we were quickly surrounded by a throng of enthusiastic fans brandishing our posters and photos, fervently calling our names. During the meeting, fans posed an array of questions. One inquired, "The romantic scenes in a movie are so moving. In real life, is your relationship as harmonious?" Lynn Simon laughed as she linked her arm with mine. "Of course. We are like family, having experienced so much together. Our bond only grows stronger." Another fan asked, "Did anything amusing happen during filming?" Yilisha eagerly chimed in, "Oh yes. Once, after the director called cut, Shursen was still immersed in her role and nearly bumped into a prop, which sent everyone into fits of laughter." The crowd erupted in joyous laughter. The meeting concluded amidst a delightful atmosphere, where we took photos with the fans and signed autographs. Upon returning from New York, we immersed ourselves in negotiations with international film and television companies. They presented some innovative ideas, while we articulated our own requirements and suggestions. After several rounds of intense discussions, both parties finally reached a cooperation agreement. Just as we believed we could finally take a breath, new challenges emerged in quick succession. The issue of film piracy began to surface, with a plethora of illicitly circulated pirated resources appearing online. This not only undermined our interests but also tarnished the reputation of our films. We convened an urgent meeting to discuss countermeasures. Qin Mingyue expressed her indignation, stating, "These pirates are utterly abhorrent. We must devise a way to combat them." John Fayer furrowed his brow, saying, "We have already contacted lawyers and the relevant authorities to pursue legal action, but this will require some time." After a moment of contemplation, I suggested, "We could also leverage social media to rally our fans in support of legitimate content and to resist piracy." Consequently, we collectively issued statements on social media, urging fans to join us in rejecting pirated films. The fans responded en masse, leaving comments expressing their support for authentic cinema. Through our collective efforts, we managed to curtail the piracy issue to some extent. Yet, we understood that this was merely a temporary respite. The future demanded even greater diligence in safeguarding our creations. After a period of intense activity, we found ourselves somewhat fatigued. Lynn Simon proposed, "Let us find some time to vacation, to unwind and strengthen our bonds." Everyone agreed that this was a splendid idea, and we began to discuss potential holiday destinations. Yilisha excitedly exclaimed, "I wish to go to the seaside. I have yet to witness the grandeur of the ocean." Qin Mingyue smiled and suggested, "Then let us venture to the Maldives. The seascape there is exquisite, and we can bask in the sun and sand." With unanimous consent, we set about preparing for our holiday. During our getaway, we cast aside all worries and reveled in the sun, sand, and sea. Yilisha dashed about the beach like a spirited child, dragging us along to build sandcastles. Meanwhile, Lin Simon and Rong Chunxue relaxed nearby, soaking up the rare tranquility. Qin Mingyue and I swam in the ocean, racing to see who could swim faster. When we grew weary, we lounged on beach chairs, sipping juice and gazing at the azure sky adorned with fluffy clouds. On the final day of our vacation, we hosted a bonfire gathering, encircling the flames as we shared our experiences and reflections from the past days. Yilisha remarked, "Though this time has been busy, it has also been immensely joyful. We have worked hard together and faced challenges as a family." Looking around at everyone, I felt a swell of emotion. Indeed, we are a team, capable of overcoming any obstacle together. In the future, we shall create even more remarkable moments. Lin Simon rested her head on my shoulder and whispered, "With you all here, I feel so happy. I hope we can continue on this path together." Qin Mingyue raised her glass, proclaiming, "To our team, to our future, cheers." Everyone lifted their glasses, drinking deeply. The bonfire illuminated our faces, and our laughter echoed through the night sky. Although more challenges await us in the future, at this moment, we brimmed with confidence and courage, eagerly anticipating the next chapter of our thrilling journey. Chapter 84. Wealth and the new abode upon our return from vacation. We remained immersed in the blissful memories of our leisurely time, yet the entertainment industry buzzed with unrelenting fervor. Upon arriving at the studio, Jean-Pierre rushed in with great enthusiasm, brandishing a tablet in his hand, his smile stretching almost to his ears. "Everyone, big news!" he exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Eliza, like a nimble little monkey, bounced over to John, her eyes wide with anticipation. "Quick, tell us. How much is it?" Taking a deep breath, John proclaimed loudly, "After a month in theaters, our film A Special Forces Medic's Love has grossed an astounding $12.5 billion worldwide. That's a staggering $3 billion more than the first installment, The Medic's Beautiful Companion." Instantly, the studio erupted with joy. Lin Simon covered her mouth, her eyes glistening with tears of excitement. Qin Mingyue leaped up, embracing Rong Chunxue in sheer exhilaration. I too was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected delight, muttering to myself, "This is simply unbelievable." Eliza twirled in place, exclaiming, "We're going to be rich. I'll have so much pocket money." Laughter filled the room, and as emotions began to settle, Qin Mingyue started calculating the profits. As shareholders, we could each earn billions. This revelation sparked another wave of astonishment, with Lin Simon smiling as she remarked, "Now, we truly need a plan how to manage this wealth." At that moment, a thought flashed through my mind. What if we pool our resources to buy a grand house? We could create a shared home where we can gather no matter how exhausting filming becomes. This suggestion was met with unanimous agreement. Rong Chunxue gently stated, "I think that's a brilliant idea. We're like a family. We should have a family home." Qin Mingyue, hands on her hips, confidently declared, "If we're buying, let us go for the best." I mentioned a magnificent villa at Yutsue Mansion, a standalone property with over 1,000 square meters and numerous rooms, seemingly tailor-made for us. Eliza's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Wow, that sounds amazing. I want an enormous room decorated like a princess's chamber." Without hesitation, we made our way to Yutsue Mansion. Upon seeing the villa, we were all awestruck. The European-style architecture featured an imposing entrance crafted from heavy solid wood, adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to narrate ancient tales. The garden was a lush expanse of green, dotted with unknown flowers, and a grand swimming pool shimmered under the sunlight. Eliza, like a wild stallion, dashed around the villa, exploring each room and balcony, exclaiming, "I love this room. This could be my dressing room." Thanks to Rong Chunxue's efforts, we successfully acquired the villa, and the next step was renovation. As the vice president, Rong Chunxue promptly convened the elite members of the construction and renovation department. "We must transform this villa into a unique home, exuding the grandeur of a royal palace while retaining warmth," she asserted earnestly. The designers eagerly presented their proposals, gathering together to engage in spirited discussions. Some suggested incorporating vintage carved furniture to evoke a classical ambience, while others recommended installing cutting-edge smart home systems for enhanced convenience. Amidst the dialogue, Eliza Shaw, somewhat perplexed, enthusiastically interjected her own whimsical idea. "I want a gigantic slide in my room, so I can glide directly into the living room when I wake up." Her imaginative suggestion elicited hearty laughter from the group, ultimately leading us to consolidate various ideas and finalize the renovation plan. Throughout the renovation period, we frequently visited the villa, witnessing the empty rooms gradually transform into cozy, elegant spaces, which filled us with immense satisfaction. One day, while checking on the progress, we discovered the workers installing a magnificent chandelier in the living room. This enormous crystal chandelier dazzled with brilliance, each crystal impeccably cut to refract a kaleidoscope of colors, as if the entire starry sky had been captured within a room. Qin Mingwei gazed at the chandelier and suddenly proposed, "Let us bestow a unique name upon each room, and refer to them by these names henceforth." Lin Simon nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "What a splendid idea! We shall call this living room the Starlight Hall, symbolizing our films shining like stars." Eliza Shaw eagerly chimed in, "My room will be named the Dreamy Princess Castle. How does that sound?" The name resonated perfectly with Eliza Shaw's style, and we proceeded to assign names to the remaining rooms. There was the Ink Aroma Pavilion, exuding a scholarly atmosphere, with solid wood bookshelves brimming with literary classics from across the ages. The Vibrancy Hall was designated for fitness, equipped with an array of advanced exercise equipment. Additionally, we created the Celestial Studio, adorned with various musical instruments such as guitars, pianos, and violins, all arranged neatly, as if awaiting their master to conjure enchanting melodies. At last, the villa was complete. Stepping into the Dreamy Princess Castle, delicate pink drapes cascaded from the ceiling, resembling soft clouds. A carved princess bed occupied the center of the room, piled high with plush toys. Beside the bed stood a grand wardrobe, filled with Eliza Shaw's favorite beautiful dresses. In one corner, the much-anticipated slide extended from the second floor to the living room below, its handrails designed in a whimsical rainbow shape. Lynn Simon's room, aptly named Tranquil Elegance, radiated an artistic essence. The soft blue walls bestowed a serene aura, while a desk by the window held her cherished books and exquisite stationery. A plush bed, adorned with understated bedding, complemented the space, with several art pieces gracing the walls, infusing the room with a subtle scent of literature and artistry. Qin Mingwei's room was christened Graceful Abode, dominated by a palette of black, white, and gray, exuding sophistication and elegance. The custom wardrobe was minimalist yet grand, filled with her impeccably tailored professional attire and stylish gowns. A small fitness area featured dumbbells and yoga mats, allowing her to maintain her physique effortlessly. My room, named Serene Retreat, radiated a calm atmosphere with wooden floors and dark furniture. A comfortable bed leaned against the wall, accompanied by a shelf brimming with medical literature and film scripts. On the opposite side of the room, there lies a comfortable sofa and a coffee table, inviting me to rest and reflect. We hosted a grand housewarming party, extending our invitations not only to family and friends, but also to prominent figures from the film industry and representatives of our fan base. On the day of the celebration, the villa buzzed with excitement. Guests wandered through the various rooms, admiring the exquisite decor and showering compliments. In the garden, a band played cheerful melodies, while the dining table overflowed with an array of delectable dishes and fine wines. One curious fan inquired, "Will you all be living here from now on?" I responded with a smile, "Indeed, this will be our shared home. No matter where we go, this will always be our haven." During the festivities, we engaged in a variety of delightful games. Alicia orchestrated a treasure hunt within the villa, hiding small gifts in various nooks and crannies for everyone to discover. Laughter echoed throughout the villa as guests scurried about in search of the treasures. While seeking gifts, Qin Mingwei accidentally toppled a vase, and with an embarrassed smile, she remarked, "Oh dear, this villa is so vast that I seem to have lost my way." Her antics elicited hearty laughter from everyone. As the party reached its zenith, we gathered together to play a lively game of truth or dare. John Fei, with a mischievous grin, directed his gaze at Alicia, and asked, "Alicia, will you choose truth or dare?" After a moment of hesitation, her eyes darting playfully, she whispered, "I choose truth." "Have you ever been pursued by someone?" John Fay elongated his words teasingly, his expression reminiscent of a sly fox. Alicia's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple, as she lowered her gaze. Fidgeting with the hem of her garment, and softly admitted, "Yes, but I never accepted." This revelation piqued everyone's interest like a band of pirates unearthing treasure, and they clamored. "Do tell, who was it?" After much shyness, Alicia finally murmured, "It was a boy from our school. He wrote me a love letter, claiming he observed me daily and knew that my favorite ice cream flavor was strawberry, vowing to buy it for me every day. However, that seemed rather ordinary." She scrunched her nose in disdain as she spoke. When it was Lin Simon's turn, she boldly declared, "I choose dare." With a twinkle in her eye, Qin Mingyue, wearing a cunning smile akin to a mischievous child whose trick had succeeded, instructed, "You must give each person a hug and say a heartfelt phrase." With a smile, Lin Simon rose from her seat. She approached Alicia first, wrapping her arms around her gently, whispering, "You little darling, always stay this joyful." Alicia, caught in the embrace, felt a mix of bashfulness and bliss. Next, Lin Simon enveloped Rong Chunxue in a tight hug, softly saying, "Thank you for your constant care and support." Rong Chunxue smiled and patted her back in appreciation. When Lin Simon reached me, she slightly rose on her toes, encircling me with her arms, and softly murmured in my ear, "Thank you for always being by my side." Her voice was tender like a warm spring breeze, stirring emotions in my heart, causing a slight blush to rise to my cheeks as I gently patted her back. Lin Simon continued to bestow warm embraces and heartfelt words upon others, each sentence imbued with sincerity and affection, rendering the atmosphere ever more delightful. Then it was my turn. I opted for a truth. Alicia instantly perked up, her eyes widening like two glittering stars, and she excitedly inquired, "How many love letters have you received?" I scratched my head, a bit bashful, and smiled, my cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. The exact number eluded me, but it must have been quite a few. Nonetheless, my heart had always belonged to Simon. Upon hearing this, Lin Simon's face flushed slightly, resembling a bashful peach blossom. She gently leaned against my shoulder, her lips curving into a blissful smile. Next was Qin Mingyue, who unhesitatingly declared, "I choose a daring challenge." John Fay pondered for a moment, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "You must mimic a classic move and line from a famous movie star present here, making sure everyone recognizes it at once." Qin Mingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rose to her feet, striding into the center of the living room. Striking a classic pose, hands on her hips and head held high, she proclaimed loudly, "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven." Her demeanor and tone perfectly mirrored that of the renowned movie star who had recently shone at an award ceremony. The room fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter and applause. Rong Chunxue chose truth, and Alicia curiously asked, "Sister Shue, have you ever done something particularly wild?" Rong Chunxue chuckled softly, reminiscing, "Once, in a torrential downpour, I dashed several streets to attend an important film planning meeting. By the time I arrived, I was drenched, resembling a drowned rat. Yet, that meeting turned out to be remarkably successful. Reflecting on it now, it was quite amusing. Her dedication moved everyone, and her amusing experience elicited laughter. The games continued in delightful succession as we shared our little secrets and amusing anecdotes. On this splendid evening, we celebrated the joy brought forth by wealth in our new abode, eagerly anticipating more enchanting moments in the future. We understood that life resembles a captivating film, brimming with the unknown and surprises, and together we would pen our own legendary tale. Chapter 85. Attending the awards ceremony on the morning following the housewarming party. Soft sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the Starlight Hall, casting a golden veil over the plush carpet. Alicia hummed a whimsical tune, seemingly plucked from a dream. Like a joyful sprite, as she slid down the rainbow handrail from her fairy tale-like princess castle, dashing into the living room. The rainbow handrail shimmered with vibrant hues in the morning light, resembling a gateway to a fantastical realm. Wow, a new day in such a splendid villa feels like I'm living in a dream. Yilisha exclaimed excitedly, bounding onto the sofa like a lively little rabbit, clutching a pillow tightly to her chest, her face radiating pure happiness. At that moment, Lin Simon gracefully emerged from the artistically infused Jinjiaxuan, a book held open in her hands. Upon seeing Eliza Shaw in such a state, she couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "You truly resemble a child who can never grow up. But honestly, with you around, our home is as lively as a joyous celebration every single day." Shortly thereafter, I too strolled out from the cozy and comfortable Yizich, stretching leisurely and exclaiming, "Indeed, life feels suddenly vibrant and colorful, but this is merely a beautiful beginning." No sooner had I spoken than Qin Mingyue burst forth from Fenghuaju like a whirlwind, clutching a tablet tightly, her face brimming with uncontainable excitement. She declared loudly, "Everyone, I've just received some astonishing news. An internationally renowned film award has invited us to attend the ceremony, and remarkably, we are invited to be presenters. Is that true? That's simply marvelous. I can wear my beautiful dresses that resemble fairy gowns and walk the red carpet." Eliza Shaw exclaimed, springing up from the sofa, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, as if envisioning herself dazzling on the red carpet. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly began animated discussions about the award ceremony. Lin Simon furrowed her brow slightly, expressing her concerns. "After all, we will be attending as presenters, so we must prepare diligently and ensure there are no mistakes. This reflects our image and pertains to the reputation of Chinese cinema." I chuckled and patted Lin Simon's shoulder, reassuring her, "Rest assured, with the experience we have accumulated, we will undoubtedly handle it with ease. This is a splendid opportunity to showcase the unique charm of Chinese cinema to the world once again." With a few days remaining until the award ceremony, we busily prepared while ensuring we remained active. It so happened that the seasoned doctors at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic encountered some particularly challenging cases and promptly invited me to assist with consultations. Without delay, I made my way to the clinic. Upon arrival, I gathered with the veteran practitioners, meticulously studying the cases at hand. I adeptly integrated the traditional Chinese medical techniques showcased in films with modern medical knowledge, carefully formulating treatment plans for each patient. An elderly doctor with graying hair, while reviewing my proposed plan, remarked, "Little divine doctor, the acupuncture techniques you demonstrated in the film have truly provided us with numerous fresh perspectives, opening our eyes wide." I humbly smiled and replied, "This is merely a reflection of the profound depth of traditional Chinese medicine. I am